Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 161, Itachi Shinden, An Explosive Problem. Inside the Hokage office. Itachi Uchiha. I have a mission for you. Hiruzen takes out a scroll from the drawer and places it on the table. Itachi nods his head. Yes. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen unfolds the scroll and explains the mission. Recently, we have encountered reports of various explosions at our borders. Some war insurgents of smaller nations are revolting at our borders. Recently, they hired some rogue shinobi who are proficient in the bombing. From the intel, I can see some familiarities with the explosive core of Iwagakure. This is a political matter between two nations, so handle it with care. I don't want the hard-achieved peace to be disrupted in this fashion. Hiruzen passes the scroll to Itachi. I have assigned another person to the same mission. Meet them near the village entrance. Swoosh. Itachi vanishes as his figure disperses in multiple crow summons. Hiruzen silently stares at the crows. Looks like I have grown too old to know about the new trend of shinobi. Sigh. I will just continue my research. Hiruzen takes out his crystal ball from the drawer. Swoosh, swoosh. Itachi flickers inside the Uchiha clan estate as he enters his house. Nisan, you are back. Sasuke walks out of his room. Nisan, train me in ninjutsu. I have already mastered the ninjutsu Nisan taught me earlier. Tap. Itachi taps Sasuke's forehead with his finger as he shakes his head. Sasuke, maybe some other day, for now. I have a mission to complete. Ah. Sasuke clutches his forehead and stares at Itachi. You are so mean, Itachi Nisan. I will complain to Izuna Nisan when he visits next time. Sasuke runs towards the Uchiha training ground. Era. Itachi dear, you shouldn't be so mean to your younger brother. Mikoto walks out of the kitchen with a ladle in her hand. If you say so, mother. Itachi sighs and walks towards the Uchiha training ground. Bam. Bam. Sasuke is kicking the trunk of a tree as he murmurs to himself. Itachi Nisan is so mean. I will complain to Izuna Nisan and ask him to prepare a nightmare training regimen for Itachi Nisan. Gulp. Cold sweat appears on Itachi's back as he hears these words. Izuna Nisan's hell mode training was already so. I can't even imagine about the nightmare training regimen. Sasuke. Sasuke, don't talk about it to Izuna Nisan. I will see your training progress. Itachi tries to appease Sasuke. That's more like it. Now watch me. Sasuke smiles at Itachi. I fell for his trick again, sigh. Itachi drops his head as he stares at Sasuke. Sharingan. Sasuke activates his Sharingan. He makes multiple hand signs and clutches his left hand. Chidori. Chirp. Kai. Sasuke creates a small orb of lightning in his left hand. Some sparks fly out of the jutsu. Itachi's eyes widen in surprise. Sasuke can already add nature transformation to his chakra. Though the size of this jutsu is smaller compared to the original, but it is still wonderful. Huff. Huff. Sasuke breathes heavily for a while and plops on the ground. I did it, Nisan. Wonderful. Sasuke, you learned it quite quickly. Though it will be a while before you could master it, but still I am amazed by your progress. Itachi praises Sasuke. Sasuke closes his eyes and falls asleep. Itachi carries him on his back. It is still too early for Sasuke to learn such a powerful technique, also the Sharingan takes a toll on his small body. But Izuna Nisan insisted on it. I wonder what Nisan is doing now. Itachi walks through the Uchiha compound with Sasuke on his back. Itachi. Itachi. A sweet voice interrupts his train of thoughts. Itachi turns around and notices Izumi waving his hand at him. Oh. It is you, Izumi. What's the matter? Itachi stops in his tracks. Izumi runs towards him and stands in front of him. Itachi. Why are you so late? You kept me waiting for almost 2 hours, and there was no sign of you anywhere. So. I have to inquire Hokage-sama about your whereabouts. Izumi places her hands on her waist as she glares at him. Shoo. Itachi points towards a sleeping Sasuke. Swoosh, swoosh. Itachi flickers towards his house. Izumi stares at his back and murmurs. Itachi is a brokon. Izuna Nii-san used to call him that. Whoosh, whoosh. Itachi and Izumi flicker through the forest as Izumi starts a conversation. Itachi. I never expected you would be my partner for this mission. Izumi smiles as she holds Itachi's hand. I will protect you, Izumi. Itachi stares into her eyes as he speaks to her. Blush. It is not like I need your protection. Izumi turns away to hide her blush. Humph. I have also grown strong, you know, you aren't the only one who did the hellish training of Izuna-ni-san. Itachi. Izumi snorts and increases her pace. Wait. Izumi. Itachi follows her. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of them increase their pace as they approach the border of the land of fire. Itachi takes out the scroll from his pocket as he looks at the marked place on the map. The Sakanagakure is a small island village in Mist Sea. It is in the land of fish and acts as a major source of fish products for the rest of the world. The village signed a pact with Konoha during the Third Shinobi War for protection. Recently, the village was bombed by a group of unknown shinobis. They have requested help from Konoha. Both Itachi and Izumi reach the shore. The Mist Sea is covered by a very thick mist which blocks their vision. The Mist Sea got its name because of the constant mist shrouding the water body. According to some old legends, the Sage of Six Path fought a legendary battle here, which resulted in the creation of this sea. Itachi remarks as he stares at the thick mist. Our Sharingans are useless in this mist. Let's look for someone for directions. They spot an old sailor near the coast. Let's ask him for the directions. They approach the sailor and ask him for directions. The sailor signals them and both of them board his boat. In a small cave near Sakanagakure, a group of shinobis is gathered around a rock table as they stare at a map placed on the center of the table. One of them marks a circle around Sakanagakure village. During the Third Shinobi War, Sakanagakure allied with a large nation to protect itself from the flames of the war. They betrayed our village and joined hands with those Konoha scums. Bam. He slams his hands on the table. Unforgivable, it's unforgivable. Sakanagakure village survived, but our Onokugakure village was burned in the flames of the war. Another shinobi clutches his fists tightly. Yes. Sakanagakure will pay for their betrayal of the alliance. The leader of the group folds the map and clutches it tightly. But how? We have attacked the village multiple times, but all of our attempts failed. Another shinobi questions the leader. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I hired someone for this task. He is quite a powerful person. I am sure he will annihilate the Sakanagakure village. The leader grins as he stares at the entrance of the cave. Please come in. Daidara-san. A person with blue slanted eyes and long golden blonde hair enters. His hairs are tied into a ponytail. One bang covers his left eye. Humph. The group frowns as they stare at Daidara. A kid, what could a kid like him do in such a situation? Wait, he is. One of the shinobi walks in front of Daidara and pats his shoulder. Kid, you better go back to your mama and beg her for more milk. This place ain't for you. Katsu. Boom. Deidre blows away the hand of the shinobi in a minor explosion. Ah. The shinobi yells in pain as he clutches his hand. He is the person I hired for the job. The leader finishes his sentence as he stares at his men. It's too late. Sigh. He sighs and signals another person to attend to the fellow. Payment first, job later. Daidara walks in front of the leader. Here. The leader passes a large bag of Ryo to Daidara. It is 50% of the agreed price. Daidara frowns as he counts the bills. I would pay the rest after the job is done. The leader smiles at Daidara. Humph. Daidara snorts and snatches the map from leader's hand. Just sit back and wait for the news. Also, don't even think about running away with my money. Crunch. Crunch. Daidara walks out of the cave as he crushes gravels and stones under his feet. This bastard. The now one-handed shinobi yells after Daidara left the cave. Hold it right there. I paid a hefty price to hire him. Don't ruin our chance for revenge because of your foul mouth. The leader chides him. Humph. The shinobi snorts and grabs his bandaged arm. Chapter 162, Itachi Shinden, An Explosive Problem Part 2. Oh, brat, you have learned how to negotiate. A man with spiky, light brown hairs and prominent jawline is resting against a boulder as he stares at Daidara. Shut up, bastard. I will blow that grin from your face. Daidara snorts at the person. Oh. Then care to try? I am curious to see you try. Crackle, crackle. He cracks his knuckles and walks towards Daidara. Forget it. I have no interest in your explosions. Daidara ignores him and walks away. Bonk. The person grabs Daidara's head and question. So, this is how you treat your captain. Humph. Deidara snorts and escapes from his grasp. Gari, you were a former member of the explosive corps. Now both of us are rogue shinobi, so you are no longer the captain. Deidara opens the map and looks at the location. He tosses the scroll to Gari. This is our target. My art shall shine once again. Gari grabs the scroll and looks at the map. Sakanagakure, so this is our new target. This village is close to our current location. Gari rolls up the scroll and follows Deidara. We are here. Itachi and Izumi reach the island. Let's meet up with the village chief, he was the one who asked for help. Let's go. Both of them flicker towards the Sakanagakure village. A few moments later, the village appears in their vision. Halt, outsiders aren't allowed in the village. State your purpose. A group of ninja guards with a fish symbol on their headband stops them. We are from Konoha, your village leader asked for our help. Itachi passes the scroll to the guards. The guards recognize the scroll and allow them entry in the village. Itachi and Izumi walk through the streets of the Sakanagakure as Itachi scrutinizes the villagers. Seems like there is not much liveliness within the village. The imminent threat of an attack has almost halted their lives. In terms of security, the 5 hidden villages are a haven for civilians. Itachi shakes his head as memories of the Uchiha incident floods in his mind. The hidden villages have their problems and power struggles. Nay. Itachi, what do you think of this necklace? Does this suit me? Izumi tugs Itachi's sleeve as she showcases a beautiful necklace to him. It is very good. I think it suits you. Itachi nods his head. You think so too? Izumi hugs his arm as she laughs in happiness. Oju-san, this necklace is one of a kind. It suits you very well and even your boyfriend likes it. The merchant rubs his hand as he praises Izumi. Right, then I will buy this necklace. How much does it cost? Izumi asks for the price. Since it is you. Oju-san. I won't charge too much, it would be 10,000 ryo. The merchant proposes the price. So expensive. Itachi silently whispers to himself. He turns to Izumi to convince her to buy something else, but the puppy eyes of Izumi hold him back. Fine. I will pay for it. Yay. Itachi, you are the best. Izumi hugs him tightly. Well. I am happy as long as you are happy. Itachi smiles at her as they walk towards the center of the village. A middle-sized house with a giant red symbol with kanji 4 village head appears in their vision. That's the house of the village chief. Let's discuss the details of the mission with him. He would fill us up on the latest intel. Itachi walks towards the house and Izumi follows him. Itachi passes the request letter to one of the guards who allow them to enter inside the house. Inside the house. A middle-aged man is sitting on a tatami floor in a seiza position. I was waiting for you, guests from Konoha. The middle-aged man greets them. The Sakanagakure village is in great danger, as many criminals from the previous war still haunt our land. They tainted the land of Sakanagakure with the blood of its people. So, we would like to request your assistance in our struggle against those criminals. The village head requests Itachi and Izumi. That's what we are here for. Izumi nods her head in affirmation. The village chief stares at them with a surreal gaze before he questions them. Where is your backup? I don't think the two of you are enough to handle this situation. The village chief is skeptical of their abilities. Itachi senses the skepticism as he assures the village chief. It would be all right. Hokage-sama entrusted us with this mission because he trusts our abilities. Well, if you say. The village chief still has some doubts regarding Itachi's and Izumi's abilities. Boom. The group hears the violent sound of an explosion at the outer periphery of the village. The village chief frowns and stands from his seat. Looks like the enemy has made their move. The village head turns to his subordinates as he instructs them to form a team. Boom. Another explosion occurs at the other end of the village. They even brought reinforcements with them. The village chief has a grim expression on his face. Izumi. I will handle intruders at the southern part of the village, go and take care of the attacker at the northern part. Itachi instructs Izumi. Yes. Itachi. Whoosh. Itachi and Izumi flicker out of the house. The village head commands his forces as he leads them towards the direction of the bombing. In the skies of Sakanagakure. Ha. This is it. This is art. Deidara is flying on top of a clay bird as he infuses some chakra in palms. Art is an explosion. Boom. He rains down multiple explosive clays on the village. A mouth opens on his left palm and chews the clay and shapes into multiple explosive birds and insects. C1. The clay insects and birds stick to the surface of various houses in the village. Katsu. Daidara makes a one-hand ram seal as he detonates the explosive clay. Boom. Another explosion destroys a major part of the village. Haha. Fine art is the beauty of that single fleeting moment of the explosion. Daidara laughs to himself as he appreciates his new piece of art. Those old senile geezers of IWA had no appreciation for artistic values. He scoffs at IWA elders as he continues to wreak havoc in the village. Whoosh, swish. A lightning senbon pierces through the wings of the clay bird Daidara is riding on. Chirp, kai, kai. The lightning diffuses the clay as the bird starts to lose its shape. Who is it? Daidara jumps from the top of the bird. While in midair, he makes some hand signs and infuses some chakra in his palm as he spits out another bird from his left palm. Daidara lands on top of the bird. Whoosh. Another lightning senbon pierces through the bird and destroys it. Fuck, who is this bastard? Show your face, you will pay for destroying my art. Daidara performs a backflip and lands on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple kunais aims at his blind spots from all different angles. Damn you. Daidara curses as he throws multiple smaller C1 insects at the kunais and explodes them. Swoosh, swoosh. More shurikens aims at Daidara from the shadows of the previous shuriken. Shadow shuriken jutsu. Daidara takes out a kunai from his holster and deflects all of the kunais. Whoosh. An agile figure appears behind Daidara. Lightning release, rain cutter. The figure slashes a lightning blade at Daidara. Swish. The blade pierces through Daidara's body. Blob, blob. Daidara's body inflates as more and more chakra is infused into it. Oh. No, an explosive clay clone. Swoosh. The figure jumps back to avoid the explosion. Boom. The clone explodes and covers a large area. Dust and smoke cover the entire area. Whoosh. A figure jumps out from the smoke and performs some somersaults to stabilize itself. Hiding like a mole jutsu. The real Daidara appears from the ground as he takes a closer look at his attacker. A girl. Daidara frowns as he notices a girl with long brown hair tied into a ponytail. Two bangs of hairs are framing her face. She has onyx eyes and a mole under her right eye. So, you are the one who ruined my art. I don't care who you are. I won't let it slide. Daidara crosses his arms as both of the mouths in his palms opens and ejects out a large amount of clay from them. C2. The clay shapes into a large dragon. Daidara jumps on its back and rides it in the air. You have no appreciation for art. Now feel my art, because true art is an explosion. Chapter 163, Itachi Shinden, An Explosive Problem Part 3. Boom. A gigantic explosion occurs at the outer periphery of the village as dust and debris rise in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures jump out of the dust and confront each other. No wonder you could dodge my surprise attack. Gari notices Itachi as he recognizes the latter. He cracks his neck and fists. Itachi Uchiha of the Sharingan. One of the most feared adversaries of the shinobi world. A genius ninja who wields the power of Sharingan and is unrivaled in the genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. Crack, crack. This is the kind of fight I am looking for. Entertain me more. Itachi calmly stares at Gari. Gari of the Explosion. A user of the Explosion release Kekiai Genkai. A former member of the Explosive Corp who deserted the Iwagakure to further meet his goals. Once a respected shinobi, now a rogue mercenary who hunts innocents. Ha, eat this. Gari clenches his fists and attacks Itachi. Explosion release, exploding palm. He creates a small explosion in his palm and directs it towards Itachi. Boom. The explosion creates a shock wave as it travels horizontally. Whoosh. Itachi jumps in the air and avoids the explosion. Swish, swish. He takes out multiple kunais from his pocket and throws them at Gari from all angles. Ha. The kunais closes on Gari as he crosses both of his palms together. Explosion release, exploding palm hurricane. He creates multiple small explosions at his palms and propels himself into a rotation as he deflects all the kunais with the explosion. Impressive, using the explosive release at the perfect timing and angle you can deflect all the kunai sent your way. But what about this? Gari's momentum dies down as he comes to a halt. Now. Itachi takes out another kunai and throws it towards the rest of the kunai. Clang, 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 clang. The kunai hits multiple other kunais and redirects them towards Gari. What the? Gari's eyes widen in surprise. Damn it. He slams his fist on the ground. Explosion release, landmine fist. Boom. He releases powerful explosive energy from his fist, which turns the ground upside down and blocks all the kunais. Huff, huff. Gary breathes heavily as he stares at Itachi. Looks like I have underestimated you. But it would be over with this. Clack. He bites his thumb and makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A giant ant appears in front of him. Whoosh. Gary jumps on top of the ant as he directs it towards Itachi. Swish. The ant swipes its claws at Itachi. Whoosh. Itachi performs a backflip and avoids the attack. Boom. The ant releases a white fluid from its claws, which explode in contact with air. Itachi frowns as he stares at the secretion of the ant. The substance this ant releases is highly flammable and explodes on contact with air. Whoosh, whoosh. He avoids multiple strikes from the ant and Gary. Explosion releases is a Kekkei Genkai composed of earth and lightning release. If I disrupt the balance of earth and lightning, maybe it would nullify the explosions. Itachi makes some hand signs. Lightning releases, lightning blade. Slash. He slashes the claws of the ant with his lightning blade. Drip, drip. The white fluid drips from the incision as it flickers with lightning. So my speculation was correct. Lightning releases can disrupt the balance. TCH. Gary clicks his tongue as he makes some hand signs. Explosion release, exploding earth wave. He slams his leg on the ground. Boom. Boom. Multiple explosion travels beneath the ground as they continue to release geysers of dust and debris. Whoosh, Itachi makes some hand signs and infuses a large amount of purple lightning in his palm. Lightning releases, lightning quake flash. The purple lightning travels horizontally through the ground. It nullifies the explosion in its way and zaps Gary. Ah. The lightning zaps Gary and his body turns into ashes. An exploding clone. Itachi frowns. Haha. I got you. Gary breaks free from the ground and creates an explosion in his palms and appears behind Itachi. Eat this. Explosion release, exploding vacuum palm. Itachi calmly turns around and faces Gary. Are you sure about that? Boom. Gary's fist lands on Itachi as a gigantic explosion covers the area. The explosion dies down as dust and debris settle down. Whoosh. Gary jumps out from the dust and smirks. Not too much of a genius, I guess. Are you sure about that? A deep voice falls in his ears as Itachi appears behind him and places a kunai on his neck. What? How? Gary's eyes widen as he stares at Itachi. Itachi calmly points towards the explosion. The dust and debris settle to reveal a badly mangled ant. Genjutsu. Gary silently mutters to himself. Since when? He questions Itachi. The moment our eyes met, you were already in my genjutsu. Itachi calmly replies to him. Now surrender and come with me. Haha. Gary laughs hysterically as he points towards the air. Do you think it is this easy? What the? Itachi raises his head and notices a giant clay dragon homing on him. The giant clay dragon opens its mouth and releases multiple clay birds at him. Boom. Boom. Whoosh. The clay birds explode on contact with the ground and create a large explosion. Itachi jumps out of the dust and stares at the gigantic dragon. Gary jumps on top of the dragon. Humph. I saved your ass. I will take your share of the money. Deidara snorts at Gary. Brat, don't get too full of yourself. I have yet to use my trump card. Both of them stare at Itachi with a worried expression. Itachi. Izumi runs towards him and groups with him. Sorry, Itachi, this guy was too quick to escape. Itachi shakes his head. You don't have to worry. We will take care of them together. Hi. Izumi nods her head and clutches her kunai as she stares at the clay dragon. Gary and Deidara make some hand signs. Explosion release, explosive land mines. Gary creates multiple explosive white orbs as the orbs fly towards the ground and enter it. C2, explosive clay dolls. Deidara slams his palm on the clay dragon. Boop, boop. The clay dragon releases multiple clay constructs that fall on the ground and takes the shape of clay dolls. Sharingan. Itachi and Izumi activate their Sharingan and inspect their surroundings. Izumi, take care of these clay dolls. I will deal with them. Also, beware of the explosive field. There are multiple landmines on the ground. Leave it to me. Izumi nods her head and draws her tanto. Chirp, chirp. She infuses lightning chakra in her tanto and engages with the clay dolls. Lightning release, Senbon Sakura. Itachi makes some hand signs and releases multiple purple lightning senbon at the clay dragon. Boom, boom. The senbon pierces through the dragon and creates multiple holes in its body. TCH. You ruined my art. Deidara clicks his tongue as he stares at Itachi's eyes. Those eyes, they piss me off. Judging my art. Gari dashes towards Itachi and engages in close combat with Itachi. Boom, boom. He releases multiple explosions from his every strike. Itachi evades the attacks as he looks at Izumi from a corner of his eye. Looks like Izumi is almost done with her fight. It's time for me to end it too. Whoosh, whoosh. Itachi rotates his lower body and delivers a roundhouse kick to Gari. Leaf Hurricane. Gari is pushed back by the kick. Oh, looks like you are getting old, you geezer. Deidara taunts Gari. Don't underestimate him. Gari warns Deidara. Too late. Itachi disappears and reappears in front of Gari as he stabs the latter with a kunai. Blurg. Gari pukes out a mouthful of blood as he clutches Itachi. Do it, brat. Deidara makes a ram seal as he yells. C2, centipede. A giant centipede erupts from the ground and envelopes Itachi. Cat. Are you sure you want to blow your friend? Itachi emotionlessly questions him as his eyes change into Mangekyo Sharingan. Whoosh. A strange sensation wells up in Deidara's heart as he clutches his head. He stares at Gari and notices the latter's body enveloped in the clay centipede. Damn it. Gari yells to himself. It's those eyes. Deidara points towards Itachi with shaky hands. Clack. Gari bites his tongue as blood drips from it. I am an elite shinobi. I won't allow you to trample my pride like this. Itachi Uchiha. I will die here, but I will bring you to hell together with me. Blob, blob. Gari's body expands as massive amounts of chakra gathers in his body. Die. Boom. Gari's body explodes violently as a giant pillar of chakra engulfs the group. Izumi. Itachi grabs Izumi as orange flames cover his body. Boom. Boom. The explosion lasts for a while as the giant pillar of light dies down. Whoosh. Itachi dispels his Susanoo as he and Izumi stare at the aftermath of the explosion. They are standing in the middle of a giant crater. The village. Izumi hurriedly jumps out of the crater. It's fine. I redirected the explosion towards the air with my Yata mirror. Izumi nods her head as she turns to Itachi. I am sorry. Itachi. I held you back. Itachi gently pokes her head as he answers her. No, you did a great job. You didn't hold me back at all. I am sure you will grow stronger in the future. Both walk out of the crater as Itachi senses a few chakra signatures. Looks like we have to do some cleanup. At the edge of the shore. Poof. Deidara jumps out from the ground. He dusts his clothes and stands up. Gari is dead. He blew himself up, what a fine ending to a spectacular art. Ugh. Deidara clutches his chest and pukes out a mouthful of blood as the memories before the explosion floods his mind. Those eyes. I despise them. They look down on my art. Chapter 164, 157. Ruin Exploration. Inside Terumi Mansion. Elder Genji holds a report in his hand as he schemes through it. Sigh. Finally, the civil war is over. The era of blood mist is over. He throws the scroll on the table. What about the fourth Mizukage? How should we deal with him? Fuji questions him. About that. Elder Genji rubs his forehead in contemplation. Maybe we should ask for Izuna Uchiha's help after he returns from his trip. Sigh. He sighs and signals to Ao. Ao, the remaining elders of the high-class faction may cause some trouble for us. You know what to do, right? Yes. Genji-sama. Ao bows his head and flickers out from the room. Is it a good idea to deal with them in such a way? Fuji questions Elder Genji. The times have changed. Kiri is not the same as it used to be. The power of Kiri has deteriorated drastically after losing so many powerful clans. Those fools must pay for their crimes. It needs drastic actions to make Kiri great again. Elder Genji clutches his staff tightly. Sigh. Fuji sighs and closes his eyes in contemplation. Elder Genji. What are your thoughts on the proposal of Izuna Uchiha? Should we ally with the Konohagakure? Elder Genji ponders for a while. Kiri still require time to wash its infamy as the bloody mist. The actions of the fourth Mizukage has stained the reputation of Kiri. The economy of the village is in shambles. There aren't many missions available in the village. Elder Genji slowly stands up and walks towards the window as he gazes down on the village. I think it would be great for Kiri if we ally with Konoha, but the terms must be beneficial for Kiri. Sigh. Fuji sighs and walks beside Elder Genji. Elder Genji. I can't lead the Terumi clan any longer. I would like to pass this position to Mei. I want her to lead the village. Fuji shakes his head. That girl, she just ran off with that Izuna Uchiha. I wonder what guy is up to. He turns towards Elder Genji for answers. Izuna Uchiha was interested in the origins of the 7 swords of the mist. I saw no harm in telling him the origin of those swords, as we have already excavated the ruins. If it helps in improving our relationship with a powerful ninja like him, then why not? Elder Genji chuckles slightly as he assures Fuji. Somewhere in the middle of the mist sea. Scree. A giant eagle is soaring through the sky as the sea is covered in mist. Izuna and Mei are seated on the back of the eagle as they look towards the sea. So, why did you follow me? Izuna turns towards Mei and questions her. The ruins of the land of water are a heritage of Kirigakure. I am here to monitor you, so you won't plunder the wealth of Kiri. Mei flashes an enchanting smile. So, you don't trust me? No. I don't. Mei nods her head. That hurts my feelings. Lady Mei. I acted as your bodyguard for almost a year and saved your life multiple times. Humph. I would have been fine on my own. Mei snorts and turns away her head to hide her embarrassment. Anyway, what roused your interest in those old ruins? This. Izuna takes out the glowing sword of Zangetsu from his storage scroll. Zangetsu passed this sword to me during his last moments. He wanted me to uncover the secrets of this sword. So, maybe I could get some answers from those ruins. Mei nods her head in understanding. I never got the chance to inspect this blade properly. Izuna weights the blade in his hand. It's quite heavy for its size. He unwraps the cloth covering the blade. The great sword has a broken blade. He swings the blade a few times. What would I expect? It is a great sword after all. He holds the great sword in one hand and inspects its blade. There are some strange sealing formulas on the blade. I can't recognize these markings at all. I saw Zangetsu unleash a barrage of chakra blades with it. Izuna infuses his chakra in the blade. Shirring. The blade lights up with a cyan glow. Swing, swing. Izuna swings the blade multiple times and releases cyan blades made out of chakra. It's interesting, but not that powerful. He stows away the blade. I can't see a thing with this mist, can you see anything? Mei asks him. Yes. I can everything. You don't have to worry about getting lost in the mist sea. He assures Mei. So, this sea was created during the era of the Rakuta Sannin. Hagoromo Otsutsuki fought against the Ten-Tails and sealed it inside the moon. So, the current mist sea is situated in the missing mass of the earth which created the moon. I wonder when I would be able to reach such scale of power, able to create a planet on whims. Nah. Izuna shakes his head to remove such thoughts. He notices a lone island located in the mist sea. The island is located in between the land of water and the land of silence. We are there. Mei looks around but can't spot any traces of the island. Be careful, the first Mizukage-sama placed many sealing formulas and barrier around this place to prevent any outsider from intruding this heritage site. She warns him. You don't have to worry about me. He jumps down from his eagle summons. Mei follows him. Splash, splash. Both of them land on top of the sea and walks towards the island. Izuna notices a small rock formation at a distance from the island. Lightning release, Chidori Senbon. He throws multiple lightning senbons at the rock formation and destroys it. That rock formation was absorbing chakra from the surroundings, thus creating a genjutsu to hide the island from our sights. My Sharingan allows me to see through genjutsu, so it is useless against me. Mei nods her head and walks towards the island. Swoosh. Izuna quickly pulls her back. Chomp. A giant fish jumps out from the water and bites at her previous position. Be careful, multiple giant sea creatures are lurking around this place. Slash. Izuna slashes the giant fish in half. We don't have to worry about our dinner anymore. Izuna drags the giant fish towards the shore. The rest of the sea creatures disperses after witnessing the death of one of their kind. Mei silently stares at his back. What are you waiting for? Let's explore this island. Izuna turns around and signals her. Yes, yes. Mei hurriedly follows him. Both of them reach the island, and Izuna closes his eyes and enters sage mode. He surveys his surroundings for any hostile creatures. His senses get blocked by an illusory barrier as he tries to sense the middle of the island. Looks like this area is similar to Shikatsu Forest. The center of this island is blocked by a separate space barrier. The surroundings are clear for now, why don't we have our dinner? Bam. Izuna places the giant fish on the ground. Whoop. He creates a giant wind blade and slices the fish. Do you know how to cook? Mei walks towards him. Well, not really, but at least it won't taste awful. Mei gathers some dry wood and creates fire. Izuna grills the fish as he takes out some spices from his storage scroll. An enchanting fragrance wafts out from the cooked fish as it enchants them. Gulp. Mei gulps her saliva as she impatiently stares at the fish. Hurry up. I am quite hungry after that journey. Hi. Hi. Lady Mei, your dinner will be ready soon. Izuna flips the fish as he prepares grilled fish steaks. Humph. Don't call me Lady Mei. Just Mei is fine. I had my fair share of blood during and after the Third Shinobi War. I am not some pampered princess who needs others to take care of her. Mei takes a bite from the steak and eats it. It tastes very good. I have never eaten a dish as delicious as this before. Izuna takes a bite of the steak and his eyes widen in his surprise. This fish meat is infused with nature energy. Maybe I should fish here more often to get these fishes. It won't be much beneficial for me because of my large reserves of chakra, but it would benefit Shisui and the rest of the folks. He continues to enjoy the delicious fish steak. Burp. A loud burp interrupts his thoughts. You didn't hear that, Mei yells at him in embarrassment. Yes. Izuna nods his head. We will explore the island tomorrow, let's make a shelter for tonight. Izuna proposes. He makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Rustle. Rustle. Many wooden logs appear from the ground and form a small house. What? Mei's eyes widen in surprise as she stares at the house. Wood release, it is the legendary wood release. How are you able to use it? Well. I can use every nature transformation Kekkei Genkai. Izuna spits out some lava from his mouth. What? Mei stares at Izuna for a while before shaking her head. I don't know what to say at this point. She enters the house and stares at the mist sea from the window. Whiz. A gentle breeze blows by as it flutters Mei's auburn hair. A silver beam of moonlight enters through the window, illuminating Mei's face. Her smile enchants the night. Beautiful. Izuna silently stares at her as he records this moment in his memories. Chapter 165, 158. Title at the end. Next day. Izuna and Mei walk towards the center of the island. You still have to time reconsider if you want to follow me or not. If you want to return, then I can teleport you to Kirigakure. Once we reach the center of the island I won't be able to teleport you, the space in the center of the island is isolated from the rest of the world. Izuna warns Mei. No need. I will follow you. I can't leave you alone. Mei hurriedly chases after him. Whoosh. Whoosh. Both of them flicker deeper into the forest. Hiss. Izuna hears the hissing of a snake. Stop. He places a hand in front of Mei and stops her from moving forward. What's the matter? Mei frowns and questions him. Look there. Izuna points towards a giant white snake slithering through the forest. What are you pointing at? Mei tilts her head in confusion. All I see is an old lady slowly crawling through this forest. Wait, what is an old lady doing in this forest? Mei raises her guard as she takes a kunai from her holster. Huh. Old lady, all I see is a giant white snake slithering through the forest. Izuna turns towards the giant white snake and watches it slithering through the forest. Wait, it is clearly an old lady, Mei argues with him. I am 100% sure about it. She argues with Izuna. Izuna frowns as he inspects Mei's chakra for signs of any genjutsu. Strange. There is no problem with her chakra, which means she isn't under any genjutsu. Izuna places his hand on Mei's forehead and tries to insert some chakra. Hiss, it's futile. My genjutsu can't be broken this easily. The snakes notice the racket caused by them. It turns its giant head towards Izuna and flickers its fork-like tongue in front of him. Izuna surveys the appearance of the snake. The snake is a giant albino Japanese rat snake. Many yellow circular coils with the yellow band are tied around its body. The snake has a turban with two pointed edges and a red orb on top, along with an orange headdress. There is a large chain with a green orb around her neck. Hiss. The snake hisses at him. Boy, what are you staring at? This place is not meant for strangers like you. You better depart from here. The giant white snake warns him. What if I don't want to? Izuna places his hands in front of his chest. I already warned you once, boy, if you take one more step, you will face consequences for your actions. Hiss. The giant snake hisses at him. One thing I don't want in my life are regrets. As for consequences, I am never afraid of them. Step. Step. Izuna steadily walks deeper into the forest. Boy, my patience has a limit and you already cross it. Now pay for your recklessness. Hiss. The giant snake swings its tails towards Izuna. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, gate of view open. Izuna immediately opens the 6th gate and blocks the attack with his hand. Skid. The force of the tail swings pushes him back. Heavy, that tail swing was so heavy. Izuna successfully blocks the attack and smirks at the giant snake. If this is the best you can do, then don't even bother stopping me in my tracks. He taunts the giant snake. Humph. Some courageous words for a toddler. The snake swings its tail again. Swoosh. Swift release, sonic steps. Izuna dodges the attack. Bam. The tails collide with a nearby hill and shatter it into dust. Whoa. That's some dangerous blow there. Izuna's eyes widen as he stares at the remains of the hill. This snake is dangerous. I have to get serious if I want to fight with him. I don't want to bully him with my Mangekyo or ninjutsu abilities. I don't want to rely much on my Sharingan. I haven't polished my other abilities in a while. Whoosh. Izuna dashes towards the giant snake and clenches his fist. Metal release, black diamond claw. Izuna's hands harden and turn into a black shining claw. Whoosh. Bang. He punches the scales of the snake. Ouch. That's fucking hard. What are those scales made of? Izuna grabs his right hand in pain as he stares at the scales of the snake. They are fucking harder than a black diamond, which is supposed to be the hardest natural existing substance. Ah. The giant snake grunts a little as it angrily stares at Izuna. You pesky insect, how dare you to attack me? You have made me mad now. I will chew you alive. The giant snake closes its eyes. Its body glows with a cyan hue as it swings its tails towards Izuna. Shit, this is nature energy. This snake can use senjutsu. Izuna's expression turns ugly. He quickly absorbs an enormous amount of nature energy from his surroundings. A cyan color cloak with a giant tomo on back and front appears around him. Power release, Azura's robe. Another dark red cloak coats his body as red lightning flickers through his eyes. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, gate of wonder open. He stretches out his hand and punches the tail. Hirudora. Roar. A giant white tiger made out of pure aura leaps out from his punch. The body of the tiger blazes with fire as red wings made of fire appear on his back. Roar. The tiger roars again and slams into the incoming tail. The giant white snake senses danger as various alarms go off in its head. Looks like I have underestimated this kid. Whoosh. The coils around its body untie themselves and ties near the end of the tail, turning the tail into a gigantic drill. Boom. The tail and the white tiger collide with each other. Boom. A gigantic explosion occurs in the middle of the island as white light blinds their vision. Rumble. Rumble. The entire island trembles from the attack as the force of the attack throws Izuna backward. Fuck. I almost forgot about Mei. Whoosh. He teleports mid-air and teleports beside Mei. He grabs her hand. Susanoo, Yata no Kagami. He places down his gigantic dark shield of chakra to block the shock waves. Boom. The force of the collision pushes back the gigantic snake as it rolls a few times before coming to stop. A gigantic dome of air pressure and chakra covers the entire island as it blows away the leaf of multiple trees. Silence, deathly silence haunts the entire island as the sound of the explosion buries down every other noise. The dust and debris settle down to reveal an almost bottomless crater in the middle of the island. So, this is the strength of my most powerful taijutsu technique while I am not holding back. Izuna stares at the giant crater and nods his head. Mei silently stares at Izuna and questions him. Was it really necessary to beat a frail old lady to death using such a powerful technique? Izuna rubs his forehead in frustration as he reveals the truth to her. There is no old lady. It is a giant white snake that has disguised itself as an old lady. I am immune to most of the genjutsu, so it didn't affect me. Okay. Mei nods her head as she recounts her story. What I saw was an old lady crawling through the forest. I saw you having some dispute with the old lady. The old lady raised her stick to smack you and you punched her instead. Sigh. Mei sighs and shakes her head. I never thought you won't even hold back against an old lady. Wait, she is a giant-ass snake. I told you the truth already. Izuna argues with her. Haha. Mei chuckles as she points towards Izuna. I just wanted to see your flustered expression. You always teased me during this period, it's time for some payback. Ahem. A creepy hiss interrupts them. If your lover's quarrel is over, then can we talk about the matter at hand? The giant snake slithers in front of them. Ha. Mei turns her head and notices the giant snake. So, this is the giant snake you were talking about. It's pretty unique. Mei curiously inspects the giant white snake. Ahem. The giant snake clears its throat as it hisses at them. Congratulations. You have cleared the first stage of the trial. You can proceed to the second stage. Huh. Mei and Izuna stare at each other before staring at the giant white snake. What's this all about? I don't want to partake in any trial of yours. It is too bothersome. Just get out of my way. I only wanted to visit some ruins. Izuna waves his hands nonchalantly. No, it won't do. This is the rule of the Ryuchi cave and every visitor must follow this rule. The giant snake hisses at them. Huh. Ryu, what? Wait, a sec. Ryu. Ryuchi cave. Izuna's eyes widen in surprise as he questions the giant snake for confirmation. Yes. Ryuchi cave. The giant snake nods his head in affirmation. 158, Ryuchi cave. Chapter 166, 159. Secret of the Ryuchi cave. Hold on a sec, we are in the Ryuchi cave. Izuna questions the giant snake again. Yes, you are. The giant snake answers in annoyance. Wait. Ryuchi cave. Ryuchi cave, isn't it one of the legendary places alongside Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest? Together these three places are called the unexplored sage regions. One can seek forever for these places but could never find them. I am surprised we could come across this legendary place. Mei excitedly stares at her surroundings. How do you know about it? Izuna questions her. Books, haven't you read any books? I found the information about Ryuchi cave and the other sage region in one of the older books of our clan library. Izuna nods his head in understanding. He turns towards the giant snake and smirks. I wonder what do the white snake sage of the Ryuchi cave seeks with us. There is no way the snake sage would personally pay a visit to the intruder of the Ryuchi cave. What? Snake sage. Mei's eyes widen as she stares at the giant snake. She is the legendary snake sage. The legendary leader of the snakes of the Ryuchi cave. Yes. I am the snake sage of the Ryuchi cave. The white snake nods her head. She turns towards Izuna and questions him. How do you come to know of this fact? Well, as you saw earlier. I am a sage myself, so with my heightened senses, I can sense the presence of another sage. Izuna states as it a matter of fact. Figures, but I have never seen such a unique sage mode. If my guess is correct, then you didn't learn it in Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest. The white snake sage asks him. No. I leaned my sage mode in Shikatsu Forest, but I figured out the secrets of my sage mode on my own. Then later, I learned the necessary taijutsu techniques from Mount Myaboku. Izuna reveals to her. The giant snake lowers her head and flickers out its tongue near Izuna. This stench, it is the stench of those stinky toads and slugs. Hiss. I can't stand their presence. The snake sage lifts her head and shakes it furiously. So, what's the meaning of this surprise attack and what's with that trial? Izuna crosses his hands around his chest as he questions the snake sage. Very well, follow me. The snake sage slithers deeper into the forest. Izuna follows after her. Mei hurriedly chases them. While walking through the forest, the snake sage lifts her head and explains. It was almost millennia ago, when Ryuchi cave came into existence. It was an era before the era of Rakuto-sanin. Together with the Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi cave, the great traveler found three sage regions. He gave spiritual wisdom to our ancestors and revealed the secrets of the senjutsu to them. With his downfall, his possessions were distributed among the three sage regions as he spilt them accordingly. The snake sage slithers as it lifts her head and looks at Izuna and Mei. I am aware of that. Izuna nods his head. I came to know of this from the toads of Mount Myaboku. He reveals to her. The Sage of Six Paths was real. He wasn't a myth. Mei's eyes widen from this revelation. Girl. He was very much a living person like you and me. It is just that with time most of the knowledge regarding him disappeared from the face of the shinobi world. It is almost like someone rewrote the entire history and made him a myth instead of a real person. We sages aren't allowed to interfere with the mortal world of shinobi according to the contract. Only chosen few could spark our interest. The snake sage turns towards Izuna. Oh. Is that so, then what's the contract? Mei asks her. That's a secret. It can't be revealed to anyone. The snake sage slithers away. So where were we? Yes, about that great traveler's possession. He sealed away his fuinjutsu knowledge in Shikatsu Forest, his techniques into the Mount Myaboku and last but not the least, his weapons inside the Ryuchi cave. The snake sage reveals the truth to them. When the chosen person steps into the Ryuchi cave, a trial to claim his weapon will start and it can't interfere unless either the chosen person dies or he completes the trial. The sage snake points towards the sky. Izuna and Mei raise their head. A thin red barrier appears in their vision. A frown appears on Izuna's face. He stretches his hand and infuses chakra into his palm. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Izuna creates a giant Rasen Shuriken and throws it towards the barrier. Bam. The Rasen Shuriken slams into the barrier and disperses. Humph. I am not done yet. Izuna creates a shadow clone. The shadow clone and Izuna stretch out their hand as he forms another Raisnon. Dust release, molecular disintegration Raisnon. A small white orb appears in his hand. The orb swirls inwardly as it disintegrates everything around itself. Ha! Izuna throws the Raisnon at the barrier. Boom. The Raisnon collides with the barrier and creates a tiny hole the size of a pea in the barrier. What? The eyes of the snake sage widen in surprise. Whoosh. The barrier repairs itself. Izuna raises his hands in surrender. That was my strongest ninjutsu. I guess, this barrier is unbreakable. Let's go and complete the trial. Ahem. The snake sage clears her throat to hide her surprise. Very well, let's go deeper into the Ryuchi cave. What you just saw was only the surface of the Ryuchi cave. The real Ryuchi cave is underground. The group reaches deeper inside the forest. A giant tree with large roots spread out through the island appears in front of them. Slam. The snake sage slams her tail on one root. Whoosh, whoosh. The trunk of the tree opens to reveal a cave. The snake sage crawls into the opening. Izuna and Mei follow after her. They continue deeper underground as various pathways and cave openings appear underground. Ryuchi Cave is like a giant maze. If you aren't a resident of the Ryuchi Cave, then you would be forever trapped inside this maze. The snake sage warns them. Another large opening appears in front of them. There is a giant pool of water in front of them. Splash. The snake sage dives into the water. Shall we dive in? Mei hesitates for a while. Let's go. I will protect you if any danger befalls us. Izuna reassures her. I can take care of myself. Humph. Mei snorts as a blush appears on her face. Splash. She immediately jumps into the water to hide her embarrassment. Izuna follows after her. Ha. Various water bubbles appear in his vision. Izuna inspects the bubbles with his Sharingan. They are not bubbles, but portals, to be exact space tunnels. They are linked to multiple places throughout the shinobi world. Izuna curiously inspects them. So, this is how these summon quickly travel through space and arrive to assist their summoner. Izuna follows after the snake sage and catches up with Mei. Humph. Mei snorts and turns away. What did I do? Izuna cluelessly stares at her. Anyway, there are other things to prioritize now. Splash. The sage snake dives out of the water. The group appears in a cavern with a pedestal in its center. The snake sage turns towards Izuna and Mei. Your first trial was to fight against me. The second trial would be much harder, so get ready to face it. Izuna nods his head. I am ready. Just throw it my way. Very well. The snake sage takes out a coil from her body and places it on the pedestal. Many sealing formulas appear around the pedestal and creates a portal on top of the pedestal. Space sealing technique. Izuna curiously inspects the giant portal. He turns towards Mei. This is my journey. Wait for me. Swoosh. He jumps into the portal and disappears from their sight. Humph. Who cares about you? Mei mumbles to herself as a slight blush appears on her face. Father wants me to marry a suitable person. Izuna's face appears in her vision. He doesn't look much different from his disguise. He looks cooler and manly in his original appearance. If it's him, then. No. No. What am I thinking about? I have to ask him to heal father after his return. Mei shakes her head and stares at the portal. Ahem. You know I am still here. The snake sage teases her. You are just an old hag, what do you know? Humph. Mei snorts at the snake sage. Chapter 167, 160. Sin of Lust. Whoosh. Izuna disappears in the portal. He appears in a separate, isolated space. This space is similar to Kamui's dimension. There are multiple rectangular prisms pedestal scattered throughout the space. Izuna walks towards the center of the room. What kind of trial was that snake sage talking about? He presses his hand on the pedestal and waits for the trial to start. After waiting for a while, nothing particular happens. I guess, there must be some another way to start this trial. Izuna fumbles around the various prisms to look for any clues. These prisms are arranged according to a fuinjutsu formation. Izuna rubs his chin in contemplation as he tries to remember the ceiling formation. I got it, it is a ceiling formation from one of those scrolls in Shikatsu Forest. Izuna places his hands on the prism rectangles and arranges them according to the ceiling formation from his memories. Rumble. Rumble. The large rectangular platform trembles, and the center pedestal rises in the air. Izuna walks towards the pedestal and inspects it for a while. There are some fuinjutsu seals carved all around the pedestal. So, what's next? What am I supposed to do next? Izuna curiously studies the seal as he tries to decipher them. He notices a giant tomo on the center of the fuinjutsu seal. This looks familiar. He places his hand on the giant tomo. Wait, it looks familiar to my senjutsu cloak. Maybe I should try using Sage Mode. After all, this person was the one who introduced the Sage Mode. Izuna closes his eyes and enters Sage Mode. He infuses nature energy into the tomo. Whoosh. The fuinjutsu seal lit up and rearranges itself into recognizable words. Only the worthy capable of harnessing the power of nature and elements to their truest form shall claim this legacy. Well, I can use all the known elements, so just give it to me. Don't bother wasting my time. He infuses his chakra into the seal. The seal absorbs his chakra, and the glowing words fade away, opening a compartment in the pedestal. Swoosh. The sin seal heats up, and the grimoire appears in front of him. What's going on? Don't tell there is another sin I hear. Izuna notices many fuinjutsu chains binding a box. Swish, swish. The chains shatter, and the box floats in front of him. Every being has a sin bound to their soul. It takes a lot of self-knowledge to find the sin that is bounded to you because we all carry every sin deep within us. No being can remain untainted by sin. But you are also not a sinner when you prolong these. It is only a sin if you take it too far, and it defiles the soul. If you come to be corrupted by your sin, your soul will be drenched and marked as a sinner. These words echo through the isolated space as Izuna holds the box in his hand. Sins, if I have to sin against humanity to protect my loved ones, then I am ready to become the very epitome of a sinner. He grabs the box and rips apart the layer of seals on top of the box. Whoosh. Pink light glows from the box as a sin eye floats out of the box. The sin eye is shaped into a heart with two pointed spikes jutting out from the corners. Whoosh, whoosh. The pages of the grimoire flips open as the previous two eyes float out from it. Bzzzt. Pink lightning crackles from the sin eye as it attaches to the grimoire. Sin of lust. The feeble bonds of the heart shatter into mere fragments. Lust is an eternal part of humanity, be it lust for power, lust for knowledge, or lust for other beings. No being remains untainted by lust. Whoosh. The sin eyes fuse with the grimoire, and another eye appears on the grimoire. Swoosh. Dark orange-black markings crawl from the sin seals as various totems spread all over Izuna's body. The markings travel towards Izuna's right eye and fuse with it, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 limbo shadow of Izuna crawls out from the border prison world as they rip apart the shadows and treads into reality. Shum. 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 The sin eyes fuse with the limbos, and an eye opens up on their chest. The limbo shadow with the sin eye of lust opens its eyes and mumbles some incoherent words. What? Limbo shadows can talk. Izuna is flustered by this incoherent mumbling as he listens to the shadow. Don't fail again. These words fell in his ears as the limbo shadow disappears from reality. What was that? How come a limbo shadow can talk? Izuna stares at the shadows for a while. And, what does it mean by don't fail again? Izuna mumbles to himself as a deep frown appears on his face. Izuna shakes his head and looks around for an exit. I have to get stronger, stronger than anybody. Then only would I be able to live my life according to my rules. He notices a space teleportation formula near the pedestal. Whoosh. He activates the teleportation formula and disappears from the small dimension. Whoosh. He reappears in front of Mei and the Snake Sage. How was it? Did you find anything? Mei questions him. Yes, and no. Izuna shakes his head and turns towards the Snake Sage. I have a few questions to ask from you. Very well, go ahead, since you have completed the trial, you are a member of the Ryuchi Cave now. The Snake Sage nods his head. Then can you tell me more about the Ryuchi Cave? I wanted to hear the incident during the Rikudo Sannin era. Izuna asks her. During that era, the Ryuchi Cave isolated itself from the rest of the world. We had a small dispute with Mount Mayaboku. The Ryuchi cave followed the orders of the Great Traveler to not interfere with the human world, but the Toad Sage interacted with a human and taught him the art of the senjutsu, thus breaking the rules of the contract. Izuna nods his head in approval. Rikudo-sanin and Ten Tails fought against each other. Their battle devastated the earth, changing the terrain of the planet. Rikudo-sanin sealed the Ten Tails inside the moon. The Ryuchi cave remained unharmed thanks to the barrier created by the Great Traveler. The Snake Sage points towards the red barrier enveloping the entire island. Hey! I have a question too. Mei interrupts them. Go ahead. The Snake Sage waves her tail. What happened to the ruins of the Kiri? Where are they? They are supposed to be the secret heritage of the Kirigakure. Mei questions the Snake Sage. Oh. There is no heritage. About a few decades ago, some humans chanced on the location of Ryuchi Cave and entered into the weapon storage of the Ryuchi Cave. They just took some failed products with them and left the Ryuchi Cave. Snake Sage waves her tail. Great Traveler crafted many weapons, and the ones stolen by your Kiri people were failed products. They are incomplete according to the Great Traveler. Mei silently stares at the Snake Sage. Failed products, so the famous 7 mist swords of Kirigakure are defective products. No. I won't reveal this to anyone. She shakes her head. The Snake Sage turns towards Izuna. You have already mastered the senjutsu, so there is nothing that I could teach you. If you are interested, I would teach you the secret art of genjutsu pass through the Ryuchi cave. It was one of the techniques created by the Great Traveler. Izuna ponders for a while before nodding his head. I have some strong genjutsu techniques like Tsukumi and Koto Emetsukumi. But genjutsu only serves as deference during a battle, it doesn't have any killing potential. Maybe I could learn something interesting from them, their genjutsu technique seems unique. I will take you on that offer. But for now, I have some urgent matters to take care of. He turns towards Mei. Are you ready? Yes. Mei clutches her fist. Whoosh. He places a hand on Mei's shoulder and teleports from the Ryuchi cave. The Snake Sage looks at the space and then towards the barrier. I wonder what miracles would this kid create. I can see countless intangible threads of destiny tied around him. The destiny of many people is centered around him. Whoosh. Both of them appear inside the Terumi clan. Mei hurriedly runs towards her father. Father. You would be cured soon. Chapter 168, 161. Return to Konoha. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Inside a hidden cave in Ryuchi Cave. Izuna is sitting on a pedestal with his eyes closed. He makes some hand signs. Nightmare release. Izuna claps his hands together. Whoosh. He releases a black mist from his hand. The black mist slowly travels through the entire cave and engulfs the area. Now I have to search for a test subject. That snobbish snake would do. Izuna directs the black mist towards the biggest cave in Ryuchi Caves. The black mist seeps into the ground and travels beneath it. Whoosh. A giant purple snake with black rings running down its body lies inside the cave with its eyes closed. Hiss. The snake is flickering its tongue in and out as it is deep in sleep. Izuna monitors the giant snake from a distance as he controls the black mist. Inhale it is the fear of death which you are inhaling. Sniff. The nostrils of the snake twitch as it inhales the black mist. Now let me see what kind of nightmares are you facing. Izuna activates his Sharingan and makes some more hand signs. Whoosh. He appears inside the mindscape of the giant snake. So, this is the mindscape of this snobbish bastard. The giant snake is lazily resting on a giant floating island in its mindscape with its eyes closed. Many other little snakes of the Ryuchi cave are bowing down in front of it as it lazily stretches its body. Izuna notices the great snake sage serving the giant purple snake in submission. Oh. He has quite the ambition. The snake turns its body around as the rest of the small snake polishes its body. Ah. This is quite good. This is the kind of life I should live as the boss summons of the Ryuchi cave. The snake raises his head and looks sideways. Hey, you, servant, scratch the itch on my back. Whoosh. A figure of Izuna appears beside Manda. Yes, boss. The Izuna in the snake's dream nods his head and climbs on top of the snake and scratches his back. This bastard looks like he requires a beating rather than a massage. Crackle, crackle. Izuna cracks his knuckles. Time to test the genuine power of this Keki Aitoda. Whoosh. Izuna makes some hand signs. Whoosh. He disappears and reappears in place of his double. Bam, bam. He punches the back of the giant purple snake. You want me to scratch the itch on your back, don't you? Bam. he continues to punch the back of the snake. Arg. The snake screeches in pain before it passes out. Whoosh. Izuna disappears from the mindscape as he opens his eyes in the real world. He stares at the giant cave in front of him. It's a success. He nods his head in satisfaction. An extremely battered and bruised snake is lying in front of him. There are various punch marks on its back as the snake squeals in pain. So, this is the power of nightmare release. It is quite useless in a proper battle, but it would be useful in various other circumstances. It is an extreme form of genjutsu capable of manipulating the dreams of any person you would like to. It would reflect any sort of damage dealt by the person in the real world. Though, it seems to be weaker compared to the ultimate genjutsu of the Kurama clan, but unlike the Kurama clan's genjutsu, it doesn't have a limitation. Nightmare release is a manipulation of wind release, yin release, and yang release paired with the genjutsu techniques of the Ryuchi cave. This genjutsu can travel through the wind, so it has no limitation on its range and the number of people it can affect. He stares at the battered body of the giant purple snake and walks towards him. Oh. Manda, how you have been doing? Manda weakly lifts his massive head and stares at Izuna with a vicious expression. Bastard. Was it you who did this to me? I will eat you alive. Manda opens its mouth and bites at Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna avoids the bite and pats Manda's head. You know what, not even your master Orochimaru can do anything to me, much less you. So, stop dreaming of the impossible. Izuna walks away from the cave. Well, in my first few months here, this snobbish snake pestered me with human sacrifices as payment for learning in the Ryuchi cave. I am not Orochimaru who will listen to his every demand. Izuna shakes his head and approaches the center of the Ryuchi cave. It has been a while since I last saw the progress of Kimimaro. When I brought him a year ago, the snake sage immediately grabbed him and walked away. Since then, he has been learning senjutsu under her. I must check his progress. It is difficult to master senjutsu. Knock. Knock. Izuna knocks at the entrance of the cave. Come in. Izuna enters the cave and notices the white snake sage. The white snake sage is coiled around a giant seat with some fuinjutsu scrolls dangling behind her. So, how is he? Izuna questions her. There. She points her tails towards a pool filled with green liquid in the center of the cave. Izuna frowns as he notices the green liquid. Poison. He turns towards the white snake sage and questions her. What's the meaning of this? This amount of poison is enough to kill 100 shinobis. The white snake sage nods her head. Indeed, if it is an ordinary shinobi, then he would have died long ago, but this boy has a special body. He has inherited the genes of the Sage of Six Paths, just like you. Now look closely at the poison. Izuna turns towards the pool and scrutinizes the poison. He notices a stream of nature energy coursing through the poison. Nature energy is then slowly transferred to Kimamaro's body. The white snake sage reveals her fangs to Izuna. Nature energy has no elemental nature, it changes itself according to the user's will. I store nature energy as a potent poison in my fangs. I inject the people who seek me out to learn the secrets of senjutsu with my poison. If they have a strong will and affinity for senjutsu, then their body will absorb the nature energy and will secrete out the poison. But if the afflicted person has no affinity, then he will transform into a snake as the nature energy has some of my will stored within it. Slick. The white snake sage flickers out her tongue. Then, they can only act as a nutrition for my old bones. Very well. Izuna nods his head. This boy will take a while to learn the snake senjutsu. He might have a high affinity for the senjutsu, but it is only a fraction of your talent in senjutsu. He doesn't even have enough talent to compete with that Tsunade girl from the Shikatsu forest. The snake sage swings her tail. Since this is the case, I will leave him in your care. I have some matters to attend in Konoha. Izuna walks out of the cave. Whoosh. He teleports from the Ryuchi cave and reappears in Konoha above the Hokage monument. He stares down at the village as he gazes towards the academy. Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun, both of you are so strong. A bunch of kids surround Naruto and Sasuke and cheers them. I am not that good. Databio. Naruto scratches the back of his head as he laughs awkwardly. It is nothing special. Sasuke places his hands in his pocket and walks away. Cool, so cool. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Many fangirls chase after him. Humph. Naruto snorts and kicks a pebble. Naruto-kun, you were wonderful. A purple-haired girl with white eyes passes a bottle of transparent liquid to Naruto. Naruto grabs the bottle and chugs it down. Gulp, gulp. Thank you. Hinata. I was feeling thirsty just now. Nah. Naruto-kun, that wasn't meant for drinking. It was a medicine for applying to your body. You had a spar earlier, so I thought you need some medicine. Hinata flusters as she speaks. Growl. Naruto's stomach growls as he catches his stomach and runs towards the bathroom. Out of my way, it is an emergency. Haha. Izuna chuckles as he stares at Naruto, searching for a bathroom. Swoosh. He flickers in front of Hinata. Hinata notices him. Izuna-ni-san. Naruto-kun would be fine, right? He drank the medicine meant for external wounds. Hinata has a worried expression on his face. Don't worry, he would be fine. Izuna shakes his head and pats her head. Hinata, you have to train harder, if you want to catch up with Naruto. Yes. I will do my best. Hinata resolutely clenches her fist. Well, see you later. Izuna flickers towards the Uchiha clan. He enters the Uchiha compound and walks towards his house. He reaches the entrance of his house and opens the front door. Whoosh. A small agile figure jumps on him and hugs him. Oni-san. I missed you a lot. Izuna catches the little figure and pats her head. I missed you too. Ayaka. Chapter 169, 162. Light in the shadow. I missed you too, Ayaka. Izuna hugs her and pats her head. Era. Izuna-kun, you are back. Aiko walks from the kitchen. I am back, mother. He walks inside the house with Ayaka clinging to him. Oni-san, play with me. Ayaka drags him to the backyard. Izuna helplessly shakes his head and follows her. Look, Oni-san. Ayaka takes out a toy shuriken from her pocket and throws it towards a target. Swoosh. The shuriken hits the target right in the center. Wow. Izuna claps his hands in praise. Hee hee. I am awesome, right, Oni-san? Ayaka folds her small hands and raises her head high in pride. Yes, my Ayaka is awesome. Izuna cheers her. Hee hee, it is nothing. I can do much more. Izuna pats her head. Yes. Ayaka is the strongest. Izuna tosses her up in the air and catches her. Hee hee. It's so fun. Oni-san. Ayaka giggles in happiness. Nah. Nisan. Shursue and Itachi Nisan told me, you are the strongest ninja of the village. Ayaka also wants to be strong like Oni-san. So teach Ayaka some jutsu. Ayaka, you are only 3 years old now. You haven't unlocked your chakra yet. So, I can't teach any ninjutsu to you. Wait for a year and I will teach you many cool new jutsus. No. I want to learn them now. Ayaka pleads with her puppy eyes. Ah, so cute. Izuna's heart melts from her expression. Sigh. Okay, then. I will help you unlock your chakra and I will teach you the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Yay. Oni-san is so awesome. Ayaka jumps on the ground and dances in happiness. Sigh. Izuna shakes his head and stops her. Okay, sit still. I will unlock your chakra. Ayaka silently sits on the ground and closes her eyes. After a few minutes, Izuna takes out a chakra paper from his pocket and passes it to Ayaka. Okay, now let's see your chakra nature. Try to infuse your chakra in this chakra paper. Okay. Ayaka nods her head and infuses some chakra in the paper. Whoosh. The paper slits into 4 parts. One part of the paper catches fire and turns into ashes, the second part gets soaked with water, the third part crumbles with many creases and the last part crumbles into dust. Whoa, that's so amazing. Ayaka claps her hand. Shock appears on Izuna's face as he stares at the paper with wide eyes. Ayaka notices his expression and asks him. What's the matter? Oni-san. What happened? Did Ayaka did something wrong? Ayaka's eyes turn teary. No. Nothing is wrong. Instead Ayaka did very well. Izuna calms her down. Incredible. I never expected Ayaka to be born with all elemental chakra affinities and her chakra reserves are quite high for an Uchiha, almost rivaling that of an Uzumaki. Looks like, another genius is born in the Uchiha clan. A smile appears on Izuna's face as he pats Ayaka's head. Ayaka, you are a genius. Hoo-hoo, yes, I am. Ayaka puts her tiny hands around her head and proudly raises her head. One day, I will become as strong as Oni-san. Hi, now let me teach you your first jutsu. Izuna lifts her and places her on his back as he flickers towards the Uchiha lake. He places her down and walks towards the lake. I will teach you the signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Izuna slowly makes some hand signs and spews out a giant fireball from his mouth to demonstrate the technique. Did you get it? He turns towards Ayaka and asks her. Yes, now it's my turn. Ayaka walks in front of the lake. She makes some hand signs according to her memory. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. She spews out a gigantic fireball which vaporizes the entire lake. I did it. Ayaka clenches her fist as she raises them in the air. Whoosh. Her vision turns blurry as her head spins. Izuna instantly catches her and creates a bed for her from wood style. This silly girl. She used up all of her chakras in that last jutsu. Looks like I have to teach chakra control to her first. Izuna gently caresses Ayaka's face as he infuses some nature energy to rejuvenate her. She did it on her first try. Her talent and potential are on par with Itachi, perhaps even greater. I bet she will be as strong as grandfather in the future. Izuna shakes his head and carries her over to their house. Inside the Hokage office. Izuna stands in front of the Hiruzen as he passes a scroll to him. The fourth Mizukage of the Kiri was being manipulated by the very same person who caused the Ninetales incident in Konoha. He is a hidden member of Akatsuki and their aim is world dominance. The group wants to create true peace in the shinobi world by destroying all the hidden villages. Izuna reveals the facts to Hiruzen. Sigh. Hiruzen rubs his forehead in contemplation as he reads the report. Konoha signed a peace treaty with the Kirigakure, as the rest of hidden villages didn't like the idea of an alliance. But it is fine this way too, at least there won't be an unnecessary war in the future. Hiruzen rolls up the scroll and places it on his table. As for the masked men whom you talked about, I can only ask you to monitor them. Jiraiya is keeping tabs on Orochimaru so he doesn't have a chance to look after other affairs. Sigh. Hiruzen sighs again. Old man, today I will beat you up for sure. A short spiky brown hair kid with blue eyes and blush marks on his cheeks opens the door and jumps towards Hiruzen. Izuna stares at the kid for a sec before ignoring him completely. Ha. The kid runs towards Hiruzen before tripping on the floor and hitting his head on the floor. Wah. The kid cries as he held his head. Sigh. Konohamaru. I am busy with work right now. I will play with you later. Hiruzen rubs his forehead. No. I want to play now. The kid throws a tantrum. Creak. The door of the office opens and a female Umbu enters the room. She grabs Konohamaru and apologizes to Hiruzen. I am sorry for bothering you. Hokage-sama. It's fine. Hiruzen waves his hand in dismissal. The Umbu drags Konohamaru out of the room by his ear. Ouch, ouch. That hurts. Mom. Konohamaru yells in pain. Izuna silently stares at their interaction as he remarks. It's time for you to step down from your position as the Hokage. 4 years have passed since that incident, the village has stabilized by now, and I am sure, you are also tired of the position. Sigh. Hiruzen sighs again. Were you able to convince Tsunade? Yes, she is ready to become the 5th Hokage. I have talked with her. I will fetch her soon. Hiruzen nods his head. The old age has caught up to me. I am not as capable as I was in my younger days. It's time to pass the will of fire to the new generation. Why don't you become the next Hokage instead of Tsunade? Hiruzen questions Izuna. That won't do. Izuna shakes his head. The Hokage position is such a drag. I won't get enough time for my training. You sound like Shikaku Nara. Fair enough, then fetch Tsunade and I will hold a meeting with the daimyo and the elder council and will retire from the position. Hiruzen removes the Hokage's hat from his head and places it on the table. Very well, I will fetch Tsunade. Shum. Izuna's body disperses into countless particles of light as he disappears from his place. Hiruzen takes out the crystal ball from his drawer as he stares at it with a conflicted gaze. Looks like, this is the end of our long relationship. Sigh. He stows away the crystal ball and walks out of the Hokage office. In an underground hideout just outside the Konoha. Izuna calmly stands in the center as a figure bows in front of him. What should I do next, leader? The figure asks him. Pride, you are the first member of the Shadow Group. Other members will soon join us in the future. But for now, you have only one task, search for the traces of an organization called Kara. Don't reveal yourself to them under any circumstance. No matter what it is. You just have to search for their traces. Don't engage with any of the members of this organization. Yes. Leader. The Pride nods his head as he flickers out from the hideout. Yagura Karatachi, now called Pride, is the first member of the Shadow Group. Izuna stares at Pride's back and makes amendments to his plan. My organization would have 2 branches, the light and the shadow, or the virtue and the sin. The members of the light group will work in the light of the shinobi world, whereas the shadow group will stay hidden from sights like a shadow, as they will lurk in the darkness of this world. Snap. Izuna snaps his finger as the Sin Grimoire floats in front of him. I can trust the members of the light group since they are a part of my family and friends, but the same can't be said about the shadow group. Whoosh. The pages of the grimoire flips open as a seal appears on one of the pages. Chapter 170, 163. Yan Kurama. Yo. Naruto. Izuna pats Naruto's shoulder as he appears in front of the academy. Who is there? Naruto jumps back as Izuna suddenly appears in front of him. Oh. It is Izuna Nisan. Databio. Naruto scratches his head. Naruto. Come with me. We will meet with Tsunade. Yeah. Tsunade Ba-san. I want to meet with her. I haven't seen her in a while. Naruto jumps excitedly. Okay, then let's go. I will train you in a new jutsu while we are at it. New jutsu. Databio. Izuna grabs Naruto and flickers towards his house. Get your things ready. We will depart shortly. Naruto enters his house and prepares his luggage. Izuna stares at the house as he watches the lonely figure of Naruto. Just wait a little longer. Naruto. You will meet your parents soon. After waiting for around 15 minutes. Naruto walks out of the house with a small bag tied around his back. Izuna shakes his head and gives a scroll to Naruto. Naruto, use this instead. Try to put your stuff in this storage scroll. But Nisan. I have never done it before. Naruto takes the scroll and looks at it curiously. Okay, then watch me perform the hand signs. Izuna makes some hand signs. Enclosing technique. He seals the luggage into the scroll. Okay, try it now. Yes. Nisan. Naruto takes the scroll and slowly makes the hand signs. Naruto is technically the prince of the Uzumaki clan. So, he must have a high affinity for Fuinjutsu, but no one taught him any sealing technique in the original, not even Jiraiya bothered to teach him any Fuinjutsu techniques. Let me see if Naruto has any talent for Fuinjutsu. Ha! Naruto completes the hand signs and slams his palm on the scroll. Whoosh! He releases some chakra from his palm, but nothing happens. As expected, his chakra control is terrible because of the interference of the Nine Tails. Maybe it is time for him to meet with the Nine Tails. Nine Tails will give him a huge power boost and he could catch up with Sasuke. Sasuke has already mastered his Sharingan to 3 tomos with the training of Itachi and Sasuke. I failed. Nisan. Naruto dejectedly hangs his head. Don't worry. Naruto. I will teach you. Izuna signals him to come closer. Izuna activates his Sharingan and places his hand on Naruto's forehead. Whoosh! Izuna and Naruto appear inside an underground complex with many pipes running along with the ceiling and hallways. The area is flooded with a shallow layer of water. Wow! Naruto opens his eyes and curiously looks around. Wow, where are we, Nisan? This place is so weird. Naruto walks towards a pipe and kicks it. Ouch! He clutches his stomach and winces in pain. Why is it hurting my stomach? Izuna chuckles and points towards Naruto's stomach. Check for yourself. Naruto slowly stares at his stomach and notices a hole in it. Wah, what is this? Nisan. I am dying, Nisan, there is a hole in my stomach. I haven't even become the Hokage, Nisan. Naruto freaks out and hugs Izuna's arm. Haha. Izuna laughs for a while before he pats Naruto's head. Calm down, Naruto. Nothing is going to happen to you. Izuna calms him down. Roar. A roar interrupts them. Naruto, let's go and check that out. Both of them walk deeper into the complex. I will let Naruto face off against Nine Tails. I just can't miss that first encounter. Whoosh. Izuna turns invisible as he follows Naruto. Hey, Nisan, what do you think is inside this place? Naruto questions Izuna as he walks deeper. Roar. Another roar interrupts his thoughts. Naruto dashes in the roar's direction, and an enormous cage appears in his vision. Roar. He notices the huge fox prisoned inside the cage. It's huge. Naruto's eyes widen as he notices the size of the Nine Tails. Kid, come closer. The Nine Tails growls at him. Ha. He walks towards the giant cage. Swish. Nine Tails swipes his claw at Naruto. Whoosh. Naruto performs a backflip and avoids the attack. Hey, what was that? Do you want to fight? Then I will beat you up. Naruto makes a shadow clone. Raise none. He makes a raise-non and throws it towards the Ninetales. Swish. Ninetales flicks the raise-non with his claw. Kid, you have guts to attack me like that. Whoosh. Red chakra seeps out from the prison and engulfs Naruto. Ah. The chakra chokes Naruto. Arg. Nissan, help me. Naruto struggles to breathe as he asks for help. Swish. Izuna swipes his hand and disperses the chakra. Wah, what? Ninetales' eyes widen in surprise as it stares at Izuna with disbelief. Inside the Sin Grimoire. The Yin half of Kurama slowly opens his eyes and stares at his Yang half. Well, he can't sense my presence. But I want to see him getting his ass kicked by Izuna. Minato and Kushina silently stare at the Yin half of Kurama. He is a part of you, you know. Kushina asks him. He is, but I suffered a beating from Izuna and I want him to feel my suffering. Minato shakes his head and curiously looks at their interaction. Kushina, both of us sealed our chakra inside the seal. But I guess our worries were unfounded with Izuna around. Yes, Izuna-kun is such a good brother. Kushina nods her head. You are, how come you are here? Ninetales growls at Izuna as he questions him. Izuna reveals his Sharingan to Ninetales as he walks inside the cage. Those eyes, they are the same as Madara Uchiha. Ninetales recognized the Chokutomo pattern of Izuna's Sharingan. Ninetales, or should I say Kurama? You have some guts for trying to lure Naruto near the cage and attack him in front of me. Bam. Izuna clutches his fist and punches the Ninetales. Whoosh. Ninetales fly through the cage and hits the other end. Behave. Bam. He punches the Ninetales again. Growl. Ninetales growls again and charges up a tailed beast bomb. Bam. Izuna teleports on top of Ninetales and punches it again. Bam. Growl. You bastard. Ninetales growls at him as Izuna presses him down. How do you know my name? Kurama questions him as it is pressed against the floor. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of the prison as he talks with Naruto. Nissan, is that the Ninetales? What is it doing here? Where are we exactly? He bombards Izuna with a flurry of questions. Calm down, Naruto. I will answer all of your questions. Izuna calms him down. First of all, we are inside your mindscape. Mindscape, what is that? Naruto scratches his head in confusion. Sigh. Izuna sighs and explains to him. Naruto. A mindscape is a subconscious plane that can be accessed by a person if the person is a Jinchuruki or if he is a sage. In your case Naruto, you are a Jinchuruki, or to be exact, the Ninetales is sealed inside your body. Izuna reveals the information to him. I think it is about time to tell Naruto about some facts, so it will prepare him in the future. Ninetales. So that's why the villagers called me the Demon Fox. It dawns on Naruto as he stares at the prison. So, the Ninetales is living inside my body. Naruto turns to Izuna. Well, kind of, Izuna nods his head. Naruto walks towards the prison and kicks the gate. Hey you. I am letting you live inside my body. You owe me some rent. Naruto points at Ninetales. Izuna and Ninetales silently stare at Naruto's stupid remark. Well, he is kind of correct. So, Ninetales, why don't you pay him some rent? Humph. Ninetales snorts at Izuna and passes some of its chakras to Naruto. Brat, take this and get away from my sight. Whoosh. The chakra cloaks Naruto's body as he closes his eyes. Huh. Naruto opens his eyes and looks at himself in the real world. There is an orange chakra cloak around his body with one tail. Somehow. I feel quite strong. Whoosh. Naruto flickers towards a boulder and punches it. Bam. The boulder shatters into countless fragments. Strong. I am feeling powerful. He turns to Izuna and yells. Hey Nissan, fight me. I think I can beat you now. Izuna silently nods his head. Go on and try it. Whoosh. Naruto disappears and reappears in front of Izuna. Slow, he is very slow. Izuna yawns lazily. Bam. He karate chops Naruto on the ground. Whoosh. The chakra cloak disperses and Naruto clutches his head. Ah, that hurts Nissan. Naruto, remember this. This power is not your own, it is a power you borrowed from the Ninetales. If you want to use it properly, then you would have to train your body first. Your body can only bear the burden of one tails anymore, and you will suffer serious injuries. Also, don't use this power recklessly. Use it only when you are in a life and death situation. Izuna warns him. Yes, Nissan. I will keep that in mind. Good. Izuna nods his head. I want Naruto to figure out his ninja way on his own. If I interfered too much with his growth, then he won't be the same Naruto he would be in the future. He would have to settle things with the Nine Tails on his own. Okay, Naruto, let's get going. Izuna claps his hands to get Naruto's attention. Time to go. Both of them walk outside the village. Chapter 171, 164. After meal exercise. Naruto, let's go. Izuna and Naruto flickers out from Konoha. Naruto, we will start with your taijutsu training. Izuna throws a seal towards Naruto. Swish, swish. The seal attaches to Naruto's leg and hands. Izuna makes a one-hand sign to activate the seal. Whoosh. The seal glows for a while before disappearing. Huh, what's this? Naruto's speed decreases instantly as he trips on his foot. What did you do? Nisan. It is so hard to move now. I feel like something heavy is pressing me down on the ground. Naruto places his palms on the ground and stands slowly. He walks for a while before staggering again. Naruto. I have placed a gravity seal on your body. This way, you could train your body more efficiently. Izuna removes his bracers and sandals and shows his seals to Naruto. Look. Naruto, even I have been using those seals. No, this is so hard. Naruto complains. Sigh. Izuna sighs at Naruto. Naruto, if you can use one-tail cloak of nine tails without tiring yourself out, then I will teach this new jutsu to you. Izuna closes his eyes and enters partial sage mode. A cyan cloak appears behind Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna disappears from his position and reappears in front of an enormous boulder. He balls his fingers into a fist and punches towards the boulder. Whoosh. He stops the punch an inch away from the boulder. Crack, crack. Many cracks spread throughout the boulder and it shatters into many tiny fragments. Wow, so powerful. Naruto's eyes widen in surprise as he looks at Izuna with reverence. Izuna dissipated the cloak and turns to Naruto. Naruto, unlike you. I am not a Jinchuruki, so I don't have access to the special red chakra of Nine Tails, but this new form of mine is multiple times stronger than your Nine Tails form. Amazing, it is so amazing. Databio. Naruto claps his hands. Nisan, please teach me that technique. I can't allow Sasuke to leave me in the dust. Naruto resolutely clenches his fist. Okay, Naruto. I will teach. But first, improve your chakra control. I will train you in this journey. Izuna makes some hand signs and taps on Naruto's forehead. A sealing formula appears on Naruto's forehead and seals his chakra. Huh, what? I can't feel my chakra. Naruto inspects his body. What did you do? Nisan. Naruto fervently questions him. Calm down, Naruto. I just sealed your chakra, you won't be able to use any ninjutsu during this time. You could only infuse limited amounts of chakra while this seal is active. Izuna replies to him. But. Nisan, we are away from the village, how would I fight if enemies attack me? Naruto asks him. Simple, use your body to fight them. I have taught multiple taijutsu techniques to you during these past few years. It is time to brush off on them. Yes. Naruto dejectedly drops his head. Naruto, this is for your own good. There is no variety in your combat style, in the future, you are too reliant on Nine Tails chakra. I want to remove that weakness. By sealing your chakra, you would be forced to use taijutsu techniques. This way you could handle the burden placed on your body by the dense chakra of Nine Tails. Both of them move towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Naruto. Tsunade is currently in the Land of Medicine. We would have to cross multiple nations before we reach there. So, always keep your guard up. The journey would be long. Izuna warns Naruto. Yes. Nisan, Naruto nods his head. It would be great if Naruto can learn some Umbu techniques of search and reconnaissance during this time. I could teleport to Tsunade's location with the Flying Thunder God, but I have some matters to handle in some nations. Both of them reach near the border of Land of Fire and Land of Waterfall as the sun sets on the horizon. Naruto, there is a small village up ahead. Remember, since we are in foreign lands, we have to hide our identities as ninja. You haven't graduated from the academy yet, so you don't have a headband. But you should hide your weapon holster. Izuna advises Naruto. Yes, Nisan. Naruto nods his head. He removes his weapon holster and hides it inside his clothes. Good. Both of them enter a nearby village at the border of Land of Waterfall. Izuna raises his head and inspects his surroundings. Seems like the small villages are still suffering from the aftermath of war. Many shinobis either deserted their village and went rogue or their clan and countries got destroyed. Izuna spots the hawk-like gaze of multiple shinobis as soon as he steps into the village. Well, they could act as a training partner for Naruto. Naruto and Izuna walk towards an inn as Izuna throws a stack of Ryo towards the innkeeper. Irase mace. Dear customer, the inn lady hurriedly grabs the stack of cash and stows it into the counter. One room with 2 beds and dinner. Izuna calmly reserves a room. The innkeeper gives a key to Izuna with a number on it. Room number 103. Izuna nods his head. He takes out another stack of cash from his pocket and passes it to Naruto. Here, this is your pocket money. Spend it however you like, if you need more just ask me. Naruto hurriedly grabs the bills and counts them. Thank you, Nisan. You are the best. Naruto takes out a frog-shaped purse from his pocket and puts the money in it. The purse bulges with the stack of cash. Gama-chan is happy when he is full. Naruto hugs his purse. Izuna silently stares at Naruto. Looks like he has caught the money-loving tendency of Tsunade. He shakes his head and turns towards Naruto. Naruto, I have some urgent work to handle. So take care of yourself. I will be right back. Izuna walks out of the inn. Yay. I have pocket money. Time to spend it. Naruto laughs in delight as he rushes out of the inn. Outside the inn. A bunch of people stare at Izuna and Naruto as they murmur to themselves. Looks like a big fish has finally arrived in the village. This is an opportunity for us. One of the persons rubs his hands in excitement. Yes, if we can rob their money, then we don't have to worry about money for a while. The person turns towards his group. You two, chase after that kid and steal his money. As for the rest of us, we will take care of that man. He has more money than the kid. He signals to his group. Yes, boss. The group nods their head and follows Izuna and Naruto. Izuna lifts his eyebrow as he notices the group chasing after him. These goons aren't much of a threat. The real threat is hiding in the shadows. Izuna lifts his gaze towards a dark corner. A smile appears on his face as he continues to walk towards the red light district of the village. Damn. That pervert. He has to meet with me in such a place. Izuna walks through the streets of the red light district as the fragrance of cheap perfume and makeup drowns him. Looks like the red light business of this world is advanced. They are using an incense made from a special plant to spread a genjutsu-inducing fragrance through this district. Any normal shinobi with some chakra is immune to its effect, but any normal civilian will quickly fall for this trap. Izuna shakes his head and continues to move towards the meeting point. Era, won't you entertain this beautiful Neisan for tonight? One of the scantily clad ladies pulls his arm and presses her large breasts against him. Izuna frowns as the scent of perfume tries to overload his senses. Not today, lady. He casts a mild genjutsu on the lady and pushes her away. What a genius way to rob money. They offer you their service for an empty wallet. Damn, that pervert. Why would he have to meet me here, of all places? Izuna clenches his fist in anger. I will kick his ass, the moment I spot him. Inside a bar. Brrr. A shiver runs through a white-haired man as he is embraced by 2 beautiful scantily clad ladies in his arms. What was that? Why do I feel like I am going to get my ass kicked? What's the matter? Honey. One of the ladies questions him. Here, have some more wine. The other lady winks at him as she pours wine in his cup. Aha aha. The white-haired man chuckles lightly as he scratches his forehead. It's nothing, nothing, why don't we enjoy ourselves a little more? The white-haired man raises his cup and gulps it down. Bosu, it's my treat. Let them drink how much they want. He raises his cup and cheers to the rest of the people in the bar. Ayo. The rest of the people in the bar raise their cup and praises him for his generosity. Gulp. The white-haired man gulps down another cup of wine. Ahem. So, you are here. Mind for some after-meal exercise. Crackle, crackle. A person dressed in black clothes enters the bar as he cracks his knuckles. Gulp. The white-haired man gulps his saliva as his expression turns horrified. Chapter 172, 165. Would you be my friend? Part 1. Ji-san, how much for this yakitori? Hi, 50 Ryo for 1 serving. Give me 2 servings. Coming right up. Naruto forks out 100 Ryo from Gama-chan and hands it over to the food vendor. Thank you for your patronage. Chomp. Chomp. Naruto takes big bites from the yakitori as he eats the grilled meat. It is good, but nothing can beat the Ichiraku ramen in terms of taste and flavor. Naruto slowly walks through the streets of the village as he enjoys his yakitori. These people have been chasing me for a while. From the looks of it, their intentions are not good. Let me see what they want. For you. Naruto walks towards a deserted alley as he whistles and enters the alley. Now is our chance. This kid has lost his way and entered an isolated place. We can rob him easily and nobody would notice it. One of the thugs signals to his partners. Let's go. We are going to hit big today. There would be enough money for alcohol and women for next month. The other thug rubs his hands and follows Naruto. Inside the alley. Naruto kicks away an empty metal can as he walks deeper. Why Nissan has to seal my chakra? I want to do some cool jutsu and beat that Sasuke to a pulp. He walks towards the corner and takes support against the wall as he waits for the thugs. A moment later. The two thugs enter the alley as they surround Naruto. Oi. Kid. My friend over here doesn't like small kids. He would pummel them the moment he notices any kid. The people of the village call him the boogeyman of the village. One of the thugs threatens Naruto. Huh? What? When did I have such a name in the village? The other thug points towards himself as he questions the other thug. And, what's with this boogeyman? I have never heard of such a term. Shoo. The other thug signals his friend to shut up. Anyway, kid, if you want to protect yourself from my friend over there, then hand over your wallet to us. Otherwise, he will beat you up. The thug advises Naruto. Yes. If you don't listen to him, then I will beat you up. The other thug clenches his fist and makes a fierce expression. Naruto silently stares at their little skit. He takes out Gamachan from his pocket and jiggles it in front of the thugs. Oh, you two want to be Gamachan's friend. Jiggle. Jiggle. He jiggles Gamachan again. Money, lots of money. The expression of two thugs changes as greed overwhelms them. Swish. Naruto tosses Gamachan in the air as he signals to the thug. Then you can be his friends. Yes, yes. The thug dashes towards Gamachan to grab him. Swoosh. Bam. Naruto spins and delivers a roundhouse kick to the thug. Bam. The thug is sent flying from the kick as he lodges into the wall and passes out. What? The eyes of the other thugs widen in surprise as he stares at his friend and Naruto. You. He weakly points a finger towards Naruto as he dashes out of the alley. Damn it, this kid is a ninja. We picked up on the wrong target. Oh crap. He figured out my identity. Izuna Nii-san would be angry. Naruto scratches the back of his head as he stares at the fleeing thug. Oh. I got it. What if I beat this guy too and tie them up? A brilliant idea pops out in Naruto's mind. Whoosh. He dashes towards the thug and reappears in front of him. The thug is startled to see Naruto. Wait, we can talk about it. How about you let go of me? The thug tries to negotiate with Naruto. No. Not happening. Bam. Naruto punches the thug in the guts. Blurg. The thug vomits out lots of saliva and passes out. Naruto drags the thug and ties him together with his partner. Naruto rubs his palms together and walks out of the alley. Yosha. That was easy. Swish, swish. Multiple kunais target Naruto from all angles. Naruto notices the kunais thrown towards him. Whoosh. He performs a backflip and dodges the kunai. Who is there? He takes out a kunai from his pocket and warily stares at his attackers. He spots two shinobis dressed in black clothes perched upon an electricity pole. He notices the crossed-out mark on their headband. Rogue ninjas. Naruto frowns as he raises his guard. What do you want? Answer me. Clank. Naruto deflects another shuriken with his kunai as he backs down a little. The rogue ninjas launch another volley of shurikens at Naruto without responding. Clank. Clank. Naruto barely deflects the kunais as he predicts their next attack. I can't use ninjutsu because of Nissan's seal. Nissan, where are you? I need your help. Clank. He clashes with one of the rogue ninjas in close combat. Clank, clank. Bam. After multiple clashes with the rogue ninja, Naruto is able to land a punch on him. Bam. The rogue ninja is pushed back from the attack. Enough fooling around. Capture him immediately, we can trade him for the intel. The partner of the rogue ninja rebukes him. Slick. The rogue ninja licks his kunai as he stares at his partner. Don't ruin my fun. I like this feeling when I go easy on prey and give him a chance to struggle. They will struggle till their last moment as they foolishly think they have a chance to resist, only to shatter it in the blink of an eye. Kohaha. The rogue ninja laughs sadistically as he infuses lightning chakra in his kunai and attacks Naruto. This is bad. Naruto barely avoids the kunai. Sweat drips from his face as he struggles to dodge the attacks. Ha ha, ha ha. The rogue ninja continues to throw one lightning-infused kunai after another. Ha ha, look at this poor kid. I bet he hasn't even graduated from the academy yet. Ha ha. The rogue ninja laughs hysterically. Oi. Nine-tail fox, lend me some chakra. I can't use my chakra, give me yours. Naruto enters his mindscape as he begs the Nine-Tails for chakra. Humph, brat, why would I give my chakra to you? Ask your big brother for help. If it wasn't for him, then you won't have fallen in such a situation. The Nine-Tails harumphs and shuts his eyes and turns away from Naruto. Damn it, you freeloader. Naruto angrily kicks the cage and walks out of his mindscape. This brat. Nine-Tails opens one of his eyes and stares at Naruto's back. Looks like Komi is nearby, which means this brat is out of danger. Also, with him around nothing would happen to this brat. Yawn. Nine-Tails yawns lazily and closes his eyes. Outside in the real world, Naruto continues to back down as his back hits the wall. Now, where would you dodge? I guess, all they taught you in the academy is just how to dodge enemy attacks. Haha. The rogue ninja infuses chakra in his kunai and attacks Naruto. I guess, 1 or 2 scratches won't matter during the trade, if he is still in one piece. Eri, what's going on here? A petite, mint-haired girl with tan skin enters the alley. The girl has short hair and orange eyes as she curiously stares at the group. There is a yakitori in both of her hands and some grease is smudged around her chin. The rogue ninja stops in his tracks as he stares at the girl. The girl flops towards them as she looks at them. Uncle, are you a bad guy? The girl questions the rogue ninja. She hands over one of her yakitori to Naruto. Hold it for me. She places her hand on her waist. Uncle, you shouldn't bully others. Big brother Shibuki tells me it is a bad thing. Naruto and the rogue ninjas silently stare at the girl. What's with this girl? Why do I feel like she is similar to me? Naruto closely inspects the newcomer girl. Don't be a bad guy. You should make friends with others. Would you be Fu's friend? Fu passes another yakitori to the rogue ninja. Haha. Me. Friend. The rogue ninja laughs at her as he swats away the yakitori. Listen, girl. I am a rogue ninja, a criminal, we don't have friends, only enemies. Stop bantering with the girl. Just capture her too, we are already running out of time. The other rogue ninja reminds his partner. Whoosh, whoosh. The rogue ninja makes some hand signs as he releases toxic gas from his mouth. Ah. Fu feels so dizzy. Fu clutches her head as she passes out. Nisan, save me, Naruto yells loudly before passing out. The rogue ninja grabs them and flickers out of the alley. Outside the alley, a man dressed in a yellow kimono jacket, light gray pants, and a turquoise haori is worriedly searching around. Fu. Fu, where are you, Fu? This girl. I told her to not leave my side. Now where this girl ran off to? I have to meet with the informer and get the intel from him. The man clutches his fist as he searches around. Fu's safety comes first. I have to search for her at all cost. Whoosh. The man jumps on top of a house and disappears. Chapter 173, 166. Would you be my friend? Part 2. Izuna senses some changes in Naruto's chakra signature from his Fuinjutsu seal. Looks like those ninjas captured Naruto. This will be a trial for Naruto. I want to see how far he can go without my help. Izuna shakes his head and turns his attention to the white-haired man. Snap. Yo. Jiraiya-san, nice to meet you here after such a long time. Jiraiya is hugging 2 beautiful young girls in his arms. What a beautiful sight. I guess Tsunade would be pleased to see this picture. Izuna swings the camera and grins at Jiraiya. No, don't. Don't show that picture to Tsunade. Give it to me. Jiraiya jumps from his place and appears in front of Izuna as he tries to snatch the camera. Now. Jiraiya-san, let Tsunade see your research. I am sure she won't be mad. Izuna has a devilish smile on his face. Fuck, this kid, he is a devil spawn. Jiraiya curses Izuna as he clears his throat. Research, yes, it is for research. You see. I am searching for new ideas for the new Ika Ika series. I have named it Ika Ika Violence. It would be one of my legendary book that depicts the bond between a man and a woman in a stirring manner. Jiraiya adopts the expression of a sage as he flays his hands around to assume a cool pose. Hi, hi. Izuna claps his hands with a bored expression. Stop T-posing and listen to me. Humph. Jiraiya scowls at him. Ika series is for every man of culture out there. Your average Joe can't understand the deep intricacies depicted in the immersive plot of the story. Jiraiya starts to brag about his Ika series. How it is the most sold book out in the market. How he sold all of its copies on day one. Stop, someone kidnapped Naruto and we need to save him. Izuna reveals the news of Naruto's kidnapping to Jiraiya. Ika is, wait, what? Naruto is kidnapped. Who kidnapped him, where is he? Jiraiya ends his monologue as his expression turns serious. How could Naruto get kidnapped under your watchful eyes? If it was someone else, I could have believed it, but you. I don't believe it to be true. Anxiety appears on Jiraiya's face. Oh. So he cares about Naruto, despite not even once showing his face in the village after so many goddamn years of Minato and Kushina's death. If only he could stop pursuing Orochimaru for all these years. Izuna clears his thoughts. Though, him being out there has its own merits. If not for his spy network, Konoha would have suffered multiple losses. Ahem. Naruto is alright. Yes, he got kidnapped, but I allowed it to happen. It would serve as training for him. Also, I think it might have some relation to the group of people you are pursuing this time around. Jiraiya nods his head. I won't forgive you, if anything happens to Naruto. Jiraiya calms down as he walks back to his seat and chugs down a cup of sake. So, what's this about? What's the relation between Naruto's kidnapping and my investigation? Izuna walks up to the bartender. Give me a glass of orange juice. He places his order and turns to Jiraiya. You have been pursuing Orochimaru for a while now. It has been 6 years since that snake deserted the village. You are still hung up on this hope. Izuna chides Jiraiya. You won't understand. Orochimaru is my teammate. We grew up together, had much life and death encounters, survived 2 shinobi wars, such bond can't be broken so easily. Jiraiya shakes his head as he reminisces his past. Anyway. I would like to hear the details on your end. He turns to Izuna. I suppose you must have heard the recent rumor of a new hidden village appearing in the Land of Sound. This new hidden village called Otogekyure has been formed recently and is continuously recruiting various rogue shinobis from everywhere. Izuna stops as he looks at Jiraiya's expression. Jiraiya frowns as he murmurs. Orochimaru. I lost his tracks near the Land of Sound. I don't know what he is up to, but it is my duty to stop him. Tap. Tap. Izuna wraps his fingers on the table to get Jiraiya's attention. So, there is a sudden influx of rogue shinobis towards the Land of Sound. Various rogue ninjas from surrounding villages are trying to join Otogekyure for benefits. The Land of Waterfall being one such place. Izuna explains the details to Jiraiya. You mean, this is the reason for your presence in Land of Waterfall? Yes. Izuna nods his head. Konoha received a request from the village head of Takigekyure to investigate the recent scuffles at the border. There has been a large influx in the kidnapping of children and civilians at the border. Looks like my findings coincide with your mission. This may very well lead me to some fresh trails of Orochimaru. Needless to say, you Uchiha fellows are a bunch of monsters. First, it was you and now even Itachi Uchiha is capable of such feats. He forced the Orochimaru to flee with his tail tucked between his legs. Jiraiya heaves a deep sigh. So, what's the next step of your plan? We do nothing. I believe Naruto would be able to get out of there on his own. Izuna calmly picks up his orange juice and takes a sip from it. The oranges of Land of Waterfall are really up to my liking. Jiraiya silently stares at Izuna. I wonder how the brain of this kid functions. I bet he has more than one screw loose right there. Ugh. Naruto slowly opens his eyes as he struggles to take a breath. Tui. He spits the rag gagged in his mouth and cautiously looks around. Where am I? Those ninjas, where are they? Did I got kidnapped? Naruto warily inspects his surroundings. Oh, you are awake. A cheerful voice falls in his ears. Huh. Naruto turns around and notices Fu tied up in a similar manner to him. It's you. They kidnapped you too. Naruto questions her. Rattle. Rattle. Naruto struggles to remove the chains tied around his arms and legs. Why those people are so mean to Fu? Fu wants to be their friend, but they drugged Fu and tied her. Fu complains as she tried to break free from her bindings. Naruto stares at the girl. What's up with this girl? Why do I feel like it would be a pain to stick around here? Naruto shakes his head to clear such thoughts. I have to somehow get out of here and inform Izuna-san. Naruto futilely struggles to break free from the chains. After a few attempts, he gives up and turns to Fu. Hey, you, how were you able to stay awake despite that poison? Naruto questions her. Fu will tell you everything if you promise to be Fu's friend. Fu has no friend in the village. Fu stares at Naruto with shining eyes. Ugh. Fine. Naruto hesitates for a while before giving up. Yay. Fu has finally made a friend. So, Fu will tell you everything. You know Fu is a special child. Fu has a special chakra sealed inside her. It was because of this chakra that Fu is immune to most poisons. Fu has a smug smile on her face as she boasts of her abilities. Man, now I really want to get out of here. Naruto wiggles his body as he tries to reach his ankles. Those people took all of my stuff away. They didn't even spare poor Gamachan. Luckily, they didn't take away my slippers. Naruto grasps his slippers with his mouth as he pulls out a small hidden wire from the slipper. Izuna Nii-san's lessons are coming in handy. Naruto clenches the wire between his teeth and infuses some chakra into the wire. What a pain. I can barely scrape up a little amount of chakra. Izuna Nii-san's seals are really strong, when I would be able to become like him. For the entire next hour, Naruto struggles with the chakra wire as he lockpicks his chains. Fwa. Finally. I am free from my restraints. Naruto stretches his arms and legs open. Can you free Fu too? You are Fu's friend, right? Fu weakly asks Naruto for help. Oh. Here he is. Izuna notices a man dressed in a yellow kimono jacket and light gray pants jumping from one rooftop to another. He is. Jiraiya frowns as he notices the Land of Waterfall headband tied around the man's arm. Well, he is our client for this mission. Izuna walks out of the bar as Jiraiya follows him. Chapter 174, 167. Uzumaki 100 Combo Smash. Fine. Naruto frees Fu from her bindings and searches the place he is imprisoned in. Looks like those shinobis aren't hanging around here. I must grab my stuff and run away from here. Naruto fumbles through the place and finds his wallet and weapon holster on a nearby table. Phew. Gamachan is fine. He picks up the Gamachan and shakes it. Gamachan is so thin. Naruto pockets his belongings and turns to Fu. We have to hurry and get out of here before those bad people tie us again. If only my chakra wasn't sealed. It is so annoying. Databio. Naruto bites his lips. Fu will follow you because you are Fu's friend. Fu follows Naruto as both of them search for a way out. So. Mr. Shibuki, or should I say village head Shibuki? You seem to be in a hurry. Izuna stops the man wearing the yellow kimono jacket man. Shibuki stops in his tracks and turns around and notices Izuna. You are Izuna Uchiha. He immediately recognizes the former as the memories of the past incident flashes through his mind. 10 years, it has been 10 years since that incident. Sigh. Shibuki sighs as he reminisces his past. I am sorry for your loss. Izuna consoles him. It's fine. Father died from the side effects of the hero water and the poisoning of the radiation release jutsu. He did his best to save everyone. Shibuki closes his eyes as a small teardrop trail from one corner of his eye. Ahem. Anyway, I guess you are the person Konoha sent for this mission. Shibuki asks him. Yes, and I have a lead on the mission. I was about to meet with you, but I noticed you searching for someone. Ah, yes. Fu, I have to search for Fu. I don't know where that girl ran off to. Shibuki frantically searches around. Fu. Izuna questioned Shibuki. Yes, Fu is my disciple. She was cooped in the village and when she heard about my departure, she insisted on following me. So, I brought her with me. But I never expected her to get lost in this small village. My people are also searching around here for her. Shibuki explains to Izuna. Fu, so the Jinchuruki of the Seven Tails is also here. I never expected to meet her so soon. This solves most of my troubles. Very well, I will help you with your search. Izuna proposes to help Shibuki. I would appreciate that. Shibuki describes the appearance of Fu to Izuna and Jiraiya. Looks like I was correct. It is indeed the Jinchuruki of Seven Tails. I wonder how Takigakure even managed to capture the Seven Tails in first place. Shibuki nods to both of them and flickers away. He seems to be very cowardly by nature. I wonder what made him so eager to risk his safety. Jiraiya accurately guesses the cowardly nature of Shibuki. He is indeed cowardly. 10 years ago. During a mission, I met with his father. His father protected the Takigakure village with his life on the line and died shortly after. I guess the trauma from that incident shaped him into a coward. Izuna explains the circumstances of Shibuki to Jiraiya. I wonder how he became the head of a village with such a feeble personality. Jiraiya shakes his head and turns to Izuna. Kid, now give me the intel on Orochimaru. I am sure you know something. Fine, fine. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket and tosses it over to Jiraiya. Jiraiya opens the scroll and reads through its content. So, after his defeat at the hands of the Itachi, Orochimaru left the Akatsuki, and he has perfected his forbidden technique. Jiraiya's expression turns grim as he reads the description of the forbidden technique. Living corpse reincarnation, it allows Orochimaru to transfer his soul to someone else's body while retaining their abilities. Such a sinister technique. That Orochimaru he completed it. Jiraiya clutches the scroll tightly. Well, ain't this description reminds of you something? Izuna interrupts Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya frowns and turns to Izuna. Looks like you have forgotten about your childhood friend, Hirako. He was the one who came up with this idea. Orochimaru just changed the technique to suit his needs. Izuna chuckles as he walks away from the place. I have marked the location of last known hideout of Orochimaru. As for Naruto, don't worry about him, he can take care of himself. Whoosh. Izuna flickers away from the spot. Jiraiya tightly holds onto the scroll as he reminisces his past. Orochimaru, you broke the taboo. The matters of life and death aren't something to which anyone can have access to. I still regret my decision back then, if only I could have been a better friend and helped you back then. Sigh. Jiraiya takes a deep breath. He flips open the scroll and notices the location of Orochimaru's last hideout. I hope it will lead me to some of his trails. Swoosh. Jiraiya's body turns into smoke as he disappears from his place. Whoosh. I am sorry, Jiraiya. I have prepared a contingency for you. You are as stubborn as ever. I guess it is what makes you the protagonist of your novel. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket as a sealing formula appears on it. I hope it would help you in some dire situations. Izuna walks towards the location of Naruto. Time to check on Naruto. I sealed his chakra earlier, but I guess he is in a much bigger pinch than I thought. He still lacks the experience of a proper fight. I grew up during a war and took part in it at the age of 8. Most of my classmates during that time are either dead or retired as shinobi. Peaceful times sure are good. Izuna shakes his head and flickers towards an old abandoned building. I wonder how every village or location has such abandoned buildings, which are an ideal spot for kidnappers. He activates his Sharingan and looks through the building. He locates Naruto and Fu fumbling out from the building. Izuna senses 2 chakra signatures approaching the building. Looks like Naruto picked up a pretty bad timing for an escape. I would like to see. How would he perform against these fellows? These fellows seem to be rogue ninjas from Takigakure. I guess someone from the Takigakure village leaked the news of Shibuki's departure. But why did they target Naruto? Guess, only one way to find out. Izuna hides his presence as he witnesses the entire incident. Did you tie them properly? The silent rogue ninja questions his violent partner. You don't have to worry about that. They won't be able to escape, with their level of abilities. We just have to bait the village head Shibuki and negotiate for hero water for the life of this Konoha kid. This way, we could get our hands on hero water and we would become ninjas of the Otogakure. True. I deserted the Takigakure because the current village head is a coward and incompetent. I won't be able to pursue my dreams under his rule. My ambitions are far beyond the boundaries of Takigakure. The silent rogue ninja clutches his fist. Izuna eavesdrops on their conversation. Is he some kind of shonen protagonist? The kind who is too adventurous and ventures out in the open world to pursue his dreams? He is more of a chunny than a protagonist. We are finally out from this place. Naruto walks out of the dilapidated building and stretches his body. Ah no. Fu thinks that it is still too early for that. Fu weakly points towards the 2 rogue ninjas. Oh, kid, you sure are gutsy. Planning to flee from our grasp. The violent ninjas lick his lips and take out a kunai. I need to rough you a little to hammer some sense in your brain. Whoosh. The violent ninja flickers towards Naruto and attacks him. Bam. Naruto blocks the attack and counterattacks with his kick. He is still far from Rock Lee's level, but at least he is not slacking on his taijutsu practice. Izuna nods his head. I guess the idea of Sasuke leaving him into dust bolstered him for more training. But sadly, Naruto's physique is still weak. He needs more physical training. Bang. The kick lands on the rogue ninja who blocks it with his arm. Kid. I don't know where are you getting your confidence from. Bang. The rogue ninja punches Naruto squarely in guts. Blurg. Naruto spits out a mouthful of saliva and clutches his stomach. Damn it, if only I had chakra. He yells in frustration. Seems like Naruto has learned his lesson. Flashy ninjutsu techniques aren't always the way to go. Izuna makes some hand signs and releases the seal on Naruto. Whoosh. Naruto releases a burst of chakra from his body. Finally. I can use my chakra again. He turns to the rogue ninjas and yells at them. Let's see who will beat whom. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto makes multiple shadow clones. You ready, boys? Let's show this bastard the power of our taijutsu technique. Yes, boss, all the clones yell simultaneously. Naruto Uzumaki, secret technique, Uzumaki taijutsu 100 combo smash. Around 100 shadow clones attack the rogue shinobis from all directions. Izuna silently stares at Naruto. His naming sense is as terrible as Minato. I think it is a good name for such a technique. Minato remarks from the grimoire. Go, go. Naruto, beat them up. Kushina cheers for Naruto. Like father like son. Ine Kurama grunts before closing its eyes. Chapter 175, 168. The Four Tails. Thanks for your help, Izuna-san. Shibuki thanks Izuna as he rebukes Fu. Fu, next time, don't run away on your own. You would be grounded for the next month. But Fu wants to make some friends. She points towards Naruto. He is Fu's first friend. Sigh. Shibuki sighs and apologizes to Izuna. I am sorry for the trouble. He turns towards the badly beaten rogue shinobis. The Takigakure village will take care of these traitors. After that incident 10 years ago, Takigakure has been short on manpower. Shibuki orders his subordinates. Very well, then we will be on our way. Izuna nods his head and signals Naruto to follow him. Our next destination is the land of earth, followed by the land of medicine. Izuna and Naruto walk through the forest as Izuna summarizes the destination of their journey. My next target is Four Tails. Izuna enters his mindscape as he releases a wisp of chakra from his hand. Together with this, I have amassed the chakra of the 9 tails, 8 tails, 7 tails, 6 tails, and 3 tails. I am only missing the chakra of 5 tails, 4 tails, 2 tails, and 1 tail. The chakra wisp floats in front of him, together with other chakras. I got lucky with the 8 tails chakra. That snake Orochimaru was harvesting 8 tails chakra in one of his secret hideout labs. Sigh. Izuna sighs and continues to move towards the land of earth. It seems to be almost impossible to harness the power of Sage of Six Paths without the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. I will use the chakra of the tailed beasts as a catalyst to form the Six Paths chakra. Nisan, can you remove the chakra seal? It is getting harder to catch up with your pace. Huff, huff. Naruto breathes heavily as he follows Izuna. Naruto, that's my normal pace, you need to train more if you want to become the Hokage. I will become the strongest Hokage. Databio. Naruto clenches his fist and raises them in the air. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket. Pride located the Jinchuruki of the Four Tails. Now it is my turn to get the chakra. Izuna inspects the map on the scroll. Rashi, the Jinchuruki of the Four Tails, is the oldest Jinchuruki of all. He has been a Jinchuruki for over 30 years and can harness most of the powers of the Four Tails. It would be a tough battle to fight without revealing my identity. My other alias as Yudoyuki is still there. Kirigakure doesn't want to lower its reputation by revealing my identity as a shinobi of Konoha. Their pride won't let them do so. So, they requested to keep my alias of Yudoyuki as a secret and declared Yudoyuki as a hero of the mist. Both Izuna and Naruto continue their journey through the land of earth. Huff. Huff. Naruto is breathing heavily as he is carrying a giant boulder on his shoulders. Not bad. Naruto, you improved a lot in these 3 weeks. Izuna praises Naruto as he rests against a tree. Nisan, in these past few weeks, you only trained my body, when would I learn a cool new jutsu? I am tired of this training. Bam. Naruto places the boulder on the ground and lies down. Ha. Ha. That's too difficult with these weights on my body. Listen. Naruto, the chakra in our body is the spiritual energy through which we could communicate with nature, elements, and even other living beings. This chakra is stored in a vessel, which is your body. Now, in your case, the chakra reserves of your body are enormous as an Uzumaki. On top of that, you are also the Jinchuruki of 9 tails, which increases your chakra reserves even further. Naruto nods his head as he tries to understand the explanation. But Nisan, what does it have to do with a new jutsu? Teach me a new jutsu instead. Sigh. Izuna shakes his head as he continues. Naruto, you need chakra to release a jutsu. You have plenty of chakras, but your body can't handle this much amount of chakra. Wait. I will show it to you. Izuna takes out a water balloon from his pocket. Naruto, pour some water in this balloon. Yes. Nisan. Naruto pours some water in the balloon and stops after the balloon is at full capacity. Keep pouring. Izuna orders him. But, the balloon will explode if we fill it with too much water. Naruto hesitates. Exactly, it is like your body is weak. If you use Ninetales chakra with such body, your body will suffer grievous injuries. Izuna remembers the incident from the original where every time Ninetales took control of Naruto, he would be badly wounded. The chakra of Ninetales might be able to heal him, but the process is similar to the 100 seals of Tsunade. It just speeds up the division of cells. Cells can only multiply a few times in their life. I understand little, but I get it. If I want to use that cool power, I would have to train harder. Swoosh. Naruto jumps with a new resolve and starts his training. This Naruto. Izuna shakes his head and continues to instruct Naruto. Another week passes in the blink of an eye. At the borders of Land of Earth, in a distant village, a middle-aged man with red hair and a tapered mustache and beard is chopping woods with an axe. Found him. Izuna stares at the middle-aged man from a distance. I doubt he will happily offer me the chakra of the Four Tails. A fight is inevitable. I can't use my identity of Izuna Uchiha and Yudo Yuki to assault the Jinchuruki of Iwagakure since it may create some political conflicts. Izuna makes some hand signs and changes his appearance. There are multiple Ronin from the Land of Iron wandering the world. I could change my appearance to one of them. Whoosh. A heavy plate armor covers Izuna's body. His appearance changes to that of a samurai as he wields a sword. Rashi had some feuds with samurais in his past. It won't be strange for a samurai to seek revenge on him. Izuna swings his sword as he walks towards Rashi. I have no prior experience with the samurai way of the sword. I only saw a glimpse during the ninja war. It seems that samurais are quite feared throughout the shinobi world. It would be a foolish decision on a shinobi's part to engage in a confrontation with a samurai. Chop, chop, chop. Rashi is chopping some firewoods. He lifts his head and notices Izuna. A frown appears on Rashi's face as he grips his axe. What is the Ronin, rogue samurai, of the Land of Iron doing in the Land of Earth? Swish. Izuna swings his sword and releases a crescent blade of energy at Rashi. Sword style, crescent blade. Swoosh. Rashi jumps up in the air and dodges the chakra blade. He makes some hand signs. Lava release, scorching steam rock jutsu. He expels multiple blobs of lava from his mouth. The blobs solidify into multiple molten rocks that track Izuna. Bam, bam. Izuna dodges the molten boulders as they slam into nearby trees. The boulders hit the trees with a tremendous force and set them on fire. Wham. Izuna infuses chakra into his sword to increase its reach. Swish, swish. He swings the sword multiple times at Rashi. Kenjutsu, Iaido. Izuna swings his blade with smooth, controlled movements and attacks Rashi. The sword nicks a bang of Rashi's hair. Whoosh, whoosh. Rashi performs a backflip and creates some distance between them. You are quite skilled with the sword. Looks like I have to get serious. Here it is. Izuna clutches his sword as he waits for the transformation. Lava release, chakra mode. Rashi claps his hand together. Four tails appear behind him and his body gets covered in lava. The ground beneath Rashi melts. Bam, bam. Rashi kicks the flaming boulders towards Izuna. Kenjutsu, Raiden slash. Izuna infuses lightning chakra through the sword and slashes the boulders. Whoosh. Rashi flickers in front of him. Lava release, scorching armored fist. He punches Izuna with his lava-coated fist. Clank. Izuna blocks the fist with his sword. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Rashi slams his legs on the ground and creates a volcano beneath him. The volcano explodes violently, sending molten rocks flying in all directions. The volcanic shards bloom into a giant flower whose petals rain down on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. Izuna dodges the flame petals and stares at Rashi. This old man is quite hard-headed. He sure is a tough nut to crack. But my job here is done. Izuna enters his mindscape where he releases a wisp of chakra from his hand. I guess, it is enough. The rest of the Jinchurukis are hard to come by. They are too deeply secured within the bounds of their village. Swish. Izuna sheathes his sword and bows before Rashi. I am sorry. I mistook you for someone else. I could see so. There was no killing intent in your blows, otherwise the sword of a samurai is sharp enough to slice through a mountain. Better watch out next time. Rashi scoffs at him and returns to his wood chopping. Chapter 176, 169. Howling Wolf Village. Finally, we are there. Izuna and Naruto arrive at the border of the land of medicine. 3 giant mountains appear in their vision. The top of the mountains is covered in ice, whereas rich green vegetation grows at the foothill of the mountain, creating a valley of plants and flowers. Izuna closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Nature energy is so rich here. He activates his Sharingan and inspects the area. He notices a chakra ley line passing through the area. These chakra ley lines were once the roots of the God Tree. The God Tree absorbed the nature energy of the planet through its roots to form the chakra fruit. After the Rikudo-sanin sealed away the tree, these roots remained and formed the chakra ley lines, creating a rich hotspot of nature energy. This is part of the reason the land of medicine is known for its medicinal plants. So beautiful. Naruto takes a deep breath in the area. I feel like all of my exhaustion is washed away. Naruto throws away the boulder from his shoulders and jumps around in excitement. Izuna inspects Naruto's body. He is passively absorbing a little amount of nature energy. I guess this is the power of a reincarnation of Azura Otsutsuki. Naruto, you have trained enough. Take a break for a while as we meet with Tsunade. Yay. Databio. Naruto jumps around in excitement. Let's go. Naruto, we would have to reach the nearest village or we would sleep in wild tonight. Izuna calms him down. No. I don't want to sleep in wild. These words pour a bucket of cold water on Naruto's excitement as he calms down. Naruto, the land of medicine comprises 3 villages, the Howling Wolf Village, the Awakening Wolf Village, the Nourishing Wolf Village. Izuna explains the history of the land of medicine to Naruto. The daimyo of the land of medicine lives in the center of these villages. Izuna points towards a far-off distance in the center of the 3 mountains. We will meet with Tsunade there. Oh. It has been a while since I last saw Granny Tsunade. I want to see her so badly. I will show her how strong have I become in all these years. Databio. Naruto proudly raises his head. Hi, let's hurry to the Howling Wolf Village. It is the nearest village. Izuna walks towards the village. Yes. Naruto follows him. Naruto places his thumb and index finger below his chin as he enters a serious pose. Izuna notices Naruto's serious face. What's the matter, Naruto? What are you thinking so seriously? He asks Naruto. Oh. Nisan. I wanted to ask why these villages have wolf in their name. Is there some connection with a wolf? Naruto curiously tilts his head. Indeed, there is a relation with a wolf. A few centuries ago, the villages in the land of medicine were frequently attacked by a giant wolf-like monster called Roan. The monster terrorized the land of medicine and would kill anyone it spots. During that era, members of the Kodan clan inhabited this area. Tired by the relentless attacks of the wolf, they requested assistance from a member of the Uzumaki clan to seal the beast. Oh. It was someone from my clan who sealed away the wolf. Naruto opens his mouth wide in surprise. Indeed, the person who sealed the wolf monster Roan was the founder of the Uzumaki clan. His name was Kenshiro Uzumaki. Izuna explains the details to Naruto. Naruto nods his head in understanding. Nisan, you are from the Uchiha clan. You live together with the other members of your clan. Yes. Izuna nods his head. So, where are the members of the Uzumaki clan? Why haven't I seen anyone from my clan? I have heard that the Uzumaki clan is very powerful, but where are its members? Naruto questions him as he patiently waits for a response. Sigh. How should I explain to him? Minato-san. Kushina-san. I will leave it to you. Izuna silently whispers to Minato and Kushina's souls. Naruto, the members of your clan are scattered around the shinobi world. Your mother came to Konoha and became its citizen. Izuna dodges Naruto's question. Mother. Where is my mother? Naruto questions Izuna with hope in his eyes. Everyone has parents. Where are my parents? Why haven't I met with them? I also want to enjoy festivals with my parents, like every kid in the village. So, where are they? Naruto frantically questions Izuna as he tugs his clothes with hope. Izuna notices the hope in Naruto's eyes and clenches his fists tightly. Soon. Naruto, you will meet them soon. Your parents are on a secret mission. But they will meet you soon. He pats Naruto's head to calm him down. Why I always hear the same thing? Naruto depressingly lowers his head. Naruto, you will able to see your parents soon. Just believe your Nisan. Izuna assures Naruto. Yay. Then it's a promise. Naruto extends his pinky towards Izuna. Promise. Izuna makes a pinky promise with Naruto. Inside the grimoire, the soul of Kushina and Minato silently stares at the interaction of Naruto and Izuna. Sob, sob. Tears overflow from Kushina's eyes as she notices the depressing expression of Naruto. Minato hugs her and assures her. Everything will be alright. Izuna-kun is working hard for our sake. I am sure we will be able to embrace Naruto soon. Believe in Izuna-kun. Yes. Minato wipes away her tears. Kushina hugs him tightly. Kurama opens his eyes and stares at Minato and Kushina. Damn kid. Hurry up and revive them already. Also, free me from this place. I can't handle any more bully. He closes his eyes and falls asleep. Izuna and Naruto reach the outskirts of the Howling Wolf village. Stop, right there. A bunch of guards block their way. You can't enter the village with permission. One guard warns them. Here. Izuna takes out an insignia from his pocket and hands it over to the guard. The guards inspect the insignia. The guest insignia from the Kodan clan. He hands over the insignia to Izuna as an amiable expression appears on his face. So, you are the honored guest of the Kodan clan. Welcome, please enter the village. The guard welcomes him into the village. MMHM. Izuna nods his head and walks inside the village. He directly walks towards the center of the village. A giant district appears in his vision. This is the district of Kodan clan, Izuna informs Naruto. The guards at the entrance of the clan notice Izuna. Izuna flashes his insignia and the guards allow him entry into the village. A middle-aged man walks out from one of the mansions in the clan district. It has been a while, guest from the Uchiha clan. The man greets Izuna wholeheartedly. Yes, it has been a while. Clan leader Tenma-san. Izuna exchanges greeting with the clan leader Tenma. The pleasure is all ours. It is not every day that a shinobi of your caliber pays a visit to our clan. Please welcome. The Kodan clan leader invites them. Then, we won't stand on ceremony. Izuna signals Naruto, who follows him closely. Tenma signals one of his subordinates to arrange necessary arrangements for the group. Then, I won't disturb you any longer. Please enjoy your stay. Tenma bade farewell to them and walks away. The subordinate leads them to a luxurious room and makes necessary arrangements for them. Kodan clan sure is rich. Izuna compliments their hospitality. It's all thanks to patrons like you. Land of Medicine is known for its vast resources of rare herbs and medicine. Our Kodan clan preserves the heritage of Land of Medicine. The subordinate nods his head and receives the compliment. Honorary guest, if you need something, then don't hesitate to inform me. Very well. Izuna nods his head. The subordinate walks away from the room. Who are they? Naruto pinches his nose. All of them smell like Cape jasmines. I kind of don't like this smell. Naruto waves his hand in front of his nose. Izuna silently stares at Naruto. What are you, a dog? How come are you able to smell such a faint smell? He asks Naruto. I have a very sensitive nose. Databio. Naruto rubs his nose with his fingers. Must be because of that giant dog sealed inside you. Izuna chuckles. Growl. Bastard, who are you calling a dog? I am a proud member of the Fox clan. I am the Nine-Tails Fox, their leader. The young half of the Nine-Tails growls at Izuna. Okay, dog-san, now calm your anger. Izuna waves his hands. Bastard, let me out and I will eat you alive. Growl. The Nine-Tails roars at Izuna. Okay, you are a fox. Now do a belly roll for me. Izuna laughs at Nine-Tails' antics. Bastard. The young Nine-Tails angrily smashes its nails at the seal. BZZT. The seal releases black lightning and zaps the young Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails is pushed back from the shock as it rolls over. Haha, nice one. Now do it again. Izuna claps his hands while making fun of Nine-Tails. I won't fall for the same trick again. The Nine-Tails admits its defeat and closes its eyes. Chapter 177, 170. Wolf Monster Roan. Late at night. I am so sleepy, Nissan. Naruto stretches his arms and yawns as he lazily rests on the bed. Rest well, Naruto. Izuna walks out of the room and stares at the mountains in the night sky. He spots the various medicinal and herbal plants shining at the foothill of the mountain. Such a scenic view, the rich nature energy is very refreshing. Izuna takes a deep breath and absorbs a little amount of nature energy. He stares at the compound of the Kodan clan as he remembers his first encounter with them. Tsunade introduced me to this group of people. The Uzumaki clan had a very good relationship with the Kodan clan of the Land of Medicine. Tsunade being a medic nin and the granddaughter of the Mito Uzumaki enjoyed various privileges. Whoosh. Izuna opens his hand to reveal a small vial with purple fluid in it. I can't believe this small bottle of medicine costs 100,000 ryo. Izuna shakes his head and flips the bottle. The Mangekyo Sharingan has started to show its side effects. I have no side effects because I am a unique case. But the rest of the people felt irritation in their eyes. The awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan puts a lot of strain on the optic nerves of the user. The continuous use of Mangekyo weakens the optic nerve and turns them blind. Izuna pockets the bottle. Apparently, this special medicine called Kodoro prevents the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, though at a cost. After applying the medicine, the irritation will stop for a while, but the person will turn blind for a day or two. Looks like this is the only solution for now. I can't find a better cure. But damn, it is so expensive. Only the members of the Kodan clan can produce this medicine. The members of the Kodan clans have a unique physique. By consuming the wolf hook grass growing in the Three Wolf Mountain range, they are able to produce a special fluid which is used to create this medicine. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath and turns around to sleep. He halts in his footsteps as he senses a chakra signature. Oh. This is interesting. He notices a cloaked person secretly creeping out of the Kodan clan. I wonder who it is. A smile appears on Izuna's face as his body turns invisible. What can I say? I have a hobby to dig out the secrets of others. Izuna chases after the cloaked person. The cloaked person snoops out of the Kodan clan and walks towards the Three Wolves Mountain range. After walking for a while, the person arrives before a dilapidated shrine. Good, you are here. A deep voice greets the cloaked person. The cloaked person removes his cloak to reveal her face. Oh. The wife of the Kodan clan leader. Izuna recognizes the woman. Let's start. The deep voice orders her. Yes. The Kodan clan lady nods her head and removes her cloak to reveal her clothes. She is dressed as a shrine maiden. Interesting. I wonder what's going on. Izuna's curiosity is piqued even further. He gets closer to the shrine. Inside the shrine, Izuna notices another person dressed in priest clothes standing before a stone tablet. This chakra. Izuna recognizes the chakra signature of the person. The person in the shrine removes his hood to reveal himself. Tenma Kodan is here too. I wonder what's this pair of husband and wife up to. I doubt they would visit a dilapidated shrine in the middle of this icy mountain range in the night's wake to have a priest and shrine maiden cosplay. Izuna shakes his head to remove such unnecessary thoughts. Tenma Kodan takes out a sealing talisman from his pocket. He makes some strange movements and dances around the stone tablet before placing the talisman on the stone tablet. Strange, this talisman has a reverse enclosure Fuinjutsu seal on them. Is he trying to unseal something? Izuna speculates as he surveys the stone tablet. The wife of Tenma also takes out a talisman. She mimics the strange movements of Tenma before placing the talisman on the stone tablet. Whoosh. The stone tablet glows with a purple hue as various Fuinjutsu seals lit up. This is. Izuna's eyes widen as he senses the chakra from the stone tablet. Fuck, this pair of husband and wife has gone insane. Don't tell me, they are going to unseal the legendary wolf monster Roan. Crack. Crack. Many cracks appear on the stone tablet as it slowly falls apart. Boom, boom. The stone tablet shatters into countless fragments as dust and debris cover the area. Shum. An agile figure shoots out from the dust and debris. Whoosh. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and inspects the figure. A whoa. A roar pushes away the group as the figure reveals itself in its full glory. The shock waves from the roar destroy the remains of the shrine. Izuna stands steadily in his place as he stares at the creature. A giant wolf almost as tall as a 5-story building appears in his vision. The wolf has white fur with purple lines running all over its body. Its eyes are as large as a small water tank, and its fangs and claws are long enough to match a fully grown man. The tails of the wolf forks in 2 separate tails. There is an ever-burning wisp of purple chakra flames on its tails. A whoa. The wolf howls again as it slams its tail on the ground in celebration. Crack. Crack. The ground cracks from the impact of the tail slam. Looks like this guy is celebrating its long-found freedom. Izuna curiously inspects the giant wolf. Whoa, it has the same amount of chakra as the 3 tails. Izuna is surprised by the chakra reserves of the wolf. Oi Kurama. Is he perhaps a stepbrother of yours? You are a fox and he is a wolf. Maybe he is your brother born from a different mother. Izuna jokes as he questions Kurama. Stop with your nonsense. I have no relation with this mindless beast. Kurama growls at Izuna. He is just an abomination made of flesh and blood. This beast is just driven by its instincts and only knows how to hunt. He is nothing but a mutated beast corrupted by the negative chakra. Kurama scoffs at the wolf monster. I can easily topple it with a swing of my paw, even in my current weakened state. Kurama slams its paw on the floor to assert its dominance. Hi. I believe you. Now can you tell me, what do you mean by negative chakra? I have heard of ley line chakra, senjutsu chakra, elemental chakra, dark chakra, and light chakra, but what's the deal with this negative chakra? Yes, I am also pretty curious. Minato agrees with Izuna. Ahem. Kurama clears his throat as he starts the explanation. Every tailed beast is born with a unique ability. My unique ability allows me to sense the negative emotions of every being. Negative chakra is formed when the hatred, resentment, and many other negative emotions of living creatures gather at a point. This negative chakra is very powerful compared to normal chakra, but it has a side effect. Kurama pauses for a while as he allows the group to catch up to him. Minato ponders for a while as he recalls something. If I remember correctly, there are records of an unknown tailed beast listed in the hidden archives of Konoha. This beast can also sense negative emotions like Kurama and is quite powerful. Minato stresses his memory as he tries to recall the record. What was its name again? Zero Tails, yes, it is called Zero Tails, and it is sealed somewhere in the deserted ruins of the Land of Sky. Minato remembers the name of the unknown tailed beast. Humph. Kurama harumphs in anger. That's a fake tailed beast. There is no Zero Tail. It is just a malevolent spirit made of dark thoughts and feelings. It doesn't have any relation with us tailed beasts. All of us tailed beasts are siblings, and I am the eldest and the strongest one. Kurama proudly raises his head. Oh, no wonder One Tails hates you because of your narcissism. Izuna nods his head in understanding. Humph. That Tanuki is weakest of us all. Kurama scowls. Haha. Kushina chuckles at the interaction of Izuna and Kurama. They sure are having fun. Izuna-kun is such a bully, he didn't even spare the 9 tails. Indeed. I guess, no one else other than him is capable of such a feat. Minato shakes his head as a smile blooms on his face. I hope Naruto would be able to make friends with the other half of Kurama. Boom. The wolf monster Roan swipes its claw at the clan leader Tenma and his wife. Whoosh. Both of them barely dodges its attack. Quick, take out the Saigenzai. We have to control it before it goes on a rampage. Tenma instructs his wife. All right. His wife nods her head and makes some hand signs as she releases a purple gas from her mouth. The purple gas surrounds the wolf. Izuna calmly stares at them from a distance. I wonder how they plan to control this beast. Through medicines. Does this wolf smoke weed? Chapter 178, 171. Blue fire powder. Tenma and his wife make some hand signs and release some purple smoke from their mouth. Secret technique, Kodan Saigenzai. The purple smoke surrounds the wolf monster Roan and slows its movements. Interesting. Izuna curiously stares at the battle between the Kodan clan leader and the wolf. He is utilizing the hypnotic abilities of the medicine to induce a genjutsu on the beast. Looks like he wants to gain control of this wolf. This medicine is very potent, and it even affects the Mangekyo Sharingan. I wonder what motives the Kodan clan fosters for trying to seek control of this beast. Previously, they sealed the beast to prevent any further harm to the land of medicine, and now they have unsealed the beast. Oh whoa. The wolf howls at the Kodan clan leader as it senses their intention. Swish. It swipes its claws and creates a wing blade to disperse the smoke. Not so fast, you beast, you may have terrorized our ancestors, but our abilities have far surpassed them. Whoosh. The couple makes some hand signs and releases more purple smoke at the beast. Oh whoa. The roar of the beast turns feeble as the purple smoke induces its effect. Tenma, do you think it would work? His wife questions him. It should work. The villagers had grown complacent with the invention of blue fire powder by the Kumonoi clan. If this continues, the village will discontinue the shinobi services and we would grow vulnerable to foreign attacks. Tenma clenches his fist tightly. I can't allow such a thing to happen. The foolish decisions of a few old geezers shall not ruin the legacy of our ancestors. So he thinks he can control a monster at the level of a tailed beast. Izuna silently stares at the Kodan clan leader. Well, I am always up for more entertainment. Let's see how he will dance. A wide smile appears on Izuna's face as he chases after the Tenma clan leader. Whoosh. Whoosh. The couple continues to douse the beast with more purple gas. Bam. After a few minutes, the beast collapses on the ground and loses its consciousness. Here is our chance, apply the sealing talisman on the beast. With this, it will fall under our control. Tenma takes out a sealing talisman from his pocket and brings it near to the beast's forehead. Swoosh. The talisman slips into the beast's body and the eyes of the beast turn violet. Success. Tenma has a relieved expression on his face as he stares at the beast. Now it's time for the second part of our plan. Whoosh, whoosh. Tenma makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Poof. The wolf monster Roan disappears in a large puff of smoke. Now on to the village. Once the village faces this monster, they will come to know the value of the shinobi culture. Fostering shinobis is necessary to understand the horrors of the war. The land of medicine can't maintain a neutral stance. Tenma and his wife walk towards the howling wolf village. Whoosh. Izuna reappears at the place as he stares at the back of the Kodan clan leader. This human is foolish. He is seeking his doom. Kurama scoffs at the Kodan clan leader. Does he think he can control a mindless beast corrupted by negative chakra on his own? Humph. Kurama snorts and closes his eyes. Izuna silently stares at Kurama. If my memory serves me right, then there is someone here, who wasn't controlled once but twice, and now he talking shit about others. Ha ha. Ha ha. Kushina giggles loudly as she tries hard to control her laughter. Minato, Kushina, and Izuna stare at Kurama for a while. Don't compare me to this vile beast. Also, the one who controlled me was Madara Uchiha. You can't fathom his power with your imagination, that's how strong he was. I can still feel the vile chakra of Madara. Slam. Izuna swings his hand and a giant torii gate falls on top of Nine Tails. Oops, my hand just slipped. Izuna apologies to Kurama. Minato and Kushina nod their head as Kurama stares at Izuna in perplexion. Anyway, the point is, the Kodan clan leader can't control the beast properly. It would get out of his control, eventually. Minato clears his throat to ease the tension. I also believe so. Kushina nods her head in agreement. Earlier, I recognized the sealing formula laid on the stone tablet. It has some resemblance with that of our Uzumaki clan. So, I guess that seal was created by the ancestor. Now, since the seal has been lifted, it will take a while for the beast to gain its full power. And once it reached its full power, it will easily break free from his control. Kushina explains the details. I guess I can gain some profits from this incident. Izuna greedily rubs his hands. After all, who doesn't get sick in this mundane world, and if I can procure first-class herbs and medicines for free, then I will happily dive in. Whoosh. Izuna's figure turns into countless shards of ice, which shatter and disappear. Inside the Howling Wolf village. Tenma Kodan and his wife reach the center of the village. It's time to put our plans into action. Swish. Swish. Tenma makes some hand signs and slams his palms on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Roan. Poof. A giant puff of smoke rises in the air as the giant wolf monster appears in the village. Tenma makes some hand signs, and the eyes of the wolf glows brightly. Oh whoa. It howls loudly and releases a shock wave through the village. Boom. The shock wave blows away the nearby house and destroys most of the house. Panic and chaos ensue in the village as the villagers run for their life. Quick. Run, the village is under attack. The villagers rush out of their houses as the wolf's roar terrorizes them. Interesting, that howl has Yin chakra infused in it. This beast can use the Yin chakra to induce fear and emotional instability. I want to cash in a favor. I can't allow them to die. Izuna makes some hand signs and creates multiple shadow clones. Protect the villagers. Yes, boss. The shadow clones nod their head and disperse. Oh whoa. The wolf howls again and releases another powerful shock wave through the village. It releases a purple ring of energy from its body. The ring expands through the village and casts a powerful hallucination on the villagers. Quick, the village is under attack, we have to neutralize the threat. Various guards and ninjas surround the wolf. This monster, he is similar to the legendary wolf monster Roan told in tales. How is he here? The expression of one of the old guards turns ugly as he informs the other guards. What? He is that monster. Fear encroaches the hearts of the guard. Quick, send someone to ask for backup from the Kumonoi clan. Their blue fire powder would help us a lot against this monster. Also, send someone to Kodan clan to request their help. The guard captain orders a few of his subordinates as the rest of them engage the wolf. Get into the formation, we have to prevent him from further harming the village. They don't have the ability to fight this wolf. That Tenma just released a disaster on his own village. Izuna shakes his head as his clones continue to evacuate the villagers. Inside the Kumonoi clan. A middle-aged man stares out of the window as he listens to the report of one of his men. So the village is under attack by a giant wolf monster. I have a hint of the identity of the culprit, but we have to stop the wolf first. The middle-aged man turns around and orders his men. Ready the blue fire powder. We will blow that wolf into smithereens. Yes, leader. One of his subordinates nods his head and flickers out of the room. All ninja techniques are useless in front of our blue fire powder. The invasion by a Megakure is a prime example of this. Those haughty bunch of shinobis invaded our land with an army only to get annihilated by the might of our blue fire powder. The middle-aged man closes his eyes and reminisces the past. It was right after the Second Shinobi War. The Omega-Kure was under the rule of Hanzo of the Salamander. He was feared throughout the shinobi world. Hanzo was a master of poisons, and the medicinal herbs of the land of medicine sparked greed in his heart. He sent his legion of shinobis to attack and plunder the land of medicine. The middle-aged man removes the cloth from his arm to reveal a wooden stump. My father was the clan leader of the Kumonoi clan at that time. I was a hot-headed adult who took part in the war. It was thanks to the invention of blue fire powder by father that led our land of medicine to victory. Sigh. The middle-aged man sighs and covers his arm. Monster or not, nothing can stand before the explosive power of blue fire powder. Chapter 179, 172. Blue Fire Powder Part 2. Whoosh, whoosh. The members of the Kumonoi clan surround the wolf monster Roan. The leader of the Kumonoi clan leads them in the fight. Load the small blue fire powder cylinders and launch them at the monster. The members of the Kumonoi clan throw multiple small cylinders at the wolf. Boom. Boom. The cylinders explode on top of the beast and torch it in blue flames. Oh whoa. The wolf monster cries in agony. Eat this, you beast, nothing can stand before the might of the blue fire powder. They continue to throw the bombs at the beast. Izuna inspects the blue fire powder thrown at the beast. I can see traces of potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal. Seems like they have made a chakra version of dynamite. This thing packs quite a punch. Boom. Boom. The bombs continue to explode on top of the monster as they torch its skin. If I were to compare it to a jutsu, then it packs the power of a B-rank jutsu. Izuna stares at the fight from a distance. The technology of this world is quite inconsistent. They have computers, long-range communication devices, explosives, but no mode of fast transportation. Oh, they do have trains. Oh whoa. This is not good. At this rate, the villagers would be able to suppress the wolf and the need for the shinobis would diminish. An ugly expression appears on Tenma's face. No, I can't allow this to happen. I have to do something. Tenma makes some hand signs. A sealing formula appears on his palm. Whoosh. He infuses some chakra in the seal. Oh whoa. The wolf howls again and releases another pulse of purple energy from its body. Boom. The shock wave travels through the village and knocks back the Kumonoi clan members. Damn it, the beast is empowering itself. We have to stop him. The leader of the Kumonoi clan signals his clan members. Bring out the big bombs. Let us show the power of the Kumonoi clan to this beast. Yes, leader. The Kumonoi clan members carry large cylinders of the blue fire powder. They load the cylinders in cannons and aim them at the wolf monster. Fire. The Kumonoi clan leader waves his hand. Boom. Boom. The large cylinders blow on top of the beast, pushing it to the outskirts of the village. Crack. Crack. The talisman around the wolf monster shatters into countless fragments. Crack. Ah. The seal on Tenma's hands breaks as he suffers a backlash. Things aren't looking good. That previous explosion from the blue fire powder damaged the sealing talisman. I have lost control over the beast. Tenma's expression turns ugly as he stares at the wolf monster with helplessness. Oh whoa. The beast howls at the villagers as its eyes turn red. Shum, shum. It releases multiple chakra pulses from its body. Boom. An enormous amount of chakra gathers near the mouth of the beast. Whoosh. The beast channels a large amount of negative chakra and creates a chakra orb. Swoosh. It shoots the negative chakra in a purple beam. The beam travels through the village, carving a ridge across the village. Boom, boom. Multiple explosions occur in the path as it destroys a major portion of the village. Looks like it is time for me to step in. Izuna stares at the destruction caused by the beast. I don't have a good summon. If I could subdue this beast and make it my summon, then that would be a big gain. Izuna wonders about the possibility as he flickers towards the beast. How could it be? How could this beast be so powerful? The Kumonoi clan leader stares at the wolf monster with wide eyes. Fire, fire. Continue to bomb the beast. I am sure we would be able to subdue it in no time. The Kumonoi clan members fire more blue fire powder at the beast. Oh whoa. The beast howls loudly and creates a chakra field around itself. The shield blocks the bombs and protects it from the explosion. Interesting, it can even defend itself. Now I am really tempted to make him my summon. Oh whoa. The beast charges up another beam of chakra as it aims it towards the Kumonoi clan members. Is this the end? Is this how I would meet my maker? Kumonoi clan leader stares at the beam traveling towards him. At least, the creation of blue fire powder brought some fame to the land of medicine. He closes his eyes and accepts his fate. This sure is a hassle. Izuna appears in front of the beam and stops it with his bare hands. Huh. The Kumonoi clan leader opens his eyes as the expected impact never came. I am alive. How? He wonders to himself. If your daydreaming is over, then I would highly appreciate it if you could evacuate your clan members. I don't want them to become the casualties of this battle. Yes, yes. I would do that. The Kumonoi clan leader tactlessly nods his head. Also, after this battle, I would like to have a chat with you. I am interested in your blue fire powder. Izuna reminds him. Yes, yes, please save the village. The Kumonoi clan leader helplessly nods his head. Looks like we still need the help of a shinobi. Very well, now it's time to take you down, big fellow. Izuna turns towards the wolf monster and taunts it. Oh whoa. The wolf howls in anger and charges at Izuna. Swipe. It swipes its chakra-infused claw at Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna dodges the attack and kicks the wolf in the head. Bang. The wolf smashes into a boulder. Whoa, that's dangerous. Izuna inspects the ground where the wolf swiped its claw. Purple fumes rise from the ground as it corrodes everything. Is this the power of the negative chakra? It eats away everything, including the sanity of the user. Well, I can do the same thing with my dark chakra. Let's see whose corrosion is more powerful. Izuna makes some hand signs as strange seals appear on his right hand. Darkness release, Azura mode. Black fumes rise from Izuna's body as they cover the right half of his body. A black horn made up of chakra sprouts from his head. Izuna draws his katana and slashes it at the beast. Slash. Darkness release, violent hell flame. Black flames erupt from the sword and cover the beast. Oh whoa. The beast charges another beam of negative chakra and fires it at the flames. Boom. A gigantic explosion covers the entire area and blinds everyone. Izuna leads the beast towards the mountain. Tenma bites his lower lip as he stares at the battle. It's my fault. I never expected the beast to be this stronger. I can't allow others to suffer because of my mistakes. I have to take responsibility for my actions. With the sealing talisman, I would be able to reseal the beast. He takes out a sealing talisman from his pocket. Bang, bang. Izuna punches and kicks the beast multiple times. Damn, what a thick hide. This dude is sure on his steroids. Let me try to burn the corruption of negative chakra with my dark chakra. Izuna raises his sword and infuses dark chakra in it. Darkness release, purge of the dark. Slash. He releases a dark black slash of flames. The dark flames cover the entire body of the beast and scorch it. The purple negative chakra emanating from its body starts to wither down. Oh whoa. The beast writhes in pain as it struggles to get rid of the flames. It's working, now I have to cleanse the remaining negative chakra. Izuna infuses the dark chakra in his right hand and jumps on top of the beast. He slams his hand on the beast's forehead and releases large amounts of dark flames. The flames start to cleanse the negative chakra. Huh. What's this? Whose memories are this? Various strange memories flood through Izuna's mind. These are the memories of this beast. Izuna closes his eyes as he enters the mindscape of the beast. Chapter 180, 173. A New Contract Part 1. Oh whoa. A giant snow wolf appears in Izuna's vision. The snow wolf has 3 cubs beside it. It's a female wolf. The snow wolf feeds its cubs as it stares at the sky. Rumble. Rumble. A giant meteor falls from the sky and crashes nearby. Grr. The wolf growls as it retreats into a nearby cave. Boom, boom. Multiple meteors fall from the sky and devastate the land. Izuna curiously stares at the scene. Is this a meteor shower? Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembles from the impact as shock waves travel through the ground. Oh whoa. The snow wolf howls and hides away its cubs. The wolf slowly walks out of the cave and stares at the sky. One of the bold, smaller cubs follows her. The wolf raises her head and stares at the sky. Izuna raises his head to follow her gaze. What the hell? His eyes widen as an unbelievable phenomenon appears in his vision. What the heck is this? Is this what I think it is? A gigantic mass of rocks and rubble is floating in the air. The floating mass dwarfs everything as it blocks the sunlight. The satellite of dust and debris slowly rises in the air. Don't tell me it is the moon. Rumble. Rumble. Many cracks appear on the surface of the moon as a giant grotesque earthen-colored humanoid entity with a mummified appearance and many spiky protrusions break free from it. Roar. The grotesque figure releases a powerful shock wave from its body. Growling. The snow wolf retreats in fear as it hides inside the cave. That's the demonic statue of the outer path, the husk of the Ten Tails. Izuna recognizes the statue. So, it seems this incident is before the formation of the moon and during the battle between the Rikuta-Sennin and the Ten Tails. Roar. The statue roars again as it desperately attempts to get free from the Chibaka Tensei. Bam, bam. Multiple rocks fly from the ground and slam into the statue, further sealing it inside the core of the satellite. Roar. The beast releases multiple bolts of chakra from the protrusion on its back. Swoosh, swoosh. The bolts destroy a portion of the moon and travel towards the cavern of the snow wolf. Boom. The chakra bolt destroys the cavern and buries it underground. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath as he stares at the scene of destruction with his eyes. This scale of power is almost godlike, the ability to terraform a planet and create satellites. I could only imagine such things in my previous life. Whoosh. The scenery changes as another memory floods Izuna's mind. Rumble. Rumble. The cavern collapses as a large snow wolf escapes from it. Whoa. The wolf howls in sorrow as it stares at the dead body of its family. So this is that little wolf cub. Purple chakra rises from the wolf's body as it consumes its mind. Whoa. The wolf howls in agony as the chakra mutates its body. So that's how it is. Whoosh. Izuna exits from the mindscape of the beast. Poor guy, the power of the demonic statue of the outer path killed his family and overwhelmed his mind. The demonic statue absorbed the vitality of hundreds and thousands of humans. The hatred, fear, and the helplessness of so many people together with the potent chakra of the Ten Tails created the negative chakra which influenced the mind of the snow wolf. Sigh. Izuna sighs and caresses the head of the beast. Don't worry, I will free you soon. The wolf calms down and stops its rampage. Izuna continues to drain the negative chakra from its body. You beast. I can't allow you to rampage anymore. I will reseal you once and for all. The leader of the Kodan clan jumps towards the wolf and throws a talisman at it. Sealing technique, Roan Kodan. He claps his hand as the sealing talisman floats in the air. Stop. Izuna yells at Tenma. Whoosh. The talisman flies towards the wolf. Various Fuinjutsu seals crawl out of it and wrap around the wolf. BZZT. Red lightning crackles from the talisman as it creates a powerful suction force. Whoa. The wolf howls in anger as it gets pulled towards the seal. This idiot. I was so close to nullifying the corruption. Izuna curses the Kodan clan leader as he jumps from the top of the wolf. Whoa. The wolf howls in anger. Swish. It swipes its claw at the sealing talisman and destroys it. No way, how it can be. This sealing formula was supposed to seal the beast forever. How can it destroy it so easily? Tenma has a terrified expression on his face as he stares at the wolf. Sigh. There is no cure for idiocy. Izuna shakes his head. Whoa. Dark black chakra rises from the body of the wolf and covers its entire body. The fur of the beast turns black and its eyes turn red as the beast enters into an enraged state. It releases a shock wave from its body, which pushes the Kodan clan leader away and slams him into a boulder. The Kodan leader passes out from the attack. Looks like he thinks that I betrayed him. My goodwill was a trap meant for his sealing. Crackle, crackle. Izuna cracks his knuckle as he walks towards the enraged beast. It was never meant to go easy. But I prefer it this way, at least I won't have to train you in the future. Whoosh. Izuna flickers in front of the beast as he clutches his fist. 8th gate release, 6th gate, gate of view open. Power release, Azura's robe. Izuna opens the 6th gate and coats his body with the power release chakra cloak. Red lightning flickers from his eyes as his fists blaze with fire. Aura. Aura, aura. Izuna releases a rapid barrage of rapid-fire punches at the enraged wolf. Various dents appear on its body as the wolf struggles to fight back. In terms of fighting capabilities, this wolf is comparable to Two Tails or Three Tails. ORAA. Izuna performs an uppercut which sends the wolf flying towards a small hill. Bang. The wolf slams into the hill and passes out. The black aura around it vanishes as its fur turns white. Izuna walks towards the wolf and inspects it. Black fumes rise from the wolf and seep into the ground. So, this is the so-called malevolent negative chakra. The chakra which can overwhelm the emotional state of any being. Whoosh. The sin grimoire floats out in front of the wolf. Swoosh. It starts to suck the dark black negative chakra. Just because you can eat it, doesn't mean you have to eat it, you glutton. Izuna shakes his head and allows the grimoire to do what it wishes. Now for you. Izuna turns towards the snow wolf. It would be a hassle to subdue you here. I will deal with you later. Kamui. Izuna activates his Kamui and sucks the beast into his pocket dimension. Now with him out of the way, all that is left is to deal with the villagers. Pitter-patter. Sounds of footsteps fall in his ear. The villagers warily approach the hill. Time to cash my benefit. Izuna walks up to Tenma and wakes him up. Ugh. Where am I? What happened? Tenma clutches his forehead as he looks around. Where is that beast? I have to seal him at all costs. Tenma jumps in a frenzy and warily looks around. Well, you don't have to worry about the beast, but you better get ready for them. Izuna points towards the approaching villagers. It was my fault. So many people died in this battle, in a moment of folly. I released that monster in the village and killed so many people. I don't deserve to live anymore. Tenma is overridden with guilt as he drops on the ground. Well, looks like you finally gained some consciousness. Izuna walks towards the oncoming villagers. Where is that beast? Where is he? The Kumonoi clan leader leads the villagers and stops in front of Izuna. Oh, the monster. I was having a hard time fighting against that beast, but clan leader Tenma arrived right on time and used a secret technique of his clan to seal the beast. Izuna points towards Tenma. Who me? Tenman looks in confusion. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat to signal Tenma. Ah yes. I sealed him using the secret sealing technique of Kodan clan, which was used to seal the beast a few centuries ago. Tenma nods his head. Is that so? The Kumonoi clan leader suspiciously stares at Tenma. Then you have our gratitude, clan leader Tenma. The clan leader of the Kumonoi clan nods his head and leads the rest of the villagers towards the village. We would conduct an emergency meeting to discuss the details of the incident and the aftermath of the fight. Be sure to join the meeting. He informs Tenma before departing for the village. Clan leader Tenma, we have some things to discuss. Izuna adopts a serious expression. Chapter 181, 174. A new contract part 2. That was a steal. Izuna walks towards the guest room as he remembers the deal with the Kodan and Kumonoi clan leader. Kumonoi clan leader agreed to supply him with a constant supply of blue fire powder at a very discounted price. Well, it is better than nothing. I have to gather all the resources I can to prepare for the war. As for the Kodan clan leader, a smile blooms on Izuna's face as he remembers the deal. Uchiha clan will get a free supply of medicine and herbs for the next 50 years. Also, a free supply of Kotaro. Izuna takes out a vial from his pocket. This medicine is really mysterious. It can slow the degradation of optic nerves caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan. I hope Tsunade had made some progress with the medicine. I want to cure Itachi before his illness flares up. Swoosh. Izuna pockets the vial and enters the room. Zzz. Naruto is deep asleep as he snores. Well, he is sleeping soundly. So, it is all good. Izuna shakes his head as he checks the Fuinjutsu seals. I can't blame him, after so many reinforcements and silencing seals, this room is as fortified as a castle wall. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. It's time to talk with that wolf. Whoosh. He opens a swirling portal and disappears from the room. Inside the Kamui dimension. Whoosh. Another portal opens up as Izuna enters the dimension. Whoa, that's nasty. He notices several claw marks carved on the various platforms floating in the dimension. Growl. Swish. Izuna performs a backflip and avoids the claw attack. Oh, looks like the previous beating wasn't enough. Care for more? Izuna cracks his knuckles as he turns towards the wolf. Gore. The wolf growls at him. I have lived long enough to know that. I can't trust anyone in this world. A deep voice addresses Izuna. While trapped in the darkness, I saw all the negative emotions and memories of the humans. How they were betrayed by the very god they worshipped. All of their hatred, grudge, fear, and helplessness. I felt all of it. After watching all of these memories, how can I trust a human like you? The wolf walks out of the darkness to reveal itself. The wolf has white fur with black stripes running vertically across its body, parting at one of its tail. That's quite a wonderful ability. To be able to hide in darkness, looks like after the purification of corruption, he has gained some unique abilities. So you mean, you don't trust humans? Izuna folds his arms as he stares at the giant body of the wolf. Growl. You are strong, stronger than any human I have seen during all these years. I can sense it, your abilities are even greater than the person who sealed me here. But that doesn't mean I would submit to you. I finally regained my sanity, I can't allow myself to get shackled again. Izuna nods his head in agreement. Fair enough, but I can't allow a powerful beast like you to wander across the shinobi world. Izuna denies his request. Growl. Then there is nothing to talk about anymore. Whoosh. The wolf dives into the shadows and disappears from the vision. I can't allow you to roam the world on your own, but what about under my observation? Growl. What do you mean? The wolf talks from the shadows. What about a contract? A summoning contract. Sign a summoning contract with me and you can watch the world with me. Izuna stretches a hand towards the shadows. Grr. There is no place for me in this world. I am an abomination made of hatred and darkness, why would you want to form a summoning contract with me? The wolf questions him. Well, that's what makes it more fun. Izuna smiles at the shadows. Huh, so you will set me free just like that? Yes. Izuna nods his head. He makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. A giant Fuinjutsu seal appears on the ground. This is a summoning Fuinjutsu seal. Drip your blood on the seal to form a contract. Izuna instructs the wolf. All right. The wolf jumps out from the shadows. It swipes its claw and drips some blood on the seal. Whoosh. The seal shines brightly as it rises in the air. Time for a new contract. Izuna takes out a giant scroll from his storage and infuses chakra on the scroll. The summoning seal fuses with the scroll. Snap. Izuna bites his thumb and drips a drop of blood on the top of the seal. Shum. The seal shines for a while before fading out. I can feel the connection with the wolf. Now he is my summon. Whoosh. The sin seal on his right hand activates and releases some chakra on the scroll. Shum. The seal shines with a purple light. A giant Magatama symbol appears around the wolf's neck. Izuna inspects the Magatama for a while before shaking his head. I still don't have any clue about it. This sin seal is as mysterious as ever. With this, you are my summon. Oh whoa. The wolf howls in happiness. Roan, call me Roan. The wolf speaks to him. Very well, Roan. Let's get out of here. Izuna opens a portal out of the Kamui dimension. But, before that, can you manipulate your size? With this enormous body, I don't think you could roam freely with me. Yes. Roan nods his head as he infuses chakra in his body. Whoosh. His body shrinks as he turns into a normal white snow wolf with black strips over his body. That's much better. Let's go. Izuna nods his head and walks out of the portal. Swoosh. Roan dives into Izuna's shadow. Next day. Awa. Naruto yawns as he lazily stretches his hands. That was a very good sleep. It has been a while since I last slept so well. Naruto stands up from his head and walks out of the room. Ramen, I need some ramen for breakfast. Naruto orders the nearby servant. Ah. Dear guest. I don't think it is healthy to eat ramen this early in the morning. Why don't you eat breakfast with Izuna-sama? The servant leads Naruto towards the dining room. Oh. Naruto, you are awake. Izuna waves his hands at Naruto. Nisan. I am hungry. Naruto hurriedly dives at the table and chomps down the food. Naruto, eat slowly. The food isn't going anywhere. Izuna tries to calm down Naruto. Chomp, chomp. But. Nisan, it has been 3 weeks since I last ate something good. Naruto continues to swallow his food. What do you mean, Naruto? You mean to say that, you didn't like my steak dishes, which I cooked for you? Izuna hangs down his head in sadness. No. No. They were delicious, really delicious, but, we had steak for every breakfast, lunch and dinner, so I am fed up with it. Naruto hurriedly denies it as he shakes his hands. True, but I can only cook steak dishes. Sigh. Izuna sighs and continues to eat breakfast. Naruto, today we will meet with Tsunade. Izuna points towards a large mansion located on top of the Three-Wolf Mountain. That place is a treasure trove for medical need. It has a record of all known medicines and herbs of the shinobi world. Any clan or village, no matter where, always seeks the land of medicine for medical supplies. Part of the reason Hanzo wanted to get hold of this place so badly. Well. I can't blame him either. Other nations feared this place because of the presence of Roan, but Hanzo was bold enough to attack this place. Get your stuff ready, Naruto, we would move out soon. Izuna finishes his breakfast and strolls through the Kodan clan compounds. Izuna-san, here is the medicine you needed. A tall young boy offers a scroll to Izuna. The boy has a frantic expression on his face, as if he is meeting an idol. Oh, that's good. Izuna accepts the scroll as he notices the similarity of the boy to Tenma. You are. I am Reishi Kodan, the elder son of Tenma Kodan. I am the new pharmacist of the Kodan clan. The boy introduces himself. MHM. Izuna nods his head. We will see each other often in the future. Yes. Reishi frantically nods his head. Izuna-san. I am a great fan of yours. I have heard all the stories regarding you. You are my idol. There are stories about me. When did that happen? Izuna turns to Reishi and asks him. These stories you mentioned, where did you get them from? Oh, here it is, the recent issue of the Ika Ika series, Innocence. Reishi passes a book to Izuna. Izuna hurriedly grabs the book and schemes through it. An ugly expression appears on his face as he turns the pages. Damn you, Jiraiya, don't make me the protagonist of your hentai series. Izuna tightly clutches the book. Next time I see you, I will beat that old ass of yours. Chapter 182, 175. Fight me. Nisan, do I have to do it again? Naruto helplessly stares at Izuna. Yup, your training isn't over yet and this will be an excellent opportunity for you to train. Izuna nods his head. Ha. Naruto lifts a giant boulder and places it on his shoulders. Good. Izuna and Naruto walk out of the Howling Village as they ascend the Three-Wolf Mountain. Inside a guest room. Heek. Tsunade chugs down a cup of sake as she lies on the table. Gimme more. I want more. Tsunade slams the cup on the table as she demands more sake. Tsu. Tsunade-sama, it is still early in the morning. You shouldn't drink this early. Shizun tries to stop Tsunade. Oink. Oink. Taunton jumps around Tsunade, agreeing with Shizun. Heek. I don't care. I need more sake. Tsunade waves the cup at Shizun. Sigh. Shizun sighs to herself and refills the cup. Gulp, gulp. Ha. Tsunade chugs down the sake. I am so sleepy. She slams the cup on the table and falls asleep. Sigh. Tsunade-sama has worked hard. Shizun gently covers Tsunade with a blanket. She picks up the stacks of paper scattered around the room and arranges them in order. I have never seen Tsunade-sama pushing herself this hard in a while. She is giving her all for Izuna-kun's sake. Shizun picks up a paper and reads through its content. The paper has a detailed diagram of the lungs with tenketsu points and a chakra network. Incredible. I always wondered how Izuna-kun has such detailed information about the human body. Shizun reads the details of the paper as she wonders in amazement. While studying under Tsunade-sama, I always had a feeling that Izuna-kun already knew a lot about medical ninjutsu. She places the paper on the table and walks out of the room. Let me fetch some breakfast for Tsunade-sama. Shizun walks out of the room. Miss Shizun, the breakfast is ready. A sweet and gentle voice greets her. Shizun turns towards the owner of the voice. A fair lady with blue eyes, purple hairs framed in a ponytail with two bangs parting on each side of her face appears in her vision. The lady is dressed in luxurious clothes with the insignia of Land of Medicine carved on her robe. Oh, it's you, Lady Hanyu. Good morning. Shizun greets the newcomer. Lady Hanyu signals one of her servants, who carries over the dishes. I have some matters to attend in the Howling Wolf village. There was quite a ruckus yesterday, so I would have to visit the village. Lady Hanyu nods her head and walks away. I wonder what happened there. Shizun shakes her head and carries the breakfast. Just a little more, Naruto, we are close. Izuna cheers Naruto, who struggles to carry the boulder. Huff. Huff. Naruto breathes heavily as he carries the shoulder. I am close. I won't give up. Databio. Naruto pumps up his chakra and dashes forward. That's the Naruto I know. Izuna nods his head and follows him. Ha. Naruto throws away the boulder as he lies down on the ground. Huff. Huff. I did it. Databio. Good job. Naruto. Izuna praises Naruto. With this, the first part of your training is over, we will continue the second part later. Izuna uses Sage Chakra to rejuvenate Naruto. We are here. Let's meet with Tsunade. Naruto stands up and dusts his clothes. Both of them enter the mansion. Izuna takes out an insignia from his pocket given to him by Tsunade to get entry into the mansion. This place is well guarded. Izuna raises his eyebrow as he notices many shinobis hiding in the shadows. These shinobi aren't a problem. He turns towards the walls of the mansion. Quite a sinister trap, if I have to say it. To use blue fire powder cylinders as landmines. Just a light step and it will start a chain reaction and blow away the entire buried blue fire powder. Izuna raises his head and notices various cannons mounted on top of the outer wall. Quite a fortified place. This place is like a medieval-era castle with a hint of modern technology. Both of them continue to walk through the courtyard of the mansion as Izuna inspects his surroundings. Shinobi world has a mix of all cultures. Amegakure has fortified iron walls and houses. Takigakure is similar to a resort city and Konoha is like a pre-modern era village. Anyway. I have to look for Tsunade. Izuna closes his eyes and senses Tsunade's chakra. Found her. I am so excited to meet her. I will show her my new jutsu. Naruto jumps in excitement. Okay, Naruto, calm down. Also, did you buy any gift for her? It has been a long time since you met her, so you must buy her a gift. Izuna asks Naruto. Gift? I haven't bought anything. Naruto scratches his head with an awkward smile. Naruto, whenever you visit someone, you have to bring some gifts for them. Like a bouquet, especially when you visit a girl. Izuna advises him. But, Granny is an old hag. She is not young anymore. Naruto shakes his head. Oi, kid, what did you say? A shrill voice falls in their ear. Clump, clump. Sounds of heavy footsteps close upon them. Naruto, you are on your own. It's not my fault, okay. Whoosh. Izuna flickers away from his position. Bonk. Tsunade appears in front of Naruto and bonks his head. Oi, kid, what did you say just now? Who is an old hag, who isn't young anymore? Ah. Naruto clutches his head and rolls around on the ground. He has tears in his eyes as a large bump appears on his head. Humph. That's what you get for being disrespectful to a lady. Tsunade places her hands around her waist as she stares at Naruto with an angry gaze. Ha ha. Izuna chuckles as he remarks. Naruto. I warned you beforehand. You are not much better than him. Tsunade snorts at him. Naruto-kun, are you fine? Naruto-kun. Shizun walks out of the room. She uses the mystic palm technique to heal the bump on his forehead. Aren't you happy to see me after such a long time? Izuna walks up to her. Humph. Who would be happy to see you? Anyway, did you bring something for me? Earlier, I heard something about a gift. Tsunade rubs her hands in excitement. Of course. I did. How can I not bring a gift for you? Whoosh. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket and takes out a wine bottle from it. It is the frosted dew wine from Kirigakure. I got it from the collection of Terumi clan leader. That guy is quite grateful for your help. Yes. Tsunade hurriedly snatches the wine from his hands and enters the room. Let's talk in the room. Her voice fades away as she enters the room. This alcohol addict. Izuna shakes his head and follows her. Inside the room. Gulp, gulp. Tsunade drinks a mouthful of the wine. Ah, such a fine wine. It has been a while since I last had something like this. Gulp. She takes another mouthful of the wine. So, how is it? Any progress? Izuna asks her with an excited expression. Gulp, slam. Tsunade slams the cup as she signals Shizun. Shizun, bring those papers. Yes. Tsunade-sama. Shizun pulls out a stack of paper and passes them to Izuna. Izuna inspects the papers as Tsunade explains. Earlier, last year, I read your detailed report of the illness of the Terumi clan leader. Izuna nods his head as Tsunade continues. So, I researched it in detail and found some similarities with Itachi's diseases. Can you treat him? Izuna nervously asks her. For now, no. Tsunade shakes her head in denial. No. Izuna gulps his saliva as these words pour a bucket of cold water on his hopes. Seems like I have to hurry up and learn Sage of Six Paths and Jutsu. That's the only way to save Itachi. Izuna clutches his fists. But I think I would be able to. I just need some more time. I am near the end of my research. Tsunade takes the papers from his hand. Phew. At least, there is still hope. Izuna takes a deep breath. Anyway. I don't think your purpose to visit me is to just talk about this. Tsunade adopts a serious expression as he questions Izuna. No. I want you to return to the village and take over the position of Hokage. Izuna straightforwardly reveals to her. No. I don't have any interest in that position. It is a position only meant for fools. Tsunade shakes her head in denial. Hokage, did you say Hokage? Naruto jumps down from the bed and stands in between them. You mean to say that, Granny will be the next Hokage? He asks Izuna. Well, yes, but no. Tsunade denied the position and I am helpless to convince her. Izuna raises his hands in submission. No matter what. Naruto is the protagonist of the story. I am sure his talk no jutsu is still better than mine. Let me see how it plays out. Izuna backs down as Naruto turns towards Tsunade. Granny Tsunade. Fight me, if I win, you will become the next Hokage. Izuna and Shizun silently stare at Naruto's bold remark. Well, too much for the protagonist. He is still the old Naruto. Chapter 183, 176. Hokage is my dream. A/N sorry for not updating for 3 days. Because of the ongoing farmers' protest. The government terminated internet in my area. It has been 10 days since the cellular network is terminated. Then suddenly on Thursday, the Wi-Fi also got terminated as per government's instruction. I was bored to death in these 3 days. Finally, my internet is back. My internet might get terminated again, since everything is dependent on government's whims. Well, who am I even kidding? It's Naruto who we are talking about. Izuna shakes his head and walks towards Shizun. He picks up Taunton and rubs her head. It's turning quite meaty and juicy all these years. Oink. Oink. Taunton struggles in his arms. Oh, brat. Looks like you have developed some guts in all these years. Tsunade cracks her knuckles and walks towards Naruto. You can't undermine the position of Hokage. Databio. I will become the Hokage in the future. Naruto makes some hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. He makes 2 shadow clones and dashes towards Tsunade. I will prove to you that my dream to become a Hokage is not a shallow one. Ho. You haven't even graduated from the academy and you want to challenge me. Come then. Kiddo. Tsunade lifts her hand, points a finger towards Naruto. Though I may not look like it, but I am also one of the Sannin. 1 finger. I will use just 1 finger to beat you. Tsunade taunts Naruto. Don't underestimate me, Granny. I have trained hard in these past few years. Naruto clutches his fist as he signals his clones. Let's show Granny, what are we made of? Databio. Naruto and his clones take out kunai from their pocket and throw them at Tsunade. Flick, flick, flick. Tsunade flicks out the kunai with her finger. Kid, if that's all you got, then you don't stand a chance. Crunch, crunch. Izuna crunches popcorns as he watches the fight. Shizun silently stares at Izuna. Izuna-kun, you aren't worried about Naruto. Tsunade-sama is a Sannin, there is no way Naruto who hasn't even graduated from the academy could beat her. Crunch, crunch. Izuna fills his mouth with popcorns as he answers. Just wait and watch, you might be surprised to see Naruto's growth. He is their son after all. If you say so, then I believe you. Even so, it is Tsunade-sama we are talking about. Shizun has a worried expression on her face. Relax, just sit back and watch. He offers her some popcorns. Ha, take this. Naruto closes the distance and attacks Tsunade with a kunai. Swish. Tsunade flicks the kunai with her finger and staggers Naruto. It's over. She points her finger near Naruto's forehead and flicks it. Poof. Naruto's body disperses in a puff of smoke. What? Tsunade's eyes widen in surprise. Poof. The kunai turns in Naruto and attacks her. Eat this. Raise-non. Naruto makes a raise-non and attacks her. This technique. Tsunade sobers up as she hurriedly kicks the ground and jumps up in the air. Boom. The ground beneath them shatters and Naruto tumbles over it as he slams the raise-non on the ground. Boom. The raise-non expands and creates a crater on the ground. Whoa. I never expected Naruto to unknowingly add wind chakra to the raise-non. Looks like he is learning at a very quick pace. I guess, he has inherited his father's genes for quick learning. Whoosh. I almost got her. Naruto bites his lip in frustration. It's not over yet. Whoosh. His clones act like a catapult and toss him in the air. I will get you this time. Naruto makes some hand signs in midair. Wind style, pressure breakthrough. Naruto exhales a blast of wind pressure from his mouth. Good try, kid, you almost got me. Whoosh. Tsunade appears behind Naruto and flicks his forehead. It's still too early to fight and win against me. Boom. Naruto is sent flying by the flick as he tumbles over a large distance. Kid, you sure have grown a lot, but it is still not enough to beat me. Tsunade slowly walks towards Naruto as she praises me. Now tell me, why do you want to become the Hokage? Tsunade places her hands around her waist as she questions him. I will become a Hokage no matter what. Because Hokage is my dream. Databio. Naruto proudly raises his head. What? The image of Dan and Nawaki overlaps with Naruto as Tsunade enters into a trance. She is a bit off her guard. This is my chance. Naruto clenches his fists. Oi. Ninetales, give me some chakra. Humph. Ninetales snorts at him. Here brat, take it and don't bother me again. Whoosh. Naruto enters into a one-tail cloak chakra mode. Now is my chance, raise Nan. What the? Tsunade's eyes widen as she looks at the new form of Naruto. Oh. I never expected Naruto to use this form. Looks like he really respects the position of Hokage. Izuna dusts his hands as he flickers in between them. Boom. A large cloud of dust and debris rise as Izuna is holding Naruto's arm with his bare hands. Now. Naruto. I warned you to not use this power recklessly, much less against the family. Whoosh. Izuna disperses the chakra cloak as he scolds Naruto. Naruto, you should be careful with this power. As punishment, I will double your training. No, Nii-san. No. Naruto hugs Izuna's legs. Ah. He slumps on the ground and passes out. This guy, he overexerted himself. Izuna shakes his head and places Naruto on his shoulder. Hold on. I have a few questions for you. Tsunade stops him. Well. I will answer all of them. Let's talk in the room. Izuna scratches his head. Inside the room. Bam. Tsunade slaps her hand on the table as she questions Izuna. Was it you who taught him the raise Nan? Besides Minato, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, you are the only person who knows how to use that jutsu. Minato is no longer with us. Jiraiya is out of the village and Kakashi is in Umbu, which only leaves you. Tell me, why would you teach such a powerful jutsu to an academy student like Naruto? Tsunade angrily questions him. Tsunade, when I was at Naruto's age, I had already made a name for myself in the Shinobi War and joined Umbu. Compared to that, teaching a jutsu is nothing. Izuna argues with her. You idiot. Things were different back then. Now we are in an era of peace. Tsunade angrily places her hands around her massive chest. Also, what was with that Ninetales chakra? Don't tell me you are training Naruto to control Ninetales chakra. Well, about that. Izuna scratches his head as he explains. It was Minato and Kushina's wish to allow Naruto to get hold of this power. I am just helping them fulfill it. It's still too early for that. Let him grow first. He is still an academy student. Tsunade argues. Tsunade. Izuna holds Tsunade's shoulder. Remember how I told you about an imminent threat on the shinobi world? I have to prepare Naruto for that threat. Well, if you say so. Tsunade calms down and sits down. She opens the sake bottle and chugs down a mouthful. I trust your decision. So, what are your thoughts about the Hokage position? Izuna refills her cup. Tsunade lifts her eyebrow as she stares at Izuna. I will return to the village. It's for Naruto's sake. I wanted to see how far can he grow for the sake of his dream. He is a fool. Well, at least he is a determined fool. Izuna chuckles and pours more wine. I would be waiting for your return to Konoha. There is still something which I need to take care of. Izuna grabs Naruto and stands up. See ya. Whoosh. He disappears from their vision as he teleports out of the room. This guy, he is always in a hurry. Tsunade shakes her head and chugs down another mouthful of wine. Shizun, we will party all night. Hi. Tsunade-sama. Oink. Oink. Whoosh. Izuna reappears in Konoha. He places down Naruto on the bed and flickers towards the Hokage's office. Knock, knock. Izuna knocks on the Hokage's office door. Come on. An old voice greets him. Izuna enters the room. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and places it on the table. Hokage-sama. I have completed the mission. Orochimaru is building a new hidden village in the Land of Sound. His motives are still unclear. Hiruzen picks up the scroll and schemes through it. Orochimaru, what are you up to this time? I hope I won't regret my decision. Tsunade is on her way to the village. She would return in a few weeks, Izuna informs him. Sigh. Hiruzen takes a deep puff from his pipe and exhales it out. So, it's about time for me to retire. The will of fire shall be passed to the future generation. Izuna silently departs from the office, leaving Hiruzen alone. Ha! Hiruzen pulls out a drawer and takes out a crystal ball. He gently rubs the ball as he whispers. Goodbye, old friend. It's about time for us to part ways. Hiruzen covers the crystal ball with a cloth and closes his eyes as he reminisces. Chapter 184, 177. The new Hokage. 6 months passes in the blink of an eye. Tsunade is inaugurated as the 5th Hokage. Inside the Hokage office. Tsunade is sitting on the Hokage chair as she schemes through some paperworks. Damn. I hate this paperwork. I should have never agreed to become Hokage in the first place. She clutches the paper tightly. Tsunade-sama, the position of a Hokage is a big responsibility. You shouldn't slack while working. Shizen rebukes her. Ha. I need a break. I want some booze. Tsunade stretches her arms and grabs the paperwork. Chunin exams are close. Konoha signed a peace treaty with Tsunagakure during the Third Shinobi War, so it is an excellent opportunity to further improve the relation. Tsunade takes out a scroll from the drawer and scribbles something. Snap. Tsunade snaps her fingers as a messenger eagle appears on the window. Deliver this to Tsunagakure. Whoosh. The eagle disappears in a distance. Sigh. I have to write more letters. If only Izuna was here, I could dump some paperwork on him. Tsunade stretches her arms and relaxes on the chair. Did someone mention my name? Whoosh. Izuna teleports in the middle of the room. You are back, Izuna-kun. Shizen grabs all the papers to prevent them from flying around. Swoosh. Izuna tosses a scroll to Tsunade. It's done. That was fast. Tsunade nods her head and opens the scroll as she reads the content. I never expected someone would be gutsy enough to break free a prisoner from the Hozuki castle. Tsunade throws the scroll on the table. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath as he closes his eyes. Kara is on the move already. They broke free one of their future inners from the Hozuki castle. The scroll rolls open to reveal the picture of the prisoner. The picture of a tall man with a heavily built frame appears on the scroll. The man has blue eyes and a mustache. Burrow is a rogue ninja from Iwagakure who deserted the village a few years ago. He massacred a dozen jounin while escaping from the village. He is an expert user of the lava release. That old fool Inoki has to personally make a move to capture him. Later, he was imprisoned in the Hozuki castle to never see the dawn. I wonder who freed him from the prison. The culprit must be quite skilled to be able to jailbreak blood prison. Tsunade reads the details of the scroll aloud. Kyuzugakure signed an alliance with the Kanagakure during the Third Shinobi War. So, when they requested help, we had to deploy our most powerful shinobi. Tsunade folds the scroll and places it on the table. I will take my leave if there is no mission for me. Izuna opens the window and jumps out. Wait. I have a job for you. Tsunade stops him. I could dump the responsibility of Chunin exam on him. This way I could take a breather. Ahem. Tsunade clears her throat. I want you to deliver this letter to Kirigakure. I heard you are quite close to the Mizukage, so it will be convenient for you to deliver this letter. Tsunade smiles at him as she teases him. Yes, I am dating her. It has been 1.5 years since we started dating. Izuna nods his head. TCH, you are no fun. Tsunade clicks her tongue. Then I will be on my way. Izuna grabs the scroll and teleports out. Ha. So much work to do. Tsunade complains. But Tsunade-sama, Izuna-kun has been running lots of errands for you in these past 6 months. Shizen remarks. That's true, if not for him, I would be struggling with this much paperwork. Shizen, let's go to Yakiniku-Q tonight. I want a break. Ahem. Let me check your schedule first. Shizen clears her throat as she enters her secretory mode. Tsunade-sama, you have to attend the graduation ceremony of the academy in the afternoon. Then in the evening, you have an appointment with the merchants. Later at night, you have a dinner arrangement with the wife of Fire Daimyo. So, with the schedule in mind. Tsunade-sama, you don't have any free time. Ha. Tsunade depressingly drops her head as she mumbles. It's not fair. I have no free time, why did I agree to this position in the first place? Tsunade-sama, Naruto would graduate today. Don't you want to see him become a genin and take his first step towards his dream? Shizen asks Tsunade. Yes, I would also like to see his growth. If not for him, I wouldn't even agree to this position. Tsunade stretches her arms and gets up from her seat. Let's go. Inside the academy, Naruto is lazily resting on the table with his eyes closed as he listens to the conversation. Hey, today is the day we graduate from the academy. I can't wait to become a ninja. One of the civilian boys clenches his fist and raises it in the air. Yes, I am pumped up. Finally, I will be able to use those cool jutsu and impress some girls. Another civilian raises his fist. Humph. Sasuke snorts as he calmly closes his eyes. A bunch of delusional kids who think the life of a ninja is easygoing. Soon, they will understand the harsh reality when they will take their first step outside the village. Yes, it is very rough outside the village. Databio. Naruto nods his head as he reminisces his experience. Last year, I tagged along with Izuna Nisan on a mission. But I was kidnapped by the enemy ninjas and was held hostage. Naruto narrates his experience to them. Naruto, are you okay? A timid and sweet voice asks him. Oh. Nothing happened to me, Hinata. I beat those bad guys up and escaped from their grasp. Naruto smugly folds his arms. Humph, who will believe that white lie? Right, Akamaru? Woof, woof. Another kid with a small puppy on his head walks up to them. What do you mean, Kiba? You want some beating? Naruto cracks his knuckles. Anytime, you knucklehead. Woof, woof. Cut it out, you two. Don't bother Sasuke-kun. A blonde girl pushes them back as she approaches Sasuke. Ino, you pig, stop hogging Sasuke for yourself. Another girl with pink hair and a broad head pushes them. Damn it, why Sasuke gets all the attention? Naruto complains. Shut up, Naruto. The blonde girl and pink-haired girl shouts at him. Shut up, you billboard brow. The blonde girl shouts at the blonde girl. Both the girls start a verbal fight. Calm down, you two. Ino and Sakura. A fat boy with a rotund build and some markings on his cheeks tries to calm them down. Shut up, you fatty. Both Ino and Sakura shout at him. F.A., fatty, did you call me fatty? Choji enters a trance and expands his body. Cut it out. Everyone. A loud voice interrupts them. Any more noise and I will kick you out of the classroom. The newcomer yells again. Irika-sensei, it's Irika-sensei. The hustle-bustle dies down as everyone takes their seats. Ahem. Irika clears his throat as he takes out a paper from the drawer of the table. All of you have been a part of the academy for almost 3 years. Now the time has come for you to finally graduate from the academy and take your first step as a ninja. Irika pauses as he stares at the class for their reaction. I am all pumped up. Kiba raises his fists. Woof. What a drag. Another boy raises his head for a second before closing his eyes and resting lazily on the table. Irika silently stares at the boy. All the Nara clan members are the same. Ahem, anyway, before you take your first step as a ninja you have to clear the academy's graduation exam and prove your strength. Then only would you be able to wear the shinobi headband. Irika shakes his headband. Come on. Irika-sensei, stop with your flexing and start the exam. Naruto remarks. TCH. A tick mark appears on Irika's face as he clenches his fists. Naruto, this boy. Though his grades aren't top-notch, he is still ranked in the top 10. As for his taijutsu and shurikenjutsu skills, he is only second to that Uchiha boy Sasuke. Ahem. So, wasting no more of our time. I will start the first part of the exam. Irika takes out a stack of paper and places it on the table. The first part is the written exam followed by a test of your ninjutsu skills. Not this again. Naruto drops down his head. I hate this part. But didn't you diligently study for the past few months? Sasuke questions him. My dream is to become the Hokage and Izuna Nisan told me to study books if I want to become the Hokage. So, I won't give up, no matter how boring these books are. Naruto clenches his fist as a fire burns in his eyes. Well, if you say so. He is too easy. Sasuke nods his head. Chapter 185, 178. The New God Tree. At Kiri borders. Whoosh. Izuna teleports outside Kirigakure. Izuna looks in a certain direction and nods his head. There is no need to hide. Whoosh. A tall figure in a black cloak flickers in front of him. I have something to report, master. A female voice falls in his ears. Sigh. Izuna rubs his forehead as he rebukes her. Wrath, just call me captain. You don't have to call me master. No. The figure shakes her head. I have nowhere to belong to. The village which I considered as my home betrayed me, the people which I considered my family backstabbed me. It was at such a time that master stepped in and saved my life. You know, there are other ways to repay the gratitude. You don't have to pledge your life to me. Izuna questions her. No, my resolve for revenge has never been this strong. A searing fury burns in my heart, and it is this resolve which makes me strong. The figure clutches her fists. I am wrath. Well, if that's your choice, then I won't stop you. But remember this, the day you even think about betraying me would be the day you breathe your last. Izuna's expression turns serious as he threatens her. That day would never come. The figure reassures him. I hope so. Izuna nods his head. Now, for the report. Swoosh. The figure passes a scroll to him. Master, this is what you asked me to collect. Izuna makes some hand signs and infuses some chakra in the scroll. Whoosh. A dark red orb of chakra appears in front of him. Sharingan. Izuna activates his Sharingan and inspects the chakra orb. There is nothing wrong with it. He turns towards the cloaked figure and nods his head. Well done, it was a wise decision to send you to Sunagakure to collect the chakra of One Tails. Whoosh. A dark red diamond mark appears on Izuna's palm. Dark release, chakra absorption. Swoosh. He absorbs the red chakra orb through the diamond mark. 7 down, 2 more to go. He turns towards the cloaked figure and orders her. Wrath. Your next task is to visit the land of Sky and monitor Anchorvantion, the famous flying city of the ninja world. I want you to steal a sample of chakra from the Zero Tails sealed within the depths of the flying city. Izuna tosses a scroll to Wrath. This scroll contains the intelligence collected by the Pride. Unfortunately, he can't accompany you for this mission, he is on another important mission. Wrath grabs the scroll and makes some hand signs. Whoosh. She disappears in a puff of smoke. I have to recruit more members. I still have no clue about Kara besides the name of their members. Izuna rubs his forehead as he thinks about the looming threat. Anyway, it's time to meet with May. A smile blooms on Izuna's face as he flickers towards the Kiri's entrance. Inside an underground hideout. Thump, thump. A giant chakra tree with a giant red flower is pulsating with chakra. What a beautiful sight. A man in his early 30s with black hair and a thick beard walks in front of the tree. He has light green eyes and wears a thick glass frame with orange lenses. He is dressed in a dark-colored collared shirt and wears matching pants. Puff. The middle-aged takes a deep puff of smoke from his cigarette as he curiously inspects the tree. Wonderful. The man readjusts his spectacle as he curiously stares at the pulsating node of chakra. It is still in infancy. A deep hoarse voice breaks him from his thoughts. The spectacled man nods his head and turns around to greet the newcomer. A tall man of light complexion walks in front of the tree. The tall man sports a shaved head with a long mohawk of long black hair tied in a ponytail reaching his lower back. He has pronounced eye ridges void of brows, a broad nose, and large black eyes. He has a diamond-shaped mark on his chin and a Roman numeral 4 tattooed below his left eye. He also wears 5 red earrings on top of each ear and an additional at the bottom of each ear. His body is covered with a black hooded cloak with marin lining, along with the light-colored capri pants and sandals. The man touches the tree and closes his eyes. I have waited so long for this moment. The god tree shall bloom once again. The man removes his hand from the tree and turns towards the spectacled man. How is your progress with the body modifications coming along? The spectacled man adjusts his spectacles as he reports. I have successfully gathered the genetic material of most of the powerful shinobis. I have to perform more experiments to test the feasibility of cloning their abilities. The tall man nods his head. What about the project involving the transfer of Kama Seal? Did you see any progress? Unfortunately, no. The spectacled man shakes his head in denial. The body of these children is too weak to handle your power. Also, I am not an expert when it comes to ninja anatomy. There are only a few people who have the necessary knowledge to perform such a feat. The spectacled man takes out a folder from the table and passes it to the tall man as he explains. There are only 4 people who have such knowledge. The first person is Tsunade Senju, one of the best medic nin of the shinobi world. The second person is Izuna Uchiha, he is one of the disciples of Tsunade Senju. He adjusts his spectacles as he continues. The third person is Orochimaru, one of the Sanins, and the fourth and the last person is Hirako, one of the missing nin of Kanagakure. The tall man nods his head as he makes a ram seal and brings it to his right eye. Release. His right eye changes as 8 spokes appear in it. He concentrates some chakra in his eye. After concentrating for a moment, he turns towards the spectacle man and orders him. Amato, offer some benefits to Hirako and trade for his research. If he doesn't comply, then you know what to do. Amato nods his head and walks out of the chamber. The tall man sits on the throne as he muses to himself. Kagaya, it has been almost a millennium since you betrayed me. You left me on the brink of death to die in this nameless dimension. He clutches his fists in anger. 1,000 years, it took me 1,000 years to recover to my current state. Ha! Tears flow from his left eye as he touches them. Weak, you are nothing but a weak human, and yet your will still linger within this body. I even hate to call you as my vessel. Bam. He slams his palm on the armrest. Kaguya, did you honestly thought you would get rid of me? You thought that this entire world is dancing on the palm of your hands. The tallman stretches out his hand as a projection of God tree appears in it. You are nothing but a sacrifice meant for the sake of clan. Thump, thump. The dark red chakra continues to pulsate through the veins of the God tree. The tallman stands from his seat and stands in front of the tree. The chakra fruit was meant to be harnessed with your sacrifice. The tallman lifts his head and stares at the moon. Pathetic, you are sealed by the power of your very own creation. Thump. Thump. The God tree continues to pump more chakra. But the plan has to continue, and what makes a better fodder than your very own descendants? Ha ha. The tallman laughs hysterically as he places his hand on his right eye. Release. 8 spokes appear in his eye as he stares at the God tree. Otsutsuki clan don't need any bastards in such a remote place. All of them are nothing but fodder in my eyes. The Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Kaguya clan, all of them turned into fertilizers for the God tree. I failed to do so with the Uchiha clan, but there will always be an opportunity. Once the God tree blooms and bears a chakra fruit, the Otsutsuki clan shall be the only supreme clan. Until then. Whoosh. The tallman disappears from the underground chamber. Chapter 186, 179. A Date Part 1. Outside the Terumi clan compounds. Whoosh. Izuna flickers in front of the clan compounds. The guards recognize him and let him in. Izuna-san. Fuji-sama is waiting for you. He has some important things to discuss with you. One of the guards informs him. MMHM. Izuna nods his head and enters the compound. He senses Fuji's chakra signature and flickers towards him. Ayo. I need you to deal with the rogue ninjas from the noble clan. There are still a few remaining insurgents surfacing now and then. Fuji orders Ayo. Yes. Fuji-sama. Ayo nods his head and flickers out of the room. Izuna enters the room. You were waiting for me. Dad. Izuna smiles at Fuji. Ahem, who are you calling Dad? You have yet to marry Mei. Anyway. Fuji clears his throat in embarrassment. I have an important task for you. Fuji takes out a scroll from his pocket and passes it to Izuna. It has been 1.5 years since the civil war in Kiri ended. During that time, many shinobi deserted the village. This scroll has a list of people who fled to Land of Fire. I see. Izuna nods his head. I will take care of the matter. Izuna assures Fuji. He looks around for a while and searches around. Fuji senses his gaze and answers him. Mei is in the Mizukage office. She is still learning about the responsibilities of Mizukage. Elder Genji is assisting her with politics. Ha. Fuji cracks his neck and sits on the tatami floor. I don't want to burden her with too many responsibilities. Her mother's dying wish was to have a peaceful life for her. Fuji closes his eyes as he reminisces some old memories. He opens his eyes and turns to Izuna. I might not be as strong as you, but if you dare to hurt my daughter's feeling, then I would chase you till the end of the world. Even my ghost would haunt you for eternity. Fuji has a serious expression on his face as he warns Izuna. Don't worry, Dad. Her happiness would always be my priority. MMHM. Fuji nods his head. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of the room. Inside Mizukage office. Mei is sitting on the Mizukage seat as she schemes through the reports. A frown appears on her face as she reads the report. The economy of the village has been on a decline since these past few years. The reign of the 4th Mizukage sapped all of our resources. She places down the report and rubs her forehead. The memories of the bloody mist still haunt the reputation of the village. No business executive is willing to invest their resources in our village. That's true. Elder Genji nods his head. To reform the village, we have to start from the internal policies and improve the image of Kirigakure in the eyes of the other nations. But how? There are not many trustworthy people in Kirigakure and most of the higher-ups are corrupted. Whoosh. Izuna flicker inside the Mizukage office. The Umbu raises their guard as they surround Mei to protect her. It's fine. He is here. Mei calms them down. Yo. How are you doing? Izuna appears in front of Mei. Humph. Mei angrily harumphs at him. How many times have I told you to use the door to enter the office? Well, it is faster this way. Izuna scratches his head and chuckles. Anyway, jokes aside, I have a solution for your problem. Izuna tosses the invitation scroll to her. Mei catches the scroll and curiously asks him. What do you mean? How can this scroll help Kiri with its reputation? Open it up. You will get the answer. Izuna nods his head. Mei opens the scroll and reads its content. A message from the Hokage. Her expression turns serious as he reads the content. She ponders for a while as she passes the scroll to Elder Genji. It has been a while since Kiri conducted its last Chunin promotion exam. After the end of the chaotic civil war, the village lacked enough resources to conduct a Chunin exam. The old method of bloody slaughter has left a bitter taste in the mouth of many of our elite shinobis. It's time for old rules to be replaced by the new one. She turns to Elder Genji and questions him. Elder Genji. What do you think about this proposal? Elder Genji reads the scroll and nods his head. This might work. Very well. Kirigakure will accept the invitation. It will help us improve our diplomatic relationship with the Land of Fire. Mei takes out a scroll from her table and scribbles on it. Mei makes some hand signs and infuses her chakra and creates a seal on the scroll. She tosses the scroll to Izuna. Kirigakure is ready for the collaborative Chunin exam. Whoosh. Izuna tosses the scroll in the air and stores it. With that out of the way, it's time for some serious business. Izuna adopts a serious expression as his voice turns heavy. Mei and Elder Genji's expression turns serious as they perk their ears to listen to the matter. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat and turns to Mei. So, after this, how about we go for a date? We can start with a mixed bath to relieve our stress and then we can walk among the streets of the Kiri as we try the local delicacy and later, we can have a candlelight dinner under the mellow and radiant moonlight. Izuna stretches his arm in front of Mei. Mei and Elder Genji silently stare at Izuna. A blush appears on Mei's face as she hides it under her Mizukage hat. Cough, cough. Elder Genji coughs violently as he almost enters a seizure. The hidden Umbu members silently stare at Izuna as one of them takes out a diary from his pocket and writes something. The other members turn towards him and questions him. What are you writing, Hakuren? Ahem. Hakuren clears his throat and replies. Every time Izuna-sama visits Mizukichi-sama, he has a unique pickup line. Out of curiosity I tried it and proposed to my neighbor and guess what? What? All of them perks up their ear. The girl liked it and accepted my proposal. Now I have made it a habit to write down every pickup line Izuna-sama uses in a diary. He passes the diary to his fellow Umbu members. One of them grabs the diary and reads the title. 100 Ways to Make a Girl Fall for You. He reads the title aloud. All of them turn towards the Umbu member. Destroy that diary this very instant or else. Mei clenches her fist as a lava ball appears in it. Gulp. Yes, Mizukichi-sama. The Umbu member gulps his saliva and burns the diary with a fire release technique. Mei nods her head. She turns to Izuna and scolds him. You should stop with these pickup lines. They won't work on me anymore. Humph. Mei harumphs at him. Well, isn't this reason you fall for me? If I remembered correctly, there was a certain someone who really liked my pickup line. Izuna smugly stares at Mei. SSS, stop, we won't talk about it anymore. As for your proposal, I accept it, just forget the bathhouse part. Mei places a finger on his mouth to shut him up. Okay. Fine with me. Izuna shakes his shoulders. Cough, cough. Elder Genji coughs slightly. Miss Mei, we have a meeting with the merchant group regarding the new economic policy in a few hours. Please get ready for that. Elder Genji reminds her. Well. I will take my leave now. Izuna winks at Mei as he teleports from the Mizukage office. This idiot. A slight smile blooms on her face. Mei shakes her head as she turns to Elder Genji for the discussion of the incoming meeting. Whoosh. Izuna teleports inside the Hokage office. I am back. Oriya. A punch greets him in return. Boom. He is sent flying out of the office as he breaks through the roof. How many times have I told you to enter through the door? An angry Tsunade yells at him. She looks at the scattered paperwork as her anger rises by another notch. Tsunade-sama. We just recently fixed that roof. Shizen tries to calm her down. Humph. Cut it from his next mission pay. Tsunade snorts as she collects the scattered paperwork. Chapter 187, 180. A Date Part 2. Ouch. That hurts. Izuna drops down from a tree. Crack, crack. He cracks his neck and stretches his muscles. Tsunade is getting stronger day by day. This would hurt in the morning. Whoosh. He flickers towards the Hokage office. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade unseals the scroll and reads its content. So, Kirigakure has agreed to the collaborative Chunin exam. We have to just wait for a reply from the rest of the hidden villages. Tsunade stamps the scroll and places it on the table. She turns towards Izuna. Fuiwi. Izuna whistles as he avoids her gaze. I have a job for you and you don't have the right to refuse. Tsunade slams her hands on the table. Well, there are few things to do now, and I don't want to babysit any genin for now. So, I will accept it. Izuna nods his head. A smirk appears on Tsunade's face as she stares at Izuna. A bad feeling wells up within Izuna's heart. Why do I feel like I am being set up? He turns towards Shizun to question her. Shizun turns her head away and avoids his gaze. Tsunade walks up to him and pats his shoulder. I believe you will do a fine job handling the upcoming Chunin exam. Wait, what? Chunin exams? Don't dump your work on me. Izuna retorts. Hey, you agreed to the mission. You can't eat your words. Tsunade dismisses his retort. I fell for it. Izuna depressingly drops his head. Knock. Knock. Someone knocks on the door. Come in. Tsunade returns to her seat and orders. Kakashi walks into the room and bows before Tsunade. You summoned me, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nods her head. Kakashi, have you decided on a genin team yet? No. Tsunade-sama, none of them satisfies my requirements. Kakashi shakes his head. Tsunade takes out a file and passes it to Kakashi. What are your thoughts on this team? Kakashi opens the file and checks the profile of the new genins. Naruto Uzumaki, he had a decent score in the written exam, not the top of the bunch but still a good score. As for his ninjutsu exam, he fared pretty well. Sasuke Uchiha, the top genius of the academy. He scored the second highest in the written exam and is the top scorer in the ninjutsu and shuriken jutsu. Sakura Haruna, a civilian kunoichi. She is the top scorer in the written exam and did pretty well with the ninjutsu exam. Kakashi closes the file and rubs his forehead as he turns to Izuna. If I am not wrong, Naruto and Sasuke were taught by you. Izuna nods his head. Yes, both of them are pretty strong for their age. They can easily rival a Chunin and can even fight toe-to-toe with a Jounin while using their trump cards. Ha! Kakashi takes a deep breath as he calms his nerves after listening to Izuna's explanation. These kids already surpass my skills when I was at their age. How am I supposed to babysit them? Also, why would you even bother to put two of the strongest genin in the same team, Hokage-sama? He asks Tsunade. Tsunade points towards Izuna. It was his idea. I was against it, but he convinced me. Kakashi turns to Izuna and tilts his head in confusion. Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke had known each other since childhood. Both of them trained together and are aware of each other's weaknesses and strengths. Their teamwork is formidable. Teamwork, huh? Kakashi closes his eyes as he reminisces his past. So, the ghosts of past still haunt him. Izuna shakes his head. Maybe. Naruto would be able to beat some sense in him with his talk no jutsu. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat to get Kakashi's attention. How about we make a bet, Kakashi? What bet? Kakashi snaps out from his thoughts. Kakashi, hold a bell test with Naruto and Sasuke. If they can get their hands on bells, then you would destroy those pictures. Izuna remembers his dark secrets recorded by Kakashi. What pictures? Tsunade's interest peaks up. No, nothing. It is a matter between two men. Oh, now I am really interested. Tsunade has a smirk on her face as she turns to Kakashi. Kakashi. I want to see those photos. Ah. Tsunade-sama, those pictures. Kakashi scratches his head. Kakashi, if you dared to reveal those pictures to her, I will set your entire collection of culture books on fire. Also, the new Ika Violence is out. Izuna takes out a book from his pocket. This is the first collector's edition of Ika Violence signed by the Jiraiya. He gave it to me at our last meeting. I was about to throw it away, but then I changed my mind and thought of gifting it to you. Izuna shakes the book in front of Kakashi. The new Ika collector's edition. Kakashi's hands start to shake as he gently holds the book. Sniff, sniff. He sniffs the book. This fresh scent of paper. It is definitely the new edition. I can't wait to finish it in one sitting. Swish. Izuna grabs the book and stores it. Listen. I will give this book to you for free, just forget about the bet. But don't. Don't you dare to reveal those pictures. No, give it back. Kakashi grabs Izuna's shoulder like a drug addict. Tsunade and Shizun watch the drama unfolding from a distance. Tsunade-sama, I am also curious to see those pictures of Izuna. Tsunade nods her head. Don't worry, someday I will make Kakashi cough them out. Hey! I can hear you loud and clear. Izuna turns towards them. Anyway, Kakashi, aren't you late? You have a genin team to meet up with. Izuna reminds him. Ah. Yes, I will be on my way. Kakashi walks out of the office. I will also take my leave. A woman is waiting for me. Whoosh. Izuna disappears from the office. Sigh. Tsunade sighs as she stares at the empty space. Izuna reappears in front of the Yamanaka flower shop. Miss Yamanaka is watering some flowers. She raises her head and notices Izuna. Oh. Izuna-kun. Izuna bows in gratitude. Here for flowers. Izuna nods his head. I still remember the first day you bought these flowers. You had no clue about the color of roses. She picks up an orange rose and smells it. Orange rose represents life, energy, passion, and excitement. These roses are given as a present to express your gratitude and appreciation. She picks up a yellow rose and gently caresses it. Yellow roses symbolize friendship, joy, and gladness. They are gifted as a sign of remembrance. She picks up a white rose as she explains. White rose symbolizes purity, innocence, grace, and humility. A fine gift for a new-wed couple for the new budding love. She walks even further and picks up a pink rose. Pink rose symbolizes femininity, elegance, and refinement. These are often used by nobles to decorate their parties. Miss Yamanaka chuckles and moves on. She picks up a lavender rose and turns to Izuna. These were the first flowers you bought as a present. Lavender rose symbolizes love at first sight. Izuna scratches his head to hide his expression. She walks inside the store and brings out a bouquet of red roses. Red roses symbolize romance, love, beauty, and perfection. They are the perfect gift for a date. She passes the bouquet to Izuna. Here. Izuna-kun. Thank you. Miss Yamanaka. Izuna picks up the bouquet. Era, you can't make a lady wait for so long. Miss Yamanaka chuckles as he waves her hand. Outside Terumi compounds. Mei is fidgeting her fingers as she checks her dress now and then. She is wearing a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that falls just below the knees. The dress is closed at back with a zipper and is open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress covers up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her chest. Her hairs are styled into a herringbone pattern and tied with a dark blue band in a top knot. Four's bangs hang at the front of her face. She wears cherry red lipstick. Will he like it? It is a new dress. Whoosh. Izuna teleports in front of Mei. Sorry. I am a bit late. He apologizes and presents the bouquet to her. No. No. I was a bit too early. Mei shyly shakes her head. Cute. Izuna is entranced by her expression. See you, cute. Mei shyly asks him. Yes. Mei, you look beautiful in this dress. Izuna nods his head as he appreciates her beauty. This is how it should be. Dark blue color suits you the most. Really? Yes. I love it. Izuna bends on his left knee and stretches out his right hand in a knightly pose. Would you grace me with your humble presence tonight? Mei chuckles and holds his hand. If you can guess what my favorite restaurant is, then we have a deal. Then it seems like we have a long night ahead. Chapter 188, 181. The bell test, Kakashi style. Next day in the morning. Izuna wakes up in the morning and stretches his arms. That was a splendid night yesterday. Yawn. He yawns and walks out of his room. Oh. Izuna dear. You are awake. Aiko greets him. Yes, mother. Izuna walks up to the table and picks up his breakfast. Where is Ayaka? He looks around. Ayaka is in the backyard. She woke up pretty early. Oh. Izuna finishes his breakfast and enters the backyard. Show. Ayaka is throwing wooden shurikens at a training dummy with her eyes closed. She removes her blindfold and checks the target. Why do I keep missing my targets? Ayaka frowns. She cutely walks up to the training dummies and inspects them. Why can't I hit them? I saw Oni-san do it with his eyes closed. I also want to be like Oni-san. Ayaka pouts as she throws away the shuriken. Oh. Looks like my cute little Imuto is having some trouble with her training. Izuna walks up to her and pinches her cheeks. Humph. Ayaka pouts and turns her head away. Oni-san, you baka. You never spend your time with me. Train me today. I won't leave your side today. Ayaka tightly hugs him like a koala. Well. Izuna scratches his head. No. I won't hear a thing. Ayaka puffs her cheeks as her eyes turn teary. Oni-san. You are such a meanie. You won't play with me. No. No. How can I ignore you? I will spend the entire day with you today. Izuna gently picks her up and places her on his shoulders. Yay. Let's go. That's more like it. Ayaka hugs his head. Today is supposed to be the day when Kakashi will hold the bell test for them. I have a bet with Kakashi. Let's check on them. Ayaka. Let's watch Naruto and Sasuke train. Yay. I will see Naruto and Sasuke and Ai-san train. Whoosh. Izuna flickers towards the third training ground with Ayaka. He notices Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura sitting around 3 stakes. Damn it. Kakashi-sensei is so late. Databio. Naruto kicks the stake in anger. Naruto, calm down. Sasuke calms him down. He places his hands under his chin as Sasuke enters into his thinking pose. As far as I can think of, Kakashi-sensei called us here to test our skills. He might be spying us on at this very instant. Naruto, you should be aware of the fact that patience is very vital for a ninja. If you aren't patient enough, then you might fail a very important mission. Oh. I almost forgot about that. Naruto calms down and sits beside him. Hey, Naruto. Get away from my Sasuke-kun. Sakura pushes away Naruto and sits beside Sasuke. Sasuke frowns as he notices this. He turns towards Sakura and rebukes her. Listen, Sakura. Naruto is like my younger brother. Apologize to him this very instant for your rude behavior. But Sasuke-kun. Naruto always bothers you in the academy. He always fights with you. Sakura replies in trepidation. Listen, that's our personal matter. There is no need for any outsider to interfere with that. Naruto is my brother, friend, and most of all, he is my rival. Oh. Sasuke, you think so highly of me. Naruto shyly scratches his head. No one beside me can insult Naruto. Sasuke continues. Hey. What do you mean? Naruto clutches Sasuke's collar. Wanna go at it again? I have learned some new techniques from Izuna-ni-san. I won't lose this time. Naruto smugly replies to Sasuke. Oh, you too, and here I thought Izuna and Ai-san only taught me. Sasuke brushes away Naruto's hand and smugly replies to him. Damn it. I am mad now. Naruto cracks his knuckles. Then let's decide. Growl. Both of them are interrupted by an empty stomach's growl. Huh. They turn towards Sakura, who blushes and turns her head away. You haven't eaten anything. Both of them ask her. Yes. Kakashi-sensei told us to not eat anything in the morning and I am on a diet, so I didn't even eat my dinner. Sakura shyly responds to them. Diet? Why do you need to diet? Naruto walks up to her and inspects her. You aren't as chubby as that, Choji. Is there even any need to diet? Shanero. Sakura clutches her fist as she angrily stares at Naruto. She punches Naruto. Whoosh. Naruto dodges her punch and questions her. What was that for? Are you an idiot? Naruto, you are an idiot. Sakura angrily replies to him. I agree with Naruto. What kind of ninja will go unprepared for a mission? If the ninja doesn't even have any strength to support his body, then forget about completing the mission, he will just turn into a useless liability for the team. Sasuke calmly replies to her. You, useless. Sakura drops down her head as she looks at Sasuke. Listen, Sakura. It may not seem like it, but Naruto is as strong as me. He likes to fool around a lot, but believe me, when this guy is serious, he can put a lot of effort into any task. I hate to admit it, but it is the truth. Sasuke praises Naruto. Oh. This is music to my ears. I have recorded it. Now I can hear it anytime. Naruto takes out a tape recorder from his pocket and plays it. Listen, Sakura. Damn it, destroy that tape this instant. Sasuke chases Naruto. Haha. Ayaka giggles as she stares at Naruto and Sasuke from the top of a tree. Oni-san. Sasuke-ni-san and Naruto-ni-san are so funny. But who is that girl? I don't like that girl. She is very rude. Ayaka points her little finger towards Sakura. Humph, she is useless for calling Naruto-ni-san useless. Izuna silently nods his head. True words were never spoken. Ahem. Anyway. Ayaka, look who is coming. Izuna points towards Kakashi, who is walking towards the group. Oh, that's broom-haired Nissan. I recognize him. Looks like she caught my old habit of nicknaming people. Ayaka. A great show is about to start. Let's watch it together. Izuna takes out some popcorns from his storage. Ayaka grabs a handful of popcorns with her tiny hands and gnaws them like a squirrel. Nissan. I feel like it is missing something. I need something to drink with it. Izuna silently takes out a soda can from his storage and passes it to her. Why do I feel like she is also reincarnated like me? Probably not. Izuna shakes his head to dismiss such thoughts as he watches one of the most awaited moments of Naruto. I wonder how things will turn out this time. Kakashi is a lot stronger than his original counterpart. But so are Sasuke and Naruto. As for Sakura, let's not talk about her for now. Hi, folks. Good morning. Kakashi waves his hand. You are late. Naruto and Sakura yell at him. Sorry, a black cat crossed my way, so I have to turn around and take the longer route. Kakashi scratches his forehead. Lies. Naruto yells at him. Okay. Kakashi takes out an alarm clock and places it on the stump. It is set for noon. He takes out 2 bells from his pocket and jingles them. Today's assignment is to take these bells away from me by noon. Jingle, jingle. The bells jingle in his hands. I am sure everybody skipped their breakfast, right? Kakashi questions them. No. Sasuke and me 8 hours. Naruto reveals this to Kakashi. Oh, as your team leader I gave you an order for the mission and you neglected my order. Kakashi grabs the bells tightly as his expression darkens. Gulp. Sakura gulps her saliva as she stares at Kakashi. Scary. Kakashi-sensei is scary. Mind explaining. Why? He questions them. Let me explain. We ate our breakfast because without our breakfast we won't be in our peak condition. A shinobi should always be prepared before a mission and that includes food supplies. Sasuke answers him. Well, that's true. Kakashi nods his head as he explains the rules. Wait. Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells? Sakura asks him. Good question. Kakashi nods his head as he replies. There are only 2, so at the very least, one will have to go back to the academy. Huh. All 3 of them are surprised by this revelation. What's he thinking? Sasuke ponders as he stares at Kakashi's smug expression. As far as I know, a squad should have 3 members. How can there be a squad without 3 genins? Looks like there is more to the matter than it seems. I won't return to the academy. Databio. Naruto pumps his fist in the air. Ho. Confident, aren't you? Let's see where your confidence will carry you. Kakashi smiles at Naruto as he ties the bells around his belt. You won't be able to take the bells unless you come with the intent to kill me. Begin when I give the ready-go signal. Chapter 189, 182. The Bell Test Part 2, Kakashi Style. Ready. Go. Start. Kakashi waves his hand to start the bell test. He takes out the new Ika violence given to him by Izuna. Poof. Poof. Naruto and Sasuke throw smoke bombs on the ground and create a smoke screen. Fundamentally, a ninja must mask their presence and hide. But when in open they need a distraction to get away from the enemy's vision. Looks like Izuna taught them well. Whoosh. Kakashi waves his hand and clears the smoke. I will pound you to death. Naruto runs out of the smoke with a kunai in his hand. Guess. I had too high of the expectations. Kakashi scratches his head. Clang. He deflects Naruto's kunai with his own and backhand chop Naruto. Poof. Naruto disappears in a puff of white smoke. What? Kakashi is surprised to see this. Not a normal clone. But a shadow clone. Looks like this kid is really onto something. Got you. The kunai turns into Naruto and attempts to grab the bell. Leaf Hurricane. Kakashi immediately sweeps his legs and kicks Naruto away. Poof. Naruto disappears in a puff of smoke again. That was close. Kakashi closes the book and pockets it. Looks like I can't take it easy. These kids have some skills. That was a very creative way of using shadow clones. Using transformation jutsu to transform a shadow clone into a kunai and testing the strength of the enemies. He sure has learned a lot from Izuna. Besides Izuna, I can't think of any other shinobi who has enough chakra to perform such a feat. Maybe Naruto is the second person to do so. TCH. In a nearby bush. Naruto clicks his tongue as the shadow clones send the information. He easily defeated my clones. He won't be much of an elite jounin if he can't deal with the clones of a genin. Sasuke remarks as he formulates a plan. We can't take him down individually, we have to join hands and strategize to get the bells. Naruto nods his head and remarks. I hate to admit it, but looks like there is no other choice. Very well. Sasuke nods his head and turns towards Sakura. Sakura, is there anything you are particularly good at? I have known Naruto for so long that I am aware of all his strengths and weaknesses. So, you are the only one we have no information on. Well. Sasuke-kun. I am not really good at anything, except the writing part. I was the top scorer in the written exam. Sakura shyly replies to him. That's useless, Databio. Do you want to beat Kakashi-sensei by throwing books at him? Naruto places his hands beside his head as he questions Sakura. Shanero. Naruto, I swear I will beat you to death for saying this in front of Sasuke-kun. The inner Sakura clenches her fist. I don't know. Sakura drops down her head. Enough. Naruto. I am sure she could play some part in our plan. Sasuke turns towards Naruto and asks him. Naruto, do you have paper bombs? Yes. I do. Izuna-Nisan creates all of our paper bombs, remember? Naruto takes out a stack of paper bombs and passes them to Sasuke. That should be enough. Sasuke nods his head as he formulates a plan. Oh, they have hidden pretty well. Kakashi walks through the forest as he searches for the group. Swish, swish. Multiple shurikens attack him from all directions. Clang. Clang. Kakashi deflects all the kunais as he remarks. Shinobi battle skill number 1 ninjutsu. Whoosh. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The shurikens multiples as they attack Kakashi from his blind spot. Earth release, mud wall. Kakashi slams his palm on the ground and blocks the shurikens. TCH. Sasuke clicks his tongue and changes his hiding spot. Whoosh. Wind release, vacuum blades. Naruto jumps out from the back of the wall as he makes some hand signs and releases multiple sharp wind blades at Kakashi. Well, that's not what a normal genin should be able to use, but I guess you aren't normal. BZZT. Kakashi releases a lightning bolt from his right hand and dissipates the wind blades. Poof. Naruto disappears in a puff of smoke. TCH. He is very strong. To be able to use a weak element to counteract a strong element. Sasuke clicks his tongue. Yo, kid. Kakashi appears behind Sasuke. What, how? Sasuke's eye widens in surprise. Shinobi battle skill number 2 Genjutsu. Kakashi makes some hand signs and casts a Genjutsu on Sasuke. Sharingan. Sasuke activates his Sharingan as he counterattacks the Genjutsu. What? A fully matured Sharingan at such an age. Kakashi's eyes widen in surprise as his body gets paralyzed by the Genjutsu. It's over. Bam. Sasuke punches Kakashi. Poof. Kakashi disappears in a puff of smoke. TCH. A shadow clone. I revealed my trump card for nothing. Sasuke clicks his tongue. Aya. He hears a scream from a distance. That's Sakura's scream. Looks like Kakashi-sensei got her. I have to save her, she is vital for our plan. Sasuke dashes towards the direction of the scream. Huh, that's Sakura's scream. I have to check on her. Naruto comes out from his hiding spot and dashes towards the scream. What's the hurry, kid? Whoosh. Kakashi jumps in front of Naruto as he kicks him. Bang. Naruto is sent flying towards a tree. Shinobi battle skill number 3, Taijutsu. Crunch, crunch. Izuna eats some popcorns as he records the fight in his memory. This fight turned out to be more challenging than the original. Crunch, crunch. But I am more surprised at Kakashi's growth. Looks like the presence of Tsukumo-san saved him from losing hope. Also, another factor is the seal on his Sharingan. It prevents the continuous drain of his chakra. Slurp, slurp. That's so good. Ayaka finishes a large can of soda. Oni-san. I don't like the flavor of orange soda. Next time, you should bring lemon soda. Izuna silently nods his head. I will keep that in mind. Burp. Ayaka burps cutely as she places her tiny hands on her mouth. You didn't hear that, Oni-san, right? Izuna nods his head again. I heard nothing. Good, hoo-hoo. Ayaka places her tiny hands on her waist as he stares at the bell test. Wow. Naruto and Sasuke-Nisan are very cool. Aya. Both Izuna and Ayaka watch as Kakashi traps Sakura in a genjutsu. Sakura faints from the genjutsu. But that girl, she deserves it for bullying Naruto Nisan. Now look who is the useless one. Humph. Ayaka harumphs at Sakura. Looks like Ayaka doesn't like Sakura. What about me? Am I not cool? Izuna points a finger towards himself. No, you are not cool. Ayaka shakes her head. Is that so? Izuna drops his head depressingly. You are the coolest. Ayaka hugs him tightly. Oh, right, your brother is the coolest and most handsome ninja born ever. Izuna smugly raises his head. Humph. Yes, but I am cooler, right Nisan? Ayaka makes puppy eyes as she cutely stares at Izuna. Yes, yes, of course, our little princess Ayaka is the coolest. Izuna gently pats her head. Look, look. Nisan, broom-haired Nii-san is fighting Naruto now. Ayaka points towards the direction of the fight. Bang. Naruto is kicked away by Kakashi as Naruto hits a tree. Ouch, that must have hurt a lot. Ayaka closes her eyes. Ayaka, your Nisan personally trained Naruto. He won't go down that easily. Look. Ayaka opens her eyes as he curiously stares at the fight. Tui. Naruto jumps back as he wipes his face. Ouch, ouch. My back hurts. He slowly gets up. Crack, crack. He cracks his knuckles and dashes towards Kakashi. I haven't gone from the hellish training of Izuna Nisan for nothing. Databio. Bam, bam. He exchanged blows with Kakashi. Bam. Leaf Hurricane, Whirlwind. Naruto jumps in the air and performs a front flip to gain momentum as he lands a kick on Kakashi. Whoosh. Kakashi blocks the kick with his left hand as he is pushed back by the attack. Looks like you have trained quite a lot in taijutsu. Your endurance is quite high. Naruto. Kakashi praises Naruto as he takes a taijutsu stance. Now show me how capable you are. Kakashi taunts Naruto. Alright, let's face off fair and square. Naruto makes a hand sign. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. He creates 10 shadow clones as he points towards Kakashi. Alright, boys, beat him up. Oi. Oi. How is this fair? Kakashi blocks one attack after another from Naruto's shadow clones as he complains. Chapter 190, 183. The Bell Test Part 3, Kakashi Style. Uzumaki Style, 10 Combo Smash. The shadow clones attack Kakashi from all directions. Bam. 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 Kakashi blocks one attack after another from Naruto. You have quite the knack for taijutsu. But it's not enough. Swoosh. Leaf Hurricane Reverse Whirlwind. Kakashi delivers a reverse roundhouse kick and dispels all the shadow clones. Ha. He jumps in the air and grabs Naruto. Falcon Drop. Kakashi grabs Naruto's ankle and wraps legs around his waist as he drives Naruto into the ground. Boom. Naruto is wedged into the ground as he struggles to get free from the ground. Let me out. Swish, swish. Multiple shurikens encircle around Kakashi and tie him up with metal wires. Ha. Fire Style, Great Phoenix Flower Technique. Sasuke channels a large amount of chakra through fire as he incinerates the wires with the flames. This technique, it is a Jounin level technique. Kakashi's eyes widen in surprise. SRR. The jutsu explodes near Kakashi as it turns him into cinders. Did I get him? Sasuke hurriedly checks his surroundings. Poof. Kakashi's body turns into a wooden log as it turns to cinders. A substitution jutsu. Whoosh. Beneath you. Kakashi jumps out from the ground as he clutches Sasuke's legs. Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Whoosh. Kakashi pulls Sasuke into the ground as his head is wedged out. Using such a flashy jutsu in the middle of a fight leaves you vulnerable to surprise attacks. Now then. Hoo-hoo. Sasuke smiles smugly as he disappears in a puff of smoke. Uchiha Style, Surging Fire Wild Dance. Sasuke appears behind Kakashi and releases a barrage of kicks and punches. Bam, bam. Kakashi blocks his attack as he is pushed back by the impact. Now. Naruto. Whoosh. Naruto performs a backflip as he jumps in the air. Pile Driver. He infuses some chakra in his leg as he directs the foot on top of Kakashi's head. Bam. The kick shatters the ground. Swoosh. Kakashi jumps back and avoids the kick. He performs a backflip and stabilizes himself. Sakura. This is our chance. Sasuke yells as he signals Sakura. Yes. Release. Sakura makes some hand signs and slams her palm on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath Kakashi crumbles apart to reveal a pit full of explosive paper bombs. This amount of paper bombs. Kakashi's eyes widen in surprise at the sheer number of paper bombs. Hey, hey. Calm down, kids, when I said come with the intent to kill me, I didn't really mean it. Whoosh. Whoosh. 3 of Naruto's shadow clones grabs Kakashi tightly as one of the smirks. Let's go down together, Kakashi-sensei. Databio. Boom. The paper bombs light up as they trigger a massive explosion. We got him. Databio. Naruto palm claps with his shadow clone. Oh. They did pretty well. Izuna nods his head. Looks like their harsh training wasn't for vain. Nay. Nay. Ayaka tugs his sleeves as she points towards the group. Is broom-haired Nisan okay? Izuna gently pats her forehead. Just watch, it's not over yet. Who? Ayaka nods her head and turns towards the fight. I hope Naruto and Sasuke Nisan wins this. Ayaka silently prays with her hands closed. Rumble, rumble. Whoosh. Kakashi jumps out from the ground as he pulls Naruto in the ground. It's still too early to celebrate. You can't lower your guard until you have confirmed the decapitation of your enemy. Kakashi reveals his Sharingan as he pants. I can't believe these kids pushed me to this extent. That is Izuna. He is raising a bunch of monsters like himself. Huff. Huff. Kakashi breathes heavily as he points towards the clock. Looks like time's up. Huff. Huff. Yes, time's over. Sasuke breathes heavily as he points towards Kakashi's belt. What? Kakashi checks his belt as he notices the absence of the bell. We did it. Naruto and Sasuke breathe heavily as they clap their palms together. Jingle, jingle. Both of them show the bell to Kakashi. When? Kakashi scratches his head as he remembers the memory before the battle. It was then. The moment before the explosion flashes in his memory. Very well. Looks like both of you got one bell each. Kakashi deactivates his Sharingan. He turns towards Sakura and shakes his head. Too bad, Sakura, you didn't get the bell. Seems like you have to return to the academy. Sigh. I lost the bet with Izuna. Now he won't allow me to see the end of this. No. I failed. Sakura drops down her head as her eyes turn teary. That won't do. Sakura is our teammate, if not for her we won't be able to get the bells. Naruto defends Sakura as he argues with Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, a genin team comprises 3 members. This test was unfair to begin with. With only 2 bells, one of us was sure to be eliminated. Sakura is the weakest link of our team, but that doesn't mean she has played no role in our strategy. Sasuke argues with Kakashi. That's true. But rules are rules. A ninja must always follow the rules regardless of the situation. His expression turns serious as the atmosphere turns heavy. Gulp. Naruto gulps his saliva as he gets ready to fight Kakashi. We are a 3-man squad. We are part of a team. If you want to fail one of us, then we 3 will return to the academy together. Naruto clenches his fists together and shouts at Kakashi. Yes. We 3 are one team. Sasuke nods his head. So, this is your collective decision. Kakashi releases a wave of chakra to pressurize them. Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's eyes tear up. She wipes her tears and turns to Kakashi with a resolute expression. No, Kakashi-sensei, don't fail them. I will return to the academy. No, Sakura, we won't allow this. Naruto blocks Sakura. You guys. Kakashi's voice turns heavy. You pass. He gives a thumbs up and smiles at them. Huh, what? The expression of Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto turns blank as they stare at Kakashi. Up until now, it was always just dunces who would meekly listen to what I said. A ninja must see through the deception. A ninja who breaks the rule is trash. Rules are important, but friends are even more so. Those who don't cherish their friends are worse than trash. Kakashi's expression turns solemn as he reminisces his past. Obito. Rin. I failed you guys. But I won't repeat the same mistake. Anyway, that's for the exercise. All of you pass. Come meet me tomorrow to officially start your missions. Yay, hooray. Naruto jumps around as he celebrates his victory. Whoosh. Whoosh. Izuna appears in front of the group. Yo. Ayaka raises her hands and greets the group. So cute. Sakura's eyes shine brightly as she walks towards Ayaka. She tries to pinch Ayaka's cheeks, but Ayaka pushes her away. Humph. Ayaka dodges her hands and hides behind Izuna. No, get away from me. I don't like you. Why? Sasuke asks her. You made fun of Naruto Nisan. Naruto walks up to Ayaka and picks her up. Today, your Naruto Nisan is very happy. He will treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Databio. Bonk. Ayaka clenches her tiny fists and bonks Naruto's head. That's so unhealthy. You only eat ramen, I won't allow this. Ouch, ouch. Naruto rubs his forehead in pain. But Ayaka. Ramen is so good. It tastes so heavenly, remember those silky noodles, that sparkling broth, the taste of the toppings. I can't help but salivate. He tries to entice Ayaka. Gulp. Ayaka gulps a mouthful of saliva. No. I can't fall so easily. I have to take care of all of them. I am their caring Imudo, after all. What will happen to them without me? Bonk. She bonks Naruto's head again. No means no. If you argue again, I will complain to Tsunade-ne-san. But, my ramen. Naruto depressingly drops his head as he sits in a corner and draws some circle. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat and turns to Kakashi. Kakashi. You lost the bet. It's time for you to fulfill your end of the deal. He stretches his hand in front of Kakashi. Fine. Kakashi takes out a packet from his pocket and passes it to Izuna. What's this? Ayaka walks up to Izuna and tries to grab the packet. No, nothing. It's nothing. Izuna hurriedly grabs the packet. SRRR. He sets the packet on fire and burns it to ashes. Now I am really curious to know what it was. Ayaka places her tiny hands on her waist as she demands from Izuna. Whistle. Izuna whistles and turns his head away to avoid Ayaka's gaze. Chapter 191, 184. Start of the Chunin exams Part 1. Inside the Hokage office. Yawn. Tsunade yawns as he schemes through the paperwork. The paperwork has increased recently, Chunin exam is on the horizon. I can't even relax a little. Thump. Shizun slams a large stack of paperwork on the table. Tsunade-sama, these are the entries of genins taking part in the Chunin exam. They have been nominated by their jounin instructors. You have to inspect and approve their participation. Shizun, why do I feel like you are doing this on purpose? Tsunade has tears in her eyes as she stares at the stack of paper. No, of course not, Tsunade-sama. As your secretary, it is my responsibility to make sure you do your job properly. Shizun smiles smugly. Knock. Someone knocks on the door. Come in. Tsunade corrects her posture as she adopts a serious expression. Yes. Hokage-sama. Izuna and the group enter the office. Hello. Tsunade-ne-san. Ayaka waves her hand at Tsunade. Oh. Ayaka. Tsunade waves to Ayaka. Ba-san, give me a mission. Naruto interrupts them. Tick. Tsunade has a tick mark on her forehead as she angrily stares at Naruto. Naruto. How many times would I have to tell you to call me Hokage-sama when I am in the office? Be formal in the Hokage office. Bonk. She bonks Naruto's head. Ah. Naruto rubs his forehead as a large bump appears on it. Now, Tsunade. Be lenient on Naruto. Sometimes, I feel like he has turned this way because you bonk his head quite regularly. Izuna jokes as caress Naruto's head with mystic palm. What did you say? Tsunade angrily turns towards him. No. Nothing. Izuna turns his head away and whistles. But why Ayaka can call you informally? Naruto complains. Ayaka is different. She is just a kid and look how cute she is. Tsunade gently pinches Ayaka's cheeks. Yes. Tsunade-ne-san, you are also beautiful. Ayaka compliments Tsunade. Ah, so cute. Tsunade hugs Ayaka. Look how smart she is. Izuna and the rest of the group silently nod their head. She is a smooth talker just like her elder brother. Kakashi silently whispers to himself. I can hear your thoughts. Kakashi. Izuna turns towards Kakashi. But why she doesn't like me? Am I not beautiful? Sakura questions herself. Izuna controls his laughter as he tries to compose himself. Ahem. Kakashi clears his throat to get their attention. Hokage-sama, this group of genin has passed the final selection test. Oh. Kakashi, so you finally passed someone. Your standards are quite high for failing almost 5 teams previously. Tsunade sits on her chair with Ayaka in her lap. Yes, Hokage-sama. They have proved their strength to me and I think they are ready to start their ninja life. Kakashi nods his head. Very well. Tsunade takes out 3 papers and stamps them. With this, their registration as a ninja is complete. They can start shinobi missions from tomorrow. She places the papers in a file. Yay. I am finally a ninja. Ba-san, just give me a mission. I am itching to do some shinobi missions for such a long time. Databio. Naruto jumps in front of Tsunade. Tick. Another tick mark appears on Tsunade's forehead as she angrily clutches her fist. Gulp. Naruto gulps his saliva and retreats. Naruto, tomorrow means tomorrow. Hammer this in that numb skull of yours. Tsunade angrily yells at him. She points towards the large stack of paper. It was you who convinced me to take over this position. If you want to become Hokage, then you would have to do the same. Now don't bother me anymore, I have work to do. Gulp. Naruto quickly dashes out of Hokage office. Sigh. This Naruto. He will never learn. Tsunade shakes her head. Kakashi and the rest of the group walk out of the office as Izuna stays behind. So, how is it, the preparations for the upcoming Chunin exam? Izuna sits on a sofa beside the Hokage seat. Sigh. Tsunade sighs and passes a scroll to Izuna. This is the reply from Iwagakure. Izuna schemes through the scroll and nods his head. I figured as much. That old fool of IWA won't agree with it. He is a proud, headstrong, stubborn, and boastful geezer. It is part of the reason IWA has known Newt Suchikage for the past 30 years. Tsunade nods her head. He mocked Konoha for showing weakness and scheduling a joint Chunin exam. How about Kimogakure? What's their reply? Izuna lazily stretches his legs as he questions her. Whoosh. Tsunade tosses another scroll at him. It's the same. That unruly A is quite stern, outspoken, and hypocritical. Looks like he is still hung up on his loss at your hands. Tsunade chuckles. Don't bother him anymore. He is still salty about his loss. Izuna shakes his head. What about Sunagakure? He asks her. Sunagakure has signed a peace treaty with Konoha after the Second Shinobi War and they helped Konoha during the Third Ninja War, so needless to say they are our allies. They have agreed to the decision. Tsunade tosses another scroll to Izuna. Izuna schemes through the letter and nods his head. That Raza of the Sand is quite an open-minded individual when it comes to the welfare of Suna. But this makes him a dangerous ally required to be kept at a hand's distance. He can be quite ruthless to his allies. Izuna warns Tsunade. He sent Pakura on a suicide mission to Kirigakure. Well, for him it was for the betterment of the village, as Pakura could be a potential threat to his Kazekage position because of her title as the hero of the sand. Izuna shakes his head to discard such thoughts. What about the smaller nations? Well, Kyusugakure, Takigakure, Tanigakure, Yugakure, and Ishigakure have agreed to the proposal. Only Amegakure denied the proposal. Tsunade lists the name of the small hidden villages. It's fine. That's still a lot of work for me. Izuna rubs his forehead. You still have around 3 months to prepare, Tsunade assures him. Easy for you to say, you ditched your job on me. Izuna snorts. If I remember correctly, it was certain someone who pestered me to take the position of Hokage. Tsunade smiles smugly. Fine, fine. I will take care of this matter. He stands up and walks towards Ayaka, who is currently playing with Taunton. Oni-san. This pig looks so plump and juicy. I wonder how it will taste like. Gulp. Ayaka gulps her saliva as she hungrily stares at Taunton. Shizun silently stares at the brother and sister duo. She is really his sister. Both of them think alike. Oink. Oink. Taunton jumps out from Ayaka's grasp and hides behind Shizun. I think it is not a bad proposal. It has been a while since I last ate some pork. Tsunade licks her lips. No-oh. Shizun grabs Taunton and hides her. Don't bully poor Taunton. Well, if you say so. Izuna places Ayaka on his shoulders and walks out of the Hokage office. It is a fine opportunity to introduce Mei to mom and dad. Whoosh. Izuna walks through the streets of Konoha Market along with Ayaka. Heave, hoo. Heave, hoo. The sound of heavy breathing falls in his ears. He turns around and notices Mike Guy and another boy in a green jumpsuit walking upside down on their hands through the streets. Guy notices Izuna and jumps up with one hand and stands in front of him. Yo Izuna, let's have a duel. Not again. I can't handle the hot-blooded nature of Guy. He is too youthful for me. Not today. Guy. Izuna points towards Ayaka. I have made a promise to my cute little sister. He gently pats her forehead. Guy turns to the boy beside him. Lee, he is the man whom I talked about. There are only two men whom I call my rivals. The first being Kakashi Hatake and the second being Izuna Uchiha. What? He is your rival, Guy-sensei. Lee's eyes shine brightly as turns to Izuna. Yes, Lee, we have trained together in my youth and he is the only person whom I could never win against in taijutsu. He is my motivation to try hard every day. Guy clutches his fist and closes his eyes as he drowns in his youthfulness. This is youth, Lee. Giving your all in and train even harder to get stronger with each passing day. Tears flow from his eyes as he narrates his struggles to Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee hugs Guy as both of them have a youthful hug. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat to clear the awkward atmosphere. Guy. It has been a while since you start to train the genins. What are your thoughts on their participation in the Chunin exam? Slush, slush. Guy wipes his tears and turns to Izuna. They are not ready yet. They are still lacking in youthfulness. Huff. Huff. A boy and girl catch up to the group as they stand beside Guy. Guy-sensei. Can we take a break? The girl rests against an electric pole as she pants. Tenten, you are still lacking in youth. Well, I will see you later, Guy. Izuna waves his hand and bade farewell to them. Oni-san, that bushy brow man is weird. Ayaka remarks. Yes, he is. Izuna nods his head as they return to Uchiha compounds. Chapter 192, 185. Preparations for the future. Outside the Mizukage office. Here Mizukichi-sama, this is your Mizukage hat. Elder Genji passes the Mizukage hat to Mei. Mei dons the hat as Elder Genji nods his head. You are going to meet his parents for the first time. Fuji remarks. Father. I am nervous. Mei fidgets her finger. Haha. Fuji laughs as he encourages her. It will be fine. I talked with that rascal, he will take care of everything, if not I will give him a piece of my mind. Fuji balls his palm in a fist. He turns towards her bodyguards. Ayo, I entrust you with Mei's safety. Ayo nods his head. Yes, I will protect Mizukichi-sama with my life. Mei turns towards the group of genins and addresses them. All of you are the pride and future of Kirigakure. Gone were the days when the Kiri was still known as the Bloody Mist. It is up to you now to remove the stain from Kiri's tainted reputation. Yes, Mizukichi-sama. All the genins shouts in resolution. Will I be all right? There will be genins from the other villages. A short, tufty blue-haired boy with dark eyes asks meekly. Mei notices him as she cheers him. You will be fine, Chojuro. Just give your all. Grow up, boy. Ayo pats Chojuro's shoulder. The group walks out of the Kiri borders as the village elders lead them out. Inside the Kiri forest. The group walks through the borders as they reach near the coast. Elder Genji has already arranged a transportation boat which will lead us to the land of Valley. It would take us 7 days to reach Konoha. Ayo informs the group. Whoosh, whoosh. Many shurikens and kunais with paper bombs are launched at the group. Enemy attack, it's an enemy attack. Ayo and the rest of the jounin take out their kunais as they get ready for the ambush. Elder Genji warned us about the ambush. There are still some more insurgents from the civil war lurking around Kiri seeking for an opportunity to get rid of the current Mizukage. Mei adopts a serious expression as she makes some hand signs. Lightning release, lightning water dragon bullet. Mei needs chakra in her hands and mouth as she releases a water dragon from her mouth, followed by a lightning bullet from her hand. BZZT. The lightning release chakra nullifies the explosive paper bombs and the water chakra diffuse them. Water release, bullet orca. An immense surge of water comes crashing down on the group. Whoosh. Mei makes some hand signs and slams her palm on the ground. Boil release, vapor suppression. She releases thick vapors of mist from her mouth. The mist accumulates around the water surge and evaporates it. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple shinobis cloaked in black garments surround the group. One of the shinobi who appears to be the leader of the group makes some hand signals to the rest of his group. Cooperation ninjutsu, water pillar prison formation. The enemy group erects a giant 4-pillar barrier formation around the Kiri ninjas. Mei calmly stares at the barrier as she faces the group of ninjas. The head ninja walks in front of Mei and confronts her. There is no need for pretenses. Just reveal yourself, Elder Kodachi. Mei calmly faces off against the enemy group leader. Ho! So, you figured it out. The enemy group leader removes his mask to reveal an old man. I have been waiting for this moment for a while. You frog of middle faction snatched the position of Mizukage from us noble faction and soiled the legacy of the first Mizukage. Kodachi adopts a righteous expression as he spews out these words. Today, I shall punish you for your misdeeds. He signals his subordinates to attack Mei and her group. Ao and the rest of the shinobi jump in front of Mei to protect her. Mizukage-sama, we will protect you. Mei waves her hand to stop them. There is no need for you bunch to do anything. I learned a new jutsu from Izuna. I mastered it recently, so I have got no opportunity to test it out in a battle. This is a fine opportunity to do so. Mei slowly walks in front of the group as she faces off against a squad of almost 30 enemy ninjas. Humph. Kodachi snorts at Mei as he taunts her. This group of shinobis is elite among the elite who passed the brutal ninja regiment and survived. Mei ignores Kodachi's taunt as she slowly makes some hand signs. She infuses a large amount of chakra in her mouth. Lava release, volcanic bloom burst jutsu. She fires multiple small blooms of lava. The lava blooms surround the group of enemy shinobi. Burst. Mei clasps her hand as they blossom into lava flowers. Boom. Boom. Lava rains down on the group of enemies as it scorches them to cinders, leaving molten lava and ashes behind. Mei and the rest of the group silently stare at the aftereffect of the jutsu. A lava lake appears in place of the enemies. Gulp. Kodachi gulps his saliva as he stares at Mei with wide eyes. How? A weak squeak comes out from Kodachi's mouth. Mei turns to Ao and signals him. Do the necessary cleanup. Ao nods his head. Chojuro raises his head and silently stares at Mei's back. Mizukage-sama is so kind and powerful. I will do everything to protect the gentle smile of hers. I hope I can. He clutches his fists tightly. Inside the Hokage office. Izuna is sitting on the sofa as he listens to the recent reports. Recently, there has been spotting of many rogue ninja and mercenaries around the small villages on the border. Tsukumo Hatake has done a great job in eliminating the threats. Tsunade nods her head. Tsukumo-san is a great asset to the village. He is one of the few elders I can have complete trust in. Tsukumo-san is a Kage-level ninja. He would be a great asset in the 4th Shinobi War. 4th Shinobi War is the least of my worries, it will serve as a whetstone for Naruto and Sasuke to grow in power. I am more worried about the Kara and the Otsutsuki clan. I have little information about the Otsutsuki clan, but from the knowledge I have on Kara, most of its members are monstrous in terms of abilities. If I were to rank their power, then even one of their members can do a cleanup of Akatsuki except for Nagato and Obito. Izuna rubs his forehead as he thinks about the Kara. The biggest pain is I haven't been able to locate any traces of its members. Maybe it is the ability of Ishiki's right eye, or maybe I am unlucky in my research. Tsunade notices the troubled expression on Izuna's face. She closes the report and turns towards him. What's troubling you? Is it something I can help you with? Izuna shakes his head and replies. How about you conduct the Chunin exam on my behest? Tsunade silently stares at him. No, I was joking. I will take care of the Chunin exam. Just let me borrow a few jounins. Fine. Tsunade nods her head. Phew. Izuna takes a deep breath and walks out of the Hokage office. I have made little progress in these past few years. Looks like I have hit my limit. There is no sign of the awakening of Rinnegan even after 15 years of implantation of Hashirama cells. Looks like I need to get hold of the chakra of remaining tail beasts to shorten the process. Whoosh, whoosh. A figure flickers out from his shadows. The shadow turns into a giant wolf. Master. The wolf bows in front of him. Roan, it has been 6 months since you signed a contract with me. Yes, Master. There are few humans around you who break the norm and have different emotions, but my judgment for the rest of the humans still holds. Roan growls as it relays his thoughts. Well. I can't do anything to change your mind. Izuna scratches his head. Oh, yes. I have a job for you. Izuna clasps his hand as he remembers something. Whoosh. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and tosses it to Wolf Roan. Do you still remember the location where the battle between the Rikudo Sannin and Ten Tails took place? Growl. Roan grabs the scroll as it replies. Master. I can never forget about that place. It took everything away from me and turned me into this abomination. Roan reminisces his past. Heir. I have a task for you which needs you to return to that place. Izuna interrupts Roan's thoughts. Yes, Master. I will follow your orders. Good, all the necessary information is within that scroll. Then I will be on my way. Whoosh. Roan turns into a shadow and disappears from his vision. If I can get a fragment of God Tree's DNA, then I think I could create something similar to Geto Mazo. Izuna clutches his fists tightly. Looks like it's time to squeeze out some usefulness from that snake. I will give him an opportunity. Chapter 193, 186. Girlfriend meets parents. A week later. At Konoha entrance. Izuna stands at the entrance together with Kakashi and Might Guy. Heave ho, heave ho. Guy is performing some push-ups as he waits for the guest. Kakashi is silently resting against the village wall as he is engrossed in the latest edition of the Ika Ika series. Guy, you should relax once in a while. Too much training will burden your body. Izuna stares at Guy and remarks. This is the prime of my youth. How can I sit idly by and let my youthful energy to waste? Heave ho. Guy continues to perform his push-ups. Sigh. Izuna shakes his head and questions him. Guy, you consider me and Kakashi as your rival, right? Whoosh. Guy stops his push-up and jumps in the air, and spins as he stands erect. Yes. I, the mighty green beast of Konoha, is the eternal rival to silent Shinigami Izuna Uchiha and the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. Flash. Guy flashes his smile as he gives a thumbs up and winks to complete his nice guy pose. Kakashi raises his head and nods his head before returning to his reading. True. Izuna nods his head. You are indeed our rival, but there is one place where you lose to both of us. No, you aren't even in the competition. Izuna smirks at Guy. What? Guy's eyes widen in surprise. How could it be? How can I, the almighty noble green beast of Konoha, lose to my rivals? My hot bloodiness and youth will never surrender. Guy clutches his fists tightly as tears flow from his eyes. Kakashi closes his book and turns to Izuna with a confused expression. I am also curious to know about the details. Oh. Izuna has a smile on his face as he reveals. It is. It is. Both Guy and Kakashi close on him. It is. It is. Guy almost falls over Kakashi. It is love. Love. Kakashi and Guy stare at Izuna in confusion. Guy scratches his forehead and questions Izuna. Izuna. I have heard about your affair. But when did Kakashi got a girlfriend? Guy turns to Kakashi. Kakashi, you betrayed me. We made a promise to stay single forever since the academy. He hugs Kakashi's thighs. Bam. Kakashi kicks away Guy and turns to Izuna. Izuna, what are you talking about? Why am I not aware of my own love life? He curiously asks Izuna. Well, of course you aren't aware of it. It is a one-sided crush on girl's part. Kakashi points a finger towards himself. Crush on me? Yes. Are you talking about Rin? Kakashi closes his eyes as he reminisces his memories of his past team. No. No. Izuna hurriedly denies, preventing Kakashi from falling into self-remorse. Do you remember the mission you carried for your Jounin exam? Izuna asks him. Well. I do. Kakashi nods his head. It was in the land of Keys. I had to carry an escort mission there. Kakashi narrates the incident. So, you remember the girl you met crying while passing through one of the villages? Kakashi tries to remember the incident. Yes, there was a village girl who lost her way back to the village. I just pointed the way to her and just comforted her by explaining to look above to clouds to find her way. Kakashi shrugs his shoulders. So, you did remember. Izuna nods his head. Recently, I had a mission to the land of Keys. While on my way, I passed through a shinobi village called Jomi. I met with a girl named Hanari who recognized my Konoha headband. The girl approached me and inquired about you. Kakashi. Izuna takes out a picture from his pocket and passes it to Kakashi. She is quite beautiful. Guy nods his head. Kakashi, my rival. My charm lost to you. Guy admits defeat and sulks in a corner. Kakashi curiously inspects the photo as he tries to remember the features of the girl from his memories. She is indeed similar to the girl from my memories. But that's all. I don't feel any love or attraction towards her. Kakashi shakes his head and pockets the picture. Then why are you pocketing the picture? He asks Kakashi. Well. I don't know. But I would like to meet with her. Kakashi scratches his head. I see. Izuna nods his head. Grab. Guy grabs Kakashi's shoulder and gives thumbs up to him. Kakashi, the springtime of youth has finally arrived for you. Cherish it with all your heart. Don't let go of this opportunity. But Guy. No. Kakashi. I understand it. Guy pats Kakashi's shoulder. Now let me inform this matter to Asuma, Kurenai, and all of our other friends. Finally, the loner Kakashi has found his true love. Whoosh. Guy jumps on top of a roof and flickers away. Oi. Oi. Guy, don't spread false rumors about me. Kakashi follows Guy. Oi, you bastards, stop ditching all the work on me. Sigh. Izuna sighs and shakes his head. Maybe Kakashi would be able to find true love this time. They are here. Izuna raises his head and stares in a distance. Whoosh, whoosh. Multi-Kiri ninja appears in front of the village. Izuna slowly walks towards the group and stops in front of Mei. You took your sweet time. Honey. He smiles at her. Ho. Honey. A blush appears on Mei's face as she turns away her head. Ahem. Ao clears his throat. We came across a minor problem along the way. Anyway. Izuna Uchiha welcomes you on behalf of Konohagakure. I represent Hokage-sama as her student and well, she is busy with some other important tasks. Izuna welcomes the group. But, it is disrespectful. One of the elder who accompanied the group protests. Crack, crack. Izuna cracks his knuckles and turns towards the elder. You want more respect. Asen. Gulp. The elder gulps his saliva and furiously shakes his head. Bam. Mei elbows him in his guts. Ouch, that hurts. Be a little gentle with your boyfriend. Stop fooling around and lead the way. Mei angrily glares at him. Okay, fine. Izuna leads the group inside the village as he explains. I would be the person in charge for this bout of Chunin exam. Izuna turns towards one of the gatekeepers and remarks. Oi. Kotetsu, lead our genin guests to the special inn arranged for them. Kotetsu points towards himself. Me. Yes. Is there someone else who goes by the name of Kotetsu? Izuna questions him. No. I will lead them. Kotetsu leads the Kiri group towards their residence. You wait with me. Izuna grabs Mei's hand and stops her. Okay. Mei nods her head and stops. But Mizuki-sama, your safety is of most concern. The elder tries to protest again. Oi. Asen, do you think she would be safer with you bunch than being with me? Izuna snaps at the old elder. Bam. Mei elbows him again. Don't be so mean to Elder Gawakichi. He is worried about my safety in another village. But ain't my words true? Mei silently nods her head. Ah. An imaginary arrow pierces through the heart of Ao and the rest of the Kiri Umbu guards as they drop their head in depression. No. It's not like that. What I mean is I trust your capabilities too, but it is just that, it is. Mei tries to appease her Umbu guards. It's fine. Mizuki-sama. We understand. One of the older Umbu guards nods his head and follows Kotetsu. The rest of the Umbu guards follow his lead. No. Wait. I just. Mei flusters as she is unable to explain to them. Let them go. They were just bothering us. Izuna tries to calm her down. Bam. Mei elbows him again. Ah. Whose fault was this, to begin with? Not me. Izuna smiles as he shakes his head. Shameless. Mei snorts at Izuna. Okay, calm down. Izuna calms her down. Let's go to Uchiha compounds. My parents are eager to meet with you, especially my mother. Izuna leads her towards the Uchiha compounds. Gulp. Mei gulps her saliva as she questions him. Would it be fine? It's my first time meeting with them. Mei anxiously asks him. Daijubu. Everything will be alright. Just come with me. Izuna tries to calm down her nervousness. Mei tightly clutches his hand as she follows him. Chapter 194, 187. Springtime of Love. Mei follows Izuna to the Uchiha compounds. Izuna enters his house. Oni-san, you are back. Ayaka runs towards him and hugs him. Izuna pats her head. Mom. Dad. He calls his father and mother. Aiko and Akira walk out of a room and stand in front of him. What's the matter, Izuna? Aiko questions him. Mother, remember the girl I talked about? Aiko nods her head. Yes, you told us about the girl from Kirigakure. Her name was Mei, right? Yes. Izuna nods his head. So, what's the matter? Aiko curiously stares at Izuna. Well, she is in Konoha right now, or to be exact, she is in front of our house, Izuna informs them. What? What are you waiting for? Bring her inside. Akira pushes him out of the house. I would also like to see the girl our Izuna is chasing after. Aiko has a smile on her face. That smile. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva as he walks out. What is going in mother's head? The thought process of a woman is a mystery to me. Izuna shakes his head and signals Mei. Come in. Mother wants to meet with you. Mei nods her head and enters the house. Akira and Aiko eagerly wait for her. Finally, our Izuna is showing some interest in a girl. Akira crosses his arms in front of his chest. Yes. I am worried about Izuna's future. This boy, he had no interest in anything besides training. I am proud of his achievements as one of the strongest ninja of the shinobi world, but deep down I am concerned for his well-being. Now my only wish is for Izuna to marry a girl and settle with a family. He is already 20 years old. Ayaka shakes her head. Mother, she is here. Izuna and Mei enter the house. Mei has a worried expression on her face as she whispers to Izuna. Will they accept this? Bloodlines are an integral part of a clan, even more so for a distinct clan like Uchiha. Izuna shakes his head as he convinces her. Our relationship may bother others, but my parents are different. Besides, if anyone has any problem, we can always sit and have a pleasant chat over tea. He smiles at her. Hoo-hoo. Mei chuckles as she calms down. I am not nervous anymore. You always have a way with your words. I wonder where you learned such things. Well. I was a natural-born smooth talker. Izuna scratches his head. They enter the meeting room as Aiko and Akira are sitting around a table. Both of them raise their head as their eyes meet with Mei. Era, what a cute girl. Aiko inspects Mei. He is my son after all. Akira nods his head. Oh. A new one-san. Ayaka curiously stares at Mei. Go, introduce yourself. Izuna pushes Mei slightly as he lifts Ayaka upon his shoulder. I am Mei Terumi. I am a member of the Terumi clan from Kirigakure. It is nice to meet you. Mr. and Ms. Uchiha. Mei introduces herself with a flustered expression. Era, don't be so nervous. Aiko stands up and walks up to Mei. You are the girl Arizuna gave his heart to and. Aiko circles around Mei. I have to say he has made the best decision ever. Aiko nods her head. Good job, son. Akira gives a thumb up to Izuna. Was he always this active? Izuna stares at his father. Come, why don't you sit with us and talk about yourself? Aiko pulls Mei away. Akira curiously stares at Mei as he ponders. Why does it feel like? I have seen her somewhere. Mei sits beside Aiko as she talks with them. Izuna sits with Ayaka. Nah. Oni-san, who is that pretty one-san? Ayaka tugs his sleeves. She is. Izuna closes his eyes as he reminisces his past. The past is nothing but distant memories. I am no longer the medical student Rudra I used to be, now I am Izuna Uchiha, the genius of the Uchiha clan. Izuna shakes his head as the memories of his previous life fade even more. Oni-san. Ayaka shakes him. Oh. Ayaka, where were we? Ah yes. Izuna gets out of his thoughts as he gently pats her head and replies. She is the girl I fell in love with. Mei-chan, is it? Tell me more about yourself, Mei. Your hobbies, your likes, your dislikes and how you came to fall in love with this dense son of ours. Aiko curiously inquires. Well. Mei turns towards Izuna, who nods his head. As I told earlier. I am a member of the Terumi clan of Kirigakure. Terumi clan. I remembered. Terumi clan members specialize in lava-release Kekkei Genkai. I fought against them during the Second Shinobi War. Akira freshens up his memories of the past war. She is not an ordinary member of the Terumi clan. She is the princess of Terumi clan. Izuna reveals to his parents. What? She is the princess of the Terumi clan. Akira and Aiko's eyes widen as they stare at Mei. Wait, a sec. If I remembered correctly. Akira takes out a small book from his pocket and schemes through it. Recently, Kirigakure had a new kage from the Terumi clan. It is a female kage. Akira schemes through more pages as he stops at a certain page. A picture of Mei in her kage outfit is imprinted on the page. Got it. Akira lifts his head as matches the picture. This is. His eyes widen even further. What's the matter, dear? Aiko tugs Akira's sleeves. Akira silently passes the book to Aiko as he mutters. This is the most recent issue of Bingo book. Aiko stares at the picture and identifies Mei. Oh. Look at his Mei-chan. She reads the details of Mei written in the book. Name, Mei Terumi. Age, 23 years old. Affiliation, Kirigakure. Ninja rank, S rank. Info, Mei Terumi is a fearsome kunoichi of Kirigakure. She is a proficient user of lava release and boil release. During the recent Kiri civil war, she led the revolution against the rule of the noble clan and dethroned their dominance, thus bringing an end to the age of bloody mist. After the civil war, Mei Terumi took on the mantle of a Kage and became the first ever female Kage, or to be precise the fifth Mizukage of the Kirigakure. Aiko finishes reading the information in Bingo book as her expression also changes. She silently stands up and walks up to Izuna and grabs his ear and chides him furiously. What's going on? Why didn't you tell us earlier? She is a Kage, a respected and renowned shinobi and a guest of our village. Ouch, ouch, that hurts, Mom. Izuna is surprised to see the violent side of his mother. Looks like I have neglected my family in pursuit of power. I never got to see this side of my mother. I have to spend more time with them in the future. Mom. I wanted to surprise you. So, I disclosed nothing. Izuna replies helplessly. Fine. Aiko releases him and turns towards Mei. We are sorry for troubling you. Mizuki-sama. She bows in front of Mei. No. No. Please don't. Mei hurriedly stops her. But, you are the Mizukage. You are a leader of a village. Akira shakes his head. Please don't. I came here to meet you, not as the Mizukage, but as a girl who fell in love with your only son. Mei smiles at Aiko and Akira as a gentle breeze flows through the window and flutters her hair. Akira and Aiko calm down. Ha. Izuna takes a deep breath. It worked. Another of my underrated jutsu wind style, gentle breeze no jutsu. Can I call you mother? Mei hesitatingly asks Aiko as she bit her lower lip. My mother died when I was a child, so I never had a chance to experience mother's love. Father took care of everything for me. A teardrop flows through her eyes as the memories of her mother come flooding. Of course, you are going to be our daughter. So, call me mother from now on. Aiko hugs Mei and comforts her. Akira stands up and walks up to Izuna and pats his shoulder. Son, you have made me proud today. You even stole the heart of Mizukage. You are my son, after all. Ha ha. Akira laughs loudly. You too, what are you dawdling there for? Come and help me with the work. Tonight is going to be a feast. Aiko chides them. Also, don't forget to invite other members of our family. Aiko adopts a serious expression as a figure of Oniai appears behind her. Yes, ma'am. Izuna and Akira nod their head. I will invite Uncle Yagami and Uncle Fugaku. Izuna flickers out of the house. He turns around and stares at his house. Looks like a new chapter has begun in my life. This springtime the love has finally blossomed. A voice falls in his ears. He turns around and notices a middleman selling movie tickets. Grab this last ticket while you have the chance. The movie featuring Princess Gale is about to premiere tonight. Ha. Izuna shakes his head and disappears from the place. Chapter 195, 188. No escape. Somewhere at the outskirts of the land of ancestors. Orochimaru, you are a wanted criminal. A rogue ninja from Konoha. Tell me, why shouldn't I capture you and hand you over to Konoha? A masked figure in red clothes faces Orochimaru. Now. Both of us have the same goal. You want to plunder all of Konoha's resources, whereas I want to destroy Konoha. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips as he stares at the figure. Orochimaru. We had signed a peace treaty with Konoha. Stop festering baseless assumptions of your own. The masked figure rebukes Orochimaru. Ho. No wonder, Sasori calls you Two-Face. If I want to destroy Konoha, I can ally with any other nation. But I choose to talk to you for a reason. Orochimaru takes out a scroll and throws it towards the masked figure. Whoosh. The masked figure catches the scroll and reads its content. A frown appears on his face as he holds the scroll tightly. Orochimaru, you are also aware of the fact that Konoha has many formidable ninjas protecting it. The masked man remarks. The third Hokage is a formidable shinobi of his time. Then your former team members, the fifth Hokage and the Jiraiya of the Sannin. Don't even forget about the White Fang. These are just the shinobis of the past generation. I have yet to factor the shinobis of the current generation. The masked figure slowly walks up to Orochimaru. The copy ninja Kakashi, the teleporter, Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha of the Sharingan and the most troublesome of them all, the silent Shinigami, Izuna Uchiha. Tell me, Orochimaru, how you plan to deal with them. The masked figure stands in front of Orochimaru as their eyes confront each other. So, you don't mind joining the fray? Orochimaru has a sly expression on his face. Agree to him. Another figure beside the masked man whispers in his ear. Very well. The masked man nods his head. Whoosh, whoosh. The red-clothed figure disappears with his men. Ha ha. Orochimaru licks his lips and flickers away. Inside a hidden underground cave. I have done what you asked me. Orochimaru speaks to a figure cloaked in black garments. I will give you the rest of the research information after you fulfill your end of the deal. Very well. Remember this, if I find anything missing then you won't find a hole to hide. The figure threatens him. Just bring me the body of Izuna Uchiha and I will give you all the information you need. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips. Soon, my dream to possess a perfect body will be complete. Remember your end of the bargain. Whoosh. The black figure disappears from the cavern as his words echoes. Ha ha. Finally, I will have my revenge. That old geezer Hiruzen, I will make him regret his decision. Whoosh. Orochimaru disappears from the cavern. Inside an underground laboratory. Whoosh. Orochimaru appears in the middle of the room. Orochimaru-sama, you are back. A spectacled figure picks up a scroll and passes it to him. Kabuto. Get ready for the infiltration. You know what to do. Yes. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto adjusts his spectacles. How are the new test subjects faring? The battle royale just ended. The results are out. Kabuto points towards the underground arena. Orochimaru notices 5 exhausted figures lying on the floor of the arena. Slick. They might serve as my new replacement. Let me taste their chakra. Slick. Whoosh. Orochimaru turns into a snake and slithers towards the arena. Ah. Ah. Cries of pain and agony echo through the arena as Kabuto turns his head and readjusts his spectacles. I believe Orochimaru-sama would be able to complete this venture successfully. Across the streets of Konoha. This is the place. I am sure you will love the taste of Ichiraku ramen. Izuna brings Mei to Ichiraku ramen. Yes. Ichiraku ramen is the best ramen I ever ate. Databio. Naruto raises his fists in the air. But isn't it the only ramen you ever eat? Sasuke calmly replies. Damn it, Sasuke. You. Naruto balls his fist and turns towards Sasuke. Oni-san, this smell, it's so good. Ayaka smells the aroma wafting in the air. It smells really good. Mei nods her head. Oju-san, my ramen is prepared with the best ingredients available around here. Tochi picks up a silk-like strand of noodle as he soaks it in broth. Then I can't wait to taste it. Mei takes a seat. Izuna sits beside her and places his order. An extra bowl of miso ramen with menma toppings. I will take the same as him. Mei also places her order. Coming right up. Tochi prepares the ramen. Ah. It was so tiring, Shizun. An exhausted Tsunade walks through the streets as Shizun supports her. Tsunade-sama, please drink less sake next time. Shizun rebukes Tsunade. Growl. Tsunade's stomach rumbles. I am hungry. Growl. Shizun's stomach also growls loudly. Let's grab something for breakfast. This aroma, it's so good. Tsunade smells the aroma of ramen wafting out of the Ichiraku ramen. It's decided then, let's eat ramen for breakfast. Tsunade drags Shizun along with her. But. Tsunade-sama. Ramen is not good for breakfast. Shizun resists. It's fine. Don't mind the minor details. Both of them approach the Ichiraku ramen. Naruto notices Tsunade walking towards them. Granny, you are also here for breakfast. Slurp. He slurps his ramen as he asks her. Bonk. Don't call me that. Naruto. Tsunade bonks his head as she notices Izuna and the rest of the group. Her eyes meet with Mei as she curiously inspects the latter. I have to say the new Mizukage is quite the beauty. Tsunade sits beside Mei as she orders her ramen. It is my pleasure to meet with the legendary Sannin of the shinobi world. Tsunade and Mei exchange pleasantries as Izuna finishes his ramen. That was good. Ichiraku ramen is just so good. I can't get enough of it. Yes, it is the best. Databio. Naruto gulps down 3 bowls of ramen. Oi Izuna. A giant hand falls on Izuna's shoulder. So, the pervert Sannin is also back to the village, Izuna replies without turning back. I have to talk about something. Jiraiya clears his throat as he signals Izuna. Izuna notices the serious expression of Jiraiya and nods his head. Well, ladies, you can have your chat while I attend to this pervert. Izuna stands up and follows Jiraiya. Oi. Don't spoil my image in front of ladies. Jiraiya retorts. Jiraiya and Izuna walk towards an alley as Izuna rests against a wall as he listens to Jiraiya. So, what do you want to talk about? Seeing your serious expression, I can deduce it must be something really important. Yes, it is. Jiraiya has a grim expression. After our last meeting in the land of Waterfall, I tracked down the traces of Orochimaru. Izuna nods his head as Jiraiya continues. While looking for the tracks of Orochimaru, I came across a very strange man. Jiraiya recounts the incident. The man had a facial tattoo with a strange numerical. He wore a black hooded cloak with silver-colored lining fastened to his right shoulder with a metal pin. Jiraiya takes out a scroll and draws the appearance of the man from his memories. This is... Izuna's eyes widen as he recognizes the image. This is the appearance of an inner Kara member. This man was lurking around the Orochimaru's lair. So, I thought of incapacitating him and interrogating him about the whereabouts of Orochimaru. I tried to sneak up on him, but he noticed my presence. Both of us engaged in a fight. He was more than my match. Jiraiya scratches his forehead as he remarks. That man was a monster. He could be compared to the likes of you. He easily overpowered all of my ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu skills. Left with no choice, I tried to use senjutsu, but he made some weird hand signs and punched me. After that. Izuna nods his head as he is lost in his thoughts. Kara seems to be more active than usual. Looks like something has made them hasten up their plans. Pride and wrath are secretly terminating the sleeper agents of Kara. Maybe my intervention has forced their hand. That punch drained my entire chakra, and I lost my conscience. Jiraiya recounts the entire incident to Izuna and turns towards him. I have never heard or met such a powerful person before. If Orochimaru were to ally with such people, then I can't even imagine what kind of catastrophe he will lie on Konoha. Jiraiya, he could be a member of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru was a former member of Akatsuki, after all. He might still have some dealings with the group. Izuna tries to divert Jiraiya's attention. Kara is too dangerous for the like of current Jiraiya. He will face certain death if he fought against any inner Kara member. I won't be able to face Tsunade if he died because of my carelessness. Oi, are you listening? Jiraiya shakes him. Yes, you should thank me. I saved your life inadvertently. Izuna stops Jiraiya. What? How? That man, he did nothing to me. Oh. Are you sure about that? Izuna has a smile on his face. Mind taking out the scroll which I gave you? Well. If you say so. Jiraiya takes out the scroll from his pocket and inspects it. Here it is. What's the matter? Swish, swish. Izuna makes some hand signs and infuses some chakra in the scroll. Whoosh. The scroll shines brightly and a Fuinjutsu formula appears on it. I planted a Fuinjutsu formula with my Amaterasu programmed in it. I set it to go off the instant it detects a life-threatening danger to your life. What? Jiraiya's eyes widen in surprise as he examines the scroll. I believe you, boy. Jiraiya recognizes the Fuinjutsu formula. I owe you one for saving my life. Ho. You spoke too early. I haven't forgiven you for ruining my reputation through your novel. Izuna cracks his knuckles as he turns to Jiraiya. It's time for payback. Wait, we can talk this out. Jiraiya panics as he tries to flee. No, there is no escape. Chapter 196, 189. Start of the Chunin exams Part 2. Somewhere in Sunagakure. Inside a round building made of clay and stucco. A person with auburn hairs and dark eyes knocks the door. Chiyoba-sama. Chiyoba-sama, are you there? Rumble. Rumble. The door shakes for a while before an elderly woman with black eyes and lavender-colored hair tied in a bun opens the door. The lady wears a dark-colored, loose-fitting outfit with a poncho-like top. What's the matter? Why are you disturbing the rest of this old lady? The old lady remarks as she recognizes the visitor. Chiyoba-sama, I have a favor to ask from you, if you would please. The visitor requests her. Raza, you know Chiyo and I had retired a long time ago after the Third Shinobi War. We can't help you with any matter. An elderly man with heavy-lidded eyes walks out from inside the house. The old man has a turban wrapped around his head and his outfit is similar to Chiyo. Ebizoji-sama. Raza greets the old man. Raza, both me and Chiyo had already retired from the Suna Elder Council a long time ago. I am the leader of the council only in the name. Our retirement was in hope for the new generation to look out for themselves without being reliant on the previous generation. The old man stands beside Chiyo as he faces Raza. But Ebizoji-sama and Chiyoba-sama. I need your help for the betterment of Sunagakure. As such, I am here to request your assistance. Raza insists. Raza, you are the fourth Kazekage, and there is also the Suna Elder Council to help you make decisions. Tajuro is the second in command after me in the council. I am sure you have already consulted with him. Ebizo calmly replies to Raza. That's true. Raza nods his head. The thing which I am about to discuss is of much importance for Suna's future, so it is better to talk inside, Raza explains. Very well, let's talk inside. Chiyo nods her head. Inside Chiyo's house. Raza is sitting in front of Ebizo and Chiyo as he reveals his plan. Ebizo-sama and Chiyo-sama, recently one of the Sanins Orochimaru approached us and offered a deal to us. He wants to ally with us and face Konoha in a battle. Ebizo frowns as he interjects. Raza. Orochimaru is a traitor of Konoha. As far as rumors going around in the shinobi world, he was cast out of the village by the third Hokage. It would be a foolish decision to trust such a person. I agree with my brother. Orochimaru or not. Konoha has various top-tier shinobis among their ranks. The third Hokage is still alive, then there is White Fang. Chiyo clutches her fists tightly as the memories of the second shinobi war freshens up in her memory. Also, don't forget about that slug girl Tsunade, who is also the current Hokage. I have heard the new generation of Konoha has quite a bunch of fearsome shinobi among their ranks, unlike Tsunagakure. Chiyo snorts as she closes her eyes. True. I agree with Chiyo, such matters can't be taken lightly. Ebizo agrees with Chiyo. Jisama. Basama, what choice do we have? Raza slams his palms on the table as he recounts the sufferings of Suna. Suna suffered a great loss during the Third Shinobi War. We suffered a huge loss of manpower and resources during the war. The wounds of the war are still open up to this day. Raza clenches his fists as he continues. To further rub the salt on those wounds. The daimyo of Land of Wind outsourced all the missions meant for Suna to Konoha. With such a blow, the village is pushed to the brink of poverty. Ninja barely had enough resources to make arrangements for the already scarce missions. Raza takes out a scroll from his pocket and tosses it to Elder Ebizo. Here is the list of missions outsourced to Konoha. Ebizo opens the scroll and notices the number of missions. That's around 70% of the missions. Elder Ebizo's expression turns ugly. Not only this, the only missions available are too high of a rank for common Chunnins and Genins to complete. As such, the mortality rate has increased significantly. Raza takes out another scroll and passes it to the Elder. This is the list of fatality of Suna ninja in the previous 10 years after the Third Shinobi War. Only a handful of ninjas survived the brutal missions which were rejected by Konoha. While the citizens of Suna are suffering from this economic blow, Konoha had already recovered from their loss and has even prospered further. Konoha is feeding on the resources meant for our people. Crack. Crack. Raza clenches his fists tightly as the sound of snapping of bones echoes in the house. To stabilize the economy of Suna, I had to sell my gold dust to gather the required funding to pay for those shinobi since the losses outcost the profit. Sigh. Ebizo sighs and closes the scroll. Tsunagakure has fallen to this extent. There is not much these old bones can do now. Ebizo closes his eyes and rests his back against the seat. Chiyo picks up the scroll as she questions Raza. So, you came here to inform us about the attack on Konoha. Raza nods his head. I was hoping for your and Ebizo-sama's assistance in this venture. Sigh. Chiyo takes a deep breath as she picks up a framed picture of a man and woman from the nearby table. I had already lost everything in the war. Now nothing interests me anymore. I just want to spend the rest of my old days together with my brother. He was my only family left alive in this world. So, go away. I can't help you anymore. The matters of the Suna are yours to deal with. This. Raza's expressions turn ugly as Chiyo and Ebizo deny assistance. Go away. I won't entertain you anymore. Chiyo hushes him out of the house. Fine. Raza dejectedly walks out of the house. He turns around last time as he notices the picture frame in Chiyo's hands. An idea forms in Raza's mind as he leaves with parting words. Chiyo-sama, this might be your only opportunity to avenge your son and daughter-in-law. Crack. Chiyo holds the picture frame tightly in her hands as some cracks appear on the frame. Whoosh. Raza flickers away from the elder's house. Some days later. Outside Konoha. Izuna stands at the entrance gate of Konoha as he patiently awaits the arrival of Tsunagakure's group. It has been a week since the representatives of all other villages have arrived in Konoha. Only the entourage of Tsunagakure has yet to arrive. Izuna rests against the wall as he closes his eyes. As far as I remember, Tsunagakure allied with Orochimaru to lay waste to Konoha during the Chunin exam. Multiple participants arrived from Otogekyure and I checked every one of them and there was no trace of Orochimaru. Also, Naruto and Sasuke won't be participating in Chunin exam this time around, so there is that. Swish. He takes out a list from his pocket with the names of the participants of the Chunin exam. Interesting enough, some names on this list sounds familiar, especially these few. Izuna circles the names with a brush. The first phase of the Chunin exam will start 2 days from now. I am really curious to see the performance of these few individuals. Izuna pockets the scroll as he detects some chakra signatures moving close towards Konoha. They are here. He informs Kotetsu and Izumo. You guys know what to do. Yes, yes. Senpai. Kotetsu and Izumo hurriedly nod their heads. The entourage of Sunagekure finally arrives as Izuna greets them. Welcome to Konoha, guests from Sunagekure. All of you must be exhausted from your long journey. Here. Kotetsu and Izumo will direct the participants towards their accommodations meanwhile Izuna Uchiha will lead the elders and the representatives to the inns especially reserved for them. Izuna greets them with a smile. Damn. I am not doing this again. It is too much for me. Izuna has an awkward smile on his face. I have heard a lot about you, Izuna Uchiha. A tall man walks in front of Izuna. The man has 2 distinctive red markings on the right side of his face. He wore a turban-like headgear with a sheet of cloth hanging off from the turban covering the left side of his face. He dons the standard attire of Suna ninja with a forehead protector and jounin flak jacket. The man extends his hand as he introduces himself. I am Baki, one of the head jounins of Suna and a member of its advisory council. It's nice to meet you. Izuna shakes hands with Baki. It's nice to meet you too, Sand grudge Baki. I am sure most of you must be exhausted from the long and tedious journey. I will now lead you to your accommodation. Chapter 197, 190. Chunin exam closes in. Inside the Hokage office. Here. Izuna delivers the report of all the participants to Tsunade. There are 168 participants in total. 69 from Konoha, 33 from Kirigakure, 36 from Sunagekure, 15 from Kizugakure, 9 from Takigakure, 6 from Otogekure. Tsunade nods her head. Otogekure is a new village found by Orochimaru. We are unsure of his motives, but if Orochimaru wants to extend a peaceful collaboration, then I will give him a chance. Tsunade closes the scroll and nods her head. The first stage of the Chunin exam comprises a written exam, and it will be held in the Ninja Academy. We will hold the second part of the exam in the Forest of Death. Izuna explains the details to her. The final exam would be held a month after the second exam as it would be a one-on-one tournament and it would provide the participants enough time to recuperate from their injuries. Tsunade nods her head. I see, so the daimyo and the Kazekage would be present during the final event. That's the gist of it. Also, I am planning to open a gambling den during the event. Wait. What? Tsunade jumps from her seat and clutches Izuna's shoulder. You are opening a gambling den. Yes. Izuna nods his head. It would be a missed opportunity to earn money if I don't open a betting and gambling den. Izuna rubs his hands and explains. During the final exam, the competitors from different villages will face up against each other. By announcing the matchups, we can stir the crowd and attract greater publicity for the event. With that premise, we can set up a gamble on the winner and earn some fat stacks of cash. Most of my funds are used by Pride and Wrath to hunt down the sleeper agents of Kara. I seriously need cash right now. This is a well-timed opportunity, I can't miss it. Fat stack of cash. Tsunade's eyes shine brightly as she holds Izuna's hands. Izuna, can I partake in this gambling event? I also want to gamble and earn some money. Well. Izuna scratches his head as he stares at Tsunade. I don't need to remind you of your luck, right? With your luck, you will end up losing all your money. No. Tsunade bites her lower lip as her gambling craving kicks in. Oh. This might work. An idea forms in Tsunade's mind. Izuna, since you would be the owner of the gambling den, then you can just return the money to me if I lose the gamble. How about no? Izuna walks out of the office. No, wait. Tsunade hugs his back as she presses her enormous chest against Izuna's back. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva as he resists the temptation. I won't fall for your kunoichi seduction tricks. No means no. Sob. Tsunade gloomily sits in a corner and draws circles with her fingers. Sob. My most beloved disciple has forgotten about his teacher. He is a grown man with a girl chasing after him. He doesn't need his sensei anymore. Sob. Tsunade continues to draw a circle in the corner. No, not again. Izuna rubs his forehead as he stares at Tsunade. Tsunade stares at Izuna from a corner of her eye to see his reaction. Fine. Fine. I will let you gamble. But it will be in limit. Yes, now I can gamble to my heart's content. It has been a while since I last got an opportunity to let loose. Haha. Tsunade laughs hysterically. There is nothing I can do to change this woman. Izuna shakes his head and walks out of the Hokage office. Man. I am so tired of these D-rank missions. There is no challenge at all. A familiar voice falls in his ears. Izuna stops in tracks and waits for the voice. Naruto, you might be strong for a genin, but that doesn't mean you are strong enough to do hard missions. Every instance is a life and death during a mission. One slight mistake can cost you your life. Kakashi walks in front of the group as he warns Naruto. Oh. Kakashi and the group. Izuna greets them. Izuna. Kakashi nods his head. Nissan, these D-rank missions are not fun at all. I want to go out of the village and do some serious missions like a real ninja. Naruto complains. The group enters inside the Hokage office as Kakashi submits the mission report. Tsunade schemes through the details and nods her head. Team 7 has done an outstanding job in these past few months. They have completed 8 D-rank missions during this period. Obasan. These missions are hardly any challenge for us. Give us a high-rank mission already. I want to do some cool ninja missions. Naruto slams his palms on the table. The impact sends the papers on the table flying. Tick. A tick mark appears on Tsunade's head as she clutches her fists and bonks Naruto. Naruto, you idiot. Ouch, ouch. Naruto clutches his head and meekly retreats. It's fine. Tsunade-sama. Shizune hurriedly gathers the paper. Fine, since you want a hard mission, then I have a suitable mission for you. Whoosh. Tsunade throws a poster towards Naruto. Swish. Naruto catches the poster and inspects it. There is a picture of a brown cat on the poster. This cat. Izuna and Kakashi sweat drops at the image of the cat. This cat still looks the same. It has been almost 13 years since I last did the mission to retrieve this cat. I wonder what kind of species is this cat. It's just a cat. Humph. Naruto harumphs as he scoffs. Obasan. I asked for a challenging mission, not to search for lost pets. How is this challenging? Naruto tosses the poster back to Tsunade. I won't do this mission. Give me another mission. Sasuke also nods his head. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat. Listen, Naruto, don't judge a book by its cover. The curiosity of the group rises as they turn to Izuna to hear the story. It was 13 years before when I was also a genin like you. Izuna explains dramatically as he creates tension in the atmosphere. Back then, the third Hokage-sama gave us the same mission to capture this cat. But. Gulp. Naruto gulps his saliva as he listens to the story. But this cat is no ordinary cat. It is an immortal cat. Immortal cat. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura question him together. Yes, you can ask Kakashi for the confirmation. Kakashi-sensei, is it true? Sakura asks him curiously. Yes, it is true. This cat has changed little during all these years. It still looks the same as today. I still remember the struggle of my team while attempting to capture this cat. Back then I was a chunin and this cat still gave me a hard time. Without proper coordination and teamwork, it is almost impossible to capture this cat. This cat is a myth among genins and is called the legendary Whisker, but you lot don't have to worry, I had made necessary arrangements to capture the cat. Whoosh. Kakashi takes out a pair of walkie-talkie as he cooks up some bullshit to convince the group. Twitch, twitch. Izuna and Tsunade's eyebrows twitch as they stare at Kakashi. He sure can spew out bullshit like it is a natural thing. But of them collectively agree to this. Oh. Now that looks like a challenge. Naruto clutches his fist as he grabs the walkie-talkie. Watch me catch this cat in no time. Databio. Whoosh. Naruto flickers out of the Hokage office. Oi Naruto. Wait for us. Sakura and Sasuke chase after him. Sorry for bothering you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bows before Tsunade before flickering out of the office. Sigh. This boy sure is troublesome. He is a spitting image of Minato, but he behaves like Kushina. Sigh. Tsunade closes her eyes as she reminisces the past. Naruto can be troublesome sometimes, but that's what makes him unique. His innocence and purity of heart is the reason he can influence others. Izuna remarks silently as he stares at Hokage Monument. Just a little. Just a little longer. Minato and Kushina-ne-san. Once I get the chakra of 5 tails, I would be able to manifest the power to resurrect both of you. Chapter 198, 191. First test of Chunin exam. Inside the academy hall. Damn, when would this exam start? I am craving for some blood. One of the participants from Otogekyur stares at the rest of the genins and licks his lips. Bump. Another shinobi bumps into him and pushes him aside. Oi. You have a death wish or something. The angry Otogekyur participant clutches the shoulder of the shinobi and questions him. Apologize this very instant, or this won't fare well for you. The genin turns around to reveal his onyx eyes and ash-gray hairs, and he wears black-rimmed circular glasses. He wears a Konoha headband on his forehead. I am sorry. He hurriedly apologizes to the sound shinobi. Huh. I don't think that's an honest apology. Leaf Village or not, I won't let it slide this easily. The sound shinobi grabs the collar of the spectacled guy. Grovel and apologize and I might spare you. The sound shinobi has a fierce expression on his face. Gulp. A short tufty blue hair and dark eyes boy with a Kiri headband gulps his saliva and approaches the sound shinobi. Oh no. I think you should let him go. He just slightly bumped into you. It's not that big of a deal. Huh, who are you? The sound shinobi turns towards the newcomer. It is a matter between us both. Who are you to interfere between us? I am Chojuro from Kiri. Please spare him. Chojuro weakly demands the sound shinobi. Che, your pathetic expression made me lose my mood. What a killjoy. The sound shinobi throws away the spectacled guy and walks away. Are you okay? Chojuro extends a helping hand towards the spectacled guy. Cough, cough. I am fine. Cough. The spectacled guy coughs and grabs Chojuro's hand. He adjusts his spectacles and introduces himself. I am Kabuto Yakushi. One of the genin of Konoha, as you can see from my headband. It is nice to meet you. Kabuto shakes hands with Chojuro. I suppose this is your first time participating in a Chunin exam. Kabuto questions Chojuro. Ah. Yes, apparently the village decided to conduct a joint Chunin exam with Konohagakure. Chojuro replies meekly. Men. You need to step up your game. With this attitude, you will get disqualified quite early. Kabuto pats Chojuro's shoulders. Oh. Kabuto-san, you know about the Chunin exam. Chojuro asks Kabuto. Yes. I know quite a lot, actually. Kabuto adjusts his spectacles. Oh, then is this your second time in the Chunin exam? Chojuro curiously questions him. No, it is my 5th time. Sigh. Kabuto sighs as he reveals the embarrassing number. Huh. Surprise appears on Chojuro's face as he inspects Kabuto. There doesn't seem to be any problem with you. Kabuto ignores Chojuro's gaze as he continues. This exam is only held twice a year, so it is my 3rd year. Let me give you a few hints about the purpose of this Chunin exam. Whoosh, whoosh. Kabuto takes out multiple cards from his pocket and lays them in front of Chojuro. They are ninja info cards. Swish. Kabuto inserts some chakra in the card to demonstrate to Chojuro. First, the purpose of this Chunin exam is to deepen the friendly relationship with the other countries. Next is to heighten the level of shinobi of each country by testing them in different land and circumstances. Kabuto collects his cards as he explains. So, that's all? Chojuro asks him in confusion. Well, that's what they told to each other. Kabuto shrugs his shoulder as he closes near Chojuro and whispers in his ear. The real purpose of this Chunin exam is to confirm the level of ninja in each nation and determine the scale of power balance. They do so to check and restrain each other's powers, if not, the strong nations will invade the weak nations and plunder all their resources. Well, that's my guess. But Konoha is in a pretty strong position right now. Konoha has many powerful shinobi protecting it. So, they hold the weight, part of the reason the Chunin exam is held in Konoha. Kabuto replies to Chojuro. Oh, no wonder you know this much. This is your 5th time after all. Ha. Kabuto breathes deeply as he hangs his head in depression. Don't remind me, alright. Well, that wasn't my intention. Chojuro scratches his head. Anyway, forget that, do you want to ask me something? Kabuto asks Chojuro. Ah, yes. I want to know how many villages are participating in this exam. The villages participating this time are Konoha, Kiri, Suna, Kusa, Taki, and Sound. This year many talented genins from other villages have come to participate in the exam. Kabuto explains the details to Chojuro. What about the Sound village? This is my first time hearing about it. Chojuro scratches his head. Otogakure is a small hidden village from the land of sound and was found recently. I don't have much information about them. Kabuto shakes his head. Huh. The sound shinobi turns towards Kabuto as he overhears the conversation. So, you Konoha bastard think that we of the sound village are small fries and pushovers. The sound shinobi angrily snarls at Kabuto. Whoosh. He flickers in front of Kabuto and punches him. Swoosh. Kabuto jumps back and avoids the attack. I dodged it. Shum. Crack. A shockwave travels through the air as Kabuto's glasses crack. I thought I dodged it. Guffaw. Kabuto vomits out a little amount of blood as keels on his knees. Kabuto-san. Chojuro jumps in front of Kabuto and draws his blade as he faces the sound shinobi. Outside the academy hall, Izuna is walking alongside a tall, imposing man. The man is very tall with a rugged head and his face is covered with 2 diagonal scars running from his forehead to his chin. He is dressed in a long black trench coat with a flak jacket and chainmail armor beneath the jacket. The man has a stoic expression as he walks alongside Izuna. Man Ibiki, with that ever-present stoic expression, you look like a Terminator rather than an instructor. Izuna jokes with Ibiki. Here, you should smile like this. Izuna stretches his lips with his hands to form a smile. Humph. I had my fair share of pain and hardship. I had forgotten what a smile is. These scars carved on my face are proof of the immense torture I endured in the past. Now it has been forever imprinted on my face. Ibiki calmly walks towards the academy hall. When I first met with him, he reminded me of Terminator. Izuna shakes his head and follows Ibiki. Needless to say, you would be the proctor for this round of examination. I especially requested the Hokage-sama to deploy you for the position. Izuna informs him. I am a member of Konoha's torture and interrogation squad. Why would you ask me to babysit a bunch of genins during this exam? Ibiki questions Izuna. Well. Izuna scratches his head as he replies. I just want to scare a few rude kids, and who would be better than the Terminator himself? Ibiki ignores Izuna and enters inside the academy hall. Well, looks like he can't take a joke. Izuna awkwardly scratches his head and flickers away. I will let him play with those genins. Inside the academy hall. Clang, clang. Chojuro is engaged in a fight with the sound ninja as he deflects his attacks with his sword. A swordsman. Ha. The sound ninja chuckles as he throws multiple kunais at Chojuro. Honestly, I thought the shinobi of large nations would be worth a challenge. But from the looks of it, they are a bunch of pussies. Slick. Ha. The rest of the genins angrily stares at the sound ninja. The sound ninja disappears and reappears behind Chojuro as he tries to stab him. This is bad. I have to use the ability of the sword. Chojuro infuses some chakra in his blade as it starts to glow with blue light. Poof. A large puff of smoke appears in the center of the academy hall. Whoosh. The smoke clears out to reveal Ibiki. Silence. Degenerates. Ibiki yells at the genins as he stares at them like a predatory hawk. Gulp. Chojuro gulps his saliva and stops his attack. The sound ninja also stops in his tracks as Ibiki's gaze is focused on him. Man, this guy is really scary. The sound ninja retreats to his teammates. I am Ibiki Marino, the proctor of the first test of the Chunin exam. Ibiki scrutinizes every genin with his piercing gaze as his eyes rest on the sound ninja. Any pig that tries to screw with me will be immediately disqualified. Now with this, the first test of the Chunin exam starts. Chapter 199, 192. Contingency Plan. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of the academy as he moves towards the Hokage office. Ibiki will take care of the first round of Chunin exam. Shum, shum. A seal appears on his hand as it glows. A report from Wrath. Whoosh. Izuna infuses some chakra in the seal as a scroll teleports in front of him. He grabs the scroll and reads its content. Interesting. He pockets the scroll and flickers towards the Hokage office. I have changed the Flying Thunder God technique to suit my needs. Previously, only the owner of the sealing formula could use teleportation, but now anyone can use it. But the problem is, they can only send inanimate objects from one place to another. I have yet to figure out a way to teleport someone else. Sigh. He shakes his head and enters inside the Hokage office. Inside the Hokage office, Mei and Tsunade are sipping tea as they discuss various political matters. Tsunade is giving some friendly advice to Mei. You shouldn't pay much heed to the old geezers of the village council. They might have experience, but those senile geezers always like to manipulate things. Just listen to their advice and act according to your wisdom. Luckily, in Konoha, Izuna took care of all of those old corrupt council members and replaced them with competent members. So, this way majority of the decision-making power lies with me. Tsunade explains the details to Mei. I see. Mei nods her head. My father leads Kiri Council, but there are still a few council members of other faction. We couldn't find any dirt on them during the cleanup of noble faction, so we had to spare them. Knock, knock. Izuna knocks on the door to get their attention. Ahem. Tsunade clears her throat and asks him. You took care of it. She places down her cup. It is just a written exam, nothing to worry about. Izuna waves his hand and pours some tea and sits beside Mei. I am very suspicious of Sunagekir's lineup. We have to take caution while dealing with them. Sip. He sips his tea as he reveals the fact to Tsunade. Tsunade frowns as she questions him. Why do you think so? Suna had been in a peace treaty with Konoha since the end of the Second Shinobi War. Why would they violate the pact? Yawn. Izuna finishes his tea and lies down in Mei's lap. A blush appears on Mei's face. Izuna ignores it as he makes himself comfortable. He turns towards Tsunade and explains. The Third Shinobi War took a toll on Suna's economy. It has reached the point that the fourth Kazekage Raza has to sell his gold dust at a dirt cheap price to raise some funds for his village. Suna is really in a dire state and would do anything to get more resources. That's such a shame. Tsunade shakes her head. The harsh terrain of Land of Wind together with the ever-present sandstorm makes it difficult for Suna. But, how do you know about this? Tsunade questions him. Well, duh. I was the secret buyer of that gold dust. Like, come on, why I won't buy it? He is just handing over a crap ton of gold for free. Haha. Izuna laughs as he takes out a scroll from his pocket. The construction of the chakra cannon requires the chakra ore. The prototype blueprint A gave me had many faults in it. I modified the chakra cannon, and the model requires gold as a medium to stabilize the power source. Well, it is all theoretical. I still can't make it. I am no rocket scientist. I need someone to help me with the construction of the cannon. Luckily, I had just the perfect person for this task in mind. But it would be a while before I could recruit him. This scroll has all the gold I bought from the Kazekage. Most of my funds which I scammed from Reikage went into this. Tsunade and Mei silently stare at Izuna. Now I have to earn some of that money back, and this collaborative Chunin exam is an ideal opportunity to do so. I have already analyzed the abilities of all the genins, and the gambling den would bring huge amounts of money. Soon, we would rack up a shitload of cash. Haha. Izuna laughs maniacally as he flips the scroll. Imagine what would be the expression of Kazekage if he came to know that I would use the young shinobis of his village to earn more cash. I bet he will puke out a liter of blood in a mad rage. Haha. Profit, it is profit. He chuckles as he rests on Mei's thighs. Mei and Tsunade stare at the devilish smile of Izuna. This guy is a devil. Yes, he is definitely a devil. Both of them nod their head in agreement. Ahem. Tsunade clears her throat as she asks him. About the suspicious activity of Suna. What do you mean by that? Mind explaining it in detail? Of course. Izuna opens one of his eyes as he explains. My spy from Suna sent me a report about the recent activities of Suna shinobis. He takes out Wrath's scroll and passes it to Tsunade. Here. Tsunade frowns as she reads the scroll. Her expression turns ugly as she tightly clutches the scroll. The guts of Suna have inflated a lot. To think that they would plan such a scheme against Konoha. Bang. Tsunade smashes the scroll on the table. Now, calm down a little. Izuna calms her down as he explains. It is all just a speculation at this point. We don't have any concrete proof. Sunagekir could just easily deny it and wash off their hands. But that doesn't mean we can give it a rest either. Tsunade calms down as she contemplates the content of the scroll. Seeing this number, looks like Suna is planning for a full-blown war. If they utilized it in Konoha, then at least half of the Konoha would be destroyed. We need some countermeasures for it. Tsunade rubs her forehead as a crease appears on it. I have already planned a countermeasure for it. Izuna removes the map of Konoha from one of the walls and lays it on the table. He marks a circle on the map and explains. This would be the venue for the final exam of the Chunin exam, and I am sure the attack would take place on that day. Tsunade nods her head as Izuna continues. I will ask Uncle Fugaku to lead his police force and form a perimeter around the stadium. This way we could contain most of the fight within the stadium. Also, deploy the members of the Aburame clan and Akimichi clan at the outer perimeter of the village. They will hold down the attacks of the Suna ninja force stationed outside the village. You can ask Jiraiya to lead this team. The members of the rest of the clan will guard the inner perimeter and rest of them would evacuate the civilians to a safe shelter. That makes sense. Tsunade nods her head. But what about the genins of other villages who are present in the stadium? If any of them die in this chaos, then other villages will hold Konoha accountable for this loss. This may very well turn all of them against Konoha. Tsunade questions him. I had already thought about that circumstance. Kakashi together with the rest of the Jounins would protect them while Shisui and his Umbu team would take care of the Umbus of Suna. Izuna marks another circle on the map. I see. I will deploy the medical ninjas of the Konoha hospital to take care of the injured people. Tsunade and Izuna form a rough outline of their contingency plan. Summon Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Hayashi Hyuga, Uncle Sakumo, and Lord Third to discuss the plan with them. They are trustworthy and I am sure they will follow the plan. Izuna names a few persons. Very well. Tsunade signals the nearby Umbus and sends them to summon the clan leaders. We still have around a month to prepare. What would be my role in all of this? Mei questions them. Well. Izuna and Tsunade stares at Mei as Izuna scratches his head. You are a guest of Konoha and I don't want to embroil you in the matters of Konoha, Tsunade replies to her. But. I would soon be a member of Konoha. Mei glares at Izuna. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva and avoids her gaze. No means no. I won't allow this. Tsunade denies her request. How about this? You can evacuate the Kiri genins to a safe shelter and then you can reunite with me to help me. Izuna appeases her. That's reasonable. Mei nods to the suggestion. Phew. I dodged the bullet. Izuna takes a deep breath. Chapter 200, 193. Sneaking into Chunin exam. Scree. Izuna raises his head and notices an eagle pecking at the window. Whistle. He releases an incoherent sound, and the eagle flies away. Looks like the second test of the Chunin exam has started. I will let Anko handle the exam. Izuna turns towards the group of clan leaders and the third Hokage as the meeting starts. Izuna Uchiha, the matter must be quite serious for you to summon all of us here for an emergency meeting. Hiruzen has a frown on his face as he awaits Izuna's response. All of us here have interacted with Izuna one way or another. So, the matter must be quite serious for him to summon us. Shikaku calmly stares at Izuna as he remarks. True, he has helped all of us considerably one way or another. Hayashi remarks as he remembers the Hyuga incident. Let's ask him what is the matter. Fugaku opens his eyes as he stares at Izuna. When will Fugaku learn to smile? Izuna takes out the information scroll from his pocket and places it on the table. Have a look at this. It is the information I got from one of my spies in the Sunagakure. Hiruzen frowns as he reads its contents. He places the scroll on the table as the rest of the clan leaders read its content. All of their expression darkens as Choza remarks. Those sand bastards are doing it this time. Their guts have inflated a lot after the defeat during the Second Shinobi War. Choza slams his palm on the table. Calm down, Choza. It is still a piece of intel, the real thing hasn't started yet. Shikaku calms him down and turns towards Izuna. How sure are you about the validity of this intel? He questions Izuna. I am 100% sure. My source can't be false. Izuna assures Shikaku. Sigh. Then it seems like Sunagakure is serious about this invasion. I can't even relax these old bones of mine. Hiruzen sighs as he contemplates over the intel. I guess you summoned us because you already have a plan in your mind. Shibi Aburame breaks the silence. Yes, I do. Izuna nods his head. And I plan to discuss it with all of you. You are the only few trustworthy people I can trust in Konoha. Izuna reveals to them. Well. I don't know how to feel about that statement. Inoichi scratches his head. Well then, let's hear your plan. Shikaku starts the discussion. Hokage-sama, please disclose the strategy. Izuna signals Tsunade. Very well. Tsunade places the map on the table. In Training Ground 3. Ha. Sasuke and Naruto are engaged in a taijutsu fight as they exchange blows. Sakura watches from the sidelines as she cheers them. Sasuke-kun. Naruto-kun, do you best. Sasuke-kun. Beat Naruto up. Shanero. The inner Sakura cheers for Sasuke. Huff. Both of them breathe heavily as the spar ends with a draw. Huff. Naruto. I never expected you to improve so drastically. Sasuke breathes heavily as he remarks. It is thanks to the secret training I did with Izuna Nisan. I have improved a lot. Databio. Naruto pumps his fist. Sasuke-kun, let me wipe your sweat. Sakura offers a towel to Sasuke. I will do it myself. There is no need for you to do anything. Sasuke grabs the towel and wipes his sweat. Hi. Sakura depressingly passes the towel to Sasuke. Man. I am bored. Naruto rests against the wooden pillars. Kakashi-sensei is busy with that Chunin exam thingy. We don't have any missions these days. I am so tired of these D-rank missions. I want to do some cool ninja missions. Naruto drinks some water as he wipes his sweat. So, you mean to say that you don't mind capturing the cat again? Sasuke remarks. Anything but that. Both Naruto and Sakura reply simultaneously. That thing is not a cat. It is even more agile than the ninja hounds of Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shakes his head as the memories of the cat capture mission flood his mind. We spent 7 hours chasing after that cat, and we weren't even able to catch as much as a fur of that thing. In the end, it returned to the owner of its own free will. Naruto narrates the incident. But we got the full payment, right? Sasuke remarks. No, don't remind me of that. Every time I hear that, I start to doubt my abilities as a ninja. How will I become a Hokage if I can't even catch a cat? Naruto shakes his head. Anyway, forget about that. Why don't we take a peek at the Chunin exam? A wild idea pops out in Naruto's mind. No. Naruto. It is a bad idea. Sakura hurriedly tries to convince Naruto. Kakashi-sensei said we aren't ready for it yet. We have to do at least 3 C-rank missions before even thinking about the Chunin exam. Sakura advises him against it. Come on, Sakura. You know of our abilities, it would be a walk in park for us. Naruto ignores Sakura's warnings. Sasuke-kun, now only you can convince Naruto-kun to drop the idea. Sakura turns towards Naruto. It sounds interesting. I am with Naruto on this one. Sasuke agrees with Naruto. Yes, let's go. We will sneak in the Chunin exam. Naruto jumps in excitement. Hold on, Naruto. Do you even know about the location of the Chunin exam? Sasuke calms his down. This. I don't know, but we will be able to figure it out somehow. Naruto pumps his fists in the air. Chunin exam, I am coming. Sasuke and Sakura silently stare at Naruto. I expected nothing less from you. Sasuke stands up as he dusts himself. Hey. What do you mean? Naruto growls at Sasuke. Don't worry, I had already made preparations for this. Sasuke makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A small puff of white smoke appears as the summoning seal is completed. Scree. The smoke clears out to reveal a small eagle. Scree. The eagle screams again as it flies and perches on Sasuke's shoulder. Whoa. Naruto and Sakura's eyes shine brightly as they stare at the eagle. Hey, when did you got this? Naruto points towards the eagle. You aren't the only one who is doing secret training with Izuna-ni-san, Sasuke smirks as he pats the eagle. Damn. I also want one of these. Naruto gnaws his teeth. Can I touch it? Sakura stares at the eagle with shining eyes as her hands creep towards it. Scree. The eagle pecks on her hand and turns away. Garuda doesn't like anyone besides me and Izuna-ni-san. Sasuke takes out some food from his pocket and feeds the eagle. Fine, I got it. Naruto puffs his cheek as he asks Sasuke. So, how would we find the location of the Chunin exam? By flying on top of this little guy. Naruto tries to touch Garuda only to get pecked by his sharp beak. Ah. It hurts. He grabs his bitten thumb in pain. There is no need for that. Sasuke releases the Garuda as it circles above them in the air. Now watch carefully. Sharingan. He activates his Sharingan and makes some hand signs. Uchiha secret technique, mirrored telescopic vision. He cups one of his hands around his right eye as he shares the vision with Garuda. This is one of the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan. It allows the user to share his vision with his summons. The visions of ordinary hawks can spot a small rat from a mile away, and Garuda is a summon, so his vision is several times better than an ordinary hawk. He would be able to spot the location of the Chunin exam in minutes. Sasuke nods to Garuda. Whoosh. Garuda flies higher in the sky and disappears from their vision. Wow, he is so fast. Naruto and Sakura stare at Garuda in amazement. Of course, he is at least 3 times faster than messenger eagles. Sasuke proudly raises his head. Damn, now I really need a summon. Naruto bites his lips. Swoosh. Oh. I can see it. Sasuke focuses on the binocular vision as the village appears in his vision. I can see the entire Uchiha clan compound from here. Let us go to the academy. We will get some hints from there. Also, Hokage office is there. Whoosh. Garuda flies higher and approaches academy. Inside the Hokage office. The meeting is finally over. My throat is dry from all that talking. I need some sake to parch it. Tsunade slumps down on the Hokage chair. Izuna and Shizen stares at Tsunade. Okay, I will get some orange juice for you. Izuna opens the window as he jumps out. Huh. Izuna feels a gaze on him. He raises his head and notices an eagle flying far away in the sky. Oh. Izuna stares at the eagle and smiles. In the training ground. BRRR. A shiver runs down Sasuke's spine as Izuna's face appears in his vision. Did Big Brother notice me? Chapter 201, 194. I won't fail this time. I must avoid Izuna Nisan at all cost. Sasuke commands Garuda to change the direction through his mental link. Whoosh. Garuda flies in the opposite direction to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage office. Tsunade notices Izuna staring at the sky. What's the matter? What are you staring at? Oh. Nothing. Just some playful kids with their games. He shakes his head. Well, peaceful times sure are great. I have to make sure it stays the same. Tsunade nods her head and continues her work. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of the window. Phew. I avoided it. Sasuke sighs. What's the matter? Naruto and Sakura notice Sasuke's tense expression. Izuna Nisan almost found us out. Thankfully, I somehow avoided him. That's a relief. Otherwise, he would punish us with more hellish training. Naruto sweats heavily as he remembers the punishment. Training. Isn't that a good thing? Izuna-san is one of the most powerful ninjas in our village. His training would surely improve our skills by a margin. Sakura questions them. No, don't mention it. You won't understand our pain and sufferings. Naruto and Sasuke reply simultaneously. Is it that hard? Sakura tilts her head in confusion. It is much, much harder. Naruto opens his arms wide open as he describes the training session. Kakashi-sensei's training can't even compare to Izuna Nisan's warm-up. Naruto shakes his head at the thought of hellish training. So hard. Sakura's curiosity is piqued. Don't even think about the training. Naruto warns her. Shoo. I found it. Sasuke signals them. Naruto stops his explanation as he asks Sasuke. Where is it? I am excited to experience the Chunin exam. He clutches his fists. It is north to the 43rd training ground. Sasuke notices the group of genins gathered at the gate of Forest of Death. It says the 44th training ground. I never knew the village had a 44th training ground. Garuda flies over the training ground as Sasuke inspects the surrounding. He notices a metallic fence with several gates at the perimeter of the area. I guess it is a restricted area of the village. It must be quite dangerous for it to not open to the public. Sasuke concludes as he notices the deathly silence of the forest. Outside the Forest of Death. Anko stares at the participants as she licks her lips. So, this is the batch of the genins eager to take on the exam to become a Chunin. Chojuro stands with his Kiri teammates as he looks around. I can't find Kabuto-san anywhere. Maybe he is also preparing with his teammates. Slick. The sound ninja licks his lips as he stares at the forest. I am itching for some blood. I can't wait to hear some cute screams. Now, looks like all of you're quite energetic after clearing the first part of the Chunin exam. You might have cleared the first step, but it's still unsure whether you could do the same with the second test. Whoosh. Anko takes out a stack of paper from her pocket. Unlike the first part of the exam where there was no fighting, this round is all about survival. If you have the capabilities to survive while keeping your enemies at the bay, then you might get a shot to move to the final round. Bam. She slams the stack on the table as she stares at the genins with a predatory gaze. Before you proceed to the second test, you would have to sign this consent form. You would only be allowed to take the exam if you sign the form, otherwise you are free to leave. Gulp. Many genins gulp their saliva as they stare at the form. What consent? One of the genin questions. Anko turns towards the genin and replies. Consent, that you won't return alive from the exam and thus the Leaf Village won't be held responsible for your decision. Anko smirks as she stares at their terrified expression. Many genins retreat in fear as they forfeit the exam. Hey Sasuke, what's going on? Naruto impatiently asks Sasuke. Sasuke narrates the entire series of events to Naruto and Sakura. Thanks to my Sharingan, I can read her lips. That's scary. Sakura gulps her saliva. Are you sure it is a good idea? What if we face something horrible in the forest? We don't even know what's in there. Sakura advises against sneaking. We won't back down after coming this far. I will never give up because that's my ninja way. Databio. Naruto pumps his fist. Sakura turns to Sasuke, only to notice a calm expression on his face. Sigh. She depressingly drops her head. At least, Sasuke-kun is there to take care of me. The inner Sakura cheers up. Anko looks around as she feels a gaze on her. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? She surveys her surroundings and notices nobody. Strange. I felt like someone was peeking at me. Anyway. She shakes her head and turns to the group of genins. So, the remaining participants move to the different gates and pick up your scroll. Once I signal, the exam would start, and keep in mind many Chunnins would monitor you throughout the exam, so if you are caught teaming up with other teams then both of the group will be immediately disqualified. Anko points her fingers towards her eyes and the rest of the group as a warning. Whoosh, whoosh. The genins start to flicker towards the allotted gates as they pick up their respective scrolls. In Training Ground 3. It has started, Sasuke recalls Garuda as he informs the group. Naruto, Sakura, we will meet in an hour. Make necessary preparations for the exam. I will explain the rules as we will infiltrate the Forest of Death. Sasuke orders them. Yay. Naruto cheers in excitement as he flickers towards the Uzumaki compounds. Naruto, don't bring anything unnecessary. We are participating in an exam, not in a picnic. Sasuke reminds him. I know, Naruto yells from a distance as he flickers away. Hi. Sakura weakly walks towards her house. Whoosh. Sasuke flickers towards the Uchiha clan compounds. Rustle, rustle. The leaves of a nearby tree rustle as a figure appears on the branch. These bunch of kids. Shursue shakes his head as he stares at the back of Naruto and Sasuke. Izuna-ni-san informed me about their little plan and sent me to monitor them. Kakashi-senpai is busy with the Chunin exam, and Izuna-ni-san had some urgent work. With the recent purge, the Konoha police force doesn't have much work to handle, so I am free most of the time. Shursue shakes his head as his body disperses in a bunch of crows. In Yakiniku Q restaurant. It is my treat. Order anything you like, the food is really good here. Izuna passes the menu to Mei. Yakiniku Q is a Gyukaku-style restaurant. So, you have to cook your own meal. Don't worry about the ingredients, just order anything you like, I will cook a fine dish. Izuna explains the details to Mei. Then I won't hold back. Mei picks up the menu and places her order. 3 servings of juten reared in land of rice paddies, 3 servings of Welsh onion from the land of medicine. Mei orders one premium dish after another. Sweat appears on Izuna's face as he wipes it secretly. Damn, when I meant anything, she took it literally, ordering 3 of the most expensive dishes right off the bat. This lunch is going to cost me an S-rank mission at this rate. Mei smiles at Izuna as she orders her food. I must bear with it. This is my responsibility as a man. Izuna has a bitter expression in his heart as he smiles at Mei. Yay. I will also take the same order as Mei Wani-san. Ayaka also places her order. Nah. Ayaka, why don't you order something different? There are lots of other dishes to order from. Izuna tries to convince Ayaka. No. I will eat the same food as Mei Wani-san. I also want to grow up as a beauty like Mei Wani-san. Ayaka stares at Mei's chest as she blinks cutely. Izuna silently nods his head. Then why don't you follow Tsunade Wani-san? She has more growth than your Mei Wani-san. He jokes. No. I don't want to. I heard Tsunade Wani-san complaining about back pain because of her chest. Kids these days sure grow quickly. Izuna shakes his head in understanding. Customer, here is your order. The server brings their order. Behold my cooking skill. I will cook the most delicious meat ever. Izuna carefully places the meat on the charcoal brazier. Oni-san, don't burn them like the other day. Ayaka pours a bucket of cold water on Izuna as she innocently states the fact. I can never win. Can I? Sharingan. He weakly picks up another piece of meat and cooks it. I won't fail this time. Chapter 202, 195. Struggle for Scroll Part 1. In the Training Ground 3. An hour later. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura regroup with each other. Are you guys ready? Sasuke turns towards Naruto and Sakura. I am always ready. Databio. Naruto raises his fist. I am also ready. Sakura nods her head. Let's go. Naruto dashes towards the Training Ground 44. Sasuke and Sakura follows him. Whoosh, whoosh. Naruto, Sakura. I overheard the rules of the Chunin exam earlier. We have to collect a Heaven Scroll and an Earth Scroll and reach the Central Tower to pass the Chunin exam. Every group is provided with only one scroll. They have to fight another group and steal their scroll to complete the set. Since we are only testing our capabilities, we would just steal a Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll and approach the Central Tower. Sasuke explains the rules of the exam. That's easy. With our abilities, we can easily snag scroll from other teams. Databio. Naruto pumps his fists. No, on the contrary, it is extremely difficult. Sasuke shakes his head. Huh. Why? Naruto turns to Sasuke. Those genins aren't our opponents. Our real opponents are the Chunin and Jounins monitoring the area. We have to steal those scrolls under their watchful eyes and make it to tower. So, it is much harder than our expectation. Sasuke states the real test. Gulp. Guys, we can still turn back. It is a bad idea. Sakura tries to convince them. No, this makes it more fun and challenging. Now I am fired up for this exam. Naruto cracks his knuckles. All these years, I haven't trained for nothing. Whoosh. Naruto increases his speed. I am also looking forward to this exam. I want to push myself to limit and reach the next level. I want to be as strong as Izuna and Itachi Nissan. Sasuke clutches his fists as he follows Naruto. You guys. Sakura shakes her head in frustration and follows after them. I wonder how far would they be able to make it. Shursue stares at the group from a distance. Nissan just instructed me to keep an eye on them and allow them to do whatever they want without as long as they don't go too far with their shenanigans. I am also interested to see them progress. Shursue follows after the group. Whoosh, whoosh. The group arrives at gate number 23 of the training ground 44. This gate is farthest from the gate number 1 where the Jounin is stationed at. It is on the opposite end. We have to quickly enter the forest before anybody notices us. Sasuke reminds them. Sharingan. He activates his Sharingan and inspects the nearby area. I can't see any chakra signatures nearby. Hurry up and enter in the forest. He deactivates his Sharingan to preserve his chakra. Swoosh, swoosh. The group jumps on top of the gate and enters the training ground. This place is also called as the Forest of Death. This place serves as a testing ground for the survival and fighting skills of genins who are aiming to become a Chunin. It is a very dangerous place filled with hordes of giant and poisonous flora and fauna. The forest has a radius of 10 kilometers and it could be quite deadly, especially during the night. Sasuke explains the details to the group. Wow. Sasuke, you are so knowledgeable. Sakura praises Sasuke. It is nothing special. It is common knowledge known to every clan member. I was just surprised by the location of the Forest of Death. Sasuke shakes his head. The group continues to enter deeper into the forest. Man, this place is so dark and creepy. Naruto flicks away a leech from his shoulder. Swish. The leech lands on top of Sakura's head and startles her. Kaya. Sakura screams in fear. SSHHH. Sasuke immediately places a hand on Sakura's mouth to shut her up. Rustle, rustle. A nearby bush rustles as the group quickly hid themselves. Sasuke-kun is so close to me. Inner Sakura pumps her fist in joy. Naruto takes out his kunai as he prepares for the combat. Rustle. Rustle. A nearby bush rustles as a bear jumps out of the bush. It's a bear. Leave it to me. Naruto jumps in front of the group. He makes some hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto takes a deep breath as he infuses a large amount of chakra and stomach and releases it as a gust of strong wind. Swoosh. The wind current takes the shape of a hurricane as it slams into the bear. Boom. The wind current blows away the bear and uproots nearby trees. Bang. The bear slams into a tree and passes out. That was easy. Naruto gives a thumb up to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto. You idiot. Sasuke yells at Naruto as he dashes away from his hideout. Quick, get out of this area as fast as possible. We have to leave quickly to avoid any Chunin. Ah. My bad. Naruto scratches his head as he follows Sasuke and Sakura. Whoosh, whoosh. An instant later, a group of Chunin arrives at the area. They inspect the surroundings and notice the unconscious bear and the nearby destruction. Looks like the genins this time are really something. Such a powerful wind technique. One of the Chunin inspects the traces of the wind jutsu. Must be those sand ninjas. I heard they are quite skilled in wind release techniques. Must be them. Another Chunin nods his head in agreement. How many participants do you think would pass this stage? He questions his partner. I don't know, but maybe around 10 teams. The other Chunin takes a guess. Let's make a bet. If I won, you will treat me to a dinner in Yakiniku-Q, and if you win, I will treat you to a dinner. The first Chunin suggests. I will take you on that offer. It has been a while since I last ate some free food. The Chunin laughs as makes the bet. Whoosh, whoosh. Naruto and the group flickers through the forest. Naruto hears faint noises from up ahead. He signals to Sasuke and Sakura with hand signals. The group slows down and hides in a bush and monitors their surroundings. Two groups are engaged in combat with each other. Sharingan. Sasuke activates his Sharingan to inspect his surroundings. There are no Chunins and Jounins nearby. He informs Naruto. Boom. A mini explosion occurs in front of them as a small mass of dust and debris rises in the air. They notice a team from Kiri and Suna engaged with each other. Hand over your scroll quietly and we promise it won't be painful. One of the Suna ninja slowly walks towards the Kiri shinobi with a giant fan in his hand. Don't get so cocky, you Suna scum. We haven't lost yet. One of the Kiri genin dusts himself as he stands up. Eat this. He makes some hand signs. Water release, water bullet. He fires a water bullet at the Suna genin. TCH. Petty tricks. The Suna ninja scoffs and swings his giant fan. Wind release, sand whirlwind. He releases a sharp gust of wind using his fan. The gust creates a cloud of dust and forms a whirlwind as it slams into the water bullet. Boom. The sand whirlwind tears through the water bullet and slams into the Kiri ninja. Bang. The Kiri genin slams into a nearby tree. Guffaw. He pukes out a mouthful of blood and passes out. Humph, these Kiri rats think that they could win against us. He walks up to the unconscious Kiri ninja and kicks him. Hashio search for the scroll. We need an earth scroll and we would be set. The Suna ninja with the fan orders his teammate. Yes, leader. Another Suna ninja with a puppet searches the body of Kiri ninja. He takes out a white scroll from their clothes. It is a heaven scroll same as ours. TCH. All that effort for nothing. The Suna ninja harumphs. Leader, should I? Hashio makes a cutthroat gesture. Leave it be. Who knows how many of those Konoha Chunnins are watching us? I don't want to get disqualified for nothing. He kicks the unconscious body of Kiri shinobi and walks away. Store that scroll with other heaven scrolls. We don't want others to get their hands on them. He closes his fan and places it on his shoulder and walks away. What a terrible day. We met two teams, both with heaven scroll. Hashio pockets the scroll and follows his leader. In the nearby bush. Hey. There are supposed to be 3 guys in a team, right? Where is the third one? Sakura questions them. He is there. Sasuke points towards the shadow of Hashio. Where? I can't see him. Sakura tilts her head in confusion. Sakura-chan, it's so obvious. The third guy is a sensor ninja. He is using a secret technique to hide his presence. Naruto remarks. I can't see him. Sakura hangs her head in depression. You can always train and get stronger. Naruto comforts her. Izuna Nisan's hellish training will work its magic. He gives thumbs up to Sakura. Why do I feel like that's a bad idea? Sakura doubtfully stares at Naruto. Chapter 203, 196. Struggle for Scroll Part 2. Let's get the scroll from them. Naruto cracks his knuckles as he gets ready to engage the Suna ninja. Wait, a sec. Sasuke stops him. Being a ninja is not just about using jutsu and fight the enemies. The true essence of a ninja lies in being hidden and catching enemies off guard for a surprise attack. Wow. That's Sasuke-kun for you. Sakura praises Sasuke. Naruto, hold your horses for a while. Let's test the abilities of enemies before attacking them. Never ever underestimate your opponents. He warns Naruto. Gulp. Naruto gulps his saliva. I will keep that in mind. He nods his head. With that in mind, let's chase this band of Suna ninja. Once they are distracted by their fight with another team, we will use that opportunity to take the scroll from them. Sasuke formulates a plan. But that's dirty, and it's not fair, Naruto complains. Listen Naruto, life is not fair. Only the fittest or the most prepared individual can survive in this cruel world. If you have a heads up above your enemy, then use it to your advantage. The enemy won't care about honor and fairness when he comes for your life. Sasuke advises Naruto. Hey. You sound like Izuna Nisan. Naruto turns away. Fine, I will follow your plan. You are the leader when it comes to planning. TCH. He admits to Sasuke's plan. Very well, then let's follow them. Whoosh. Sasuke follows after the Suna group. Whoosh, whoosh. Naruto and Sakura chase after him. On top of a nearby tree. Shisui nods his head. They have grown well. The shinobi world isn't a playground. One mistake and you will lose your life forever. Whoosh. He disappears from the tree. Maintain a distance of 50 meters from them. According to my observations, that's the maximum range up to which their sensor ninja can detect the enemy's presence. Sasuke inspects the Suna ninja with his Sharingan. Team 7 continues to chase after the Suna ninjas. After an hour. Leader, 2 teams are fighting up ahead. The hidden sensor ninja of the Suna informs his teammates. Let's take a look. We will ambush them when the winning team is about to get the scrolls. The Suna ninja with the giant fan remarks. Yes. Leader. His teammates agree with them. Boom. Boom. They hear multiple explosions going off in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh. The Suna group hides in a nearby bush as they stare at the confrontation between the 2 enemy teams. Team 7 stops at a safe distance from the Suna group. What's the matter? Naruto asks Sasuke. Sharingan. Sasuke activates his Sharingan and inspects the distance ahead. There is an ongoing fight up ahead. 2 teams are engaged in combat. From the looks of it, one of the team is from Kizugakure and the other team is from Kirigakure. Sasuke observes the field. Looks like these Suna fellows are following the same plan as us. Naruto remarks as he stares at the back of Suna ninjas. Of course, they would. Who would want to interrupt the fight between 2 teams? What if those team turns hostile towards their intruder and teams up against them and deal with them and later decide the winner among themselves? Sakura shakes her head. It is as Sakura said, no team will take the risk to fight 2 teams simultaneously unless you are confident of your abilities or you have 1 or 2 screws loose in your forehead. Sasuke remarks as he hides. We will follow the plan. He deactivates his Sharingan to preserve chakra. Got it. Naruto and Sakura nod their head. It all boils down to patience. Shisui stares at them as he signals to a group of Chunnins. Leave this area to me. I am on a secret mission and can't disclose the details to you. He sends the Chunnins away. Yes, sir. The Chunin flickers away. Well, Naruto isn't particularly patient, so I wonder how will it turn out. Meanwhile. At a few hundred meters in front of the group. Clang, clang. One of the Kiri shinobi throws multiple shurikens towards the Kizugakure ninja. Leave them to me. A Kusa ninja with a pair of sunglasses and a giant flag jumps in front of the group. Swirl. He rotates his flag and slams it on the ground. Wind release, flag wind wall. He creates a wind wall using his flag. The wind wall blocks the kunais. TCH. The Kiri genin clicks his tongue and makes some hand signs. Water style, water bullet. He fires a water bullet at the flag genin of Kusa. Swirl. The flag ninja waves his flag. Wind release, flag current. He swings the flag and generates a wind current and manipulate that current to slice through the water bullet. Drip, drip. Water drips down on the ground as he shakes his flag to wipe off the water. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath the partner of Kiri shinobi trembles as another Kusa ninja with a pair of Tekko Keiji jumps out of the ground. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. Slash. He slashes the pair of claw hooks at the ninja. Clang. Another ninja with tufty blue hair and dark eyes blocks the claws with a sword wrapped in bandages. Thank you, Chojuro. The Kiri ninja thanks his teammate. It's fine, Renzo. Chojuro nods his head as he blocks another attack from the Kusa ninja. Where is their third member? Chojuro warily looks around. Whoosh. He hears the sound of a wind current and raises his head. A giant butt appears in his vision. Above us. Dodge. Chojuro warns his teammates as he pushes away the Kusa ninja and makes some distance. Bang. A giant person slams on the ground and creates a small crater in the shape of a peach. Body alteration jutsu. The Kusa ninja shrinks his body as he helplessly stares at his teammates. I missed. He takes out a large bottle of green fluid from his pocket and chugs it down. Oi fatty. Be more useful next time. The Kusa ninja with claw hooks reunites with his teammates. You had one job to launch a surprise attack, and you failed it. Burp. The fat Kusa ninja burps loudly and throws away the bottle. I won't miss this time. He turns towards Chojuro's group and points his butt towards them. Secret technique, cloud of reeking gas. He farts a green gas towards them. That's so gross. Naruto pinches his nose as he stares at the cloud of gas. Such a gross jutsu. Sakura turns her head away. Whoosh, whoosh. Chojuro and the rest of his teammates jump back and avoid the toxic gas. SRR. The toxic green gas decays the nearby plants as various tiny insects die from the poison. See, it works. The fat Kusa ninja raises his head proudly. Good work, now leave the rest to me. The Kusa ninja with the flag and sunglasses waves his flag. Wind release, flag direction. He directs the toxic gas towards the Kiri team. I will deal with it. The third member of Chojuro's party jumps in front of the toxic gas and makes some hand signs. Water release, bubble entrapment. He ejects a large water bubble from his mouth. The water bubble entraps the toxic green gas and contains it. Release. He directs the bubble away from them. Whoosh. The water bubble flies towards the bush in which the Suna ninjas are hiding. This son of a. The Suna team captain curses as he holds his fan and waves it to generate a wind current to redirect the bubble. This Mathafu. Naruto curses as the bubble travels in his direction. Wind release, gale current. Naruto exhales a large amount of air from his mouth to send the bubble away from them. Sigh. Sakura sighs in relief. I just shampooed today. Sasuke and Naruto silently stare at Sakura. What the? Shisui avoids the toxic gas as the bubble pops near him. My life almost flashed before me. Such gross smell. You missed, boss. The fat Kusa ninja laughs at his team leader. Shut up, fatty, or I will seize your food. The flag Kusa ninja threatens Fatty. Okay. Fatty meekly nods his head. It's time to end this farce and get their scroll. The claw hook Kusa ninja makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu, Chikimaru. Poof. White smoke appears in front of the group as a giant mole with long white claws, brown fur, and a spiked tail appears before them. The giant mole wears white underpants and a green scarf around its neck. The scarf has a giant orange pouch in it. Squeal. The mole makes some guttural noises as it grits its teeth. Rumble, rumble. It digs its claws into the earth and enters the ground. Get ready. He can attack any moment. Chojuro holds his sword as he confronts the Kusa group. Chapter 204, 197. Clash of Ideals Part 1. Odor concealing bubbles. The fat Kusa ninja rapidly spins his body and launches multiple green bubbles filled with his slimy sweat. Chojuro turns towards his teammates. Renzo takes care of this fat guy while I will fight with that flag guy, and Senso will take care of this mole guy. Chojuro instructs his team. Chojuro draws his sword and points it towards the flag ninja. Let's fight. This was what I was waiting for. Oria. The flag adjusts his sunglasses and spins his flag. Wind release, flag hurricane. He creates a long vortex of air which expands into a cylinder and traps Chojuro. Not so fast. The bandages around the blade untie themselves as the blade glows with a brilliant blue light. Hiramakerii, long sword form. Chojuro infuses a large amount of chakra in the blade and creates a long semicircular blade. Slash. The blade tears through the vortex and dispels it. Eat this. He swings the blade towards the flag ninja. Bang. The Kusa ninja blocks the attack with his flag but is launched in the air. He slams into a nearby tree and passes out. Huff, huff. Chojuro breathes heavily as his knee caves on the ground. That took most of my chakra. Huff. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath Chojuro rumbles as the mole summons slips out of the ground. Slash. It slashes its claw at Chojuro. Boring. A calm voice interrupts them as the Suna ninja walks out of their hideout. The leader of the Suna group slams his giant folding fan on the ground as he confronts them. He smirks at them as he lifts his fan. Wind release, great sickle weasel technique. He creates many wind currents which collides with each other and creates multiple vacuum pockets. Slash, slash. The wind current chops nearby trees into multiple logs as it continues to travel towards the Kiri and the Kusa group. Chikimaru blocked the attack. The Kusa ninja orders his summons. Squeal. The giant mole squeals as its claws shine brightly. It jumps in front of the wind current and attacks them. Crack, crack. The wind current collides with the claws and cracks them. Slash, slash. The vacuum pockets dice the summon as pieces of its flesh flies around. Splatter. Its blood splatters the ground and dyes it red. Chojuro places his sword in front of him and blocks the wind blades. No. Chikimaru. The Kusa ninja stares at the ground in horror as the flesh of his summon flies around. No. He cries in agony as he picks up a kunai and mindlessly dashes towards the Suna ninja. Slam. The Suna ninja slaps him away with his fan. Bang. The Kusa ninja slams into a nearby tree and passes out. Such pieces of trash. If I had known this earlier, then I won't even have to waste my time waiting for them to finish fighting. He lazily walks towards the Kusa flag guy and searches through his belongings. Oh. Found it. It is an earth scroll. He slams his fan in excitement. The Suna ninja turns towards Chojuro and his group. You carry trash, hand over your scroll and I might allow you to leave intact. Here, take it. Chojuro takes a black scroll from his pocket and throws it at the Suna ninja. Another earth scroll. This is hilarious. These bunch of fools were fighting for nothing. Haha. He laughs maniacally as he pitifully stares at the Kiri group. Now get lost from my sight or else I might change my mind. Chojuro weakly stands and supports his teammates as he walks away from the place. Leader, are you going to let them leave this easily? Hashio asks him. No. I hate these Kiri shinobis to the very core. They plotted against my elder sister Pakura and killed her. I won't forgive them this easily. He lifts his giant fan and points it towards the retreating Kiri group. Wind style, beheading vacuum winds. He infuses a large amount of chakra in his fan and prepares to swing it at the Kiri group. Eat this. Raise-non. Naruto jumps out from behind a bush as he attacks Pakura's brother with a raise-non. What the? The expression of Hashio changes as he stares at Naruto. Swish. Pakura's brother hurriedly turns around and swings his fan at Naruto. Swoosh. He creates a large narrow blade of wind that travels towards Naruto. Boom. Raise-non and the wind blade collides with each other. TCH. Naruto clicks his tongue as he subconsciously infuses a small amount of wind chakra in his raise-non. Swirl. The raise-non rotates slightly and dispels the wind current. What? His eyes widen as Naruto closes the distance. Bang. He blocks the raise-non with his fan. Whoosh. Naruto releases the raise-non as it expands quickly and creates a small wind pressure. Bang. The wind pressure knocks away the fan and sends Pakura's brother flying together with it. Boom. He slams into a nearby tree and skids down. Kaito. Hashio and the other hidden Suna ninja shout his name. Sasuke and Sakura regroup with Naruto. Tui. Kaito spits out some blood and slowly stands up. Bam. He slams his fan on the ground and faces Naruto and the group. Kaito. The Suna group supports him. I am all right. Hashio, Ryo. He angrily stares at Naruto and the group as he shouts. These bastards of Konoha have come to interfere. Hashio and Ryo take out a kunai as they warily stare at the group. Listen. I don't know what's your problem. But what you did earlier wasn't right. It doesn't sit well with me. Naruto confronts Kaito. Humph. Who are you to judge my actions? Are you a Chunin or Jounin instructor or are you the invigilator of this exam? If they don't have any problem with my actions, then who are you to talk shit here? Kaito lifts his fan and points it at Naruto. Ah, who am I again? Naruto scratches his forehead. Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura facepalms. Oha. I am Naruto Uzumaki. The coolest and the most badass ninja ever. You already got their scroll, I won't allow you to harm them anymore. Naruto points a finger towards Kaito. Oh. Then let me see, how will you stop me? Kaito takes a stance as he infuses some chakra in his fan. Sasuke. I will take this guy. Naruto calls to Sasuke. Then I will fight these both. Sasuke confronts Hashio and Ryo. He turns towards Sakura and orders her. Sakura hide somewhere and keep a watch out for Chunins, Jounins, and any other team. Alright. Sakura nods her head and jumps on top of a tree and hides. You will pay for your arrogance. Hashio and Ryo dashes towards Sasuke as they attack him. Clang, clang, clang. Bam. Sasuke engages in a 1 versus 2 fight as he has the upper hand. Ha. Kaito takes a deep breath as he focuses on Naruto. I will end it swiftly. He swings his giant fan towards Naruto. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Kaito releases several small wind blades at Naruto. Naruto stares at the incoming wind blades as he makes some hand signs. Wind release, gale palm. Naruto needs some chakra in his palms and clasps them together to release a spiral current of wind which compresses and collides with wind blades and nullifies them. Oh. So, you are a wind user as well. But if you think you can beat a sand shinobi using wind techniques, then that would be the biggest mistake of your life. Kaito lifts his fan and opens it wide and swings it towards Naruto. Wind release, great task of the dragon. A gigantic tornado appears in front of Naruto as it tries to sweep him away. Huff, huff. Kaito breathes heavily as he stares at the tornado. I have used up lots of chakra performing so many chakra taxation jutsus. He takes out a chakra pill and eats it. This is not looking good. Naruto stares at the giant tornado closing on him. He stretches his arm as blue chakra gathers in his palm. Swirl. The chakra rotates and creates a blue ball. Kaito stares at the jutsu. This is the same jutsu he used to block my attack earlier. It even knocked me back. Don't tell me he can use it multiple times. Kaito's expression turns ugly. Boom. Naruto throws his Rasengan at the tornado. Swirl. Boom. Rasengan collides with the tornado and creates a vortex of its own. The vortex rotates in the opposite direction from the flow of wind of the tornado and cancels it. Boom. A giant crater appears in place of the jutsu. Clang. Kaito blocks Naruto's sneak attack with his fan as both of them engage in close combat. What's taking you so long? Sasuke lazily rests against a tree as he stares at Naruto. Damn it, Sasuke. This guy is a little tough. Just a little tough. Bang. Naruto delivers a roundhouse kick to Kaito and sends him flying. Chapter 205, 198. Clash of Ideals Part 2. Bang. Kaito slams in a nearby tree and falls. Ugh. He spits out some saliva as he angrily stares at Naruto. You bastard. I won't let this slide. Kaito uses his fan to support himself. Here. He takes out the Heaven and Earth scroll and throws them towards Naruto. You want this, right? You can have them. Naruto catches the scrolls and throws them towards Sasuke. He grabs Kaito's collar and questions him. Why did you try to kill them? It is just an exam. Why would treat them like a dog and then let them escape only to attack their back even though you had the upper hand? Tell me why. Fwish. Kaito swipes away Naruto's hand as he stares him in the eyes. Shut up, you fool. It's not your matter whether they live or die. Kaito slowly stands up as he struggles to balance himself. No, it is my matter. How could you attack them from back? Naruto stops Kaito. I said shut the fuck up, Kaito yells at Naruto. He turns towards him. You don't understand the way of shinobi. The shinobi world is a place meant only for powerful people. The weak and feeble people have no right to share the same land as the strong ones. This Chunin exam is a test of the same. It tests your strength and survival skills. Weak people are nothing but fodder for the strong. Why you? Naruto clutches his fists tightly. Even so. You don't have any right to attack their back. You could easily finish them up front, why would you attack their back? Naruto yells at Kaito. Shut up, you know nothing. These Kiri bastards backstabbed my sister when she went to Kiri for the peace treaty. Back then I swore to myself, I will take revenge for her. I won't allow any Kiri shinobi who crosses my path to live anymore. I will bring justice to my sister. He pushes away Naruto and walks away. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Kaito crushes gravel under his footsteps as he ignores Naruto. Why? Why would you do so? Doing such a thing won't bring your sister back. If your justice is exacting vengeance on Kiri, then your justice will only bring more vengeance. It will only create a never-ending cycle of hatred. Crunch. Kaito stops in his footsteps and remarks. You talk too much. Peace was never an option. It was those same preachers of the peace who killed my sister. Tell me, do you think they won't do the same to others? Tell me, what if someday one of your loved ones dies in the same exact manner, would you exact revenge for them? I. Naruto stutters as he is lost for an answer. You can't tell, right? So, stop bothering me. I will do whatever I see fit. Kaito holds his teammates and ambles away. It's alright, Naruto. Sasuke pats Naruto's shoulder. But. Naruto tries to argue. Naruto, this is the life of a shinobi. This is the harsh cold truth of the world. Shisui stares at Naruto as he remarks to himself. Nisan told me that Naruto has plot armor. He will always pull through everything. I don't know what it means, but I trust Nisan and I trust Naruto's capabilities. I have trained him for nothing. He will be fine. Anyway. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. We got the scrolls. Sakura inspects the scroll. Now what? Naruto turns towards Sasuke. Now we would have to just reach the center of the forest of death and that's it. Sasuke enters deeper into the forest. Wait for me. Naruto and Sakura follow him. Whoosh. Whoosh. They move through the forest for an hour as a giant tower appears in their vision. There are several Chunnins guarding the tower. We have made it there. It took us 4 hours to reach this place. Sasuke looks around. Now what? We somehow made it here. Naruto asks him. This means we cleared the second stage. Let's return to the village. Sasuke nods his head. Hold up. I want to see what's in these scrolls. Naruto waves the scrolls at Sasuke. Go ahead. I am also curious to know what is written in these scrolls. Sasuke and Sakura curiously stare at scrolls. Whoosh. Naruto unfurls both of the scrolls and lays them on the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. A Fuinjutsu seal appears in the scroll as the seal spreads on the scrolls. Poof. A white puff of smoke appears on top of the seal. A summoning formula. Sasuke stares at the white smoke. What would it summon? Naruto questions. Congratulations. You have passed the second stage of the Chunin exam. The smoke disperses to reveal Kakashi. Huh. Sasuke's, Naruto's, and Sakura's eyes widen in surprise. Huh. Kakashi also stares at the group in disbelief. Huh. All 4 of them tilt their head in confusion. Oh shit. I almost forgot about that. Shisui stares at the group from a distance. You 3. What are you doing here? Kakashi angrily questions them. This area is off limits for Genins, even Chunnins need permission to enter this area. What are you bunch doing out here? With the Chunin exams summoning scrolls no less. Kakashi taps his foot on the ground as he glares at the group. We. The group is at a loss for words. I won't hear any excuses. Just give me an honest answer. Kakashi riles up his chakra to pressure the group. Kakashi-sensei, we were just training nearby. Naruto scratches his head and smiles. That terrible of an excuse won't work on me, Naruto. This is a serious affair. The Chunin exams are no joke. Several other nations are involved in this matter. Kakashi twists Naruto's ear. Ouch, ouch. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. We were just bored with all the D-rank missions, there was nothing better to do. So, we just thought about taking a peek at the Chunin exam. Naruto discloses everything. Just a peek, you say, when you almost cleared the second stage. I will deal with you later. Also. Kakashi raises his head and stares at a tree. How long are you going to hide and watch this drama unfold? I have questions for you too. Whoosh. Shisui flickers in front of Kakashi and scratches his forehead. You found me out. Of course, I was the former leader of your Umbu team. I might have left the Umbu, but the skills are still there. Kakashi remarks. So, what's this all about? Why didn't you stop them? I want to hear the truth. Kakashi folds his hands. Well, it was Izuna Nisan's plan. Earlier, he noticed Sasuke and the group snooping around the academy, eavesdropping on the location of the second phase of the Chunin exam. Nisan figured out their intention and sent me to follow them. If these bunches were to behave recklessly and create some problem, I would have to step in to stop them. Shisui reveals everything. So. Nisan found us out. Sasuke hangs his head. Of course, he would. He is the best Umbu member of all time. Also, he is a sensor ninja, his perception is very high. Do you guys honestly thought you could go unnoticed from his eyes? Kakashi rebukes them. All matter aside, I will still punish you for breaking the rules. You 3 would be grounded for the next month. No more missions for any one of you. Kakashi harshly chides them. But. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto complains. No buts. Any more words and the duration would be extended. Naruto immediately shuts his mouth. Shisui, lead them out of the forest and inform Hokage-sama about this. The exam must continue. Yes. Shisui nods his head. Poof. Kakashi disappears in a puff of smoke. Shisui Nisan. Naruto stares at Shisui with puppy eyes. No. Shisui drags Naruto away as Sasuke and Sakura follow him. Still, you guys did very well. I am impressed by your skills. Shisui praises them. Of course, we have trained hard under you and Izuna Nisan. This little bit of exam is not a problem. Naruto smugly pinches his nose. Naruto, you might have the skills of a ninja but you still don't have the mindset of one, Shisui instructs Naruto. The world is too vast and everyone has their ideals. It is good to guide people towards the correct path but don't try to enforce your ideals on others. Every person has their own path to choose from. All of us have to make choices at one point or another. What you did today may be correct from a moral viewpoint, but as a shinobi, it can turn into a weakness that your opponents might take advantage of. Listen, Naruto, by sparing your enemies, you might save a life, but you are jeopardizing the safety of your friends and family. Today's situation might not be an ideal example, but it is still a lesson you need to learn as a shinobi. Sasuke and Naruto listen silently as Naruto clutches his fists. But what he did today was not correct. Yes, it might not be correct, but it is a fact that only strength rules over everything. Konoha is strong, and it is because of this factor that other nations fear us and hesitate to invade us despite our resources. There is no such thing as true peace. Shisui and the group flicker through the forest. If there is such a thing as true peace, then I will find it. Databio. Naruto has a serious expression on his face as he clutches his fists with firm resolution. A ray of sunlight seeps through the darkness of the forest of death and brightly shines on Naruto. Shisui stares at Naruto with wide eyes as a smile appears on his face. Naruto. Nisan believes in you. I will also put my belief in you. Shisui shakes his head and speeds up. Let's go. We have yet to decide a punishment for you all. Chapter 206, 199. Final phase of the Chunin exam. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the final phase of the Chunin exam neared in. At the border of Land of Fire, Raza moves together with his subordinates. This is the place marked by Orochimaru. Raza patiently waits for Orochimaru's arrival. Kazekage-sama, is this your final decision? Baki questions him. What needs to be done has to be done. We have no choice. This is the only way for Suna to survive. Raza resolutely clenches his fists. Your wish is my order, Kazekage-sama. Baki nods his head. But we can't trust Orochimaru. He is a sly snake who can backstab us any moment. Baki warns him. I know. I have made necessary arrangements in case that happens. Raza nods his head. Rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps crushing gravel and sand falls in their ear. Raza and the group turn towards the sound and notice Orochimaru walking towards them. Rustle. Rustle. Orochimaru stops in front of Raza. So, Lord Kazekage, are your preparations ready? We are all set on our side. How are the preparations on your side? Raza nods his head. My spy has already infiltrated Konoha. With just a signal of mine, everything will be set in motion. Orochimaru licks his lips. I cannot enter Konoha without being detected, but that doesn't mean I won't lend a hand. Once the attack starts, I will deploy my summons to assist you in the battle. Till then, I will wait outside Konoha, ready for your signal. Very well, you can join my forces hiding outside Konoha, Raza explains to Orochimaru. Lord Kazekage, I am impressed by your resourcefulness. Being able to spread false rumors and distract the border forces of Konoha to sneakily traffic your own men. That's such an impressive feat. Orochimaru curiously stares at Raza. I just happen to know the right person who could do the job for me. Raza shrugs his shoulder. Very well, we will take our leave then. Raza nods his head and prepares to retreat. Oh. I almost forgot about it. Orochimaru stops Raza. Raza turns around and stares in confusion. Orochimaru points towards the cloaked figure. He is the person whom we talked about. Who? Raza notices the man cloaked in black beside Orochimaru. Strange. I can't even feel his presence at all. It is almost like he isn't even here. He scrutinizes the cloaked figure. Raza tries to peer through the figure to see his appearance, but fails to do so. It is a pleasure to meet you. Raza extends his hand towards the figure as he secretly uses his gold dust to coat his hand. Don't bother yourself with such childish tricks. I have made a deal with Orochimaru. I will help you deal with whoever you want. The figure slaps Raza's hand away, dispersing all the gold dust. Raza feels a numbing sensation in his hand as it gets paralyzed. What kind of jutsu is this? His eyes widen in surprise. Lord Kazekage, he will act as your retainer and bodyguard to infiltrate Konoha. I hope you are fine with it. Orochimaru proposes a plan. Ah, yes, yes. There is no problem. Raza shakes his head. Then, we will meet later. Orochimaru turns around and leaves as he slowly disappears from their vision. Let's go, Raza orders his subordinates. Yes. Kazekage-sama. The group follows after him with the cloaked figure closely walking beside Raza. Outside Konoha, Izuna is resting against the wall as he waits for Kazekage's arrival. Shisui, Itachi, Guy, and Kakashi are standing beside him. Are you guys ready for the contingency plan? Izuna questions them. Yes, leader, we are ready. All of them nods their head. Sigh. You don't have to call me that in open. Your alternate identities are a secret. Izuna shakes his head. Just address me how you usually would. Nisan, do you think that Snake Orochimaru is still alive and will attack Konoha? Itachi asks him. Yes, I do. That snake is like a cockroach. No matter how many times you crush him, he will just stand up and walk away like nobody's business. Izuna chuckles. Shursue, Itachi, both of you will engage with the Umbu members of the Suna village and neutralize them as quickly as possible. You will later provide support to others. Shursue and Itachi nod their head. Kakashi, Guy, you will take care of the Jounins in the arena. Both of your skills are a cut above the rest of the Jounins. I will show my youth to those Suna bastards. Guy clutches his fist. The group ignores him as Itachi raises a question. Nisan, what about you? All of us are occupied with an enemy or other, who will you fight against? Shursue and Kakashi also curiously stare at him. Izuna is unarguably the strongest ninja of our village. Even Father, Jiraiya-san, and Lord Third agree with it. So, who can possibly occupy Izuna and prevent him from dealing with the forces of Suna? Kakashi states the fact. That's true. I am also curious to know who would be my opponent. Who can bank the confidence of Suna? Izuna wonders. I have a person in my mind. The incident of Ninetales freshens up in his memory as the appearance of a purple figure comes into his mind. No, that guy is gone for good. It can't be him, right? If it's him, then I would have to use my trump card to deal with him. I hope that won't be the case. Izuna shakes his head to discard such thoughts. He senses multiple chakra signatures quickly approaching the village. They are here. Izuna signals them. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple ninjas dressed in Suna shinobi outfit stops in front of Konoha's entrance. Izuna walks towards them as a fake smile appears on his face. Welcome Kazekage-sama, it is our pleasure to have you in Konoha. Izuna politely greets him. Kakashi, Guy, Shursue, and Itachi control their laughter as they stare at Izuna. This guy is such a good actor. Izuna notices the group as his lips twitch slightly. He ignores them and turns towards the Kazekage. The final exam will start tomorrow, so there is still time to relax and enjoy yourself in Konoha. We have arranged a small tour for the group. I am sure you will like the hospitality of Konoha. All right. We will take you on that offer. Raza nods his head. Izuna leads them towards their lodgings as he secretly inspects them. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this group of shinobis. I can handle them easily. His vision stops on the cloaked figure as a strange feeling well within him. What? I wasn't able to sense this person at all. He tries to sense the chakra signature of the cloaked figure and fails. How could it be? It is almost like this person is not even present here. What kind of technique is he using to mask his presence? Let me see his guise with my Sharingan. He secretly activates his Sharingan and inspects the cloaked figure. What? Izuna's eyes widen in surprise as he is unable to see through the cloaked figure. Somehow he can evade my perception. Izuna's expression turns tense. Did you say something? Raza questions him. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat and points towards the cloaked figure. He is. Oh. He is one of my bodyguards. There is nothing to worry about it. Now, I can't visit another village without some security, can I? Raza laughs and dodges the question. So, he is the person who is meant to be my opponent. I have a bad feeling about it, but at the same time, I am excited to fight and go all out. It has been a while since I last went all out. I am ready to dance. Izuna has mixed feelings about the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure feels a gaze. He raises his head and notices Izuna's stare. He notices an illusion around Izuna's eyes as his eyes pierce through the illusion. Interesting. The figure murmurs to itself before completely ignoring Izuna. Grr. Inside the Sin Grimoire. Kurama growls as he stares at the cloaked figure. This person is bad news. I can feel it. What? Minato turns to Kurama. I can't sense the depth of his power, but I can feel a mix of conflicting emotions from that guy. I had never felt so much agony, pain, and suffering in one person. On the other hand, I can feel some sinister emotions lurking in his heart. Kurama explains to Minato. I just can't wrap my head around it. Will Izuna-kun will be alright? Kushina asks in worry. I don't know. Kurama shakes his head. Can you ask Sin about it? Kushina asks him. No. I can't. Sin has been in a dormant state after Izuna visited Ryuchi Cave. It won't respond to me. TCH. Kushina bites her lips in worry. Izuna-kun will be alright. I am sure he is prepared for it. We have to trust in his ability since we can't help him. Nonetheless, we must warn him about that man. Minato assures Kushina. Chapter 207, 200. Final phase of the Chunin exam part 2. Inside the Chunin exam arena. Tsunade, Raza, and Mei are seated in the VIP section as they stare at the arena. Many civilians and shinobis came to watch the final battles as there is a hustle-bustle in the arena. I am so excited to watch so many ninjas fight. Ayaka is seated with Aiko and Akira in the audience seats. Where is Oni-san? She looks around but fails to find Izuna. He is up there. Akira points towards the VIP Kage seats. Your Oni-san is acting as a bodyguard for the Hokage-sama. He is fulfilling his duty as a shinobi. Aiko caresses Ayaka's head. Wow. Oni-san is so awesome. Ayaka's eyes shine brightly. Of course, he is my son after all. Akira proudly raises his head. Ah. Aiko elbows him as she has a smile on her face. Era, you forgot about me. How could I? He is our son after all. Akira has tears in his eyes as he forces a smile. Yes. I will also become a cool ninja like Oni-san. Ayaka nods her head. You will definitely be a cool ninja. Akira pats her head as he turns towards Fugaku and Yagami. Both of them nod to him as he gets up from his seat. Ayaka, father has some work to handle. Till then, why don't you watch the fights with your mother and aunt? Okay. Ayaka nods her head as she is being pampered by Fumiko and Mito. Such a good girl. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are seated with the other members of Konoha 11 as Ino and Sakura linger around Sasuke like flies lingering around honey. Ino pig, get away from my Sasuke-kun. Sakura hugs Sasuke's arm. A frown appears on Sasuke's face as he is annoyed by her. Shut up, you billboard brow. You have been hogging up Sasuke-kun all by yourself. Ino pushes away Sakura. What a drag. Shikamaru lazily rests on his seat as he stares at the arena. Chomp, chomp. Choji gobbles down one snack after another. I have prepared enough snacks for the entire tournament. He picks up a giant bag full of snacks. You want some? Choji passes a packet to Naruto. Ah. I am fine. I am not hungry. Such a shameless sight. Niji snorts at the sight of Sakura and Ino fighting each other. Lady Hinata will never stoop as low as them. Naruto-kun, I made this for you. Hinata walks in front of Naruto and passes a box to him. She has a blush on her face as she stretches her arms and passes the box to Naruto. What's in this? Naruto asks her. I baked some cookies for you. I hope you will like them. Hinata replies with a shy smile. Oh. I am not that hungry. Naruto scratches his head. Did someone say cookies? Choji turns towards them. He grabs the box from Hinata and opens his mouth wide and gobbles all of them in a bite. Ha. Hinata's expression freezes as she turns around and runs away with a tear in her eyes. Naruto-kun. You baka. Ha. Did I do something wrong? Naruto cluelessly scratches his head. Naruto. Niji activates his Byakugan as he angrily stares at Naruto. Hinata-sama. He chases after Hinata before giving a last glare at Naruto. But what did I do? Naruto looks around cluelessly. Naruto, you knucklehead. Tenten angrily glares at him. Naruto-kun, you have lost the way of youth. Come with me and I will guide you to the springtime of youth. Lee spins in front of Naruto and stretches his arms. Bang. Tenten smashes Lee's head with a hammer. Don't make it worse. All of you shut up. You are so annoying. Sasuke yells to silence them. In the VIP area. Izuna is standing beside Tsunade and Mei as he keeps a constant eye on the cloaked figure. Since I can't read him, I will have to be ready for his movement. The cloaked figure stares at the arena as he scrutinizes the audience. None of them match my requirements. He continues to watch the people as his eyes fall on Ayaka. His eyes stay on her for a while as a strange light flicker through his eyes. Izuna senses a small fluctuation of chakra near the cloaked figure. He immediately puts up his guard as he scrutinizes the figure. Ha. The figure ignores him as his eyes continue to linger towards the Uchiha family. Izuna follows his gaze as Ayaka appears in his vision. His expression turns ugly as he clutches his fists. What's this bastard planning? He better not have any bad intentions for Ayaka or he will see the worst side of me. Crack, crack. Izuna knuckles crack from the pressure. Are you all right? Mei and Tsunade question him as they notice his expression. I am good. The Chunin exam just reminded me of my Chunin promotion during the era of the Third Ninja War. Izuna takes a deep breath to calm his emotions. Good. Both of them nods their head as they turn towards the arena. Might Guy walks in the center of the arena as he stares at the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen. I Might Guy, Konoha's sublime beast of prey would be the referee for this tournament. I am here to judge the youthfulness of each enthusiastic genin aiming to become a chunin. Guy does his signature gentleman pose as he flashes a smile brighter than stars and a thumb higher than a mountain. Boo, boo. The crowd instantly boos him. This guy. I knew it was a bad idea to make him the referee of this tournament. Kakashi shakes his head as he stares at Guy. Ah. Nissan insisted on making him the referee. So, I can't say anything. Shursue scratches his head. At least, the crowd won't be bored this way. Itachi tries to show the brighter side of the decision. Well. I can't agree more. Kakashi nods his head as he notices the enthusiasm of the crowd. Let's get back to the guard duty of Daimyo-sama. Kakashi walks towards another section of the VIP area. Daimyo-sama decided to spectate the final phase of the Chunin exam. He just mentioned his desire a day before the exam. We can only agree to his demand. Shursue shakes his head as he follows Kakashi. Izuna told us that Daimyo-sama is like a golden egg-laying goose. We have to handle him carefully. Kakashi laughs at the analogy. Can't blame him. Nissan set up a gambling den and Daimyo-sama would be one of our most rich costumers. Shursue remarks. Just make sure to remind Daimyo-sama about the gambles. Kakashi enters the VIP area to act as a guard. Shursue turns towards Itachi and pats his shoulder. Itachi, you will be the leader of the team for this mission. I believe in your abilities and I hope you too. Leave it to me, Nissan. Itachi nods his head as he unites with Team Ro. He puts up his Umbu mask and disappears from Shursue's vision. Ha! I feel like I am being left in the dust. My goal was to always be a great ninja like Izuna Nissan, but he is on an entirely different level. Now, even Itachi caught up to me or probably is on the verge of surpassing me. Looks like I can't slack anymore. After this mission, I will retire from Umbu and search for my ninja way. Shursue takes a deep breath and enters the VIP section. Ahem. So, without any further delay, let's start with the first round of contestants. Might Guy clear his throat as he announces the beginning of the tournament. Our first pair of contestants are Keigan from Takigakure and Kaito from Sunagakure. Guy announces the matchup. Keigan and Kaito enter the arena from opposite gates. Izuna, I want to place my bet on Keigan. He seems to be quite strong. Tsunade places her bet. She can never win. Can she? Izuna shakes his head and signals to Yugao who is handling the gambling den. I will place my bet on that Kaito guy. The daimyo consults with retainer as he places his bet. I will take care of that. Kakashi nods his head and places the bet. Keigan and Kaito confront each other as Guy stands in between them. He raises his hand and signals them to start. Swoosh, bang. Kaito immediately opens his fan and waves it to release a powerful gust of wind. The gust catches Keigan off guard and slams him into the wall of the arena. Ah. Tsunade's cheerful expression freezes as she stares at the arena with wide eyes. Fufu. Mei chuckles softly. No wonder, they call you the legendary sucker. You have never won any gamble. I called it. Izuna raises his hands. Sob, sob. Some tears appear in Tsunade's eyes as she draws circles with her finger. This sucks. Why can't I win any gamble? Calm down, Tsunade-san. At least you don't have to worry about the gamble expense. Izuna-kun is taking care of that. Mei calms her down. Izuna pales as almost slips on his feet. Women. Such a dangerous creature. Chapter 208, 201. Konoha Crush. Guy pauses for a while as he stares at Kaito. Humph. Kaito scoffs and turns around and leaves. Ahem. The winner is Kaito of the Sunagakure. Guy waves his hand and declares the winner. That's more like it. Raza clenches his fists. Ha. Tsunade and Mei turn towards him. Ahem. Ha ha. It was a close match. The shinobis of Takigakure are really something. Raza coughs slightly to calm down the awkwardness. Tsunade and Mei silently nod their head and turn towards the arena. Damn it. I will certainly win the next bet. Tsunade clutches her fists as she turns to Izuna. Now for the next match, our contestants are Shishio from Sunagakure and Kazami from Kizugakure. Guy waves his hand as the contestants enter the arena. Hey, that's the flag guy from Kizugakure who was beaten by that Fen guy of Sunagakure. Naruto points towards Kazami. He has some abilities to able to clear the second exam even after losing his scrolls. Sasuke remarks as he stares at the arena. Ha. What? What are you guys talking about? Lee questions them. Oh shit. We weren't supposed to talk about this. Naruto sticks out his tongue. It's nothing, nothing. He hurriedly shakes his hand to distract Lee. Look, look, the match is about to start. Naruto points towards the arena. Guy-sensei. Guy-sensei will show his signature move again. Lee turns towards the arena with shining eyes. Sigh. Naruto takes a deep breath as he curiously stares at the match. Shikamaru opens one of his eyes as he stares at Naruto. He is hiding something. What a drag. In the VIP arena. Tsunade takes out a fat stack of cash and passes it to Izuna. I will bet on that genin from Sunagakure. Previously, the Sunagakure genin won the match. I am sure, it will be the same this time. Izuna holds the Ryo as he questions her with an uncertain tone. Are you sure about that? Of course. Tsunade nods her head. Well, you said it. Izuna places her bet. Start. Guy waves his hand to start the fight. Raza notices the gambling held by Izuna. I also want to gamble. But I don't have any money to gamble. Will he take gold dust instead of Ryo? Raza hesitates as he stares at Izuna. Ahem. He clears his throat and points towards the arena. Hokage, it seems like you will lose your bet. Huh? Why? Tsunade turns towards Raza for clarification. Shishio is a sensor-type ninja, so, his fighting capabilities are subpar. His abilities are more oriented towards assisting his team in battle rather than direct confrontation. Raza summarizes Shishio's abilities without specifying them. No, my Ryo. Tsunade bites her lips as her eyes almost overflow her tears. Outside Konoha. Swoosh, swoosh. Multiple ninjas in Suna outfits gather at a spot. The intel was correct. That snake Orochimaru didn't sell us out. A Sand Shinobi with a standard outfit of Sunagakure Elder with the signature Elder turban is in the lead of the Sand Shinobis. He has a deep tear trough across his cheeks and another running parallel to his nose. He also has long black hair and dark eyes. Granny Chiyo, what do you think about it? He turns towards Granny Chiyo, who has a child beside her. The child has fair skin, green eyes, and short spiky auburn hair. The child lacks distinctive pupils and has black rings around his eyes. His hairs are parted on the left side of his forehead to reveal a red kanji letter for love. The child holds Chiyo's finger anxiously as he stares in his surroundings. The rest of Suna Ninja avoids his gaze and turns their eyes away. The child clutches his hands tightly as he senses their expression of loathing. What is the meaning of this, Joseki? Chiyo pats Gaara's head as she glares at Joseki. I need an explanation. Why would the village bring a child to such a dangerous mission when you can commission more shinobis for it? Chiyo stares Joseki in the eyes. Granny Chiyo, this child is a tool, a weapon meant for the destruction of our enemies. He is nothing more than a container of one-tails. As a member of the Suna Council, my responsibility and concern lie with the peace and stability of the village. Now, since the village is in such dire straits, we have to deploy every mean available to us. Joseki turns towards Konoha as he remarks. Besides, he is a failure of a Jinchuruki and we need to deal with him one way or the other. This is an opportunity for us, we can leave him to Konoha to deal. With the One-Tails rampaging, Konoha will be forced to send their elite forces to hold it back. Joseki. Chiyo yells at Joseki. Oya, oya. Looks like I came at the wrong time. Orochimaru licks his lips as he interrupts them. Ahem. Joseki clears his throat and turns to Orochimaru. You came right on time. Let's get ready to deal with Konoha. That's more like it. Whoosh. Orochimaru throws a scroll towards Joseki. Joseki catches the scroll and questions Orochimaru. What's this? This is a summoning scroll. The defense of Konoha is quite strong. We need to punch a hole through the barrier to invade the village. There is a summoning formation on the scroll. Use these scrolls together with the summoning formation. The summoning jutsu uses quite a lot of chakra. Orochimaru reminds him. Joseki nods his head and passes the scroll to a Jounin commander and explains the details to him. All preparations are complete. We have to only wait for the signal. Orochimaru licks his lips and reunites with his Otogakure ninjas. Inside the VIP area. No-oh. I lost again. Tsunade stares at her empty purse with teary eyes. That was my saving from past 3 years. Gone, all gone in the blink of an eye. Why? Why it has to be like this? Why can't I win a single gamble? Tsunade has tears in her eyes. Dame da ne. Dame yo. Dame nano yo. Anata ga, Suki da. Suki Sujite. Dor dake. Izuna pitifully stares at Tsunade as he starts to sing. 3 umbus beside him takes out a violin and plays it. Mei is flabbergasted at this. No, don't remind me of this. More tears flow from her eyes. It's okay. You will get it next time. Izuna pats Tsunade's head. No. Tsunade hugs Izuna's waist and bowls out her eyes. Don't worry, there is still one last gamble. I will loan you some money. Izuna passes a stack of money to her. Either way, the money will return to me. Sob, sob. Tsunade wipes her tears as she cheerfully snatches the stack of cash and counts it. Izuna and Mei silently stare at her pace of cheerfulness. Izuna, what were they singing? Somehow, I found it funny but sorrowful at the same time. Mei asks him. Oh. You know, during my time as an umbu captain, I was quite bored with the mission, as most of them were quite easy. So, in my spare time, I created a band of musicians with them. This is one of my original creation. Izuna shamelessly takes the credit. Now, I am interested. I would like to listen to more songs from you. Mei has stars in her eyes. Izuna sweat drops at her expression. I never knew she loves music. I can prepare a concert as my proposal. Some wild ideas run through Izuna's mind. In the arena. Guy raises his hand, and he bolsters the enthusiasm of the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the final match of round 1. We have Chojuro of Kirigakure and his opponent will be Kabuto Yakushi from Kanagakure. Whoosh, whoosh. Chojuro and Kabuto enter the arena. Kabuto-san. It's you. I never thought I would meet you in the finals. Chojuro faces off against Kabuto. What a strange turn of events. I never expected to meet you in finals. Kabuto adjusts his spectacles. With this, the final match of round 1 starts. Guy raises his hand and announces the start. Chojuro grabs the hilt of his sword and points it towards Kabuto. I am sorry, Kabuto-san. I have to prove myself to my master. I won't hold back. Swoosh. He infuses chakra into Hiramakerii as a blue glow appears on the blade. So, he is your successor. Tsunade stares at Chojuro. Yes, Chojuro is a hard-working boy. I am sure he will grow into a fine shinobi. Mei nods her head. Then, I will gamble on Chojuro. Tsunade places her bet on Chojuro. Then let me see what you have got. Kabuto raises one of his hands. Izuna frowns as he notices a large amount of chakra being needed in Kabuto's body. It has started, Tsunade. Izuna yells as he warns them. Kabuto smirks as he murmurs. Genjutsu, Temple of Nirvana. Swoosh, swoosh. Many white feathers start to rain from the sky as Kabuto casts a wide area genjutsu. Kabuto-san, this. Chojuro's eyelids turn heavy as his vision turns blurry. Slump. He falls into a deep sleep. No, you don't. Guy yells as he performs a roundhouse kick. Leaf hurricane. Bang. Kabuto is sent flying out of the arena. Chojuro. Mei yells as she jumps out of the VIP arena, breaking through the glass. Chapter 209, 202. Edo Tensei. Whoosh. Raza flickers behind Tsunade and places a kunai against her throat. What's the meaning of this, Kazekage? Tsunade's previously aloof expression vanishes as she adopts a serious expression. Sand has suffered a lot by the hands of Konoha, it is time for some payback. Raza remarks as he signals the cloaked men. I will leave Izuna Uchiha to you. Whoosh. Bang. The cloaked figure blocks a punch from Izuna, who is in his power release cloak. Strong, this man is quite strong. At this rate, our battle might deal more damage to Konoha than the invaders. I have to lure him out of the village. Whoosh. Izuna makes some hand signs as a ceiling formation appears in his palm. Fuinjutsu, adamantium corrosion chains. Dark black chains appear out from Izuna's hand and strangle the cloaked figure. Now is my chance. Swift release, sonic steps. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of Konoha together with the cloaked figure. Clank, clank, shatter. The adamantium chains shatter into countless fragments as the cloaked figure frees himself. My strongest Fuinjutsu seals didn't even last a second. Who is this guy? Izuna warily stares at the figure as a hint of worry appears in his eyes. How did the Kazekage and Orochimaru even convince such a person? No matter what, I have to stop him. Whoosh. Izuna makes some hand signs. Fire style, giant fireball jutsu. He fires a giant fireball infused with large amounts of chakra towards the figure. Whoosh. The fireball approaches near the cloaked figure and vanishes. The fireball turns into a small ball as the cloaked figure extinguishes it between his fingers. Who are you? Izuna questions him. Whoosh. The figure blinks behind Izuna and performs a roundhouse kick. Metal release, adamantine skin. Izuna's arms turn black as he coats his arm with metal release chakra. Bang. The impact from the kick sends him flying as Izuna crashes into a nearby hill. Huff. Huff. Izuna dusts himself as he walks out from the debris. That would hurt in the morning. He cracks his neck and turns towards the figure. It's time to get serious. Inside Konoha. Raza stares at the back of Izuna and the cloaked figure with wide eyes. I never expected Izuna Uchiha to be such a monster. If not for that man holding him down, we would have suffered massive casualties. Bang. Tsunade slams her elbow in Raza's gut and sends him flying. Bam. Raza slams in the walls of the arena. You still have the luxury to worry about others, I will be your opponent. Tsunade cracks her knuckles as she walks towards Raza. Crack, crack. Some cracks appear around Raza's stomach as golden sand falls from it. So that's the golden sand armor. Cough, cough. Raza coughs slightly and stands up. The fight has just started. It won't end until Suna claims victory over Konoha. Whoosh. Golden sand floats around Raza as he creates a platform and levitates on it. Swoosh. He directs the golden sand towards Tsunade as the sand forms a large pillar and speeds up towards her. Crack. Tsunade clenches her fists tightly as she infuses chakra in it. Bam. She punches the golden sand pillar. Crack, crack. Cracks appear on the pillar as it dissipates into golden sand. Whoosh. Raza waves his hand and recollects the golden sand. Boom. A gigantic explosion occurs at the outer walls of Konoha. Tsunade turns towards the gates and notices a giant snake with 5 heads is attacking the barrier. TCH. That damn Orochimaru. He really betrayed Konoha. There would be no redemption this time. Tsunade. Leave Orochimaru to me. Hiruzen appears beside Tsunade in his combat outfit. I have to fix my past mistakes and regrets. He clenches his fists as he stares at the giant snake wreaking havoc on the barrier. Hiruzen dashes towards the outer wall. At the outer wall. Hold it back. We have to hold it back till reinforcement arrives. Members of the Aburain clan and Akimichi clan attacks the giant snake to prevent it from destroying the barrier. Super expansion jutsu. Choza makes some hand signs as he turns into a giant. Eat this. He punches the head of the snake to stop it. Hiss. The snake hisses in anger and attacks Choza with its large tail. Bang. The tail hits Choza and staggers him. Rumble. Rumble. Choza loses his balance and falls towards the outer wall. At this rate, I will end up destroying the wall. Choza tries to balance himself to prevent from falling on the wall. It's too late. Choza clenches his fists in regret. Summoning jutsu. A giant frog appears behind Choza and prevents him from falling. Summoning, food cart destroyer technique. Another frog falls from the sky and lands on top of the giant snake. Gamaken-san. Hold that snake for me. Jiraiya jumps in front of the wall as he stares at the giant snake. I'll try my best. Gamaken wields his Susumida and pins down one head of the snake. Bam. He smashes another head with his shield. Hiss. The other 2 heads attack Gamaken. Gamahiro. I need some help. Gamaken calls the other frog. Leave it to me. Gamahiro takes out twin swords from the sheath on his back. Slash, slash. Ebi. Ebi. He slashes the 2 heads and stabs them in the ground. Hiss. The snake hisses in fury as it releases a toxic breath from its last mouth. Bomb. Gamahiro slams his butt on the head to stop it from spitting out the poison. Gamaken-san. Gamahiro-san. I will leave this snake to you. I have to search for that bastard, Orochimaru. Jiraiya flickers inside the forest. Whoosh, whoosh. Hiruzen catches up with Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Leave Orochimaru to me. I have to finish what I once started. Hiruzen remarks. Nah, old man. I also have some unfinished business with that bastard. Jiraiya increases his pace, leaving Hiruzen behind. Sigh. Why all of my students are so stubborn? Hiruzen follows Jiraiya. Whoosh. In an open area. Orochimaru is standing with Kabuto as he stares at Konoha. What a beautiful sight, isn't it? I will finally have my revenge on Konoha. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiraiya and Hiruzen stop in front of him as both of them confront him. Orochimaru. Stop this foolishness, right now. Hiruzen warns him. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips as he stares at them. Sensei. This destruction won't stop until Konoha becomes history. Why? Orochimaru, why? Why are you doing this? Jiraiya walks towards Orochimaru. Why, you ask? Haha. Orochimaru laughs hysterically. Stop your nonsense, Jiraiya. You know the answer already. No one can stop me from destroying Konoha today. So, it has come down to this. Hiruzen glares at Orochimaru. You have stooped so low to the point you are seeking to destroy your birthplace. I will finish what I left once. This time I won't show any mercy. Swoosh, swoosh. Hiruzen makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Monkey King Enma. He summons Enma. Orochimaru. Enma appears on the battlefield as he glares at Orochimaru. Humph. I know this would happen. You should have dealt with him when we had the opportunity. Enma scoffs at Hiruzen. I'm going to do that now. It's too late. Enma faces Orochimaru as he taunts the latter. Orochimaru. I am going to snap you like a twig. It should have been done years ago. Enma takes a stance. It's a bit too late for that. Orochimaru licks his lips as he ignores the angry gaze of Enma. Hiruzen makes some hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Swoosh, swoosh. He throws a shuriken towards Orochimaru as the shuriken multiples into many other shurikens. Fire style, flame bullet. Jiraiya coats the shurikens with fire as the shurikens close on Orochimaru. Atu. It's too much for me to take on both of you. Orochimaru jumps back and slams his palm on the ground. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembles as 3 coffins emerge from the ground. Boom. Boom. The coffins block the shurikens. It can't be. Hiruzen's eyes widen as he stares at the coffins. Enma, stop him before he completes his jutsu. If not, the village will face certain destruction. Whoosh. Enma transforms into his adamantine staff form and whizzes towards the coffins. Cuckoo. It's too late. Rumble, rumble. The gates of the coffin open up to reveal 2 figures. The third coffin is empty. That's unexpected. Orochimaru stares at the empty coffin. Crunch, crunch. The 2 figures walk out of the coffin as they crush gravel. Are those 2? Jiraiya's eyes widen in surprise. How is this possible? Jiraiya turns towards Hiruzen. It's my fault. Hiruzen sighs as he stares at the coffin. During the Second Shinobi War, Konoha was on the verge of losing the war. As a last-ditch resort, Danzo proposed to use the forbidden technique of the second Hokage. Edo, Tensei. This technique was meant to bring the dead back to life as an indestructible puppet. Left with no choice, I approved it together with other council members. However, the war ended with the defeat of Hanzo because of his failed attempt to invade the land of medicine. As such, this technique never saw the daylight. But I never expected Danzo to continue the research with Orochimaru. Hiruzen shakes his head. Haha. Enough talk. It's time to end this. Whoosh. Orochimaru clasps his palms together. Edo, Tensei. Chapter 210, 203. Student vs. Sensei. Clump, clump. 2 figures walk out of the Edo coffin. A tanned figure in dark red armor with a black suit and wooden sandals raises his head. It has been a long time, Saru. Another fair figure in blue armor walks beside him. Oh. It's you, Sarutobi. You have aged quite a lot. I didn't expect to see you 2 in a form like this. Hashirama-sensei. Tobirama-sensei. Tears overflow Hiruzen's eyes. I am mortified to see you in such a state. Now, enough with the heartwarming teacher-student reunion. Whoosh. Orochimaru takes out 2 kunais with sealing tags. He inserts the kunais in Hashirama and Tobirama's body. Ha. Orochimaru makes a hand seal to control their movements. Arg. Hashirama and Tobirama try to resist the control of Orochimaru. Give it up, Orochimaru smirks. I have summoned you with half of your original strength. These vessels aren't strong enough to summon you in your prime. Besides, I am not sure I could control you in your peak strength. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips. If that's the case, Sarutobi, we must fight you. Hashirama takes a step towards Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Sensei. Any advice while fighting against them? Jiraiya asks Hiruzen for advice. I will stop Orochimaru. If we incapacitate him, the summoning should wear off. Till then, we have to hold our own against them. Hiruzen summons a large Fuma Shuriken. Easy for you to say. Jiraiya's expression turns ugly. No matter the era, war will always plague the land. Hashirama remarks as clasps his hands together. Edo Tensei. So, this kid summoned us with my forbidden technique. Tobirama stares at his fingers. Tobirama, I warned you. This technique was a mistake. Hashirama remarks. Shut up. Tobirama scoffs and turns towards Hiruzen. Saru, we are gradually losing control of our body and emotions. I hope you will be able to cope with the situation. Enough banter. Time for work. Swish. Orochimaru makes a hand sign as he kills their emotions. Oi. Oi. Now they have turned into a killing machine. Gulp. Jiraiya gulps his saliva and performs his signature pose. But fear not, the legendary Toad Sage Jiraiya-sama will fight them for you. Bam. Hiruzen slams Enma's staff on Jiraiya's head. Stop fooling around and follow the plan. Yes. Jiraiya's expression turns serious. Whoosh, whoosh. Ito Hashirama and Tobirama dash towards Hiruzen and Jiraiya as they engage in close combat fight. Enma. Hiruzen extends his staff and slams it into Tobirama. Bang. The staff shatters Tobirama's body in half. Swish, swish. The ashen material of the reincarnated scrumble together and reforms his body. This is bad. Hiruzen's expression turns ugly as he dodges a kick from Tobirama. This was the real purpose of the jutsu, sensei. To create immortal shinobi warriors who don't require chakra, food, or any such necessity and can fight tirelessly. I just eliminated some major flaws of the jutsu and perfected it beyond the original creator. Slick. Orochimaru licks a kunai as he stares at Hiruzen. Whoosh. He flickers towards Hiruzen and attacks him with a kunai. Clank. Hiruzen blocks the kunai. Bang. Tobirama kicks him and sends him flying. Swoosh. Hiruzen performs a somersault in the air and balances himself. Swish. Orochimaru opens his mouth as a snake extends from his mouth and bites Hiruzen's neck. Arg. Hiruzen struggles to free himself. Having trouble with this kind of attack. You have grown old, sensei. Orochimaru smirks. Crumble, crumble. Hiruzen's body turns into dust. Earth-style, hiding like a mole. Hiruzen appears behind Orochimaru. Whoosh. He makes some hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hiruzen launches a barrage of shurikens at Orochimaru. Ha! Orochimaru makes a hand seal as Ito Tobirama jumps in front and blocks the shurikens. ENMA. Now. Whoosh. Enma turns into adamantine prison wall and imprisons Tobirama. It will enough to hold him for a while. Ha! Orochimaru smirks as he makes a ram seal. Whoosh. Tobirama's body shines brightly. This is bad. Explosive tags. Boom. Tobirama's body explodes violently. Arg. Enma releases a miserable shriek as he withstands the explosion. Ha. I wanted to do this for a long time. Orochimaru laughs maniacally as he stares at the pitiful state of Enma. The pieces of Tobirama's Edo body start to gather again. Hiruzen. I won't be able to take another of that explosion. Enma grimaces in pain. Orochimaru, stop with this nonsense. You will achieve nothing. Cut this stupid acting already. Hiruzen glares at Orochimaru. Stupid, you say? Haha. You underestimate me, sensei. This isn't an academy class and I am not the same person I was last time. Orochimaru and Hiruzen confront each other. You are right. Hiruzen removes his shoulder pads and takes a stance as he riles up his chakra. Orochimaru also takes a serious stance and riles up his chakra. Crack, crack. The ground beneath them cracks from the pressure of chakra. I will not go easy on you just because you're old. I may make you redo your training in the academy, depending on your performance. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of them flickers towards each other as they clash multiple times. Ha. I am surprised you can keep up with me with those old bones of yours. Orochimaru remarks as he relentlessly attacks Hiruzen. These old bones carry the weight and hope of Konoha. I won't allow the likes of you to trample the future of Konoha. Bang, bang. Both of them trade multiple taijutsu blows. Whoosh, whoosh. They separate from each other and create some distance. Swish, swish. Hiruzen and Orochimaru make multiple hand signs. Multiple striking shadow snakes. Orochimaru stretches his arms as a big swarm of snakes appears in an instant. Hiss. Hiss. The snake hisses as they approach Hiruzen. Fire release, fire dragon flame missile. Hiruzen takes a deep breath and needs an enormous amount of chakra in his lungs as he spews out a giant fireball from his mouth. Swoosh! The fireball takes the shape of a dragon. The dragon covers a large area and incinerates all the snakes. I am not done yet. Earth release, Mud Dragon Flame Bullet. Hiruzen claps his hands and summons a Mud Dragon. The Mud Dragon merges with the Flame Dragon and closes on Orochimaru. I am not your opponent, sensei. Orochimaru smirks as Tobirama jumps in front of him. I am sorry, Hiruzen. The explosion did more damage than I expected. Enma returns to Hiruzen. But so did him. Enma points towards the multiple cracks on Tobirama's body. His jutsu isn't perfect yet. Water release, giant water wall. Tobirama creates a giant wall of water to block the attack. Sizzle. The water wall blocks the jutsu as it turns into vapors, extinguishing the fire. Water release, water colliding wave. Tobirama converts the atmospheric vapors into a massive vortex which explodes and turns into a rapid gushing wave of water raging furiously towards Hiruzen. TCH. Tobirama Sensei is the most powerful water release user ever. Hiruzen makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Earth release, rock wall. He erects a giant rock wall to block the raging current of water. Whoosh. Hiruzen jumps on top of the rock wall to avoid the wave. Whoosh. Bang. Orochimaru appears in front of him and kicks him. Hiruzen blocks the kick with his arm but is sent flying by the momentum. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple Umbu guards appear on the battlefield as they surround the group. Lord Third is in a pinch. We must help him. The Umbu unit takes out their weapons and flickers towards Orochimaru. It's not a wise choice to disturb such a great show. 4 figures in black cloaks flicker in front of the Umbu group and block their way. Swoosh. Swoosh. All of them throw away their cloaks as they get into a formation. Sound 4, erect a barrier around this place. I don't want anyone to ruin my reunion with Sensei after such a long time. Slick. Orochimaru licks his kunai as he stares at Hiruzen. Cough, cough. Hiruzen coughs slightly and gets up. Enma come forth. Enma turns into his adamantine staff form as Hiruzen wields it skillfully. Sensei. You aren't the only one who owns a weapon. Cough, cough. Orochimaru coughs out a snake from his mouth. The snake opens its mouth as a hilt appears from its mouth. Kachin. Orochimaru grabs the hilt and draws the sword. The blade of the sword has a cyan glow to it. Orochimaru waves it around to get a hang of it. It has been a while since I got my hands on this blade. I never got the opportunity to test it out in battle. That blade. It can't be. Enma's eyes widen as he recognizes the blade. That's the legendary Kusanagi blade. Eons ago this blade was wielded by the great sage to vanquish all evil from the world. It is a relic lost in the tides of time. I never expected Orochimaru of all people to get his hands on this blade. Hiruzen, even if my adamantine body is as hard as diamond, one slash from that sword can significantly harm my body. Enma warns Hiruzen. Let's go, Enma. Hiruzen swings the staff as he confronts Tobirama and Orochimaru. Chapter 211, 204. Sword Master vs. Puppet Master. Swoosh, whoosh. Jiraiya dodges one attack after another from Hashirama. What's with his strength? Even when he is summoned with half of his strength, he is this powerful. I can't imagine how strong was he during his peak. Jiraiya warily stares at Hashirama, who relentlessly attacks him. That doesn't mean I will sit back and watch. Whoosh. Bang. Jiraiya blocks an attack from Hashirama and kicks him to create some distance. Swoosh, swoosh. He quickly makes some hand signs. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Jiraiya spews out a condensed beam of flame towards Hashirama. Slam. Hashirama slams his palm on the ground and creates a giant wood dome to block the fire jutsu. Damn, he didn't even make any hand sign. Jiraiya curses. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath Jiraiya trembles as multiple tree roots erupt from the ground and strangle Jiraiya. Here comes the wood release. Damn it, I have to get serious or I might die here. Snap. Jiraiya bites his thumb and makes some hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Inside the village. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple sound shinobi dressed as spectators jump out from the audience. Another person in Umbu outfit makes a cutthroat sign towards the shinobis. The sound shinobi start to attack the asleep civilians and ninjas. Clang, clang. Kakashi and Guy block their attack as Kakashi signals Guy. Guy, follow the plan. I will take care of the rest. Yes. Guy nods his head. He takes a taijutsu stance. Leaf whirlwind. He sweeps his leg and kicks them away. Kakashi flickers towards the location of Tsunade and Raza's fight. Whoosh. He performs a backflip and avoids multiple kunais. What's the hurry? Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan. Baki blocks his way as he confronts Kakashi. I will be your opponent. Swoosh. Baki pinches his fingers together as he creates a small invisible wind blade in between them. Wind release, blade of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. Baki releases a barrage of wind blades at Kakashi. Swoosh, swoosh. Kakashi dodges the wind blades and creates some distance. Baki of the Sand. A master user of wind release, looks like it is going to be a tough battle. Swish. Kakashi draws his blade and faces Baki. Inside a room near Hokage office. A group of people dressed in Shinto priest uniform stretches their hands in front of their chest as they hold a giant water sphere. Keep the barrier intact. We can't let the enemies breach the barrier. The leader of the barrier corps has sweat on his face as he struggles to maintain the barrier. Whoosh. A figure enters the headquarters of the barrier team. Swish, swish, slash. The figure slices the heads of barrier team members. The figure removes his mask to reveal his face. Kabuto adjusts his spectacle as he stares at the dead body of the barrier corps. Nothing will stand in the way of Orochimaru-sama's revenge. Outside Konoha. Rumble, rumble. The barrier crumbles into pieces. Joseki and Chiyo stare at the crumbling barrier as Joseki signals Suna ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. The Suna ninja infiltrates Konoha. Stop them. We can't allow them to invade our village. The members of the Akimichi and Aburame clan confront Sand Shinobis. Whoosh. A battalion of Suna ninja separates from the rest of the group and engages with Akimichi and Aburame clan. Inside the inner perimeter. They are here. Fugaku is standing on the rooftop as he surveys the village. He activates his Sharingan as he notices the infiltrating Suna ninjas. Captain. We will stop them. The members of the police force gather around him. Fugaku waves his hand as the group disperses. The other clans are busy with evacuating civilians to safe shelter. We have to hold them back till backup arrives. Whoosh. Fugaku jumps from the rooftop and flickers towards the Suna group. Swoosh, swoosh. He makes some hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fugaku spews out a giant fireball at the Suna group. Whoosh. Joseki takes out a scroll from his pocket and unfolds it. Poof. White smoke appears from the scroll as a puppet appears in front of him. Swish, swish. Joseki weaves his fingers as multiple chakra threads attach to the puppet. Secret black technique, mechanical light shield wall. The chakra stretches out its right arm as it segments into 4 sections. Swoosh. Whoosh. The 4 sections radiate chakra and form a light blue, thin shield. Boom. The fireball collides with the shield. Whoosh. The puppet is pushed back by the momentum of the fireball, but it is able to neutralize the full brunt of the fireball. Fugaku's expression turns serious as a frown appears on his face. This is going to be rough. At a distance. Chiyo nods her head. Despite your foul demeanor, your skills with puppets are still notable. I dedicated my entire life for the sake of Sunagakure. How can I falter when Suna is in such dire state? Joseki weaves his hand as the puppet opens its arm. Red secret technique, machine gun blow. Whoosh. The arm separates from the puppet and whizzes towards Fugaku. Snap, snap. Various cross-sections open on the arm as the puppet launches a barrage of senbons at Fugaku. The senbons are coated in a purple fluid. I won't fall for the same trick again. Sharingan. Fugaku activates his Sharingan and takes out a kunai. Clank, clank, clank. He swiftly deflects all of them. Lightning release, lightning stream. Fugaku makes some quick hand signs and releases a bolt of lightning. Crackle, crackle. The lightning flickers towards the puppet and destroys the arm. Crackle, crackle. Lightning crackles in Fugaku's arm as his eyes meet with Joseki. Joseki recognizes the Sharingan. They are the members of the Uchiha police force. The Uchiha clan members. They were one of the feared adversaries during the Second Shinobi War. Their Kekkei Genkai made them one of the most difficult enemies to handle. Whoosh. Joseki waves his hand as the puppet opens its mouth. Whoosh. The puppet releases a cloud of black smoke from its mouth. The smoke quickly engulfs the area and blocks the vision. But this time, I came prepared. Joseki weaves his fingers as the puppet enters into the black smoke. Black secret technique, poison mist hell, 100 continuous firing. Multiple cross-sections open on the arms of the puppet and release a barrage of senbons. Joseki turns to Lady Chiyo and signals her. Lady Chiyo. Release the one-tails in the center of Konoha. Humph. Chiyo harumphs and grabs Gaara and flickers deeper into Konoha. Chiyo reaches the center of the village as she inspects the village. White Fang. Where are you? Kenjutsu, Fang of Light. Swish. A white blade of chakra strikes towards Chiyo. Humph. Chiyo scoffs at the white blade and performs a backflip to avoid the blade. White Fang. I finally found you. Chiyo's eyes turn red as he clenches her fist. Damn you, White Fang. Revenge will be mine. Chiyo dashes towards Tsukumo. Bang. Whoosh, whoosh. Kenjutsu, 1,000 cut. Tsukumo draws his sword and releases a brilliant display of swordsmanship. Slash, slash. The white chakra blade slices through Chiyo's figure. Poof. White smoke engulfs Chiyo as she turns into a puppet. Whoosh. The real Chiyo jumps down from the top of a nearby tree. White Fang. Whoosh. Multiple kunais floats beside her as she launches them towards Tsukumo. Red secret technique, manipulating attack blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang. Tsukumo deflects the kunai as he confronts Chiyo. Chiyo. I am sorry for the death of your son and daughter-in-law. But war is war. Countless lives are lost meaninglessly in a war. White Fang. I won't forgive you. You will pay for their death. Swoosh. Chiyo waves her hand as a scroll appears in her hand. Chikamatsu Collection. She summons a set of 10 puppets. The puppets float beside her as she faces Tsukumo. Tsukumo recognizes the 10 floating puppets in white garments as his expression turns ugly. Chikamatsu Collection. It is the puppet collection of the first ever puppet user of the shinobi world, Manzaemon Chikamatsu, a legend who perfected the art of puppet mastery. These puppets were his ultimate creation, capable of laying waste to an entire country single-handedly. Swish, swish. Chiyo waves her hand as the puppets float in front of her. White Secret Technique, Collection of Illusions. Chapter 212, 205. Truth behind First Hokage's death. Wham. Izuna draws his chakra blade and points it towards the cloaked figure. He infuses light release chakra through the blade as the blade hums with a brilliant blue glow and radiates an enormous amount of heat. Swift release, sonic steps. Whoosh. Izuna disappears from his position and reappears behind the cloaked figure. Swish. He swings the sword near the cloaked figure's neck, aiming to slice it quickly. Futile. The figure turns his head and blinks. Swoosh. Izuna's blade disappears from his hand. What the? Bang. The cloaked figure performs a roundhouse kick and swats Izuna away like a fly. Bang. Izuna blocks the kick with his arm as it sends him flying. Crack. The bones in his arms crack. Whoosh. Izuna performs a somersault midair to regain his balance. It will take a little time to heal this injury. He ignores the pain and stares at the cloaked figure. I have figured out your identity, Jigen. Izuna remarks as he waits for the cloaked figure's reaction. Earlier, he used a unique jutsu to shrink the size of objects without making any hand signs. I had my doubts when he shrank my fireball, and later, he used his ability again to shrink my sword. I was able to notice the change because of the microscopic vision of my Sharingan. Shum. Izuna's eyes turn into Mangekyo Sharingan as he draws another blade from his pocket. If I remember correctly, his ability can't shrink living objects. Snap. Izuna bites his thumb and makes some hand signs. I never expected I would have to resort to this failed technique of mine. Fuinjutsu, Blood Carnate Sword. Blood drips from his thumb and coalesces into a giant sphere in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh. Multiple Fuinjutsu seals bind the blood sphere and shape it into a sword. Izuna grabs the sword and confronts Jigen. Jigen removes his cloak. He has a shaved head with a long mohawk of black hair tied in a long ponytail reaching his lower back. Jigen has pronounced ridges void of brows, a broad nose, and a diamond-shaped comma seal mark on his chin and Roman numeral 4 tattooed below his left eye. You. How do you know my name? Fwoosh. Jigen riles up his chakra as he exerts pressure on Izuna with his chakra. A wave of chakra is released from his body. Whoosh. The chakra wave travels outward and pushes Izuna away. Ito Hashirama stops in his tracks as the chakra pulse hits him. Arg. Hashirama struggles to break off from Orochimaru's control. Ha. Orochimaru feels Hashirama's resistance. His expression turns ugly. I didn't expect this. His will is way too strong. Orochimaru makes some hand signs to control Hashirama. Crack, crack. Cracks appear on Hashirama's body as he breaks free from Orochimaru's control. Ha. Jiraiya stares at Hashirama with wide eyes. Lo. Lord First. Are you in control? Hashirama waves his hand as he struggles to get his motor sense. Yes, it's me. I am back in control. But it will take me a while to control my body. Hashirama continues to attack Jiraiya. That's a relief. We have to stop Orochimaru from further waging destruction on the village. Jiraiya anxiously turns towards Hashirama as he repels his attacks. No. I need to talk about something more important. I trust in Saru's abilities. Hashirama's expression turns serious. Gulp. Jiraiya gulps his saliva as he stops. Hashirama turns towards the direction of Izuna's and Jigen's battle. Who is the person fighting against that monk? Hashirama points his finger towards Izuna. Jiraiya notices Izuna fighting against the cloaked figure. He is unable to see the face of the figure. That is Izuna-kun. I mean Izuna Uchiha. He is a disciple of your granddaughter Tsunade. Jiraiya informs Hashirama. You mean Tsuna? Yes. Jiraiya nods his head. I am her old teammate, Jiraiya. Together with Tsunade and that guy Orochimaru, we learned under the guidance of Sarutobi-sensei. I see. Hashirama nods his head as he continues to fight with Jiraiya. He is fighting evenly against that monster, but I don't think he has a chance to win. Hashirama murmurs to himself. Huh? Did you say something? Jiraiya asks Hashirama as he blocks another attack. Tell me more about the Uchiha boy. Well. Jiraiya scratches his head as he informs Hashirama. That Uchiha boy is a genius. A one-of-kind genius. He became a genin at the age of 5, chunin by 8. At the age of 8, he partook in the Third Ninja War and earned a name for himself. Jiraiya narrates Izuna's feats. No matter what the era, conflicts and wars always exist. Hashirama shakes his head. Perhaps my old friend was right. Maybe I was too naive back then. I found Konoha to prevent young children from facing the dangers of war, and yet even in this era, the young ones are still exposed to the atrocities of war. Sigh. Hashirama sighs as he and Jiraiya continues to battle. Later he became an Umbu at the age of 10 where he lost his mentor and the village lost its fourth Hokage. Jiraiya sighs as the memories of Minato and Kushina floods his mind. So, who is the current Hokage? If the fourth died early, then the current Hokage must be fifth. Hashirama turns to Jiraiya. It is Tsunade. She is the fifth Hokage. What? Tsuna. Tsuna is the fifth Hokage. My village. Hashirama clutches his forehead as he enters a depressed state. Lord First. We have to stop them from destroying the village. Jiraiya anxiously reminds him. I can't do much in my current state. I can't even use half of my strength. This body is too weak to handle my chakra. It will disintegrate if I exert my chakra. Hashirama shakes his head. He turns towards Izuna's and Jigen's fight. What I am more worried about is the outcome of that fight. If that Uchiha boy loses to that monk, then the village is in far greater danger than what your friend Orochimaru can do. Hashirama continues to watch the battle. In my current state, I would only be a hindrance to that Uchiha boy. Somehow, that boy reminds me of my old friend, Madara. Haha. Hashirama chuckles. Jiraiya silently nods his head. Lord First. Can you tell me more about that person who is fighting against Izuna-kun? You said he is a far greater danger than Orochimaru. Jiraiya inquires. He indeed is. Can you tell the cause of my death? Hashirama asks a weird question. Your death. As far as village records, you died fighting in the First Shinobi War. The shinobis of all other nations who considered you as a far greater threat joined hands to assassinate you. They outnumbered you. Jiraiya reveals the facts to Hashirama. Haha, those kids from other villages. How could they possess a threat to me? Haha. Hashirama chuckles as he shakes his head. Gulp. Then, did you win against them? Jiraiya raises a question. Of course, I did. It was not that great of a challenge. Subduing Madara with 9 tails was more challenging than that fight. Hashirama laughs. Then how did you lose your life? Jiraiya waits for a response. During the aftermath of the First Shinobi War, when all other villages ganged up on me, I repelled their collective effort and almost ended the war. While on my way to the village, I noticed traces of a strange kind of chakra seeping into the ground. Out of curiosity, I tracked the traces of chakra. Rumble. Rumble. A shock wave travels through the ground as a giant Susanoo appears in their vision. The Susanoo is silver with golden bracers and has a pair of katanas. Hashirama pauses as he lifts his head. What strong chakra? This boy is on par with me at such a young age. To fight against him, I would have to resort to Sage mode to gain equal footing. Hashirama remarks. What? Jiraiya's eyes widen from the revelation. Lord First, you mean to say that boy can rival you in power? Yes, he is almost as strong as me during my peak. If he survives this ordeal, then I can rest in peace, knowing the village has such a powerful protector. Hashirama nods his head. Anyway, where were we? Ah. Yes. I tracked the traces of the chakra to the land of Ancestor, which was quite close to the battlefield. The chakra led to a cavern. I tried to enter the cavern, but there was a strong barrier cast at the entrance of the cavern. Out of curiosity, I tried to force my way through the barrier, but I felt a sense of danger never like before. Before I could do anything, a black rod pierced through my body. It drained me of my chakra and I lost my consciousness. The last thing I remember was the sinister chakra emitting from the rod. Hashirama points towards the monk fighting with Izuna. The person who is fighting against that Uchiha boy has the same chakra signature I sensed before I was assassinated. Chapter 213, 206. Predestined Fate. Whoosh. Jigen flickers in front of Izuna and prepares to kick him. Swoosh. Power release, Azura's cloak. Izuna enters in his power release form and avoids the kick. He gets behind Jigen and clenches his fist and gathers chakra in it. Sage art, super compression vacuum fist. Bang. He releases a strong chakra wave from his tenketsu points. The chakra waves take the shape of a giant fist construct and slams into Jigen. Boom. Jigen is sent flying into a nearby hill. The upper half of the hill explodes as a giant crater appears at its place. Bang. 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 Jigen continues to slam through multiple hill. Bang. He slams into another hill as dust and debris rises in the ground. Most of my ninjutsu techniques would be useless against him. He can absorb my jutsu and use against me. I can't give him any opportunity to retaliate. Izuna makes some hand signs and opens his mouth. Sage art, white rage technique. He expels a giant crimson dragon from his mouth. The snake holds a purple orb in its hand as it moves towards Jigen. Tui. Jigen slowly stands up as he spits out a mouthful of blood. There is a large fist mark on his chest. Swoosh. The fist mark on his chest closes as he slowly stands up. Jigen raises his head and confronts the incoming attack. If this is the extent of your power, then you don't stand a chance. Izuna Uchiha. Jigen stretches his arm in front of his chest as he prepares to shrink the jutsu. Release. Izuna immediately makes a ram seal and releases the jutsu. Crack, crack. The crimson dragon crushes the purple orb. Boom. The orb flashes a blinding light which engulfs the entire mountain. Scree. The dragon releases a deafening sound from his mouth. The powerful screech blows away the nearby tree and casts a powerful genjutsu because of the intensity of the resulting vibrations. Boom. The intense sound vibrations slam into Jigen as his body throbs violently. Drip, drip. Jigen touches his ears as blood drips from them. Blurg. Izuna coughs a little blood as a result of the backlash of the jutsu. These sage arts of Ryuchi Cave are quite powerful. But they also have a side effect on the user. Wham. The deafening pulse travels around Jigen and traps him in a genjutsu. This is my opportunity. Izuna stands up and clasps his hand together. Sage art, would release, gate of the great god. Izuna clasps his right wrist and stretches his arm outward. Whoosh. He motions it downward. Bang. A giant Torii gate falls from the sky and crushes Jigen. Bang. 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 Multiple Torii gates fall one after another and trap Jigen. Not yet. Whoosh, whoosh. Izuna creates 4 shadow clones. He nods towards the clones. The clones dash around the Torii gate and get into a formation. Spacetime technique, dimensional ensnarement. Izuna creates a spacetime sealing barrier with Fuinjutsu seals. Whoosh. He flickers towards the Torii gates and makes some hand signs. Dark release, corrosion shackles. The clones create 4 shackles and bind Jigen. He isn't utilizing his ability to shrink objects to get rid of Torii gates. Maybe it has a certain limit to it or it is on a cooldown of some sort. I don't know to what extent has he recovered. But he is nowhere near the combat prowess he showed in his fight against Sasuke and Naruto. I won't take any risks. If I can finish him here, then I will get rid of one of my problems. Izuna analyzes Ishiki's ability as he prepares for his next attack. Whoosh. He summons the 8th mist blade from his storage. This weapon has enough power to slay a god. The owner of this blade used it to kill some Otsuzukis. That's what the snake sage told me. Izuna remembers the information about the blade revealed by the white snake sage. He wields the great sword and dashes towards Jigen. It's time to end this. Izuna swings the blade at an incapacitated Jigen. Your futile efforts are praiseworthy. But you underestimate me. Whoosh. Jigen's right eye changes into his unique dojutsu as 8 spokes appear in his right eye. Deikokuton. Jigen murmurs silently. Swoosh. A large disturbance occurs in spacetime as time slightly slows down. Swirl. A black swirling portal opens in front of Jigen's right eye's focal point. Bang. Bang. Multiple black rods instantly appear in front of Izuna as they attack him from all angles. Damn, they are too fast to track. Even with my Mangekyo Sharingan, I can't track and avoid all of them in time. I have to resort to it. Izuna infuses large amounts of chakra in his left eye as he activates his Mangekyo ability. Amenamenikanushi. Shum. The time slows down around Izuna as the black rods appear in slow motion to him. Sage Art, Dark Metal Slash. Izuna coats his hands with metal release chakra and turn them into a blade. Clank, clank, clank. He deflects all of them and points his blade towards Jigen. I can say the same to you. Don't underestimate me. Izuna remarks as he swings the blade towards Jigen's neck. I can't maintain this ability for a long time. It requires an enormous amount of chakra and concentration. Jigen notices the unusual movement in spacetime with his dojutsu. He ignores Izuna's attack and remark. Oh. You possess the ability to wield a concept. It is such a low level, but it is still there, nonetheless. I never expected a member of the branch family to possess such power. Maybe if I feed him to the Ten-Tails, then it might be able to bear a complete chakra fruit. Jigen clenches his fists and punches the stacked Tori seals. Bang. A large explosion occurs at his position as shockwaves travels through space. Bam. The shockwaves pushes Izuna back. Crack, crack. Several cracks appear on the Tori gates as they start to break apart. I am not done yet. Izuna takes a deep breath and makes multiple hand signs. Arctic release, hailstorm of frost flames. He spews out blue flames from his mouth. The flames burn on top of the Tori gate and freeze instantly, encasing them in ice. Bang. Jigen punches them again. Crack, crack. Some slight cracks on the ice, but it holds up. Interesting. Jigen turns to Izuna as his right eye revolves slightly. Kama rift. Whoosh. Jigen's body is enveloped in a black portal as he disappears from his place. The shackles holding Jigen's body fade away as the shadow clones dispel. What? Izuna's eyes widens in surprise. Where would he attack from? Top, bottom, left, right. Izuna warily inspects his surroundings. Deikokuton. Several portals appear around Izuna as many ultra-high-speed projectiles aim at him. Crap. Susanoo, Yata no Kagami. Izuna instantly summons his Susanoo and encases his body into the Yata shield. Bam. 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 The barrage of high-speed black rods collides with his shield. Crack, crack. Cracks appear on his shield as the onslaught of black rod continues. Izuna's expression turns ugly. At this rate, I won't be able to hold out for too long. I have to do something. He reinforces his shield with Sage Chakra and makes one hand sign. Metal release, mineral wall. Izuna slams his palm on the ground. Large amounts of minerals rise from the earth and form a wall to block the black rods. Whoosh. Jigen teleports behind Izuna. Bang. He kicks Izuna's Susanoo. Rumble, rumble. Cracks appear on Izuna's Susanoo as it shatters into countless fragments. Blurg. Izuna pukes out a mouthful of blood as the black chakra rod pierces his body. His body is pinned against the hill as he struggles to knead his chakra. Swish. The black rods rapidly drain his chakra. Cough, cough. Izuna coughs another mouthful of blood as he stares at Jigen. Jigen slowly walks up to Izuna and grabs him by the neck and lifts him. You bear a mighty fate, a star of change. Jigen seriously inspects Izuna with his right eye. I can see it clearly with my eyes. Yet the fate of all genes, all beings is predestined. And your fate is, you will die by my hands and act as fodder for my clan. So long. Jigen's right eye changes slightly as he opens a Kama rift. A few moments earlier. Inside Konoha. Mei grabs Chojuro from the arena and flickers towards Ao. She hands over Chojuro to Ao. Ao. Take care of this kid and our people. She turns around and prepares to leave. But. Mizukage-sama. What about you? Where are you going? Your safety is my priority. Ao blocks her way. Ao. I am the Mizukage. But I am also a woman who fell in love with a man. How can I rest easy when my lover's life is in danger? Ayo. You won't understand my feelings, my pain. I can't lose any of my loved ones, and that includes Izuna. Mei has a serious expression on her face. Gulp. Ayo gulps his saliva as he is at a loss for words. He gets out of her way. Take care. Mizukage-sama. Whoosh. Mei flickers towards the location of Izuna and Jigen's fight. In the audience hall. Akira, Yagami, Aiko, Fumiko, and Mito sense the genjutsu cast around them. Whoosh. Akira and Yagami immediately jump from their seat as they block attacks from nearby Sound and Suna ninjas. Akira turns towards the ladies. We will stop these invaders. The rest of you evacuate to the safe shelter. We understand. Aiko picks up Ayaka and flickers towards the shelter. Mito and Fumiko follow her as they evacuate nearby civilians. Mom. Will Oniai-chan be alright? Ayaka asks Aiko in fear. Yes. Your brother will be alright. He is very strong, after all. Aiko caresses Ayaka's head as she turns towards the direction of the battle. I hope you will be alright, son. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about it. Chapter 214, 207. San Jinchuriki. Inside the arena. Huh. Nanny. Nanny. What's going on? Naruto turns around as he notices nearby people falling asleep one after another. Naruto, hear this chai-up. Choji falls asleep as he passes a chip to Naruto. Oi Choji. Naruto grabs Choji's collar and shakes him. Give it up, Naruto. He won't wake up. Sasuke shakes his head. Look there. Sasuke points towards the sky. Naruto raises his head and notices white feathers falling from the sky. Genjutsu. Yes, it is a genjutsu and a pretty powerful one at that. Sasuke nods his head. I will look around for help meanwhile you try to wake others. Sasuke flickers away. What should we do, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asks them. Oh, Sakura. You didn't fall in genjutsu. Naruto turns to Sakura. I wonder why. Sakura cluelessly scratches her head. Enough of that, we have to try to wake others. Sasuke stops them. Oi Choji, wake up. Naruto yells in Choji's ears. Slap. Choji swats away Naruto's hand and turns around. It's not working. Naruto helplessly turns to Sasuke. Why not try to wake him by food? Sakura suggests. That's a good idea. Naruto nods his head. He picks up a nearby packet of chips and opens it. He brings it near Choji's nose to entice him. Sniff, sniff. Choji's nose twitches as the fragrance of chips enters his nose. Swoosh. Choji grabs the packet and empties all of its content in his mouth before closing it. Chomp, chomp, gulp. He chews the chips and swallows them. Burp. Choji burps loudly. He isn't waking up. Naruto gives up. Naruto, Sakura, both of you broke free from genjutsu. Sasuke arrives with Kakashi as Kakashi remarks. Sensei. This genjutsu didn't have any effect on me. Naruto remarks. I see. Kakashi nods in understanding. It must be Nine Tails. But what about Sakura? Whoosh, clank. Kakashi blocks an attack from a nearby enemy. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, dispel the genjutsu and wake up the rest of your friends. They will be a great help in evacuating the rest of the citizens in the arena. Kakashi remarks as he blocks another attack with his kunai. But. Sensei. I don't know how to dispel a genjutsu. Naruto cluelessly stares at Kakashi. I also have no clue how to dispel genjutsu for others. Sasuke shakes his head. Me too. Sakura chimes in. This. Kakashi has an awkward expression. I never taught them anything. I thought Izuna trained them in everything. Looks like I have to teach them again. Anyway, you six carry the rest of your friends to shelter. Kakashi orders them. 6. The group questions him. Shikamaru, Shino, Niji, 3 of you can drop the act. Help them carry others. Kakashi turns towards another corner. What a drag. Shikamaru opens his eyes. Yes, sensei. Niji nods his head. He gently picks up Hinata and places her on his shoulders. I will take care of Hinata-sama. Whoosh. He flickers towards the shelter. I will carry Kiba. Shino picks up Kiba and Akamaru. Leave Ino to me. Shikamaru quickly picks up Ino and dashes towards the shelter. I will take care of Lee. Sasuke carries Lee. Then I will carry Tenten. Sakura carries Tenten. You guys. Why would you leave this fatty to me? Naruto helplessly stares at their back. Yosha. He picks up Choji and places him on his back. Damn. So heavy. This fatty is so heavy. He is even heavier than the boulder Izuna-Nisan made me carry. Naruto carries Choji towards the shelter. In the inner sanctum of the village, Fugaku and the Uchiha police force are engaged in a fight against the Suna and Sound invaders. Fugaku fights against the Suna elder Joseki. Captain. One of them escaped. An old lady escaped from our grasp. One of the Uchiha police officer informs Fugaku as he fights against other invaders. Tsukumo-san is holding the fort back there. But to be sure, send a few men to monitor that old lady. Also, maintain your distance from her. She may be old, but she is very dangerous. Fugaku orders them. Yes, Captain. The police officer nods his head as he sends 3 people on Chiyo's trail. In the center of the village. Haha. Eat this. White Fang. Chiyo weaves her hand as puppets number 6, 7, and 8 align themselves in a triangular position. 3 jewels suction crushing. The 3 puppets open their mechanism and invoke a terrifying suction force that pulls everything towards itself in a large radius. Trees, rooftops, and various other objects fly towards the puppet. The puppets grind everything into dust and eject everything from their back with tremendous force. Clank. Tsukumo infuses chakra in his blade and stabs it into the hard pavement to prevent himself from being sucked into the death grinder. Haha. White Fang, I will finally have my revenge. Chiyo weaves her hand as another puppet appears behind Tsukumo. Now die. The puppet opens its mouth and fires explosive chakra bombs at Sakuma. Snap. Tsukumo bites his thumb. Boom. A gigantic cloud of dust and debris rises in the air as Tsukumo is caught in the middle of the explosion. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Uchiha police officers catch up with Chiyo as they witness the fight. Gulp. One of them gulps his saliva as he remarks. This old lady is really something. She is overpowering Tsukumo-san. Don't underestimate Tsukumo-san. He is the hero of the village. He won't go down that easily. Another police officer remarks. Hey. Both of you, stop bickering among yourself. Look, that boy is still there. The third member of the group points towards a tree at some distance from Chiyo and Tsukumo. Let's capture that boy. He must be someone important to that old lady to bring him to this battle. We might get an advantage if we held him hostage. He suggests to his group. Very well, let's capture that boy. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 of them flickers towards Gaara's location. They silently sneak behind Gaara and attacks him. Swoosh. A swathe of sand blocks them and defend Gaara. Ah. Gaara turns around and notices them. Are you people also sent by my father? Gaara questions them. This boy is not normal. He blocked our strike from his blind spot. The members of Uchiha police take out their kunai and activate their Sharingan, ready to fight Gaara. Looks can be deceiving. Take Captain Izuna, Shisui, and Itachi, for example. We can't go easy on him because he is a kid. Attack with your full power and incapacitate him quickly. The third member orders his teammates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 3 of them attack Gaara from 3 different spots. So, father sent you to kill me, just like the rest of them. It was a lie. When he said he will bring me some friends, all of it was a lie. N-O-O-O. Gaara clutches his head as sands rise around him. Swish, swish, swish. The sand turns into 2 giant claws and attacks the Uchiha group. Whoosh. The group dodges the sand attack as they stare at Gaara in horror. The chakra this boy is emitting, there is no doubt about it. This boy is that mentally unstable Jinchuruki of sand. Sunagakure plans to have their Jinchuruki rampage in our village. Their expression turns ugly as they figure out Suna's intention. Oi Ryo. We will try to hold him back for a moment. Inform the captain. 2 of them turn towards their de facto leader. But. No, but the safety of the village is at stake. Don't worry about us, we will pull it somehow. They push Ryo away. Stay alive, you two. Ryo flickers away from them. I must hurry. I won't allow them to die here. Good thing, he is gone, Atsushi. One of them turns towards his partner. Yes, he has more talent than us. But he is still younger than us, Isao. Atsushi nods his head. Oi. We are also young. I am only 20 years old, you know. Isao argues. Yes, yes, we are. We were in the same class as Captain Izuna. I wonder if he still remembers us. Atsushi turns to Isao. I guess not. Captain is one of a kind genius. He graduated in around 6 months. I don't think he has any memory of us. Isao shakes his head. Enough, let's hold this beast at bay. Roar. More and more sand shrouds Gaara as he loses his humanoid form. Swish, swish. The sand monster waves its hand and fires multiple high-speed sand projectiles at them. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of them dodge the attack and appear on the opposite side of the monster. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. They fire a giant fireball at the sand monster. Swoosh. The sand monster waves its tail and disperses one fireball. Sand bullet. It opens its mouth and fires a sand bullet and disperses the fireball in its front. Wide-range jutsu won't work. We have to use small-range jutsu. Isao suggests. Chapter 215, 208. Despair. Kill them. Kill them. I will kill them. Gaara clutches his forehead as bloodlust takes over him. Swish, swish. He swipes his claw and sends the Uchiha group flying. Bang. Bang. The Uchiha group slams through multiple houses, their fate unknown. Roar. More and more sand converge around Gaara as he loses his consciousness. Ha ha. Finally, I am free. And I want to kill someone to calm my anger. Shikaku roars furiously as inspects his surroundings. These damn humans, they sealed me for such a long time. Just a little more for this vessel to break and I will be free from my restraints. Swish. Shikaku swipes its claws and rampages through the village as he destroys one house after another, searching for targets. Ha. Young Kurama opens his eyes and stares at the center of the village. That damn Tanuki is here. What is that bastard doing here? Kurama growls in anger. Ah. Shikaku senses Kurama's chakra. That bastard fox is lurking around here. Last time I heard he was sealed inside a Jinchuruki. I will shred that bastard to pieces. Roar. Shikaku dashes towards Naruto's location. Damn it. I am trapped in this brat's body or else I would have taught a lesson to Tanuki. Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembles as Shikaku marches towards Naruto. Brrr. A shiver runs down Naruto's spine as he feels a sense of incoming danger. What's going on? Why I suddenly feel like I am in great danger. Naruto looks around to search for the source of the threat. Oi brat. Listen to me. Kurama advertently pulls Naruto into his mindscape. Ha. How come I am here? Naruto blinks cluelessly as he stares at the underground complex of pipes and shallow water. It is that place again. Naruto quickly dashes deeper into the underground complex. A giant cage appears in front of him. Nine-tail fox, why you pulled me here? I was about to reach the shelter. Naruto demands. Listen, brat. I don't have enough time to explain. The Jinchuruki of One-Tail's lost control and is rampaging in your village. Earlier, he sensed my presence and now One-Tail is coming for your ass. As much as I hate your guts, I also hate to lose to that Tanuki. I don't want a trip to Sanzu River without my other half. Kurama growls. Wait, a minute. Hold on a sec. You mean to say that One-Tails is coming after your sorry ass and I am being targeted because of that? Naruto blames Kurama. Ahem, brat. If you want to live to see another day, then follow my instructions or else forget about it. I will swallow this humiliation from that Tanuki bastard and will repay him twofold in the future. Kurama closes his eyes. No. No. I will listen. Naruto furiously shakes his hands. I never even got a chance to meet with my parents. Izuna Nisan told me I will meet them soon and I believe in him. Gore. Kurama remembers the incident of the past where he stabbed through Minato's and Kushina's body. Fool. Then listen. Kurama formulates a plan and conveys it to Naruto. I got it. Naruto nods his head. He opens his eyes and dumps Choji near the shelter. Sorry, Choji. I have to save everyone else. That One-Tails is coming for me. I can't bring him to shelter and risk everyone's life. Whoosh. Naruto flickers towards training ground 1 located in the middle of the village. At least this way, there would be no casualties. I hope others will help me. Inside the shelter. Sasuke, Sakura, and the rest of the people drag everyone else to the shelter. Sasuke looks around and spots his mother. Mikoto has a distressed expression on her face as she is furiously searching around. She notices Sasuke and sighs in relief. Thank God. Sasuke, you are fine. Sasuke nods his head. Mother. Where are father and brother? He asks her. Your father and brother are repelling enemies and evacuating people to shelter. Mikoto calms down. Where is Naruto? He should be with you, right? Mikoto asks him. Naruto. Sasuke searches around for Naruto. He turns towards the rest of his classmates and asks them. Did you see Naruto? He was with us when I last saw him. No, I didn't see him. Choji is also not here. Neji activates his Byakugan and inspects the shelter. He shakes his head in denial. Naruto. That idiot. I bet he is in some kind of trouble. Sasuke clicks his tongue and dashes out of the shelter. Sasuke-kun. Sakura tries to follow him. Hold on, Sakura. Shikamaru stops him. You will be a burden to him. Sasuke is strong on his own. He can take care of himself, you will just hold him back. Shikamaru shakes his head. But. Sakura whimpers as tears flow from her eyes. Why am I so useless in everything? Shikamaru rubs his forehead as he is at a loss for words. Even I can't think of a solution for that. Mikoto. Have you seen Ayaka around? A distressed Aiko and Fumiko walk up to her. No, as far as I remember, she was with us until now. Where is that girl? Worry appears on Mito's face. Let me help. Neji offers help. Izuna Nisan saved my father's life. This much is nothing. Very well. The mother group nods their head. Byakugan. Neji activates his Byakugan and searches every nook and cranny of shelter. She is not in the shelter. He shakes his head. Where did this girl run off to? Their worry intensifies. Neji continues to expand his sight. He stops around half a kilometer and shakes his head. This is my limit. I can't see past it. Let me help. Hinata's mother offers help. Byakugan. She activates her Byakugan and searches the inner sanctum of the village. I can't see her in the inner sanctum of the village. She continues to expand the horizon of her search until she reaches the outer section of the village as something blocks her vision. I can't look past the outer sanctum of the village. There is a barrier blocking my vision. It is quite a powerful genjutsu-based barrier. She shakes her head. Click. Aiko clicks her tongue in worry and dashes out of the shelter. I have to search for that girl. Mikoto and Fumiko nod their head and follow her. We will also help. The rest of the Konoha 11 group breaks free from their genjutsu as they offer help. You guys, it is very dangerous outside. You will only get in the crossfire of enemies. Mikoto shakes her head and denies them. Whoosh. She flickers out of the shelter. Outside Konoha. Whoosh. Mei stops in front of a crimson barrier. This is a powerful barrier. I can sense Izuna's chakra signature from it. He must have erected it to prevent any damage to the village. Mei touches the barrier as the barrier repels her. Let me see how can he stop me. She tightly clenches her fists. Lava release, heavenly searing blade. Mei needs a large amount of chakra in her mouth and spits out a giant lava blade. SRRR. The lava sword slams into the barrier and dissipates. TCH. It's useless. She clicks her tongue in frustration. Crack, crack. Some cracks appear on the barrier as it crumbles apart. Did I succeed? Crack, crack. Bang. The barrier shatters into countless fragments as the infused chakra dissipates into the surroundings. Mei hurriedly enters the area to look for traces for Izuna. She looks around as a painful moan falls in her ears. Izuna. She notices a badly beaten and battered Izuna held by the cloaked figure. Multiple black rods are stabbed into his body as chakra fumes out of them. Izuna. Mei hurriedly dashes towards him. Lava release, meteor shower. She makes some hand signs and releases multiple lava meteor at Jigen. Mei, get away from him. You are not a match for him. He is, very powerful. Izuna struggles to breathe as he spits out these words. I know. But I can't allow him to kill you. Mei has a resolute expression on her face as she faces the cloaked figure. Ho! Jigen turns towards Mei as he ignores the flaming lava meteor heading his way. Another foolish human who doesn't know their limit. Swoosh! Jigen waves his hand. Sukunahikona. The flaming meteor turns into flaming pebbles as they approach Jigen. Whoosh! Jigen catches them in between his fingers as he waves his right hand. Dekokutan. Whoosh! Jigen uses his eye ability and releases multiple high-speed black chakra rods at Mei. Stab, stab, stab. The rods stab through Mei's legs and arms and pins her on the ground. Is she your other significant half? Jigen turns towards Izuna. Only silence greets him as Izuna refuses to answer him. I see. Jigen walks towards me as he opens a small Kama rift and takes out another black rod from it. I can sense your chakra signature from her. That must be it. Jigen raises his hand and stabs the black rod towards Mei's womb. You bastard. Izuna yells in fury. Boom. Chapter 216, 209. One-Tails Shikaku. Whoosh. Naruto flickers towards the training ground. Get ready, brat. He is on you. Kurama warns him. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembles as a giant sand behemoth appears in Naruto's vision. Gulp. Naruto gulps his saliva as he stares at the approaching Shikaku. How am I supposed to fight that thing? He is so huge. Kid. As much as I hate your guts for bossing me around, I hate that Tanuki even more. I will lend you my chakra this time around. I will leave the rest to you. Burble, burble. Red chakra bubbles pops out from Naruto's body as they form a red chakra cloak around him. 3 chakra tails appear behind him. Roar. Naruto releases a roar and dashes towards Shikaku on his all fours. Sniff, sniff. This foul smell of chakra. There is no doubt that Dimwit Fox is here. Shikaku quickly dashes towards the training ground as he senses Nine-Tails chakra. Rumble, rumble. He destroys one tree after another and rampages through the forest of the training grounds. Whoosh. Shikaku notices a small red dot quickly dashing towards him. So, he is the Jinchuruki of that snarly fox. Shikaku opens his mouth and inhales large amounts of chakra. Wind releases, drilling air bullet. Shikaku pounds his stomach with his arm as he rapidly fires one compressed air bullet after another. Boom. Boom. Whoosh. Naruto quickly dodges the bullet as they create craters on the ground. Brat. Hit that Tanuki on his tail joint. That's his weak spot. Blow away his tail and his sand will disperse. Nine-Tails remind him. Shum. Naruto quickly flickers around Shikaku as Shikaku tries to pound him with his giant arms. TCH. Is this all you can do, you damn fox? Dodging and avoiding all of my attacks. Shikaku taunts Kurama. You runt, Tanuki, I am shackled behind this damn seal, or else I would pound you to ground. You are the weakest among us all tailed beasts. Kurama retorts. Damn you, fox. If a fox can transform 7 times, then a Tanuki can do 8 times. I can do much more than you are even capable of. Shikaku swipes its tail and sends Naruto flying. Bang. Naruto slams into a boulder as he coughs out some blood. I think I broke a rib. He slowly stands up and stares at Shikaku as he smirks. But I managed to complete the job. He makes a ram hand sign. Release. Multiple explosive papers appear behind Shikaku's tail. Boom. An enormous explosion occurs as dust and debris rise in the air. Sand falls apart from Shikaku's tails. Did I get him? Naruto slowly stands up as he stares at the aftermath of the explosion. Watch out, kid. Nine-Tails warn him. Bang. A giant sand paw slams into Naruto and crushes him. Haha. Did you honestly think that would be enough to break through my sand? My motto is absolute defense. That is what I, Shikaku, pride myself on. Arg. Naruto struggles to break free from his bindings. Now then, say your farewell. Shikaku opens his mouth and charges a giant wind bullet. Whoosh. He fires the sand bullet at Naruto. Boom. Wham. A thin green barrier appears around Naruto as it blocks the attack. Whoosh. A pendant flies out from Naruto's neck as it releases an enormous amount of chakra. That's the pendant Izuna-Nisan gave me on my birthday. Naruto recognizes the pendant. Whoosh. Multiple sealing formations appear around the pendant. Swish, swish. The seals attach to Shikaku's arm and glow brightly. Boom. The seal explodes as sand disperses from Shikaku's arm. The explosion reaches up to its head and disperses a part of sand to reveal an unconscious Gaara. Ah. Shikaku stares at his arm as it continues to disperse. Whoosh. Naruto quickly escapes from his claw. Not so much a defense now, isn't it? Kurama makes fun of Shikaku. Damn you, fox. Shikaku roars in anger as he chases Naruto. Whoosh. Naruto enters in his 3-tail cloak forms again. I can't beat him with a normal jutsu. I have to use Raiznan. Swirl, swirl. Naruto creates a Raiznan in his right hand. 3 more Raiznan forms on his tails as Naruto lounges towards Shikaku. Try to aim for his head. I can see the Jinchuruki of this Tanuki bastard. He seems to have lost his consciousness, and this Tanuki took over his body. Earlier, with that explosion, I figured out the true nature of this transformation. The real Shikaku is still trapped inside the seal on that boy's body. This body of his is just a giant sand construct held together by his chakra. Kurama figures out the true nature of Shikaku's transformation. Who is Shikaku? Naruto questions Kurama as he approaches Shikaku with his Raiznan. That's the name of one Tails. Kurama remarks. Oh. He has a name. So, do you have a name too? Naruto asks Kurama. Of course, I have a name. But it's not the time for idle chatter. Kurama warns him. Whoosh. Naruto flickers on top of Shikaku's head. I won't allow you. Shikaku figures out Naruto's intention. Sand barrier. Shikaku creates a thick barrier of sand around Gaara to protect him. Bam. Naruto slams all of his Raiznan into the barrier. Ha. The Raiznan whittles down the sand barrier. I am almost there. Naruto gives the last push as he breaks through the sand barrier. Arg. He pukes out a mouthful of blood as his chakra cloak runs out. Various wounds appear on his body as blood leaks through them. Looks like this amount of chakra was too much for his body. Kurama shakes his head. He lifts his head and stares in a direction. At least, this boy has some luck, or should I say a family who cares for him. Kurama has a complimented expression on his face. Naruto slowly falls to the ground as he loses his consciousness. I wasn't able to do it, after all. He slowly closes his eyes. Haha, you scared me, kid. Shikaku laughs hysterically and opens his mouth. Wind release, sand buckshot. He compresses sand into various bullets and fires them towards Naruto. Whoosh. A shadow appears behind Naruto and grabs him. Swoosh. The shadow disappears and reappears near a tree. You did well, Naruto. Shisui catches Naruto as he stares at his condition. Sasuke. Hurry up and take him to a medic. I will take care of this matter. Shisui passes an unconscious Naruto to Sasuke, who just arrived at the training ground. Yes, Nisan. Sasuke carries Naruto away from the battle. Humph. Shikaku harumphs and turns towards Shisui. Since you saved that fox from my hands, I would have to satisfy myself with your blood. Shikaku opens his mouth and gathers an extensive amount of chakra near his mouth. Red and blue chakra bubbles gather near his mouth as he charges up a tailed beast bomb. Shisui turns around and confronts Shikaku. It has been a while since I last used this jutsu. Shum. His Sharingan turns into Mangekyo as green chakra skeleton constructs form around him. Susanoo. Summoning jutsu. Tsukumo summons his giant bulldog. The bulldog summon spits out his giant bone at the puppets. Bone smasher. Swoosh. The giant bone smashes into the puppet formation and destroys their jutsu. Tsukumo stabilizes his footing as he holds his sword. Boltaro. Hold these 3 puppets for me. I will deal with the rest of them. Whoosh. He infuses chakra in his blade as it glows with white light. Kenjutsu, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Swish, swish, swish. He releases a multitude of crescent slashes and shreds 2 of the nearby puppets into pieces. Swoosh. Chiyo waves her hand as she reattaches the parts of puppets with her chakra threads. Your skills have improved since we last met, Lady Chiyo. Tsukumo remarks. It was all for this moment. All of my hard work in this old age was to exact revenge for my son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo remarks as she continues to assault him. Chapter 217, 210. Price for power. Boom. A giant fireball explodes on top of Jigen's head. Humph. Jigen shrugs off the fireball as he turns around to look at his attacker. Stay away from my Oni-san. Ayaka angrily yells at Jigen. There is a hint of fear in her eyes, but she resolutely clutches her fists. Ayaka. No. Run. Izuna shouts at Ayaka. Oni-san, I will save you. Ayaka makes some hand signs and opens her mouth. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. She fires another fireball at Jigen. Whoosh. Jigen stretches his arm and shrinks the fireball into a small tiny spark. He absorbs the chakra from the fireball. This chakra. He turns towards Ayaka as his right eye transforms in his dojutsu. He inspects Ayaka curiously. Her Otsutsuki bloodline is quite thick and her body is strong enough to host my Kama seal. She would be my perfect vessel. I finally found it. The perfect host I was looking for. I have been searching this world for a millennium and I finally found it. Jigen pulls Ayaka towards himself. Whoosh. Ayaka flies towards Jigen as she struggles to get free. Not so soon, you bastard. Izuna breaks free from Jigen's grasp as he riles up his remaining chakra. Sin, do it. He stretches his left arm as a seal appears on it. The seal is in the form of an eye. Burble, burble. An enormous amount of dark purple chakra rises from the seal. This chakra. Jigen senses an intense threat as the spokes in his right eye rotate rapidly. He tries to absorb the purple chakra. Arg. His arm gets scorched by the purple chakra. What kind of chakra is this? It is so corrosive. Jigen cautiously stares at the purple chakra as he is unable to absorb it. Electromagnet release, flux raisnon. Izuna creates a dark purple raisnon in his left hand. The raisnon compresses into itself as it forms a small unstable electric and magnetic field around itself. BZZT. The intense magnetic and electric field distorts the surrounding space. Jigen feels an intense threat from the raisnon. I am afraid if I take it head-on, I would suffer some serious damage. I can't stand to lose this body without transferring my Kama seal to that girl. He activates his dojutsu's ability. Sukunahikona. Jigen tries to shrink the jutsu. BZZT. Shum. The raisnon shrinks a little, but it resists the jutsu and releases a powerful EMP blast, which makes him dizzy. Impossible. This technique has touched the level of a concept. I must avoid at all cost or things won't go well for me. Bam. Jigen headbutts Izuna, but Izuna withstands it without even as much as a flinch. I won't let you. He wraps his arm around Jigen's waist as he completes the jutsu. I won't let you harm my family any further. Let's go down together. Bam. Izuna slams the raisnon in Jigen's body. ZRRR. BRR. The jutsu releases multiple EMP blasts as it expands violently. An extensive field of purple lightning appears on the battlefield as it terraforms the area. Boom. Ah. Jigen yells in agony as the jutsu corrodes his body. Boom. The raisnon explodes and expands into a purple tornado as it engulfs both of them. Ah. Izuna yells in pain as the corrosion spreads to his left arm. I have to hold on to it. Bang, bang. The EMP blast knocks Mei and Ayaka away. Ito, Hashirama and Jiraiya watch the battle as their expression turns ugly. Quick, we have to help that Uchiha boy. I have regained complete control over my body now. Both of them rush towards the location of the battle. BZZT. The raisnon creates a giant crater at its location as purple lightning flickers through it. Jiraiya tries to approach the crater. BZZT. A bolt of dark purple lightning strikes in front of him and creates a small crater. Boy. Stay away from that lightning. It is no ordinary lightning. It is the highest form of lightning. This lightning has touched upon natural laws, and it is a part of the force of nature itself. Hashirama warns Jiraiya. Highest form. Natural law. Force of nature. Jiraiya has a confused expression on his face as he stares at Hashirama for answers. Take care of the girl first while I will tend to that boy. This body of mine is meant for such work. Very well. Lord first. Jiraiya nods his head as he walks towards Mei. He tries to pull the black rods from Mei's body. Ah. Ah. What kind of material is this? It is rapidly draining my chakra. Jiraiya ponders for a while as an idea clicks his mind. This might work. He clasps his palms and absorbs nature's energy from the surroundings. The facial features of Jiraiya change to match that of a frog. Jiraiya grabs the black rods as Sage Mode helps him resist the chakra drain. He pulls out all 4 black rods from Mei's body. Jiraiya reverts to his normal self and checks Mei's pulse. She is in serious condition. She needs immediate medical attention. Oni-chan. A feeble voice falls in Jiraiya's ears. He turns around and notices Ayaka curled up in a corner. Jiraiya quickly picks her up. So hot, her body temperature is so high. This little girl has such an intense fever. Crunch, crunch. Jiraiya hears some footsteps as he raises his head. He notices Hashirama is carrying Izuna in his arms. The Edo body of Hashirama is in a battered shape as it regenerates very slowly. Hashirama places Izuna at a distance from the rest of the group. Jiraiya turns towards Izuna as his expression turns ugly. Purple lightning is flickering through the entire body of Izuna. Lord first. What's going on? Is this boy alright? If something happens to him, I won't see the end of it from Tsunade. Jiraiya inquires. Hashirama shakes his head. I can't say anything about him. He used a forbidden jutsu to fight against the enemy and paid a price for it. Hashirama points towards the left arm of Izuna. He used his left arm as a sacrifice to use this jutsu. Hashirama shakes his head. What is that purple lightning around him? Jiraiya curiously stares at Izuna as he sends one of his frogs to inform Tsunade. That's the highest form of lightning release. When the proficiency of an element has reached its highest state, then it becomes a very part of nature itself. Nature has various fundamental forces acting and shaping the very world we live in. These forces are either materialistic or non-materialistic. Hashirama explains the details to Jiraiya. Take my wood release, for example. It is a part of the materialistic force as it helps in the flourishment of life. My proficiency with the wood release reached its highest state, and I came across what I call life release. Life release is a materialistic force of nature. The very nature accepts my existence and helps in the flourishment of my life. I can tap into the power of nature with my life sage mode. It is the part of the reason I outlast my old friend Madara in our final fight. I can channel the immense vitality of nature through my body, but it places a certain amount of burden on my body so I can't use it extensively. Life sage mode. Jiraiya curiously questions him. Let me demonstrate. Hashirama kneels and touches the ground near Mei. Various small plants grow near her as her body shines with a light green glow. This is similar to nature energy but it has something else within it. Jiraiya's eyes widen in surprise. The green light heals Mei's wounds and closes the holes caused by the black rod. This is as far as I can use it in my current form. To use the full extent of my prowess, I need my own body. Hashirama shakes his head. He points towards Izuna and continues. Similar to me, this boy has also touched upon the essence of the force of nature. Though in his case it is the non-materialistic force of nature. The non-materialistic forces are quite volatile and destructive compared to materialistic ones. Their power far surpasses the materialistic aspect, but it also makes them extremely hard to control. He has lost control over his power and is currently struggling to contain it. I advise you to stay away from him or else his power will harm others. Hashirama advises Jiraiya. Yes. Lord first. I will keep that in mind. Chapter 218, 211. Kage vs. Kage. Magnet release, gold dust imperial funeral. Raza places his palms on the ground as a considerable amount of gold dust erupts from the ground. He waves his hand and creates a sand tide that engulfs a large area. The gold sand tide travels towards Tsunade at an extremely high speed. Tsunade jumps in the air to avoid the sand. She lifts her left leg as she concentrates an enormous amount of chakra on her heels. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Tsunade performs a falling axe kick as she rapidly swings her heel down. Boom. Her kick destroys the nearby ground, creating a giant crater. The shock wave from the kick travels in front of her and creates a rift in the ground. Swoosh. The gold sand falls in the rift and fills it, creating a giant golden scar on the ground. Whoosh. Tsunade lands on the ground. She infuses some chakra in her heels as she kicks the ground and propels forward with extreme speed. Swoosh. Raza quickly lifts his hand in front of his chest as he manipulates the gold sand to create a protective sand barrier. Magnet release, air gold dust protective wall. Bang. Tsunade punches the gold sand barrier. Crack, crack. Some cracks appear on the sand barrier, but it withstands the attack. Water release, water blade technique. Raza creates a water javelin and strikes Tsunade as his javelin pierces through his sand shield to attack Tsunade. Whoosh. Tsunade jumps back and avoids the spear, but it still manages to leave a slight wound near her chest. TCH. Raza clicks his tongue at the missed opportunity. Tsunade makes some hand signs. Vapors rise from her wound as it heals rapidly. Magnet release, Imperial Gold Sand Spear. Raza lifts his hands and holds them in the air as he manipulates the nearby gold sand. The gold sand coalesces together and creates multiple golden sand spears. He points his hands towards Tsunade and waves them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spear rotates rapidly and speeds up as they target Tsunade. Bam. Tsunade kicks the ground and raises a portion of the ground to block the attacks. Bang, bang. The spears strike the portion of the ground and crumble it to dust. Bang, bang. Tsunade punches the remaining spears and scatters them into dust. Ha. Raza clasps his hand as sand surrounds Tsunade. Magnet release, Gold Sand Desert Imperial Seal. Large amounts of sand trap Tsunade and forms a giant pyramid that traps Tsunade. Seal. Raza slams his palms on the sand pyramid as various magnet releases seals carve on the pyramid. Whoosh. The sand settles down as Raza takes a deep breath. You were quite troublesome, Fifth Hokage. Bang. The pyramid trembles as the seals shake. Raza's expression turns serious as he tries to reinforce the seal. Bang. Cracks appear on the gold sand pyramid as the gold dust starts to scatter. This is bad. Raza jumps back. Bang. The gold pyramid crumbles into dust as Tsunade jumps out from the seal. The diamond mark on her forehead has spread over her face and eyes. She turns towards Raza. Whoosh. Tsunade disappears from her place with incredible speed. Where is she? Raza looks around. He raises his hands and creates a protective gold sand dome around himself. Magnet release, gold sand fortress. Bang. Heavenly fist of pain. Tsunade punches the sand dome and scatters it into dust. Bang. Her punch lands on Raza and sends him flying. Whoosh. Bang. Raza slams into a nearby wall. Various spider-like cracks appear on the wall as he gets implanted in the wall. He loses consciousness and passes out. Humph. Tsunade harumphs and turns towards the village. She jumps on top of the remains of the arena and overlooks the battle. It's time to wrap up this attack. Swoosh. Tsunade takes out a scroll from her pocket. She infuses some chakra in the scroll. Poof. A giant taiko drum appears in front of her. Tsunade infuses some chakra in her fists and bangs the drum. Mechanical 8 trigrams formation. Countless rock walls rise in the air and create a maze throughout Konoha, trapping enemies in the maze. Tsunade drags Raza's unconscious body and makes a hand seal and gathers chakra on her fingertips. 5-element seal. Bang. She slams her fists into Raza's stomach and seals his chakra. I don't want any more trouble from you. Croak, croak. A green messenger frog arrives near Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, big trouble. Izuna-sama is in trouble. He needs your help. The messenger frog informs her. What? Izuna is in trouble. Tsunade's expression changes as she turns towards Raza. Clank, clank. Tsunade grabs a metal pipe from the remains of the arena. She wraps it around Raza and folds it with her bare hands. Now I can rest assured. She turns towards the frog. Quick. Lead the way. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The frog leads her towards the location. Whoosh, whoosh. Tsunade appears at the location of the battle. She surveys the nearby area and her expression turns ugly as she notices the damage caused by the fight. Tsunade. Quick, help the girl. Jiraiya calls her. Yes. Tsunade walks up to Mei and places her hand on Mei's chest. Her pulse is faint. She has suffered grave mental and physical trauma. I have to carry her to the hospital. Tsunade notices Ayaka lying near Mei. This girl. What's she doing here? Tsunade hurriedly checks her condition. There is no physical or mental injury on her body. But there is a strange chakra flowing through her body. It is the cause of her fever. Tsunade inspects her body and notices a diamond mark on her palm. What's this? It looks like some kind of seal. Jiraiya curiously stares at the seal. We don't have time for this. Carry this little girl to Konoha Hospital. Tsunade lifts Mei and flickers towards the hospital. She ignored me. My Tsuna-chan ignored me. Hashirama depressingly drops his head. Ah. Lord Third. Why don't help carry the boy? Jiraiya picks up Ayaka and turns towards Hashirama. Ah. Yes, yes. Whoosh. Both of them flickers towards the Konoha Hospital. Inside Konoha. Boom. Shursue swings a giant katana as he disperses the sand construct of Shikaku. I will have my revenge, next time. You pathetic humans. Shikaku yells before dissipating into dust. Whoosh. Shursue flickers towards the remains of Shikaku and picks up Gaara. He notices the young appearance of Gaara. What a sad thing. This child is even younger than Naruto, and yet both of them suffer from the same fate. He shakes his head and makes a hand seal. 5-element seal. Shursue reinforces Gaara's seal with his seal. With this, the tail beast won't be able to overpower this boy's body temporarily. He picks Gaara up and flickers towards the Konoha Hospital. With this, the tides have turned in Konoha's favor. I am sure by now, Itachi must have dealt with all the enemy Ambus. He must be on his way to aid Lord Third. Gaara struggles in his sleep. Mother. Shursue turns towards Gaara and notices the kanji letter, love, on his forehead. Poor boy. He is in so much pain and suffering, and yet he is hated by his people for his status of Jinchuriki. I wonder how Naruto would have ended up if not for Nisan's interference. Whoosh. He enters the Konoha Hospital and notices Shizun tending to patients. Shizue-san. There is an emergency. Take care of this boy. Shursue places Gaara on a nearby bed. Yes, I will look after him after I check on Naruto. She passes a medical report to one of the medical ninjas. One of the nearby patients notices the sand emblem on Gaara's clothes. He is an enemy. Why are you tending to an enemy? Look, I need immediate medical attention. He yells at Shizune as he points towards a minor injury near his stomach. Swish. Shizune flips a scalpel in her hand and stabs it in the shinobi's chest. What are you doing? The shinobi screams in pain. What else? Treating you. Shizune turns towards Shisui and nods her head. I will shift him near Naruto. Thank you. Shisui nods his head. Whoosh. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hashirama arrive in the hospital. Quick. I need 3 assistants. I have to perform a surgery. Tsunade yells as he enters into an operation theater. Yes, Tsunade-sama. 3 medical ninjas follow her. What's going on? Shisui turns towards Jiraiya for answers. It's like this kid, Jiraiya explains the series of events of Shisui. What? Nisan's and Mei-san's life are in danger, and even Ayaka is caught in the crossfire. Shisui's expression turns ugly. I won't spare these bastards. Shisui's eyes change into Mangekyo as he flickers out of the hospital. Gulp. Jiraiya gulps his saliva. This kid is the most peaceful among those Uchiha bunches. If even he has lost it, then I wonder what would happen to the rest of these brothers. Jiraiya silently closes his eyes. I can only pray for you sorry souls. Chapter 219, 212. Immortality. // Orochimaru flails the Kusanagi blade at Hiruzen. Hiruzen blocks the blade with his staff. Arg. Enma grunts in pain as the Kusanagi blade damages him. Hiruzen, any more of these strikes, and I would be forced out of my transformation. He warns Hiruzen. Bang. Hiruzen slams down the staff as he makes some hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. He spits out a small volley of fireballs at Orochimaru. Whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru swings the blade and slices the fireball in half. Looks like the old age caught up to you. Your attacks can't even faze me anymore. Ha. Hiruzen claps his hand together. Boom. The remains of the fireballs explode on top of Orochimaru. Bang. Orochimaru is sent flying out of the explosion as he slams into a nearby tree. He faceplants on the ground. I might be old, but I can still deal with the likes of you. Hiruzen takes a deep breath. Stab. Are you sure, sensei? Orochimaru stabs the Kusanagi blade through Hiruzen's chest. How could this be? Hiruzen turns towards Orochimaru's body. Crumble, crumble. Orochimaru's body turns into a paste of flesh and blood. This technique. Hiruzen's eyes widen. Haha. Sensei. You are old and frail and you will soon die by my hands. But I have achieved immortality, I am longer restricted by the limits of my body. I am no longer restricted by the limitations of my talent, I just have to find a suitable vessel as a new host for my body and I can live for as long as I want. Haha. Cough, cough. Hiruzen coughs out a mouthful of blood as he turns behind. He notices the snake-like appearance of Orochimaru. Orochimaru. You lost your humanity. You are not a human. You have become a monster. Haha. Sensei. If this is what it takes in my pursuit of knowledge, then I am ready to become a monster. Stab. Orochimaru continues to push the sword through Hiruzen's chest. Swoosh. Enma turns into his monkey form as he grabs the other end of the sword and stops Orochimaru from further shoving the sword. Since when? Since when you fall prey to this obsession? Since when you found the necessary means to pursue this foolish conquest of yours? Hiruzen struggles to breathe as he questions Orochimaru. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips as he replies. Since you are going to die, anyway, I will satisfy your curiosity. It all started during the Second Ninja War. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and I fought against the forces of Hanzo and Salamander and barely survived the battle against him. It was during that time, Jiraiya stayed in Omegakure, Tsunade returned to the village to mourn the death of her lover. While I on my way back to Konoha came across the remains of a particular ruin near the land of Ancestor. Those were quite old ruins, probably even older than the history of shinobi itself. Orochimaru has a frantic expression on his face as he describes the ruins. Out of my curiosity, I explored the ruins, and what I found inside the ruins changed my outlook on life. He turns towards Hiruzen and remarks. You must be curious what was inside those ruins, sensei. Arg. Hiruzen grunts in pain. Inside those ruins was the secret of the immortality. There were various statues and murals of godlike horned beings. I spent 3 months inside those ruins while trying to decipher them and guess what, sensei? I figured their secret of immortality. Orochimaru opens his mouth and spits out a tattered scroll from it. This is the result of my research. He unfolds the scroll in front of Hiruzen. There is a pyramid-shaped figure carved on the scroll. Beside the pyramid-shaped barb, there is a diamond-shaped seal on the scroll. Sensei. This is the technique used by those beings. By inscribing the very essence of their being on a well-crafted seal, those horn beings can preserve the entire information of their body as a backup. Later, they implant this seal in a suitable host. This seal contains a part of their soul, so when their body dies, they will just reincarnate in the body of host as they slowly take over their consciousness and reform their old body. Hiruzen's eyes widen in surprise. Orochimaru, don't tell me, you. Haha, yes, sensei. I can't create a perfect replica of this technique. Also, the host requirements for this seal are quite high and almost impossible to meet. But I improvised this technique and created my own seal. Though my seal isn't as efficient as this technique, my technique has fewer harsher requirements. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips as he reveals the information to Hiruzen. I see, you haven't changed at all. Even in your youth, you were always overconfident of your abilities. It's the part of the reason Jiraiya surpassed you. Ha. Hiruzen claps his hands together. Dead demon consuming seal. Whoosh. A swirl of smoke rises from Hiruzen's body. The smoke turns into a Shinigami as it floats behind Hiruzen. Swoosh. Ethereal blue energy separates from Hiruzen's body as the Shinigami extends his hairs and wraps them around the ethereal energy. The ethereal energy turns into a spiritual image of Hiruzen as the Shinigami holds his soul. Swish. A blue spiritual arm pierces through Hiruzen's navel and grabs Orochimaru and draws his soul. Ah. Orochimaru screams in pain as the Shinigami rips apart his soul from his body. Orochimaru. My time is already near. I would die sooner or later, but before I die, I will get rid of my biggest regret. The Shinigami continues to pull Orochimaru's soul. No. I won't allow you. After how far I have come, after all the things I have achieved in my life, I won't fall here. Just die already. Orochimaru pushes the Kusanagi sword through Hiruzen's chest. Hiruzen, you won't be able to make it. My summoning time is already running out. Enma remarks as he struggles to hold the sword. Then, at least, I will seal a portion of his soul. Swish. The Reaper draws its blade and rips a portion of Orochimaru's soul and seals it. Ah. Orochimaru screams in pain as his snake body wreathes on the ground. Too bad, I won't be able to clear my regret. Hiruzen silently closes his eyes. Boom. A giant orange chakra blade cleaves the purple barrier in half. Guffaw. The Sound 4 spits out a mouthful of blood as a result of the backlash of the barrier. Hiruzen slowly lifts his head and notices a giant orange humanoid heading his way. Lord Third, are you alright? Itachi jumps in front of Hiruzen with his Susanoo. He holds Hiruzen's body in his arms. Itachi. You did an outstanding job. You are a worthy candidate for the position of Hokage. Please don't push yourself too much. Itachi takes out a sealing tag from his pocket and places it near Hiruzen's chest. The sealing tag releases a bright green glow as it slowly heals Hiruzen's wound. It's no use. My death is certain, Itachi. I made a pact with the Shinigami with my soul as the sacrifice. You can't save me. Hiruzen shakes his head. He weakly points towards the snake Orochimaru. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi nods his head. Stab. The Susanoo stabs its blade through Orochimaru's snake body. Tatsuka blade of sealing. Swoosh. A gourd appears at the hilt of the blade as it seals Orochimaru. Ah. Orochimaru's wails of resistance die down as Itachi turned to Hiruzen. I got rid of him, Lord Third. Itachi nods his head. Finally, I can rest in peace. Hiruzen closes his eyes and falls in eternal slumber. Rumble, rumble. The enemy sensor barrier around Konoha collapses as Konoha shinobis get rid of enemies. Sarutobi. We will meet in the afterlife. Tobirama regains control of his Ito body as it dissipates slowly. Drip. A single teardrop flows from Hiruzen's eyes as he peacefully rests in his sleep. Whoosh, whoosh. The rest of the Umbu gathers near Itachi, who slowly raises his head. Yugao steps forward and reports. Captain Itachi. We have neutralized all the enemy forces with 0 causalities on our side. No. Lord Third lost his life in this battle. She slowly closes her eyes. The rest of the Umbu closes their eyes as they surround Hiruzen. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 Umbus pushes the crowd and approaches Hiruzen's dead body. One of them gently grabs Hiruzen's body as tears flow from his eyes. Father. Itachi silently stands up and leaves the father and son duo. Give me the detailed report. Itachi orders his Umbu team. CA, Captain. We got a fresh report. Captain Izuna, Lord Mizukichi-sama, and Princess Ayaka are in a serious state. What do you mean? Itachi's eyes turn into Mangekyo as he stares at his subordinate. Gulp. The Umbu gulps his saliva and reports everything to Itachi. Captain Shursue left for Sunagakure. Crack, crack. Itachi tightly clenches his fists. Suna will pay for this. No matter where the culprit is hidden, I will drag him out. Whoosh. Itachi flickers out of Konoha and disappears from their vision. I have never seen Captain Itachi lose his cool before. One of the Umbu members remarks. I can't even imagine the hell they will unleash on Sunagakure. Chapter 220, 213. Revenge. Outside Sunagakure. Whoosh. A tall figure with an Oni-eye mask flicker in front of the entrance. The figure has long orange hairs draped over her shoulders. The time has come. The figure clenches her fist and enters Suna. Is this what you want? An old voice falls in her ears. Who is there? The figure jumps back and turns towards the source of the voice. Ebizo calmly walks out and confronts the figure. Tell me, is it really necessary? Do you want to exact revenge on your home? He stands in front of the figure and looks at the figure in the eyes. The masked figure stops and confronts him as she stays silent. I won't ask you to stop. But I don't want you to involve innocent people in your revenge. Ebizo calmly closes his eyes. I won't make a promise, but if someone interfered in my revenge, then they will suffer my wrath. Whoosh. The figure enters deeper into Sunagakure. So, that's your answer. Ebizo closes his eyes as a teardrop falls from them. Perhaps if only I acted my part as the leader of Suna Council, then this tragedy could have been prevented. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions occur inside the village as it set many houses on orange flames. Smoke and fire pour out from them. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple sand shinobis gather around Ebizo as they wait for his instructions. Honored grandfather. The village is under attack. The enemy is targeting the elders of the village. We are waiting for your orders to neutralize the enemy. One of the Jounin leader bows in front of Ebizo. Just leave it be. Ebizo waves his hand. It has been a while since we did some cleaning in Suna. The rats have overpopulated the village. The fire dyes the evening sky with a red hue. Whoosh. The Oni-eye masked figure reappears at the entrance with two unconscious bodies in her hands. That's Elder Tajuro and Elder Yura. The eyes of the rest of the shinobis widen in surprise. Swoosh, swoosh. They hurriedly jump in front of the figure and blocks the entrance. Stop. Ebizo waves his hand to stop them. They got what they deserve and besides, none of you are a match for her. But, that's the members of the Suna Council. A few shinobis resist. And I am the head of the Suna Council. Ebizo stares at them with a stern expression. Yes. Honored grandfather. The shinobis turn tame as they allow the figure to leave Suna. Take care, sensei. A silent whisper falls in Ebizo's ears. You too, child. Ebizo closes his eyes as the figure of the intruder vanishes into the desert. He slowly reopens them and turns towards the rest of his men. Investigate the remains of the properties of Elder Tajuro and Elder Yura. You will get your answers. Whoosh. He flickers towards his house. Chio. I hope you won't make any foolish decisions. I still want to see that clumsy smile of yours. Bang. An enormous explosion occurs at the entrance of Suna. The explosion blows away the outer gate. Ebizo slowly turns around and notices a giant green humanoid figure swinging a giant katana at the entrance. This is. His eyes widen in horror as the memories of the era before the first shinobi war freshen up in his mind. This is Susanoo. The power of Madara Uchiha, what's it doing here? Swish. The giant humanoid swings its sword again and cleaves a hill guarding the entrance. It's an enemy attack. Quick, we have to stop him. The guards gather at the entrance as they make hand signs. Wind release, wind bullet. Earth release, sand buster. Water release, water bullet. The shinobis make multiple hand signs as they fire one jutsu after another at the giant monster. Swish. The Susanoo swings its sword and repels the attack. With another swing of its sword, it easily incapacitates the guards. The sand will pay for its crimes. Nothing will stand in my way. Shursue roars as he enters in the Sunagakure. Swish, swish. Multiple kunais with paper bombs bombard the Susanoo. Bang. Bang. Multiple minor explosions occur on top of the Susanoo as smoke and dust cover their vision. Did we get him? One of the Suna Jounin gulps his saliva. We did, right. Another Jounin warily stares at the smoke. Swish. A giant green blade greets them as it destroys the hill hiding them. Whoosh. Ebizo flickers in front of the Susanoo. Stop. He raises his hands to stop Shisui. Shisui notices Elder Ebizo and stops his assault. Are you a member of the Suna Council? The Susanoo stretches its arms in an attempt to grab him. Yes, I am. I am the leader of the Suna Council. Ebizo nods his head. Then that makes it one down. The Susanoo grabs Ebizo with one of its arms and continues to walk deeper. Wait. Listen to me first. Ebizo tries to reason with Shisui. What do you want me to listen? It's because of you that my big brother, his wife, and my little sister are in a coma. How can I forgive your sins? You Suna shinobi waged war on Konoha with no thought of retaliation from our side. In a war, the destruction is mutual. Shisui angrily stares at Ebizo as his Mangekyo revolves. No. No. I didn't mean to stop you. Just listen to what I have to say. Ebizo shakes his head as he pleads to Shisui. Fine, speak up. Shisui relents as he releases his grip. Look. Ebizo points towards the burning houses in the Sunagakure. The culprits have already been punished. He explains the entire series of events to Shisui. Oni I mask, you say. Shisui dispels his Susanoo as he stands in front of Ebizo. Yes. Ebizo nods his head. Nissan once mentioned the separate branch of his team, which works in shadows. Perhaps it is the work of one of the members of that group. Very well. Shisui nods his head and flickers out of Sunagakure. Scree. In the skies near Sunagakure. A giant hawk is quickly approaching Sunagakure. Itachi stands atop his hawk summon as he gazes at the entrance of Sunagakure. The dilapidated entrance appears in his vision. This must be the work of Shisui Nissan. The hawk lowers its altitude as Itachi jumps from it. Whoosh. A figure flickers out from the entrance of Sunagakure. Ha. Is that Shisui Nissan? Itachi notices Shisui walking out of Sunagakure. Whoosh. He flickers towards Shisui and unites with him. Swirl. In an underground hideout near Land of Ancestors. A black rift opens in space as Jigen falls from it. Cough, cough. He coughs out some blood as purple lighting continues to flicker over his body. I never expected him to possess such a technique. I let down my guard. Cough, cough. Jigen rests against his throne as he coughs more blood. At this rate, this body will fail before I could even complete my Kama awakening. I need to recover from this grievous injury. Izuna Uchiha. I will remember this. Jigen tightly clenches his fists. Pitter-patter. Jigen raises his head as he hears some footsteps. Amato. You are here. Yes, leader. Amato adjusts his spectacles as he notices Jigen's condition. You are in terrible shape. Let me take a look. Amato approaches Jigen. No. This is not something you can deal with. Cough, cough. Jigen coughs again as the purple lightning continues to corrode his body. I will take care of it on my own. He shakes his head. Swoosh. Jigen's right eye changes into his dojutsu. He opens a spatial rift as a juvenile Ten-Tails appears in his vision. I have to draw chakra from the Ten-Tails to recover my body. It will take some time, so proceed all plans without me. Whoosh. He enters inside the portal and disappears from Amato's vision. Amato adjusts his spectacles. Now, that's interesting. He strolls out of the room and enters a lab with many large capsules filled with nutritional fluid. Several test subjects are floating in these capsules. Izuna Uchiha. Quite an interesting man. He picks up a report with the information of Kama Seal. Otsutsuki clan. A clan of godlike beings. They possess the power to shape worlds and even destroy them. He picks up a map as it turns to ashes in his hand. What are they searching for in this vast world? Why they are desperately seeking more power despite possessing such godlike abilities? Amato raises his head as he stares at a bulletin board with a map pinned on it. If they can help me achieve my aim, then I am ready to betray humanity. Chapter 221, 214. Meeting with the Sage of Six Paths. Ugh. Izuna clutches his forehead as he feels an intense stabbing pain in his head. Ugh. He groggily opens his eyes and slowly gets up. Where am I? He slowly looks around and notices a white room. Ah. My mindscape. Izuna slowly stands up and turns towards the elemental orbs floating in his mindscape. It has been a while since I last came here. This place is livelier than before. He notices a giant purple black hole floating in the middle of the group. Purple lightning keeps flickering from the black hole orb. So that's the electromagnet release. Izuna approaches the purple orb and urges it to come towards him. Bzzzt. The purple black hole resists his pull and releases a bolt of lightning which strikes Izuna. You aren't tame, are you? Izuna shakes his head. Quite a unique place, isn't it? An ancient and powerful voice falls in Izuna's ear. Huh. Izuna's expression turns grave as he hurriedly urges all the elemental orbs to surround him. Who is there? Who is intruding in my mindscape? He turns around and notices a tall, pale-skinned man with deep wrinkles and a strong jawline. The elderly man has spiky, shoulder-length, pale brown hair with a chin-length braided lock hanging in front of his left ear. He also sports a goatee tapered down to his waist. He has a pair of horn-like protrusions extending from either side of his forehead. Both of his eyes have pupilless Rinnegan in them. He wears a white, full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatamas. Sage of 6 Paths. What's he doing here? Izuna lowers his guard a little as the orbs continue to fly around him. Hagoromo nods his head as he introduces himself. I am he who shall achieve peace and order, and my name is. You are Sage of 6 Paths Hagoromo Otsutsuki, right? Izuna interrupts him as he inspects Hagoromo's ethereal body. Men. What potent chakra. His entire body is a lump of chakra held together with his soul. Such dense chakra to form a physical form. Ah. So, thou art aware of me. I beg thy pardon for intruding into thine mindscape. I see. So, what's the esteemed Sage of 6 Paths seeking from me? Izuna warily stares at Hagoromo. Sage of 6 Paths or not? I still don't know what are his intentions for intruding in my mindscape. Is it because I stole chakra from the tailed beast? Ahem. Hagoromo clears his throat as he continues. You can lower thy guard. I have no malicious intention towards thee. I am nothing but a spiritual body with no physical form. Very well. Izuna waves his hand as the orbs return to their position. Hagoromo nods his head. I never expected thou mindscape to have such powerful defenses. It's even stronger than my mindscape, if I would have to say. For the past 12 years, I have been seeking an opportunity to communicate with thou, but thy mental barrier always barred me from entering in thine mindscape. Well, it is not like I was expecting you to enter in my mindscape. Izuna curiously stares at Hagoromo. Fair enough. I don't have enough time to spare, so I will get to the point. At the rate thou art progressing with thy chakra, thou art going to die in 5 more years. Hagoromo drops a bombshell on Izuna. What? Izuna yells in frustration. What do you mean? How am I going to die in 5 years? Would you mind explaining it to me? He quickly approaches Hagoromo. Cough, cough. Hagoromo coughs slightly to calm him down. Thou still have 5 years to live. That's not helping. Izuna depressingly turns towards Hagoromo. Can you tell me the reason why I am dying? He pleads to Hagoromo. It's because of that. Hagoromo points towards the purple black hole in the center of his mindscape. Thy power is killing thou. He remarks. Can you elaborate on it a little more? Izuna turns towards the electromagnet release orb. Thy chakra and mental strength are far too strong. Thy power is slowly corroding your body and eating away your chakra system. What? There was such a thing. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and inspects his body. This is. His eyes widen in horror as he notices purple lightning flickering through his body. There are several microscopic cracks in his chakra nerves. No way, this. He desperately turns towards Hagoromo for help. Sadly, I don't have a solution for thine problem. Hagoromo shakes his head. But, there must be a way. If I die now, how will I fight against Jigen? Izuna turns towards Hagoromo. It's the reason I seek thou. My lifelong goal was to achieve peace and order in this world. They are coming, the members of the Mother's clan are approaching this world. They aim to lay waste upon this world and harvest the essence of this planet to grow in strength. Hagoromo warns Izuna. I know. You must be talking about Momoshiki Otsutsuki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Izuna nods his head. No. I am talking about a much bigger threat. Hagoromo shakes his head. He stretches out his right hand and creates a staff from his truth-seeking ball. Tap, tap. He taps it on the floor and creates an image of Kaguya and Ishiki. The Otsutsuki clan existed at a time much before even this world was created. Whoosh. The image disappears as a giant nebula appears in front of Izuna. The members of the Otsutsuki would travel from one world to another, planting the seeds of Ten-Tails and harvesting chakra fruits in an attempt to reach a higher form of life, to evolve into a form they call God. God. Izuna interrupts Hagoromo. Well, that's news to me. But it makes sense, I died too early and never came to know the ending of Boruto. So, the appearance of a god is quite possible. The so-called god is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, being capable of creating and destroying worlds just by his thoughts alone. All the members of the Otsutsuki clan will unite with this being and will exist as one single entity called entropy. Whoosh. Hagoromo slams his staff on the ground to create a blurry image of an entity. BRR. Cold sweat runs through Izuna's body as his eyes meet with the image of the figure. His body shivers as he feels a sense of dread from the image of the being. Whoosh. Hagoromo taps his staff and dispels the image. This being exists and doesn't exist. He is a mere concept at this moment, but if the Otsutsuki clan succeeds in their attempt, he will come into existence. Then we must stop them at all costs. I can't allow them to mess with my family and friends. Izuna clenches his fist. No way in hell, I will allow them to do as they please. One thing I would never want in this life is regret. He turns towards Hagoromo and questions him. About this god. How is he leading the Otsutsuki clan? Even without existing in reality, this being can still shape the world and guide the Otsutsuki clan. He is a concept, an existence far beyond anything. He is the Otsutsuki god. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva as the image of Otsutsuki god keeps refreshing in his mind. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I was supposed to get rid of Ishiki Otsutsuki and prevent the shinobi world from plunging into the era of destruction. What's the deal with Otsutsuki god popping out of nowhere? Then there is that Soul Clan too. That member of Soul Clan messed me up. Izuna is lost in his thoughts as Hagoromo stares at him. If the last prophecy of the Toad Sage before my deathbed was correct, then this world will fall into chaos and destruction, the likes of which were never seen before. According to the prophecy, a child of fate will lead the world in this era and prevent the downfall of this world. I don't mean to be rude or something, but can you tell me the source of this information? Izuna curiously turns towards the Sage of Six Paths. It is no harm informing thou about such matters. Hagoromo nods his head. There are several ancient ruins spread throughout the shinobi world. They existed much before the arrival of Mother. There is an ancient shrine of Otsutsuki god erected in one of those ruins. That shrine acts as a beacon to other Otsutsuki members and guides them to this world. I see. Izuna nods his head. I came to know about such matters during the final moments of my mother when she inadvertently passed all of her memories to me. Mother destroyed the shrine when she ate the chakra fruit, but the remains of the shrine are still present. I sealed the shrine at my deathbed, but Ishiki Otsutsuki recently broke my seal, awakening me from my slumber. Hagoromo taps his staff on the ground as an ancient shrine appears in his vision. This location. Izuna recognizes the location. Isn't this the inhabitable land of swamps, a land filled with all kinds of mindless monsters and mutant chakra beasts? Hagoromo nods his head. During the war between Mother and us brother, the chakra of Ten-Tails leaked into the world and infected many nearby beings. The roots of the Ten-Tails were spread throughout the shinobi world as it continues to affect living beings. I spent the rest of my life spreading the teaching of Ninshu while sealing these beings at one place. I see. Izuna nods his head. Izuna stretches his arms and lies on the ground. But still, do you have a solution for my problem? I don't want to die early. No, I don't. Hagoromo shakes his head. Chapter 222, 215. A grave loss. I see. What's with this unknown disease trend? Is it a tradition or something to die due to unknown diseases? Izuna has tears in his eyes. Then, can you give me a bit of advice on how to attain the Six Paths power? It will help me get rid of this disease, right? Izuna turns to Hagoromo. Thou art right. Six Paths power will certainly elevate thy existence to the next phase of evolution, but I am uncertain of the possibility of such a matter. Hagoromo shakes his head. Let me explain Six Paths Sage Mode to you. Hagoromo taps his staff on the ground. Whoosh. He creates an image of God Tree as he explains. A millennium ago, the seedling of God Tree landed on the shinobi world. Its roots spread throughout the world. It thrived by absorbing blood, shed into the countless battle over the period as it gradually drained the natural energy from them. Later, the tree bloomed a chakra fruit which was later consumed by Mother. Thus, the chakra fruit is the essence of nature energy of the very planet itself. After harvesting the chakra fruit, the god tree will either revert to its seedling form of Ten-Tails and it will continue to absorb the nature energy until the planet dies, or it will wither away having fulfilled its purpose. The Six Paths Senjutsu uses the chakra of the Ten-Tails. Mother ate the chakra fruit as such as I was born with the chakra of Otsutsuki and Ten-Tails. Hagoromo pauses as he waits for Izuna's response. I am aware of it. Izuna nods his head. I have read several records of it in Mount Mayaboku. Well, no shit. I already knew about it from my past life. Then, where do the six-path sage mode comes into the picture in all this? He questions Hagoromo. Come on. Old geezer. Just spit it out already. Six-path sage mode is a byproduct of sage mode and Ten-Tails chakra in my body. I awakened at the moment I gained access to my Rinnegan. Hagoromo explains the truth. With this power, I gained an innate understanding of all 5 basic nature transformations, yin-yang release, and manifested truth-seeking balls with no need to master them. I expected as much. No wonder, I cannot progress beyond Kekkei sure. Izuna sighs helplessly. So, Ten-Tails chakra is the key. No wonder the Otsutsuki clan is harvesting planet after planet. They just spread the seedling of God tree to different worlds and later came sniffing it like a dog. Izuna mocks the Otsutsuki clan as he stares at Hagoromo. Anyway, old man, though you weren't of much help still I have got a faint idea of my path forward. Izuna turns towards the orbs in his mindscape as he slowly walks towards the purple black hole. He stretches his arm forward and coats it with nature energy as a cyan cloak appears on his arm. He grabs the orb forcefully and contains the purple lightning using the nature energy. This should work for now. Inside Konoha Hospital. Tsunade checks the vitals of Mei as her expression turns ugly. She is 4 weeks into her pregnancy. That blow to her womb led to a miscarriage. Tsunade turns to a Hyuga beside her. Give me a detailed report of the embryonic tissue. I will perform a surgery to remove it. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The Hyuga medical nin activates her Byakugan. Shizun, pass the curette to me. Shizun passes the surgical instrument to Tsunade. An hour later. Outside the operation theater. Creak, creak. The door opens and Tsunade exits the room. The Uchiha family, together with the Kiri entourage, is impatiently waiting outside the room. How is it? How is her condition? Aiko asks her. She is out of danger. As for her pregnancy, it was too late. She had a miscarriage. Tsunade shakes her head as she silently closes her eyes. Ugh. Izuna slowly opens his eyes as he gets out of his comatose state. Captain, you are awake. Ah. Izuna turns around and notices 2 Uchiha police members lying on the bed. One of them has a bandaged arm, while the other has a bandaged leg. You two are. Izuna tries to recall their name as their appearance seems familiar to him. Atsushi and Isao, right? Captain, you recognize us. Izuna nods his head. I have a question for you. He asks them. Yes, Captain. How long was I passed out for? Captain, it has been 3 days since we came here. Atsushi scratches his head. I see. He extends his left arm to remove the 4 drip from his right arm, but emptiness greets him. So, I lost my left arm. Izuna shakes his head and removes the 4 drip using his mouth and walks out of the room. I have to check on Mei and Ayaka. He hurriedly dashes out of the room as he senses Mei's chakra. Found her. Whoosh. Izuna flung opens the door and enters the room. Mei. Mei is silently staring out of the window as the silver clouds slowly drift in the sky. Izuna. She slowly turns towards him as tears flow from her eyes. I am sorry, Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna flickers in front of her and embraces her. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. I was too weak to protect you. He hugs her tightly. Wah. Tears flow from her eyes as Mei lets out all of her emotions. She sheds tears for a while in Izuna's embrace. Izuna pats her head as she slowly calms down. She gently touches the stub left arm of Izuna. It's okay. I can live with one arm and it won't hinder any of my abilities. Izuna assures her. He caresses her womb as anger blazes in his eyes. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Next time I meet him will be his last. Yes. Mei silently nods her head, as there is a hint of sadness in her eyes. Izuna notices her expression. I am not a mother, so I can't imagine the loss of a child for a mother, but as the father of the child, my fury won't subside until I exact revenge on the person responsible for this. He tightly clutches his fist. Ishiki Otsutsuki. Bang. The door slams wide open as Tsunade enters the room. Bam, bam. She walks towards them with heavy footsteps as she approaches them. Ah. Tsunade. Izuna turns towards her. Bam. Tsunade punches him and sends him flying. You idiot. How can you be so reckless with your life? Tears flow from her eyes. Ah, ouch. Izuna whimpers in pain as he turns to Mei for help. Mei turns away and ignores him. No, save me. Izuna begs for mercy. Do you think you are some kind of hero? Trying to do everything by yourself. You preached about the importance of family and friends, and yet you dived into trouble all on your own. You are nothing but a reckless fool. Tsunade balls her palm into a fist. You deserve punishment for your sin. Izuna closes his eyes. I can't run away, can I? Whoosh. He is squashed between two huge melons as Tsunade hugs him tightly. You idiot. Don't do something as reckless as this again. I was worried for you. I lost everyone close to me, I can't bear to lose you too. Tears flow from her eyes. I won't. Izuna pats her back as he embraces her. I am such a fool. To protect my family, I hide things from them, yet it only leads to more trouble. It's time to confess everything and dig out all secrets. Cough, cough. Ito Hashirama coughs slightly as he enters the room. Tsuna-chan. Why are you ignoring your grandpa? Grandpa needs a hug too. He opens his arms wide. Humph. Tsunade scoffs and turns her head away. Ah. Hashirama's expression froze as he depressingly hangs down his head. Creak. The door wide opens as more person enters the room. Aiko and Akira push Hashirama away and hugs Izuna. It's a relief, you are okay. Aiko tightly hugs him in her embrace. That's my son. Akira nods his head. Ah, mother, I am suffocating. He flails his arms around. I am sorry. Aiko leaves him from her embrace. Oni-chan. A sweet voice falls in their ear as Ayaka jumps in his embrace. Ayaka. Izuna catches her with one arm and hugs her. Thank goodness, you are fine. He gently pats her head as Ayaka wraps her arms around his neck. This is. Izuna notices the diamond-shaped mark on her palm as his expression turns ugly. That bastard. He wants to sacrifice Ayaka. Ayaka. He separates from Ayaka as his expression turns serious. There is an evil spirit around you. Let Big Brother deal with it. Okay. Oni-chan. Ayaka nods her head. Whoosh. Izuna makes some hand signs with his right hand as he forms a Fuinjutsu seal. I won't be able to restrain this Kama seal. But I can slow its advance. Since it is a type of curse seal, then this should work. Fuinjutsu, demonic evil containment seal. Whoosh. Various Fuinjutsu seals float in space as they circle Ayaka. Enclose. Izuna makes a one-hand ram sign as the seal shrinks near her palm. Swoosh. Smoke rises from Ayaka's palm as she clutches it tightly. Oni-chan. It hurts. Hold a sec longer. The pain will go away soon. Whoosh. The sealing formula surrounds the Kama seal and forms a circle around it. It's done. He sighs in relief. Thank goodness, there were various curse seals sealing formulas in the scrolls of the Shikatsu forest. Oni-chan. I feel so sleepy. Ayaka's vision blurs as she hugs him. Izuna catches her and lays her beside Mei. She will be fine after some sleep. He nods to his parents. Wonderful. Hashirama walks in front of Izuna as he curiously stares at the latter. Your Fuinjutsu skills are even better than Mito. He compliments Izuna. Thanks for the compliment, Lord First. Izuna nods his head. Kid, I don't have enough time. I could last this long solely with my will. This body will dissipate soon before it happens, I have some things to discuss with you. Hashirama's expression turns serious. Yes, I also have something important to talk to you. Izuna nods his head and turns towards Akira and Aiko. I believe it's time to answer some unanswered questions. Chapter 223, 216. Confrontation with the truth. All four of them walk out of the room. Izuna turns towards Hashirama. Lord First, before you start, I have an important revelation for you. Well, it is nothing important. Go ahead. Hashirama nods his head. Mom, Dad, I think it is about time to reveal the name of grandfather. Though, I already figured it out on my own. But still, I would like to listen it from your mouth. Izuna's expression turns serious. Sigh. Akira takes a deep breath as he stares at Izuna's serious expression. Fine, I can't hide it anymore. One day or another, the truth will come in front of you. But. Akira dear. Aiko holds Akira's hand. It's fine, Aiko. Izuna deserves to know the truth of his heritage. Akira assures her. He turns towards Izuna and Hashirama. He bows in front of Hashirama. Lord First, I apologize on behalf of my father, Madara Uchiha. What? Hashirama eyes widen in surprise as he stares at Akira. As ridiculous as it may sound, but I am the son of Madara Uchiha and Izuna is the grandson of Madara Uchiha. Akira takes a deep breath as he reveals the truth. I am sorry for hiding this truth from you. I did it for the safety of our family. He turns towards Izuna and apologizes. Well, that took you long. Izuna shakes his head. There is no need for any apology, Dad. I know you did it for our sake. Izuna comforts Akira. Ah. Now after taking a close look at you. You do resemble Madara in his middle age. Hashirama scrutinizes Akira. As for you. Your appearance does match with Madara's younger brother Izuna. You even share the same name as him. Yes, we named him after Uncle Izuna. Akira nods his head. I see, but still, I am curious to know about the identity of his wife. That guy was pretty dense, he never had any interest in any woman. Hashirama curiously turns to Akira. Kasumi Uchiha. Mother's name is Kasumi Uchiha. Akira reveals the name of his mother to Hashirama. Kasumi. Kasumi. Where have I heard that name? Hashirama tries to recall the name. Yes, I remember now. He bumps his fist on his palm as he recalls the name. Isn't she the little girl who would eavesdrop on Madara and me during our friendly spars? She would usually treat Madara's wounds and would follow him around. But that dense friend of mine never paid any heed to her. Well, can't blame him. It was the era of war and Madara shouldered the responsibility of Uchiha clan as the eldest son of clan leader. Haha. Hashirama laughs heartfully as he reminisces some old memories. Still, he never married her. So when? Hashirama turns towards Akira. Well. Akira forks out a scroll from his pocket. On her deathbed, Mother passed the scroll to me with these parting words. When a man learns to love, he must bear the risk of hatred, much so for the Uchiha clan. The loss of his younger brother was too deep for him to overcome. Perhaps I was also blinded by my love that I failed to notice the hatred in his heart. Till that day, I held on at this letter and I could never bring myself to open this letter again. Akira tightly clutches the scroll as tears flows from his eyes. I don't know what her words meant back then. But I could never bring myself to face the truth. Maybe, this is the reason I am not as strong as father. I don't have a strong resolve like him. Father, weakness is not a sin, but staying weak is. Izuna supports Akira. Thanks, son. Akira slowly opens the scroll as he reads its content. Son, if you are reading this again, then this means you have grown out from the shadow of your father. Yes, mother. I have a family now, a genius son and a loving daughter. Akira wipes his tears as he continues to read the letter. Son, as much as it pains my heart to say this, but I believe your father isn't even aware of your existence. If he was, then I am sure he would have searched every corner of this world to get a glimpse of you. Mother. Akira gently touches the letter as a teardrop falls from his eye. I see. That makes sense. No wonder grandfather made no attempt to search for his son. But what could be the reason for it? Izuna curiously stares at the letter. Akira reads the contents of the letter aloud to Izuna and Hashirama. I see. So, that's how it was. No wonder he was pissed when he fought against me. Hashirama rubs his forehead. But still, to think that, he would face such circumstances. Crack, crack. Hashirama's Edo body starts to glow brightly as it slowly dissipates. Looks like I don't have much time remaining, so I will relay some information about the person you fought against. Yes, Lord First. Izuna supports his father as he turns towards Hashirama. During the First Shinobi War, a number of shinobis died in the battle. Hashirama narrates the incident of his death to Izuna. So, Lord First. You mean to say that the same person is responsible for your death? Izuna asks Hashirama. Yes, I felt a similar chakra signature from the figure that attacked you. Hashirama nods his head. But it has been almost 40 years since your death. How could that person be still alive, if he was responsible for your death? Izuna curiously questions Hashirama. Jigen pretty much lived 1,000 years, but still I want to hear the thoughts of Hashirama Senju. Well. I have no idea about that. Hashirama scratches his head. He grabs Izuna's hand as his eyes shine brightly. I can't entrust the responsibility of leading the village to Tsuna, but if you help her, then I can rest easy. Ah. I think Tsunade-san is doing a great job. Izuna scratches his head as he laughs awkwardly. Haha. That's good. Hashirama nods his head. But still, don't let her ruin the village. Hashirama clutches his hands tightly. Whoosh. Hashirama's Edo body slowly dissipates. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath and turns to his parents. Let's meet with the rest of the people. The group returns to the room. Whoosh. An Umbu member flickers in the room and bows in front of Tsunade. Hokage-sama. It's about time. I see. Tsunade nods her head. She slowly walks out of the room. Funeral ceremony? Izuna questioningly turns towards the people in the room. We lost Lord Third. Yagami closes his eyes as he answers. I see. So, some things will never change. I will join you later. Izuna sits beside Mei as the rest of the people depart from the room. Izuna gently caresses Ayaka's head as he silently sits there. You are hiding something from me. Mei notices his expression. No, I am not. Izuna immediately shakes his head. I want to share my worries with her, but I can't inform her about my encroaching death, at least not yet. She has yet to overcome the grief of loss of our child. Keep her company. I will return soon. Izuna stands and walks towards the door. Whoosh. In the Leaf Village Cemetery. The members of the various clans are gathered in black clothes as they mourn for the loss. Tsunade walks in front of the group as she addresses the ceremony. When a person dies, he disappears, along with his past life, current lifestyle, and his future. Lord Third is no different. He was kind, loving, caring, compassionate and most of all protective. Tsunade closes her eyes as she reminisces her time with Hiruzen. He weaved the bonds of faith, trust and love in our heart to create this family of Konoha. Crackle, crackle. Ominous dark clouds gather in the sky as rain falls on the group. Tsunade slowly raises her head as she faces the sky. Looks like even the heavens are mourning the loss of our beloved third Hokage. Saruto-sensei sacrificed his life to protect the village. He has passed down his burning desire to protect the village in the form of will of fire. I will miss the grumpy old man. Naruto grabs Izuna's sleeves as he has tears in his eyes. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath as he pats Naruto's head. Naruto. Every person has goals and dreams. We dedicate our entire life in pursuit of these dreams. But everyone has someone important to them, parents, siblings, friends, lovers. These people trust you and help you achieve your goals. These bonds are formed at the time of birth and they grow thicker as time goes by. Izuna closes his eyes as the contents of his grandmother's letter resonate in his ears. Chapter 224, 217. Meaningless Power. 55 years ago. In a small village in land of rice paddies. Outside a small hut. Chop, chop. A man in his early 30s is chopping some firewood. Huff, huff. He raises his head and wipes the sweat. The man has spiky, long black hair with a slight blue tint to them. There are prominent creases under his eyes. Chop, chop. He continues to chop the firewood. Here. Have some water, Madara-sama. A fair-skinned woman with long, straight black hairs walks out of the hut. Her long black hairs parts into bangs and frame her cheeks and black eyes. There is a small beauty mole under her right eye. She hands over a glass of water to the man. Gulp, gulp. The man gulps down the water. He picks up the axe and continues to chop the firewood. Kasumi. Sometimes, I think that living such a life in this remote area ain't that bad. Madara-sama. For me every day is a blessing as long as I have you. Ha. Madara swings his axe and chops the last firewood. Kasumi wipes his sweat as he sits beside her. Perhaps leaving the village wasn't that bad of an idea. The uneasy feeling I felt in the village is slowly fading away. People changes with time and circumstance, maybe I am still holding on to my old views and can't see the light in Hashirama's idea. Madara shakes his head. No matter what decision you make, I will always support you. Kasumi nods her head. Madara picks up his axe and walks towards the forest. Let me hunt some wild boar for dinner. Whoosh. He disappears in the forest. Madara-sama. Kasumi closes her eyes as she reminisces some old memories. It has been 2 years since Madara-sama had a fallout with Lord Hashirama. Out of fear or respect, the clan members offered the position of clan leader to him, which he declined. I can't blame him, many clansmen secretly accused him as an evil person who murdered his brother to steal his eyes. Kasumi shakes her head as she enters the hut. I will make preparations for the dinner. Whoosh. A white figure pops out from the ground. There are Venus flytraps-like protrusions exuding out from its body. Found them. Zetsu stares at the hut for a while. Quite a lonely place to live in. He murmurs to himself. Whoosh. He enters into the ground and disappears. Swoosh. White Zetsu pops out at a nearby place. Oi black. I found them out. Swirl. A black mass rises from the ground and wraps around White Zetsu's body. You already know what to do next. The black Zetsu speaks in a heavy tone. Of course. White Zetsu nods his head. Let's welcome Madara-sama. Cuckoo. Whoosh. Both of them disappear into the ground. Somewhere at outskirts of Iwagakure. Whoosh. Zetsu pops out from the ground. Swirl. Black Zetsu separates from his body. Crack, crack. White Zetsu's body starts to expand as his bodily features changes slowly. The protrusions on his body disappear as his skin gains an even tone and facial features appear on his body. An IWA headband, together with a flak jacket, appears on his body. White Zetsu checks his body and nods his head. The chakra signature and the body proportion are perfect. It is time to play some games. Cuckoo. He slowly walks towards the IWA entrance. Stop right there. A loud voice greets Zetsu. Zetsu raises his head as his eyes meet with the village guards. Another nearby guard closes his eyes and senses Zetsu's chakra. I am sorry, Daichin-sama. The guard bows his head and apologizes to Zetsu. It's fine. The safety of the village is our priority. I have some vital information to report to Lord first, so I will be on my way. Whoosh. Zetsu flickers inside the village. A few moments later. Swoosh. Zetsu and Daichin's form flickers out of Iwagakure with a bunch of other shinobis. We have to deal with Madara Uchiha as soon as possible. He is away from the Leaf Village and it is an ideal opportunity to get rid of him when he is alone. Daichin addresses them. Yes. Daichin-sama. The group nods their head. Daichin passes a map to one of the IWA shinobi. Lord First has assigned another task to me. So, all of you have to move without me. Is there any problem? He scrutinizes them. No. Daichin-sama. The shinobi shakes their head. Good. Daichin nods his head and flickers in the nearby forest. Whoosh. Zetsu transforms back into his original form and enters in the ground. Swoosh. He pops out at a nearby place and unites with Black Zetsu. Is it done? Black Zetsu questions him. Yes, of course. These shinobis are a bunch of low-intelligence creature. They are so easy to fool. Cuckoo. White Zetsu laughs smugly. The job isn't done yet. These people aren't enough. They won't even act as a distraction. Black Zetsu replies in a monotone voice. Let's visit other hidden villages. Swoosh. He sticks around White Zetsu's body as both of them disappear in ground. A few days later. In the land of rice paddies. I will hunt for some rabbits. It has been a while since I had some rabbit stew. Madara picks up his axe and flickers in the forest. Then, I will make necessary arrangements. Kasumi nods her head and enters the hut. She rubs her belly as a shy expression appears on her face. How should I tell him? A few moments later. Various shinobis from IWA, Kuma, Kiri, and Suna gather in front of the hut. Whoosh. Whoosh. They draw their weapons as they get ready to strike each other. You Kuma scum, what are you doing here? The leader of the IWA group confronts Kuma leader. I could ask the same from you. The Suna group also draws their weapons. Hold on. The leader of the Kiri group stops them. If I am correct, then all of our goals align with each other. We Kiri shinobis are here to deal with Madara Uchiha. The group stops their fight as they reach an agreement. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend. Fine, IWA will cooperate with you. Suna will help too. Humph. Fine. Kiri will cooperate too. Then, let's get rid of Madara Uchiha. The Kiri leader stares at the hut. Sensor ninjas sniff him out. The IWA leader orders the sensor unit. The sensor ninja closes their eyes as they sense Madara's location. The group splits into two as the smaller group surrounds the hut. The larger group dashes towards the forest. Whoosh. The Kiri leader separates from the rest of the group. Crack, crack. He shapeshifts into White Zetsu and enters in ground and unites with the Black Zetsu. The preparations are complete. Black Zetsu nods his head. Just get rid of the woman. She is his weakness. As long as she is alive, he will overcome his curse of hatred. He doesn't need any emotional attachments to reach his full potential. Black Zetsu orders White Zetsu. Very well. White Zetsu enters in ground. Inside the forest. That makes it 3. Madara hunts another rabbit as he walks back towards the hut. Living such a life ain't that bad. Izuna, my brother. I will live for your sake, too. You entrusted me with your eyes to watch this world. Madara is lost in his thoughts as he slowly walks towards the hut. Whoosh, swish, swish. He jumps back and performs a somersault and avoids a barrage of kunai. Madara raises his head and notices the shinobi from other villages. So, you weaklings finally decided to cooperate. Madara places down his game as he riles up his chakra. You had the entire world to live, yet you choose this remote place for your grave. Whoosh. He disappears from his place and reappears behind the group. Slash, slash. Splash. Fountain of blood rises in the air as the heads of enemies rolls down. Let's dance. Half an hour later. Madara wipes his hands as he stares at the remaining shinobis. You monster. The leader of the IWA group slowly raises his head as his body is soaked in blood. It seems that you still want to dance, but you will not be able to make steps anymore. Slash. He picks up his hunt and walks towards the hut. After that exercise, I am quite hungry. Kasumi's rabbit stew is quite delicious. He raises his head as the scent of blood permeates in air. Madara's expression turns serious as he flickers towards the hut. This is. His eyes widen as the hut is lit on fire. Kasumi. Madara immediately makes some hand signs. Water style, water torrent. He extinguishes the fire and searches for Kasumi. Madara-sama. A weak and frail voice fell in Madara's ear. Whoosh. Madara flickers towards the forest and notices the blood-soaked body of Kasumi resting against a boulder. Madara-sama. Kasumi calls weakly. I am here, Kasumi. Madara quickly approaches her and holds her hand. Everything will be all right, Kasumi. Tears appear in his eyes as the memory of Izuna's death flashes in front of him. Ha! He picks her up and dashes towards the village. There is a doctor in the village. Everything will be all right. He holds her hand. Madara reaches the nearby village and yells. Doctor. Doctor. Please treat her. Her condition is serious. An old man with a walking stick and white tunic walks out of a house. Madara slowly places Kasumi down as the doctor examines her condition. It's too late. The doctor shakes his head. No. There must be another way. Madara breaks down as he clutches the collar of the doctor. Examine her again. She can't die. The old doctor shakes his head. She is already dead. The doctor closes his eyes. No. Madara releases a scream of pain as he picks up Kasumi's body. Crackle, crackle. Dark cloud looms in the sky as the rain drizzle on his face. How good can there be in power if you cannot protect those you love? Clang, clang. He slowly digs up a grave as he gently places the cold body of Kasumi. Kasumi. I am all alone again. Madara closes his eyes as a drop of tear trickles down from his eye. He turns around and slowly walks away. A few hours later. Rumble, rumble. The ground around the grave shakes as a hand appears out from the grave. Amen. It is a terrible feeling to get buried alive. Chapter 225, 218. The real culprit. Swish. 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 Author style, double chapter release no jutsu. For next few days, until I am free, I will post double chapters to make up for the days we missed. So, enjoy. Inside Konoha Intelligence Division Department. In the torture and interrogation force. Splash. One of the jounin splashes a glass of water at one of the Suna elder. Wake up. Arg. Joseki groggily opens his eyes as he confronts the member of the torture department. Spit. He spits on the jounin and yells. Never. I will never reveal any intel to Konoha scums. No matter what torture you use, I won't open my mouth. Humph. Bang. The jounin angrily kicks Joseki's sack as he turns and walks out of the room. So, how was it? Ibiki is calmly sitting on a chair as he turns towards the jounin. No success. No matter what method we try, he won't budge. The jounin shakes his head. Give me a minute and he will sing like a canary. Ibiki stands up from his chair and saunters towards the interrogation room. The jounin reverently stares at Ibiki's back as he murmurs. If it's Captain Ibiki, then even a mute can sing an opera. Inoichi. Any leads? Izuna and Tsunade follow Inoichi as Tsunade question him. Hokage-sama. I think it is better if you question the person. He holds the same position as you after all. Inoichi replies. Very well. Tsunade nods her head. Ayawa. Screams echo through the hallway. The group turns towards the torture and interrogation department. Looks like Ibiki is cracking a hard nut. Inoichi remarks. The group enters the analysis team headquarters. A person with auburn hair is strapped to a chair. His hands are tied behind his back and a suppression seal is placed on them. A blindfold covers his eyes. Tap. Tap. Raza raises his head as the sound of footsteps echoes in the room. I have said it before and I will say it again. I have nothing to say. Swish. Inoichi removes the blindfold as Tsunade and Izuna stand in front of Raza. Ho. So, the Kazekage of the sand is such a coward. He can't even bear the burden for his crimes. Tsunade taunts him. Say whatever you want. But I hope you will still treat me like a fellow Kage. Raza closes his eyes. I see. Izuna steps forward as he lifts Raza's chins. Kazekage or not. I don't give a shit about your position. It was because of you, I lost my unborn child. It was because of you, I lost my arm. Tell me, how do you want to repay this debt? Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Izuna tightly clutches Raza's neck and lifts him. The seal on Raza's body breaks as Izuna lifts him into the air. Finally, the suppression seal is lifted. I can exert my chakra. Raza tries to rile up his chakra as he resists Izuna's grasp. Humph. Izuna snorts and exerts his chakra. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The floor beneath them collapses as a small crater is formed. Hokage-sama, at this rate, he will. Inoichi tries to interrupt Izuna. It's fine, Inoichi. Tsunade stops him. The Sand Village has crossed their limits this time. Despite the peace treaty with Konoha, they dared to plot against us. Not only that, they even conspired with the traitor of Konoha and brought a calamity to the village. If not for Izuna, the entire Leaf Village would have met its doom by now. Thanks to his efforts, there were no war casualties. The only person who suffered is Izuna and his family. Let him vent his feelings. Besides, I have faith in Izuna. He won't do something reckless. I see. Inoichi stops in his tracks as he waits for orders. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Izuna smashes Raza on the floor. Guffaw. Raza pukes a mouthful of blood as he weakly sprawls on the floor. You want respect, then I will give you respect. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. He smashes Raza again. Crack. Raza's bones crack as he weakly sprawls on the ground. Ah. He releases a weak squeal as he lifelessly stares at Izuna. Had enough respect? Or you want more? Crack, snap, pop. Izuna grabs Raza as his bone snaps and pops. Izuna. I think it's enough. Let me take over. Tsunade stops Izuna. Fine. Izuna drops him on the ground. Tsunade walks in front of Raza. Kazekage. Every action has consequences, and you must be prepared to face them. If I could, I would get rid of you this very instant. Tsunade clutches her fists. But I won't. I don't want to prematurely start another shinobi war and embroil the entire shinobi world in chaos. With the death of all elite shinobis from Sunagakure, the Land of Wind will be defenseless, and it will unleash the greed of other nations. Fourth Shinobi War will break out as relentless struggle to claim the territory and resources of Land of Wind will start. Swoosh. Tsunade uses the mystical palm technique to heal his injuries. Still, I can't allow you to leave scot-free. My disciple bled from this attack and Suna will pay the price for this. Tsunade turns towards Izuna and asks him. What do you think about this proposal? I don't agree. Izuna shakes his head. Why? Tsunade is stunned to hear this. This matter involves Kiri, too. Mei suffered greatly in this battle. He is also a culprit of Kirigakure for attempting murder on their Mizukage. I will let her decide his fate. As for me, since I lost my unborn child due to him, he will pay the price in kind. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Whoosh. He opens a swirling portal in front of Raza. Swoosh. An asleep Gaara appears in Izuna's hand. Gaara. Raza's eyes widen in horror as he struggles to stand up. Whoosh. Izuna waves his hand as Gaara disappears into a portal. The price of blood shall be paid by blood. From now onwards, your son will be a guest of Konoha. But he is a Jinchuruki. Raza protests. I agree with him. Tsunade nods her head. No. Raza screams in despair as Izuna walks out of the room. BZZZT. A sealing formula appears in Izuna's palm. A message from Wrath. Izuna infuses some chakra into the seal as a scroll appears in front of him. He opens the scroll and reads its content. Leader, I have caught the real culprit of this incident. Ha. The real culprit. Izuna continues to read the contents. The real culprit who orchestrated this event and manipulated Suna is none other than one of the elders of the Suna Council. His name is Tajuro. Izuna rolls down the scroll as a picture of Tajuro is imprinted on it. Tajuro holds the number 2 position in Suna Council and his authority is only below the council leader honorary grandfather Ebizo. A few years after the Third Shinobi War, Elder Ebizo retired from the council which left all power and authority in the hands of Tajuro. Tajuro is very ambitious, and he aims to gain control of Suna through the Suna Council. Most of the decision-making power lies in his hand and it was him who ordered for my assassination. I see. Izuna tightly clutches the scroll as anger blazes in his eyes. Tajuro. After further investigation, I think he has some involvement with Kara and he could be one agent of Kara. After searching through all his belongings, I saw various shady transactions of Suna's resources. If my speculation is correct, then Elder Tajuro may very well be the sole reason for the economic downfall of Suna and the funder of Kara. I see. Izuna burns the letter into ashes. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and scribbles something on it. Whoosh. He activates his Flying Thunder God seal and teleports the scroll. Raza might be innocent and a part of some big scheme, but it doesn't change the fact that he partook in it. I am no saint. Those who mess up with my family must be ready to face the consequences. Whoosh. Izuna teleports away. Inside an underground hideout. Whoosh. Obito walks out of a portal. Madara Uchiha. What brings you here? Pain and Konan turn towards him. I am here to remind you that Akatsuki has only one goal, and it's about time to take a step towards that goal. Whoosh. He throws a scroll towards Pain. It has all the necessary intel in it. Because of the interference of Izuna Uchiha, we have to change our original plan. I see. Pain grabs the scroll and reads its content. The time for the salvation of this true world has come. He dissipates the scroll and walks out of the underground sewage system of Omegakure. Release the 6 paths of pain from their slumber. Chapter 226, 219. Fear. A few moments earlier. In the underground hideout in Mountain's graveyard. Tap, tap. Obito is sitting on a throne near the remains of God Tree as he wraps his finger on the armrest. Izuna Uchiha. Why? Why must you interfere with our every plan? As long as you exist, Akatsuki could never achieve its goal of world peace. You are preventing the world from achieving true peace. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. He slams his fist on the armrest and cracks it. Losing your temper over pointless musing won't lead you anywhere. Whoosh. Zetsu slowly gets out of the ground and stands in front of Obito. Still, Akatsuki had made no progress in these past few years. Obito stands up from his seat and walks towards the God Tree. The Eye of the Moon plan is necessary for the salvation of this world. We must seek some other way to put our plans into action. Anyway. Obito turns towards Zetsu. Report me about the situation in Konoha. One of the spies of Sasori informed us about the cooperation of 4th Kazekage with Orochimaru. They plan to launch an all-out attack on Konoha to wipe it out. How is the situation over there? Obito inquires. I recorded the entire series of events in my memories. Zetsu nods his head. And, as expected, Sunagakure never stood a chance. Current Konoha is way too strong for other hidden nations to take on by themselves. Even without Izuna Uchiha, Konoha has many other powerful shinobis like Tsukumo Hatake, Tsunade Senju, Fugaku Uchiha, Akira Uchiha, Yagami Uchiha, Shisue Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, and various other clan members. Zetsu lists a few names. He pauses for a while. Also Hiruzen Sarutobi the 3rd Hokage died in this battle. I see. Obito nods his head. Before being forced to stop. Still, with only 1/4 of the exploration, he could come across such marvelous weapons and treasures. Zetsu points towards various weapons and scroll decorated on the walls of the hideout. He points towards the ring on his hand and remarks. These rings were also a part of the treasure of those ruins. Zetsu. If even Madara Uchiha failed, then how do you expect me to succeed? It would be pointless suicide if dared to attempt it. Obito scrutinizes Zetsu. Back then, Madara-sama was alone and had yet to awaken his Rinnegan. But now with the help from the members of Akatsuki and Pain, I am sure we would be able to dig out the secrets of this ruin. Zetsu assures Obito. That's reasonable. If this could give us an edge in our plan, then it is worth the shot. Obito nods his head. Very well, I will visit Nagato and make preparations. Obito picks up the map and swirls out of the hideout. You make a fine storyteller, Black. White Zetsu remarks. I told him half the truth. Black Zetsu scoffs at White Zetsu. There are 4 Otsutsuki ruins spread throughout the corner of the shinobi world. I learned about them from Mother's memories. After her war with Hagoromo and Hamura, Hagoromo sealed one of the ancient Otsutsuki ruins with a powerful seal. The second ruin became a part of the seal which sealed Mother, and now it resides on the moon. The third ruin was forever lost in that chaos. Even I am not aware of its location. As for the final ruin, it is located on an unnamed island located in the land of sea. These ruins are our sole chance of turning the tides in our favor. Swoosh. Zetsu enters the ground. Inside the Hokage office. Tsunade is sitting on her Hokage chair as she turns to Izuna. Izuna. Are you sure it is a good decision to let two Jinchuruki meet each other? Tsunade peeks out of the window as Gaara is talking with Naruto. Yes. It is the right decision. Izuna nods his head. I would have just straight up killed Raza to give this kid a better future. But I will let things play out like this. Besides, this child will only suffer in Suna. I don't need to remind you about Naruto's childhood. Naruto. Tsunade clutches her fists as the schemes of Danzo freshen up in her memories. If not for us, he too would have become a tool for the village, just like this boy. I am no saint when it comes to these matters, but I am humane enough to consider the feelings of this innocent child. The people who seek to manipulate such a pitiful child are the real monsters. Tsunade. Power in itself is neither evil nor good. It is the people who wield them that ultimately decide its nature. The tailed beasts are sentient beings made of energy. Like us, they too desire to live a peaceful life, but it is the greed of a few power-hungry people who attempt to use them for their nefarious purposes. Izuna remarks. Sorry, Grandpa, I am selling you out on this one. I hope we will be able to reconcile over this. Izuna closes his eyes. But still. How do you plan to raise him? Tsunade asks him. Well, for the time being, he can live with Naruto. He is a shinobi by birth, so of course, I will train him as a shinobi. Whoosh. Izuna raises his hand as a small sand ball form in his hand. Besides, I can easily teach these party tricks of Raza to him. You never change, do you? Tsunade shakes her head. Well, it won't be me, if I change. Izuna shrugs his shoulders. I hope I will never change. The fear of death doesn't faze me, it is the fear of being unable to see my loved ones that shake me to my core. Death. Ha. Let's see who will win this race. Chapter 227, 220. Self-reflection. In a secret underground hideout. Puff. A man with shaggy brown hair sporting a pair of small, circular black glasses takes a deep puff from his cigar. He wears a black suit with a purple tie, a yellow shirt underneath his black coat. Puff. He takes another puff from his cigar before extinguishing it by rubbing it on the tabletop. Another man in a hooded cloak with a colored lining, fastened at the right shoulder, is sitting in front of him. So, you want to offer protection to me? The spectacled man takes out another cigar from his pocket. Clack, clack. A nearby goon lights up his cigar with a lighter as he takes another puff of smoke. Matter of life and death are whimsical in your line of business. Having a strong bodyguard adds an extra layer of protection and can be death-defying when things go south. The hooded man remarks. Well, that's indeed the truth. But we are a legal shipping company which provides transportation facilities to fishermen, and we need no such protection. The man in glasses remarks. Gato Company. I know how much of a legal company you are, but the choice is yours. The hooded man stands up and strolls out of the room. Boss, who was he? A light-skinned man with bluish-white hair and black eyes walks out from another room. A long katana with a blue handle is strapped to his waist. Oh. He is just another random penniless guy seeking to earn some quick bucks by offering protection to my business. Gato takes another puff from his cigar. So, he is another guy with all talk and no weight. Another man of tall stature walks out of the room. He wears a black eye patch over his right eye and has brown hairs parted in three, finishing in an elaborate topknot. There are various intricate tattoo marks stretched across all over his body. Ignore him, Zore. Waraji. You two are more than enough to take care of these minor matters. Yes, boss. Zori and Waraji nod their head. Gato extinguishes his cigar as he turns to them. So, how is the matter with the Land of Waves? I want to establish headquarters for our company. You two are mercenaries from that place, right? So, you must have some idea about the place. Gato questions them. Lord Gato. As you know, it is just a small island nation with no hidden village of its own. They don't have any shinobis to rely upon for protecting the land. Zori answers him. I see. Gato nods his head as he plans another evil scheme. Outside the secret underground. The hooded figure takes out a strange device from his pocket. He presses some buttons on the device as it lights up. How was it? A deep voice questions from the other end of the communication device. He refused. The hooded man answers. I see. There is no need to waste any more of your time. Just visit another person. We require some funds to continue my research. Just approach someone else. Beep. The voice cuts off as the hooded figure curiously stares at the small strange device in his hand. Is he monitoring me using this device? The hooded man pockets the device and flickers away. Inside an underground research lab in Land of Ancestors. Beep. Amato places down his communication device. The research requires an extensive amount of funding, and our only source of money is now out of commission. We have to look for somebody else to fund the organization. Amato adjusts his spectacles as he stares at the test subjects. I am ready to sacrifice my morality as long as I can achieve my goal. Swish. He tears off a small sample of flesh from one of the test subjects and experiments on it as he continues to ponder on recent events. The Otsutsuki clan members have godlike powers, and they shape the shinobi world to its current form. But it's all a facade. In the eyes of Otsutsuki clan, the natives of this world are nothing more than livestock. Amato shakes his head. But still. Izuna Uchiha. Looks like I need to pay a visit to him. He is a man who bears a mighty fate. Amato continues his research. Achoo. Izuna sneezes as he slowly opens his eyes. Various small purple orbs are floating around him. I have finally gained a basic understanding of electromagnet release Kekiai sure. That previous explosion in my fight against Jigen opened a new possibility to use electromagnet releases. Electromagnet release, Shinra Bansho. Whoosh. Izuna wills one of the floating purple orbs to appear in his hand. He stretches his right palm as the purple orb floats in front of him. They are still short of being a true truth-seeking orb, but we can consider them as fake truth-seeking orbs. Their powers are severely lacking compared to the real deal, and I can't shapeshift them freely, but I can replenish them however I want, though the amount of chakra they take is phenomenal. Whoosh. The orbs return behind his back. Light release, camouflage cloak. He cloaks the orbs to hide their presence. The amount of concentration they require is quite high, and I can only control a maximum of 5 of these orbs at a time. Any more than this and I will lose control over them and they will explode violently. Izuna stands up and stretches his body. It has been a month since the Konoha Crush incident. Mei has somewhat recovered from the incident, but the trauma is still present. Besides, she is also burdened by her Mizukage duties and she won't allow me to help with her matters. I will pay a visit to her after her Mizukage duties are over. Maybe the fresh air of Shikatsu Forest will ease the burden from her shoulders. Izuna jumps from the top of the giant tree of Shikatsu Forest and lands on the ground. As for our marriage, it is a major political issue and will have serious implications. I don't give a crap about that, but I cannot convince the council members of Konoha and Kiri. After the dust from this previous incident settles, nobody will be able to stop us from getting married. He wipes the dust from his clothes and walks towards a nearby waterfall to clean himself. Izuna-kun. I heard about the details from Tsunade-sama and I am very sorry for your loss. The tentacles of giant Katsuyu shake frantically. It's fine, Lady Katsuyu. Izuna shakes his head. Time is a great healer. It can take the edge off the pain in my heart, but will it be able to fill the void left by the loss? Only time will tell. He turns towards Katsuyu. Lady Katsuyu. I will return for now. Maybe I will pay you a visit in the evening. Whoosh. Izuna teleports from Shikatsu Forest. He reappears on top of the Hokage monument in Konoha. Power doesn't forge a person, pain and suffering do. Maybe it is a lesson for me to never lose sight of my goals. Every person suffers from pain. Either it is the pain of discipline, or it is the pain of regret. I would rather suffer the pain of discipline for my entire life than suffer the pain of regret even once. Izuna closes his eyes as he self-reflects. Whoosh. He jumps from the Hokage monument and walks towards the Uchiha clan. Nisan. Nisan. Train me. He spots Naruto, who is running towards him. Swoosh. Naruto stops in front of him. Naruto. Ask your Kakashi-sensei for more training. I am sure that Lazy-S must be goofing somewhere reading that holy scripture of his. Izuna shakes his head as Naruto continues to pester him for training. But. Nisan. I feel like I am not improving with Kakashi-sensei's training. He complains. Maybe I was too harsh with my training leading to their quick improvement. Their abilities as shinobi might have improved vastly, but as such, I failed to incorporate the values of a shinobi. Naruto. I think you are quite strong as you are. Why don't you request some high-rank missions? I think it will provide you with more experience and you will see your improvement. Izuna suggests. That makes sense. I will immediately ask Granny for a B-rank mission. Whoosh. Naruto flickers away. Well. Good luck with that. Izuna shakes his head. Chapter 228, 221. Valley of Lies Part 1. In a giant metallic skyscraper in a megakure. Pain. Do you think it is a good idea to leave AIM unguarded? Conan addressed Devapath as she stares at the perpetual rain falling on the metallic jungle of a megakure. Conan. Akatsuki's sole aim is to achieve true peace in this world. The safety of the AIM is of secondary importance. Devapath Pain approaches the window as he gazes upon the residents of AIM flocking through the streets. But Pain. Conan argues. Conan. Izuna Uchiha is a threat to Akatsuki. He is a threat to our dreams and goals. We won't be able to achieve our dreams without getting rid of this threat. Devapath cuts off Conan. I am sure Yahiko also wants the same. I see. Conan swallows her words. Besides, I am sure you will take care of matters in AIM in my absence. I will. Conan reassures him. Swirl. Whoosh. A swirling portal appears behind them as Obito walks out of the portal. That won't be the case. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and throws it towards Devapath. Swoosh. Devapath catches the scroll and questioningly turns towards him. Madara. What do you mean? Take a look at the scroll. Obito calmly replies. Devapath opens the scroll and reads its content. Intel on the location of the hidden Jinchuruki of Iwagakure. Yes. Obito nods his head. The tailed beasts are an integral part of our plan. Without them, it is impossible to complete the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito remarks. We will capture them at all costs. The decree of God can't be defied. Pain clutches his fist. Currently, the Jinchurukis of 1 Tails and 9 Tails are in Konoha. The Jinchuruki of 2 Tails and 8 Tails are in Kimogakure. 3 Tails have yet to revive from its previous death. The Jinchuruki of 6 Tails has gone rogue and the Jinchuruki of the 7 Tails has yet to be identified. This only leaves us with the Jinchuruki of 4 Tails and 5 Tails. The information pertaining to them is hidden quite well by Iwagakure. Obito slowly walks towards the window as he stares outside. Recently, one of Sasori's informant found out some intel regarding them. Obito turns towards Conan and remarks. Nagato and his 6 paths of pain will be crucial to explore the ruins. So, I would like you to visit this informant and dig out the intel. But Conan hesitates. Very well, she will do it. Pain nods his head. Only through pain and suffering the world shall achieve true peace. Even a foolish child can grow up in the right way when he learns what pain is. Knowing pain controls one's thoughts and decisions. The world shall know pain. Devapath spreads his arms as he gazes at AIM. I see. Then I will follow your plan. Conan weakly nods her head. Outside Konoha. In an underground secret hideout. Whoosh. A shadow flickers in front of the entrance. The shadow takes out a seal from its pocket and unseals the formation. Izuna raises his head and remarks. Pride, you are here. Yes, leader. Pride flickers in front of Izuna and passes a scroll to him. Leader, this is the information you requested. Izuna nods his head and opens the scroll. I have already gathered the chakra of all tailed beasts except the 5 tails. Valley of Lies. It is a small landmark located at the border of the Land of Mountains. The informant is a resident of Shangri-La, a small village situated in between a gorge. Izuna folds the scroll and pockets it. Great job, Pride. You can take a break and pay a visit to your family. But keep in mind, you can only do so from a distance, for that is your sin and retribution. I will bear that in mind. Pride nods his head and flickers out. Whoosh. Izuna teleports from his location and reappears in his room. Finally. I will be able to gather the chakra of all tailed beasts and perform the yin-yang, balance in all things technique to revive Minato and Kushina-san. BZZT. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket. The scroll shines brightly with a purple glow. A summon from Ryuchi Cave. Izuna's expression turns serious. Well, it won't hurt to pay a visit to that old hag Snake Sage. Izuna closes his eyes and senses the location of Ryuchi Cave. Whoosh. He teleports at the outskirt of Ryuchi Cave. Let's see what the Snake Sage has to say. Izuna saunters in the Ryuchi Cave. Hiss. A giant purple snake with black rings appears in his vision. Oh. Isn't it the boss summon Manda himself? You like quite good with that fresh look. Izuna remarks as he stares at the charred skin of Manda. You too. This new look suits you well. Manda snorts as he stares at the left hand of Izuna. At least, we can agree on something. Haha. Izuna laughs as he walks towards Manda. Bang. He launches Manda in the air and walks deeper into Ryuchi Cave. Bastard. I will repay you for this. Manda releases a weak squeal. Lad. You are here. An old, grumpy voice greets him as a giant, white snake appears in front of him. You should be more gentle to that Manda brat. She remarks. Let's say we are cut from the same cloth. Izuna shakes his head. You should better look for another successor. He remarks. He is the most powerful of his generation. But it is his arrogance and ignorance that holds him back. The white snake sage remarks. So, where is the boy? Izuna questions her. The giant white snake points her tail towards the pool. There. The boy has overcome the trial. Now he has officially become a sage. Izuna turns towards the pool as he senses a massive surge of nature energy. Whoosh. Kimimaro absorbs a large amount of nature energy in his body as his pupil changes to resemble a snake. Various tendrils of nature energy gather around his body and morph into snakes. Whoosh, shum. Kimimaro disappears from his place and reappears in front of Izuna. Swoosh. He directs a punch at Izuna's face. Swish. Izuna stretches his palm and catches his fist. Not bad. Whoosh. Kimimaro takes a step back and disappears again. He flickers around Izuna in an attempt to confuse him. Whoosh. Kimimaro reappears in Izuna's blind spot and tries to stab him with a bone infused with the Snake Sage mode. Your reflexes have improved greatly. But there are still many unnecessary movements. Izuna raises his palm and brings it down. Bang. Kimimaro is smashed into the ground and forms a crater. Ouch. He clutches his forehead as the Sage mode disappears. I am sorry, Angel-san. I couldn't live up to your expectations. Kimimaro performs Tajiza in front of Izuna. No. You did quite well. I am happy with your improvement. Izuna shakes his head as he picks up Kimimaro. Boy. You should be a little prouder of your achievement. It took you only 2 years to master Snake Sage mode. You succeeded where others failed. It has been 1,000 years since the Ryuchi Cave had a human sage. Slam. The Snake Sage slaps its tail on the ground. But. Angel-san is already a sage. Kimimaro meekly replies. Slam. Boy. He is an exception. Don't judge him in the same light as others. The Snake Sage remarks as she turns to Izuna. With this, the Ryuchi Cave has fulfilled its part of the promise. Since there is no other matter, you may see yourself out. I have to enter into my mediation to recover my energy. The Snake Sage closes her eyes and enters into a deep slumber. She is still holding a grudge for losing the bet. Izuna shrugs his shoulder and flickers out of the Ryuchi Cave. Whoosh. Both of them exit the separate isolation space barrier of Ryuchi Cave. Shum. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and inspects Kimimaro's body. There is no sign of cancer anymore. The poison must have acted as an inhibitor to the cancer cells. Paired with the rich nature energy of Ryuchi Cave, he has recovered from his bone ailment. Izuna nods his head. Also, his bones, they have mutated. Izuna notices various grayish marks on Kimimaro's bones. From the looks of it, his Kekkei Genkai has attained a perfect state and now it is in harmony with his body and chakra. Now he won't suffer the same problem as earlier. Well done, kid. Izuna pats Kimimaro's shoulders. Angel-san. I am ready to serve you. Let's talk about it later. For now, let's go on another journey like the previous time. Izuna scratches his head. I don't know what kind of laxatives his clan fed to him to make him this loyal. Yes, Angel-san. I will follow your lead. Kimimaro nods his head. He takes out a small diary from his pocket and scribbles on it. Chapter 229, 222. Valley of Lies Part 2. At the border of Land of Mountains. We are here. Izuna and Kimimaro scale a very tall mountain as they gaze at a gorge located in between two mountains. Izuna takes out the map from his pocket to assure the location. This is the location, but I can't see anything out of ordinary here. A long river flows through the gorge, parting two mountains in half. Sharingan. Izuna activates his Sharingan and gazes down on the slope of the hill. I see, that makes sense. He nods his head as the truth appears in front of his eyes. No wonder, they call this place as the Valley of Lies. This entire mountain range is shrouded in a very large-scale genjutsu. To any outsider, the place will just look like a normal mountain range, but it can't fool my eyes. Izuna turns towards Kimimaro. Have you done skydiving before? Skydiving. Kimimaro tilts his head in confusion. No problem, there's first time for everything. Izuna lifts Kimimaro and points him towards the base of the hill. Gulp. Ah. Angel-san. I am afraid. Kimimaro gulps his saliva. Daijubu. Daijubu. Besides, I am also here with you. Whoosh. Here you go. Izuna swings his right arm and launches Kimimaro towards the foothill. This is the actual test of your skills. Whoosh. Izuna takes a leap of faith from the peak of the mountain. At the base of the mountain. Ha, ha, ha. Kimimaro is breathing heavily as there are various bruises on his body. I did it. Well done. Izuna nods his head. Mystic Palm Technique. Izuna heals Kimimaro's wound. With the Snake Sage mode, your body has gained the traits of a snake. Your body has become more flexible and it will help greatly with your Kekkei Genkai. Yes, Angel-san. Kimimaro nods his head. Maybe I am too harsh to him. But only life-threatening situation can awaken the true potential. Izuna shakes his head. Kimimaro, our destination is here. Izuna remarks as he stares at a giant boulder. He walks towards the boulder and investigates it. Found it. Gotcha, click. He activates the mechanism and a passage opens in a nearby hill. Let's go. Kimimaro stands up and dusts his clothes. Both of them walk inside the cave as Izuna explains the details. Shangri-La is a small village hidden deep in the Valley of Lies. This village is a haven for rogue ninja who abandoned the life of shinobi and aims to live peacefully. A genjutsu barrier is erected on the hill and is maintained by the villagers to deter bounty hunters from the village. The ninjas of the village use transformation jutsu to hide their actual identity. Izuna turns towards Kimimaro. So, let's change our appearance. Izuna makes some hand signs. Transformation jutsu. He transforms into a burly middle-aged man with a scar on his right eye. As for you, Kimimaro, you are fine as you are. You just need some touch-ups. Whoosh. Izuna takes out a makeup kit from his storage scroll and paints Kimimaro's looks. Well. I think I did a good job with my makeup. Izuna nods his head as he stares at his masterpiece on Kimimaro's face. Just a few touch-ups here and there. After half an hour later. It is a nice cosplay. You are ready to go. Izuna stores his makeup kit and nods at Kimimaro's new appearance. Kimimaro takes out the small diary from his pocket and scribbles on it. Cosplay is good. Both of them continue to walk through the underground passage as they approach the village. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 masked ninjas appear in front of them. They draw their kunais and point them towards the duo. Halt. Both of them stop as they warily stare at the group. Outsiders aren't allowed here. Please return to where you came from. One of the shinobi walks in front of them and threatens them. No. No. We aren't here for trouble. Izuna shakes his hands. My name is Akihito, and this is my son, Akifumi. We are from a small shinobi village from the land of grass. The head of our village was a lecher and a sexual deviant. While I was on a mission, he assaulted my wife. Out of guilt and sorrow, my wife committed suicide. When I came back from my mission, I learned about the truth. Enraged by this, I murdered that son of a bitch and fled the village. Since then, I have been on a constant run with my son. It has been 5 years since then. Izuna gently pats Kimimaro's head. He is my only family in this world. I want to give a stable and peaceful life to him. A life where he would never have to live in fear of death. Recently, I heard about this place from someone. So, we climbed all the way to this mountain to reach this haven. Tears fall from his eyes as he hugs Kimimaro. Sob, sob. The eyes of one of the guard shinobis tear up. I feel you, brother. I share the same story as you. But in my case, I had no family. We share the same sentiment as you, brother. All the residents of Shangri-La have suffered one way or another. The remaining 2 shinobi also nod their head as their eyes tears up. They withdraw their weapon and guide them towards the village. Shangri-La welcomes you. All of us are the rogue criminals of this cruel world. We hope you will be able to achieve peace here. The group continues to walk deeper into the cave. Damn. I never expected my 3rd-grade drama to melt their heart. Does this mean I am a natural-born actor? Maybe I should have opted acting as a career path rather than medical studies. Izuna silently stares at their back as they walk along the bank of the river. Would you mind telling me more about this village? Izuna turns towards one of the shinobis of Shangri-La. The shinobi nods his head as he explains. Shangri-La was originally a small cave which was part of this giant mountain. After the end of the First Shinobi War, a group of shinobi from smaller nations fled to this place to preserve their life. They dug out the mountain and found this village. Since then, the village has continued to expand. As the village is carved out from the mountain, there is always a risk of landslide. So, the previous village had planted a giant tree to act as a support for the base of the mountain. The shinobi points towards a gigantic tree situated in the middle of the cavern. I see. Izuna nods his head as he secretly activates his Sharingan to investigate the tree. There is nothing unusual about this tree other than the fact that it is surrounded by large amounts of nature energy. Maybe it is the effect of its immense vitality. We are here. The group stops as they reach the base of the giant tree. Knock. Knock. One of the shinobi knocks on a small door embedded in the tree. Creak. The door creaks open as an old man with a long white beard walks out of the treehouse. What's the matter, Fuseo? Fuseo bows in front of the old man. Chief, there are newcomers. He points towards the father-son duo. The old village chief scrutinizes Izuna and Kimimaro and nods his head. Good. It has been almost 3 years since someone new joined the village. Fuseo. Explain the drill to them. The old chief turns around and returns to his treehouse. Fuseo turns towards the duo and remarks. You must have already encountered the barrier around the village. Izuna nods his head. Yes, we came across the barrier. Since we were specifically seeking for the village, it didn't fool our eyes. Fuseo nods his head. The barrier requires an enormous amount of chakra to maintain, as such many of the villagers spent 4 hours a day to help maintain the barrier. Since you are now a member of the village, you would also have to fulfill this duty. I will fulfill this duty. Izuna nods his head. Good. Let me escort you to an empty house. Whenever a villager dies, he leaves behind an empty house. You can live in one of these houses. He directs the pair to one of the old houses. Chapter 223. A peculiar village. Izuna inspects his surroundings as he closes the door. All these people are in disguise. Can't blame them, all of them are criminals or rogue shinobis. I have little to do with the village, but the informant is from this place. I wonder who he is. Seal. He makes a hand sign and places a fuinjutsu seal on the door. It has become an instinct of mine to place sealing formulas everywhere. Izuna shakes his head and turns towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro. Your Kekkei Genkai Shikatsumiyaku is an integral part of your combat. Paired with taijutsu and senjutsu, you will become a force to be reckoned with. It's all thanks to you, Angel-san. Kimimaro bows in front of him. But, it's not enough. Izuna shakes his head. You don't have any talent for genjutsu and even your ninjutsu skills are very poor. Izuna remarks as he makes some hand signs. Crackle. Snap. Pop. Kimimaro snaps his bones and takes out a bone sword from his arm. I don't need ninjutsu or genjutsu to kill my enemies. I can just slice them off with my bones. A hint of bloodlust appears in Kimimaro's eyes. Izuna notices the bloodlust in his eyes. It must be the effect of his bloodline. As he reaches adulthood, more and more of his bloodline potential will be released and he too will slowly turn insane, like his clan mates. No wonder the Snake Sage mode suits him. But he needs to keep his bloodlust in check. I see. Izuna nods his head as he lifts his finger and points it towards Kimimaro. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. He casts a simple genjutsu on Kimimaro. Arg. Kimimaro clutches his forehead and shakes in fear as he hugs his body. Snap. Izuna snaps his body and dispels the genjutsu. This was a D-rank genjutsu meant to be used against chunins and genins, and yet it turned into a nightmare for you. I am sorry. Kimimaro lies down on the ground as his entire body is drenched in sweat. Having self-confidence is fine and all. But you must never underestimate your enemies. Since you know your weakness, it is time to get rid of it. What about you, brat? Most of the time you underestimate your enemies. Kurama snorts at him. Let's not talk about that. Izuna turns his head away in embarrassment. Ha. Minato and Kushina chuckles. I agree with Kurama on this matter. Minato nods his head. Not you too. Minato-san. Izuna drops his head in shame. Ahem. He clears his throat and turns to Kimimaro. Whoosh. Izuna takes out a chakra paper from his pocket. I never checked your chakra nature, maybe it is time to do so. He hands over the chakra paper to Kimimaro. Infuse your chakra in this chakra paper. Swoosh. Kimimaro grabs the paper and infuses his chakra into the paper. Drip, drip. Crumble, crumble. The paper turns soggy before it crumbles apart in the dust. I see. So, you have a dual chakra nature of earth and water. That's pretty good. Izuna nods his head. In these upcoming days, I would train you in some basic ninjutsu techniques. Since you don't have an affinity for genjutsu, we will skip that part. I will only teach you how to dispel a genjutsu. So, get ready for the training. Yes. Angel-san. Kimimaro meekly nods his head. Outside the land of Valley. Whoosh. Conan climbs the mountain as she reaches the peak of the summit of the mountain. This is the place. She takes out the map from her scroll and checks the location. Swoosh. Icy winds blow in the mountain as a chill runs down her spine. She pockets the scroll and gazes at the bottomless end on the other side of the mountain. Scramble, scramble. Dance of the Shikigami. Various paper sheets gather behind her. The paper sheets form two giant wings behind her. Swoosh. The paper wings create a thrust as she flies to the bottom of the hill. Whoosh. She smoothly lands at the bottom of the hill. It must be somewhere around here. Conan searches for the hidden mechanism to enter the village. She founds the mechanism. Swoosh. Paper transformation technique. The paper gathers around her as she changes her outer appearance. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 masked shinobis with kunais block her way. Halt. Kimimaro, I have taught the basic technique to you. Practice it diligently and you will master it in no time. Izuna instructs Kimimaro. I am on my way to barrier maintenance duty. He steps out of the house. You are right on time, Akihito. I will teach you the method. Izuna comes across Fuseo, who guides him towards the location of the barrier squad. Both of them approach the center of the village, near the giant tree. This giant tree serves as the foundation of this village. It not only supports the weight of the entire mountain on itself but also acts as a core for the barrier. The roots of this tree are spread throughout this mountain range and thus act as a chakra circuit to maintain the barrier. Fuseo explains the details of the barrier to Izuna. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of them scale the giant tree as they land on one of its branches. There are 2 giant blue leaves on the branch. Swish, swish. Fuseo makes some one-hand signs as he places another hand on the leaf. Swoosh. A surge of chakra rises from Fuseo's body and enters leaf. Izuna curiously stares at the process as he activates his Sharingan. This is. His eyes widen in surprise as various chakra veins and circuits appear in his vision. The chakra veins on the leaf absorb Fuseo's chakra and the chakra circuit circulates it through the tree before spreading the chakra to the roots. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I have never seen such a method of creating barriers. There are no Fuinjutsu seals involved at all. Not only this, but this entire tree, I have never seen such a thing even in the Mount Maiboku, Ryuchi Cave, or Shikatsu Forest. Izuna curiously surveys the entire tree. It's your turn now. Fuseo interrupts Izuna's thoughts. Izuna helplessly stares at his left arm. Fuseo notices the missing left arm of Izuna. Why don't you try to place your leg on the leaf? Just make the necessary hand signs with your right hand. He suggests. That could work. Izuna nods his head and follows the instruction. Swoosh. A massive surge of chakra rises from his body as the tree greedily absorbs the entire chakra. At this rate, this tree will suck me dry. Izuna's expression turns ugly as he wrestles control of his chakra. I have been sucked dry for almost 10 years. My chakra control has grown to the point that I won't even waste a single drop of my chakra. He directs a small amount of his chakra to the tree. An hour later. Huff. Huff. Fuseo breathes heavily as the tree continues to absorb his chakra. You don't look so well. Izuna notices the pale expression of Fuseo. It's nothing. Fuseo shakes his head. I have to do my share to protect the village. Also, it's not like we have to do it every day. We need to do this once per week, as for the rest of the days, someone else will take over. Huff, huff. Fuseo assures Izuna as he pants. Izuna activates his Sharingan as he inspects Fuseo's body. The rate at which his chakra is draining, I am afraid he will suffer from acute chakra deficiency, ACD, within next 2 hours. His body will lose its bodily function, and it will compensate the rest with his vitality. What accurate calculation. 3 hours is the perfect time to stop. Izuna analyzes the situation as the gears in his mind churns. Don't tell me, I have come across another trouble. Am I a trouble magnet or something? Why does every unknown trouble of shinobi world cling to me? Izuna closes his eyes as he muses over the matter. Still, if my hunch is right, which usually is. Then something is fishy about this place. Not just fishy, I can smell the entire fucking ocean here. Sniff, sniff. Izuna takes a deep breath as a soothing fragrance enters his nose. Ha. He takes a deep breath as his body relaxes automatically. Alarms ring in Izuna's mind as it lowers his guard. What's going on? What's the deal with this fragrance? Why my body is acting strangely? Fuseo notices Izuna's tense expression and chuckles. There is nothing to worry about. This is the scent of the glazed snow lilies grown in the nearby pond. These lilies produce a fragrant aroma which soothes mind and body. Fuseo takes a deep breath and calmly closes his eyes. Glazed snow lily. It sounds like some sort of chakra laxative. Well, whatever it is, I will face it head on. Chapter 231, 224. Flower of Deceit. Later in night. Whoosh. Izuna jumps on the top of the roof. Light release, camouflage cloak. He hides his presence as he surveys the village. There is nothing noteworthy about this village, maybe except that giant-ass tree. Izuna turns towards the giant tree in the center of the village. The tree is lit up with a faint blue hue as shallow moonlight shines on the tree. Izuna raises his head and stares at the almost round moon visible from the giant crack in the mountain. Two villagers are continuously pumping their chakra into the tree. Earlier, while pumping chakra in this tree, I noticed the unusual flow of chakra. The tree directs only a small percent of the chakra towards the barrier, it directs the rest somewhere else. Either these villagers are scheming something or they are being used by someone else. Izuna shakes his head. Swoosh. He takes out the intel scroll from his scroll. 9 o'clock from the tree will lead to a small stream, move along the stream and a small cave will appear in vision. There is a small pond in the stream filled with glazed snow lilies. Dive in the pond. There is a small secret passage hidden at the bottom of the pond. Enter the passage and swim for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, a small exit will appear which will lead you to the other side of the pond. Meet me on the night of the full moon, I will wait for you there. It's still 3 days before the day of the full moon. Maybe till then, I can research this village. Sharingan. He activates his Sharingan and jumps on top of another house. Whoosh. In a small house at the other end of the Shangri-La village. I have an odd feeling about this village. Conan gazes out of the window as she looks at the giant tree in the center of the village. Somehow, this giant tree reminds me of the god tree from the legend of the Sage of Six Paths. Being a part of Akatsuki, she has paid close attention to the history of the shinobi world, especially with the emergence of Izuna Uchiha. Akatsuki has been stifled to the point that they dare not make a move after the previous Yukika incident. Thus, to seek advantages she had turned to shinobi history to seek some legends and myths. Scribble, scribble. Conan manipulates some paper sheets and creates a replica of the giant tree. Scribble, scribble. She manipulates more papers and creates another paper origami of a giant tree. Madara revealed the details of the plans to Nagato. But Nagato never mentioned the details to me. Whoosh. A gust of wind blows as an enchanting fragrance wafts in the air. Conan closes her eyes as the image of a young Nagato and Yahiko appears in her memories. Yahiko. You left me all alone in this cruel world. A teardrop drips from her eyes as her hair flutters in the wind. Yahiko. Nagato. I was the support that holds our bridge up. Yet, unknowingly I became the weak link which led to the collapse of that bridge. She closes her eyes as the memories of Yahiko's death floods her mind. The enemy captured and held her as a hostage, forcing Nagato and Yahiko in a disadvantageous position. At your deathbed, I made a promise to myself. A promise to never leave Nagato's side, no matter the circumstances. Swoosh. Conan takes out a small orange paper flower. But Yahiko. I failed the promise. Nagato has become an empty husk devoid of emotions. More tears fall from her eyes as she continues to reminisce about her past. With each passing day. Why do I always feel like Nagato is getting farther and farther away from me? Why do we have to shoulder the burden of world peace? Sob, sob. Conan hugs the orange flower to her bosom as she lets out her emotions. Yahiko. I miss you. I feel empty without you. There is no such thing as hope in this world, only pain and suffering. If only was not so useless back then. Ha. She wipes her tears and returns to her emotionless state. Swish, swish. She makes some hand signs and releases a handful of paper butterflies from the window. The butterflies flutter through the window and disperse in the village. I have to gather the intel on this village. There seems to be something suspicious about this village. She makes a hand sign and controls the movements of the butterflies. Whoosh. Izuna jumps on top of another house as he records the true identity of the resident in his memory. No matter what technique you use to hide your identity, I can see through it with my eyes. He turns towards another house as he uses his X-ray vision to peer in the house. He notices a pair of husband and wife in the house. Fwish. The wife has a whip in her hand as she whips her half-naked husband. Wow. Now that's a rare sight. The wife is an S, and the husband is an M. He turns towards another house. Interesting, now that's something unusual. I can see two different people in this house, but both of them have the same chakra signature but have different physical bodies. Is that a shadow clone? Mangekyo Sharingan. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan to see through the clone. Oh. So, that's how it is. No wonder he can fool these villagers. Mud Release. He possesses the unusual Mud Release Kekiai Genkai. It is a nature transformation of Water Release and Earth Release, the same as Wood Release, but the chakra proportion of Mud Release and Wood Releases are different. Wood Release is so famous and legendary, courtesy of First Hokage, that the Mud Release is considered a hoax. I never expected to come across it here of all places. He copies the details of the Mud Releases with his Mangekyo. Though, I won't use it. But maybe it might help me in some rainy days. Swoosh. A gust of wind blows as an enchanting fragrance wafts in the air. Sniff. The fragrance enters his body as a feeling of sorrow and guilt overcomes him. He tries to resist the feeling. What? What is this? He raises his guard and warily looks around. Is it some sort of genjutsu? But I am immune to most types of genjutsu thanks to my Sharingan. He continues to look around for the source of the fragrance. His gaze stops on the pond located in the center of the village, near the giant tree. Swoosh. The glazed snow lilies flutter in the wind as they release small microscopic pollens in the air. I see. Izuna activates his microvision as he inspects his body. There are various microscopic white pollens stuck in his lungs and windpipe. The pollens have a purple hue as they release a strange chakra in his body. These glazed snow lilies are the source of all trouble. During the day, these lilies release pollens which induce happiness, and during the night the pollens induce sorrow and remorse. Swish, swish. He makes some hand signs as purple lightning flickers in his hand. Bzzz. He infuses the purple lightning in his body. Cough, cough. He coughs out black smoke from his nose and mouth. I hate this method, but at least it gets the job done. He gets rid of all the pollens from his body. I have never heard or read about such kind of flower in any archives. Not even the land of medicine has any information on them. Ah. Harder. Harder, daddy, harder. Loud moans fill his ears as he slowly turns towards the house with the couple. The husband whips his wife as she moans loudly. My eyes. What did I see? Izuna rubs his eyes as he is flabbergasted by the situation. What the heck? This pollen reversed their personality. Now the husband is an S, and the wife is an M. Scary. This flower is scary. I will pick a few samples of this flower to research them. Whoosh. He flickers away towards another house. An hour later. He returns to his house and dispels the camouflage. This village is more interesting than I imagined. First is this mysterious tree located in the center of the village. Then there is this weird flower of deceit that influences emotions. What other secret does this village hide? He muses to himself. There are exactly 69 people in this village, including us. Most of them are deserters who fled here in the hope of a better life. Almost all of them are in bingo book and have a huge bounty on their head. But what I never expected was to come across Conan here. I wonder what Akatsuki is up to. Sob, sob. Angel-san, please relive me from this pathetic life. I am a monster who has killed countless people. Please kill me. Kimimaro grabs his legs and wails in sorrow. Sigh. I see. So, this flower has a different effect on different people. For some, it brings out their insecurities and manipulates their behaviors. For others, it manifests their worst fears. Truly, a scary flower. Bzzz. Purple lightning flickers through his right hand as he places it on Kimimaro's chest. It might hurt a little, but bear with it. Chapter 232, 225. A giant problem. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. On the night of the full moon. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of his house as the full moonlight casts its serene brilliance on the village. The moon seems to be a bit bigger today. Izuna raises his head and takes a glance at the moon. It's about time to meet with the informant. He flickers towards the pond as various thoughts pop in his mind. After spending 4 days in this village, I am unable to solve the mystery of this village. The more I revel about this village, the more mysterious it becomes. Given the nature of this village, so far, I can't trust anything here. Izuna takes out the intel scroll from his pocket. This scroll seems to be nothing more than a farce, but I am curious to learn about the nature of this village. Still, I will take some precautionary measures. Izuna closes his eyes and stretches his right hands in front of him. Shinra Bansho. 5 dense purple orbs manifest in his palm. Swoosh. He wills the orbs to float behind him. To a certain extent these orbs are infused with an extent of my will, so they can operate autonomously to protect me. Whoosh. Izuna hides his presence as he flickers towards the designated location. Swish, swish. Multiple paper butterflies gather on top of a house in the village. The butterfly morphs into Conan. She takes out a scroll from her pocket. It's about time to meet with the informant. Whoosh. The butterflies disperse as Conan disappears from her place. Izuna appears near the pond marked on the map. Multiple glazed snow lilies are floating in the pond as they shine with a fitful silvery hue. The passage is beneath this lake. Swish. Swish. He makes some one-hand signs. Water release, air water bubble. Izuna forms a water bubble around his body as he dives into the pond. Swirl. The water swirls around him as he propels forward. This pond is quite larger than I expected. It is more of a lake than a pond. Izuna continues to travel across the pond as he surveys the pond. After diving deeper for a while, a small water passage appears in front of him. This must be it. Whoosh. The water air bubble wraps around his body as he enters the passage. Ha. Izuna exits from the other end of the passage in yet another pond. Swoosh. A deep, enchanting fragrance greets him. These are. Whoosh. He jumps out of the water as various glazed snow lilies are floating in the pond. No, something is different about them. Izuna scrutinizes them. The number of petals differs from the previous ones. There were 20 petals in the previous lily, whereas this has 23 petals. Also, there is a pink hue on their petal tips compared to the other lilies. Izuna picks up the lily as he inspects it curiously. Its fragrance differs greatly from the previous flower. Sharingan. He activates his Sharingan to look for the pollens of the lily. No pollens. That's quite surprising. Swoosh. Izuna stores the lily in his storage scroll and walks deeper into the passage. After half an hour. What's going on? I have yet to arrive at the marked location. Izuna's expression turns ugly as he warily looks around. Is this some sort of genjutsu? I feel like I am moving in circles. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and inspects his chakra flow. My chakra flow is normal. I can't see any disruption in my chakra. Then what else could it be? Swish, swish. Izuna makes some hand signs. Light release, lightsaber. He creates a lightsaber. Buzz, sizzle. Izuna carves a symbol on the wall of the passage as he moves forward. At least this way, I won't move in circles. Time to move forward. Half an hour later. Whoosh. He reappears at the same place as the symbol appears in his vision. So I am moving in circles. Izuna closes his eyes as he tries to sense the surrounding space. I will just teleport back to the village. It's odd. I can't sense my seals. There seems to be a powerful barrier distorting my sense of time and space. He opens his eyes and takes a deep breath. I don't know what sort of trouble I have invoked, but I don't have time to waste here. Izuna stretches his arm and wills the Shinra Bansho orb. Whoosh, whirl. The orb changes slightly as a small ring appears around it. Izuna points it towards the ceiling of the passage. Boom. The orb drills a hole through the ceiling. Whoosh. Izuna jumps out of the hole. Roarrrr. An intense scream of agony greets him as the deafening roar rings in his ears. Rumble, rumble. The ground beneath Izuna trembles and he loses his balance. Shum. Izuna infuses some chakra in his feet and sticks to the wall. What the hell? What's going on? Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan as he inspects the walls of the passage. Slosh, slosh. The rock walls of the passage transform into flesh as various veins appear on them. Thump. 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 A loud heartbeat echoes in the surrounding. Splash. A rapid stream of blood flows through the body of the giant creature. Whoosh. Izuna jumps and hangs on the ceiling as he avoids the gust of blood. Slosh. The hole in the wall regenerates quickly as the wound closes. This looks like a blood circulatory system of some kind of giant creature. Roar. Another roar echoes in the surrounding. Izuna closes his ears as the roar disrupts his senses, leaving him dizzy. What a powerful sound-based attack. This roar was infused with an enormous amount of chakra. I have to quickly get out of this place. Swoosh, swoosh. Izuna directs his Shinra Bansho orbs towards the inner walls of the creature as he creates one hole after another in the creature's body. Roar. The creature screams in agony as its inner blood vessels explode one after another. Slosh. Slosh. The blood vessels regenerate rapidly as Izuna jumps quickly out of the body of the beast. Whoosh! He breaks through the outer shell of the beast and lands on top of its body. Rumble. Rumble. The giant monster shakes its body rapidly to ease the pain. Izuna inspects the outer shell of the beast. This shell is made of the mountain rock. Let me take a clear look at it. Whoosh! Izuna flies in the air. After reaching enough altitude, he takes a clear look at the form of the beast. Holy shit! This is a giant mountain tortera. Izuna levitates in the air as the giant creature appears in his vision. Rumble. Rumble. Dust and debris rise in the air as the giant creature slowly stands up. There is a giant tree on the back of the creature and there are 3 stony extensions in the shape of mountain peaks on the creature's stony shell. The creature has large red beady eyes with black rims around them. The mouth of the creature is jagged, giving it an appearance of a giant turtle. Its legs are thick and have 4 toes in the shape of jagged stones. Roar. The creature releases another powerful roar as it searches for the source of its suffering. Rumble. Rumble. It lifts its rocky neck and notices Izuna floating in the air. Roar. Anger blazes in its eyes as it notices the purple orbs floating being Izuna. Shum. The creature opens its mouth as it gathers large amounts of chakra in its mouth. Large numbers of red and dark blue chakra orbs gather around its mouth as it compresses them into a small orb. Crap. It is about to fire a tailed beast bomb. Whoosh. Izuna directs his Shinra Bansho orbs to stop the beam. Boom. The orbs and the tailed beast collide with each other as a giant explosion rises in the air. Boom. Shockwaves travel through the air as it hurls Izuna into the sky. Whoosh. Shum. Izuna topples in the sky as he continues to gain altitude. Susanoo. Giant silver humanoid constructs with golden bracers and shoulder pads form around Izuna and he regains balance. Whoosh. The Susanoo opens its wings, and it flies towards the giant turtle-like creature. Boom. The giant turtle is pushed back by the explosion and it slams into a nearby mountain. Swoosh. Izuna reappears in front of the creature as he maintains a safe distance from the creature. I don't know if you can understand me or not, but I need to know where are the residents of the Shangri-La village. Kimimaro is still in the village. I can't abandon him after coming this far. Roar. The creature angrily roars at Izuna as its eyes turn a darker shade of red. Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembles as the creature charges towards Izuna. Fine. I will search for them myself. The Susanoo unsheathes its katana as it points it towards the charging beast. Reality Slash. Chapter 233, 226. Spirit Mountain Turtle Reiki. Reality Slash. The Susanoo swings its giant katana towards the creature. Boom. The katana releases a massive surge of chakra which travels through the ground, parting a major chunk of land in half. The swing of the blade forms a bottomless rift as the chakra wave travels towards the giant turtle. Boom. Boom. Large pillars of black flames rise from the ground. Bang. The blast hurls the beast in the air. Boom. The giant turtle topples over and lands sideways on its body. Bam. Bam. The Susanoo slowly walks towards the giant turtle and points its katana towards the turtle's neck. This giant turtle is similar to Genbu of Kimobakure. I wonder if it is related to the island turtle of Kumo. Izuna scrutinizes the giant turtle and wonders about the possibility. Shinobi world is truly wondrous. This mountain turtle and the island turtle of the Kimobakure are even more ancient than the history of the shinobi itself. They must be at least 10,000 years old, or perhaps even older. He shakes his head and threatens the giant turtle. Listen. I don't have any feud with you, but I need to know the location of Shangri-La village. The village was supposed to be somewhere on your back, but I can't sense the chakra signature of the villagers. Tell me where are they and I won't harm you further. Izuna questions the giant turtle as he thinks about Kimimaro. I can't sense my flying thunder god seal on Kimimaro. There are only 2 possibilities, either there is a powerful space-time barrier disrupting the space or someone has tampered with my seals and erased it. Roar. The giant turtle roars angrily as it struggles to gain balance. The turtle angrily stares at Izuna as it opens its mouth wide. Swoosh. Dark red and blue chakra bubbles gather around its mouth as the beast charges up another tailed beast bomb. Very well. Whoosh. Bang. The Susanoo flickers on top of the turtle and kicks its head, preventing it from charging up the attack. Since you won't cooperate, I can only get rid of you to prevent any further catastrophe to the land. Swish. The Susanoo lifts its giant katana and swings it towards the turtle's neck. Angel San. Stop. A loud yell echoes in Izuna's ear as Kimimaro jumps out from behind the giant turtle's back. Huff, huff. Kimimaro pants heavily as he lies against a giant rock on the turtle's back. His clothes are badly tattered and there is dust and dirt smudged on his body. Swoosh. Izuna disperses his Susanoo as he flickers to Kimimaro. Are you okay? Izuna notices the haggard appearance of Kimimaro. What happened to you? Izuna inspects Kimimaro's body. Angel-san. Please don't hurt this turtle. Kimimaro begs Izuna. There are no injuries on his body. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath as he uses Mystic Palm technique to heal Kimimaro's wounds. The wounds on Kimimaro's skin close as glow returns to his body. Thank you, Angel-san. It's okay. Izuna shakes his head and asks him. Describe the entire incident to me. Tell me what happened after my departure. Yes, Angel-san. But before that. Kimimaro turns towards the giant turtle. Whoosh, whoosh. Kimimaro jumps towards the giant turtle's ears and whispers something. Izuna curiously stares at their interaction. Don't tell me. Kimimaro can somehow communicate with this giant turtle. Roar. The giant turtle releases another roar as it turns towards Izuna. The giant turtle nods its head as Kimimaro continues to whisper something in his ears. Rumble. Rumble. The giant turtle lies down on the ground. Whoosh. Kimimaro flickers towards Izuna. Angel-san, please help this giant turtle. He is in so much pain. Please help him. About that, explain everything in detail to me. I would like to know each and everything before I take any action. Roar. The giant roars and nods his head. Angel-san. After your departure, a strange scent spread throughout the entire village. Before I could react to it, my head felt dizzy, and I lost my consciousness. Izuna nods his head. It might be the work of those glazed snow lilies. Maybe they induced some sort of genjutsu and induced sleep in the villagers. Izuna remarks as he ponders. But who could be the instigator of these events? Is it Akatsuki? The image of Conan appears in his mind. It could be them, or else why would Conan appear in a remote place like this village? But what could be their motive? I have shut down their activities and suppressed them. Izuna ransacks his thoughts as he signals Kimimaro to continue. Later, I regained consciousness and found myself tightly bound in a giant metal cage with the other villagers. The villagers were under some sort of genjutsu and I was unable to dispel the genjutsu. Kimimaro helplessly shakes his head as he continues. Those metal cages were made of an unknown metal which restricts my chakra and I was unable to infuse any chakra. So, I used my bones to break free from the cage and escape from the imprisonment. Kimimaro describes the series of events to Izuna and how he escaped from his imprisonment. I see. So, it looks like someone is plotting something in Shangri-La. Izuna turns towards the giant turtle and questions. So, what about this giant turtle? What's the deal with him and you? Kimimaro scratches his head and answers. When I was escaping from the prison, I heard a miserable cry filled with pain in my head. So, I followed the direction of the scream and found my way out. Kimimaro points towards the giant turtle. Somehow, I can understand this giant turtle. Izuna has an incredulous expression on his face. Should I call him a Pokemon trainer now? Cough, cough. Izuna coughs slightly as he discards these unnecessary thoughts. So, what does this giant turtle has to say? He can understand me, right? Izuna turns towards the giant turtle. Roar. The giant turtle nods its head. I see. Izuna walks near the giant turtle and questions him. Before I agree to help, I would like to learn more about you. Roar. Kimimaro nods his head in consent as he acts as a translator. My name is Reiki. I am also known as the spirit turtle or the mountain turtle. The giant turtle introduces itself. Izuna nods his head as Reiki continues. Before the era of the shinobis, this land was inhabited by many giant creatures. I was one such being who roamed freely in this world. Back then, humans don't have access to chakra. As such, the humans of that era treated me like a deity and called me Mountain Turtle. However, various other creatures terrorized humankind and attacked their cities. So, the Sage of Six Paths fought against these creatures. Most of them died under his hands, others sealed, only a few including me and my brother Genba signed a pact with the sage. So that's the origin of the mountain's graveyard. A place filled with the remains of various unknown creatures. Genbu. Isn't that the name of the island turtle of the Kumogakure? So, he is your brother. Izuna questions the mountain turtle. Island turtle. I see, that's what you humans call my younger brother. I am glad he is still alive and well. Reiki nods his head as he continues. After the death of the Sage of Six Paths, all of us hid from the world, according to the pact. Reiki finishes his introduction. I see. Damn. He is a living fossil. I can research his body to learn more about the nature energy and its origin. Kimimaro pauses as he waits for Izuna's response. So why are you restless after so many years? Izuna questions him. Sigh. The giant turtle heaves a sigh of relief as he turns towards the giant tree on its back. This entire mountain range is a part of my body, including the various creatures which inhabit my body. However, this giant tree on my back is like a malignant tumor. The roots of this tree have spread throughout my body and are continuously draining my vitality as we speak. The giant turtle points at various dark black spots on its body. Izuna surveys the black spots. This is similar to aging. This tree is draining your vitality and life essence. At this rate, you will die within the next few years. Izuna warns the giant turtle. Still, how come you never get rid of this tree? You could easily get rid of this tree when it was still a seedling, but now it has grown to such an extent that it has become a part of you. He questions the giant turtle. About that, this tree induces a large-scale genjutsu on me, rendering me immobile. I am unable to resist the control of this tree. The genjutsu is quite powerful. The giant turtle remarks. No wonder. Casting such a large-scale genjutsu to hide a small village was quite suspicious. The true motive of the perpetrator was to suppress this turtle. Izuna nods his head in understanding. Earlier, your attack severed one of the major roots which were directly linked to my mind, and as such, I was able to break free from my restraints. The giant turtle turns towards Izuna as he begs for help. Oh human! You possess the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. I request you to get rid of this calamity. The giant turtle lowers its head. Dude. A few moments ago, you were hellbent on getting rid of me. Yar. Yar. Chapter 234, 227. Jujitsu. Fine. I will do it. Izuna nods his head. He turns towards Kimimaro and instructs him. There is some kind of barrier blocking my sense inside the body of this turtle. Either it is the work of the giant tree or someone else is messing with our senses. Either way, be on your guard. He warns Kimimaro. Yes, Angel-san. Kimimaro nods his head. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of them flickers towards an opening on the surface of the giant turtle's body. Our priority is to search for the missing villagers. There might be some relation between them and this giant tree. Fortunately, my seals aren't the only things which can help me with the tracking. Izuna makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Shock release, detection wave. Izuna releases low-frequency body waves from his hands. He places his ears on the ground to hear the reflected waves. Shock release allows me to manipulate body and surface waves on Earth. I can release low-frequency seismic waves to study the composition of the Earth. These waves can travel further along the ground and will bounce back. Or, I can release high-frequency seismic waves to create landslides and earthquakes. These body waves differ from the naturally occurring body waves since I infuse some of my chakra in these waves. Shum. Shum. Izuna continues to release the chakra-infused surface waves throughout the cavern. Wham. Izuna senses one of his reflected waves. I can sense a presence up ahead at 8 o'clock. Let's check it out. Whoosh. Izuna flickers towards the location as Kimimaro follows after him. They enter one of the many tunnels inside the cavern as a rock wall appears in front of them. There is someone bound behind that wall. Izuna activates his Sharingan and inspects the rock wall. There are multiple green-colored veins on the surface of the rock wall as they tightly bind a person. This is one of the many roots of the giant tree. Swish, swish. Izuna makes a hand sign. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. He spews out a giant fireball to burn the root. Sizzle. Sizzle. Smoke rises from the root as the fireball fails to burn it. Ha. This is some sturdy material. It is highly resistant to fire. Then what about this? Izuna makes some hand signs and stretches his palm. Inferno release, Searing Flames. White flames cover his palm as Izuna directs them towards the root. Crackle, crackle. Smoke rises from the root as it slowly turns into ashes and frees the prisoner. Bam. A familiar figure falls on the ground as Izuna recognizes the person. Fuseo. Izuna inspects Fuseo's body. He is under a powerful genjutsu. It is similar to the barrier around the village. Looks like it is the work of one of those lilies. Swish, swish. Izuna makes some hand signs as purple lightning crackles in his hand. Bzzz. He zaps Fuseo and purges the pollens from his body. Ugh. Fuseo slowly opens his eyes as he slowly recovers from the genjutsu. Where am I? Fuseo groggily opens his eyes as Izuna and Kimimaro appear in his vision. Akihito-san. What's going on? He questions Izuna. Well, I am not so sure. But apparently, it has something to do with that giant tree. Izuna shakes his head. I would like to know your recount about this tree. Maybe it might help us escape from this situation. Izuna questions Fuseo. I. Honestly, I know little about the tree. Fuseo shakes his head as he recounts his tale. 25 years ago, the flames of the Second Shinobi War were yet to go cold when my entire village was massacred in one single night. My father and I were the only few lucky survivors. It was the work of an evil cult. The members of the cult murdered our entire village to create a forbidden jujitsu. Fuseo narrates his story to Izuna. Background stories like his aren't that rare. Almost every shinobi from smaller nations suffers the same fate as him. Still, I am slightly interested in the evil cult and their jujitsu. Various evil cults are operating in shadows in this world. Some of these cults worship an unknown god and pay a tribute to the said god to gain power. An image of Haiden appears in Izuna's mind. Haiden is a member of the Jashin cult, which offers the human sacrifice to their god to earn his favor. In exchange for the ritualistic sacrifice of many people, Jashin grants them immortality. As enticing as the idea of immortality may sound, there must be a sort of catch to this offer. The members of the Otsutsuki clan are godlike in the eyes of the shinobi. But they are just a bunch of cosmic parasites leeching life from one world to another. Maybe this Jashin is also a similar being. Izuna ponders as the image of the purple-cloaked figure appears in his mind. Can Jashin be somehow related to that unknown being? No. Right. Izuna shakes his head to discard this thought. For now, I should focus on the matter at hand. He turns towards Fuseo, who continues his story. Later, father found about this village from a passerby, and since then I have grown up in this village. Father died 3 years ago, leaving me all alone in this world. Fuseo solemnly shakes his head. I see. I am very sorry for your loss. Izuna awkwardly nods his head. I just want to get some information about this goddamn tree, so I could prepare against any surprises. Izuna helplessly stares at Fuseo. This entire village is a trap. There is no haven in this village. Instead, this entire village is situated on top of a giant ancient turtle. Supplying chakra to the giant tree to maintain the barrier around the village was just a pretense. Their real aim is to cast and maintain a genjutsu on the giant turtle. Izuna informs Fuseo as he ponders. So, this tree was planted 25 years ago, perhaps after the Second Shinobi War. Shum. Izuna continues to use shock release to look for the traces of the villagers. Wham. Found them. At 2 o'clock. He quickly dashes in the direction. Whoosh. Kimimaro and Fuseo follow after him. This is. Surprise appears on Izuna's face as he stares at the state of the village. Multiple tall trees and vines populate the village. The long and thick light green vines tightly bind the villagers. They form a giant network around the village as the vines wrap around each other to create a giant cage. Izuna activates his Sharingan and inspects the vines. There are multiple spikes and thorns on them as these thorns pierces in the body of the villagers and rapidly drain chakra from their body. Angel-san. This is the place. Kimimaro reminds Izuna as he flicks his arm and draws a bone sword from it. He walks towards the vines to free the villagers. Fall back. Izuna yells to stop him. Whoosh. He grabs Kimimaro's arm and drags him back. Clang, clang, clang. Multiple thorny spears shoot out from the ground as they try to pierce Kimimaro's body. Shinobi rule no one, never let your guard down, Izuna warns him. Swoosh. 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 Multiple thorn spears attack the group from all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Izuna makes some hand signs as he faces the spears. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Izuna spews out a giant fireball to incinerate the spears. Swoosh. Swoosh. The spears pierce through the fireball as they aim for his vital spots. TCH. Looks like fire release is useless against them. Whoosh. Izuna jumps back and avoids the spears. Clang. Clang. The spears pierce the ground as poisonous fumes rise from it. Izuna monitors his surroundings as he searches for the tracks of the attacker. I can't sense the presence of the attacker. He fails to sense the chakra signature of the attacker. Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan to look for the location of the attacker. Strange. The attacker can avoid my detection. Let me inspect the surrounding area and these trees and vines. He continues to inspect the large vines and trees as something clicks in his mind. I see. It makes sense now. Izuna deactivates his Mangekyo as he slowly walks towards the villagers. Swoosh. Swoosh. Multiple thorn spears attack him from all directions. Whoosh. Izuna skillfully avoids the spears as he closes the gap. I have figured out your secret. Izuna stops in front of a small tree in front of the cage. I will give you 3 seconds to reveal yourself or else. Chapter 235, 228. Shinrin Clan. I will give you 3 seconds to reveal yourself or else. Shirring. Izuna draws his katana and points it at the small tree in front of him. 3. Izuna readies his blade. Swish. A pair of eyes appears on the trunk of the tree as they stare at Izuna in bewilderment. How did he manage to locate me? He must be bluffing, right? There is no way he can see me in this form. No sensory techniques should be able to sense my chakra. 2. Crackle, crackle. Lightning crackles on Izuna's blade as it wildly dances on the ground. Ah. Ha. Izuna stabs his blade in the ground as lightning seeps into the earth. The lightning spreads through the entire cavern as it paralyzes the nearby vines. Wah, what's he trying to do? The eye on the tree moves frantically as the figure tries to make sense of Izuna's actions. He can see me. No, he must be bluffing. Crackle, crackle. Soon the entire cavern is filled with purple lightning. Looks like you don't have any plan to reveal yourself. Slash. Izuna slashes his blade and chops the tree in half. Swoosh. Bam. The upper portion of the tree falls on the ground as it is cleanly slit from the rest of the tree. Crackle, crackle. Purple lightning engulfs the tree and withers it away. Ha. Izuna withdraws his blade as he inspects the tree. Strange. Even though I am unable to sense any chakra signature or any suspicious activity from this tree, but my intuition tells me something else. I felt like a pair of eyes is monitoring me. Izuna raises his head and looks around. Also, thanks to my contract with Roan, I can sense negative emotions around me. It is weaker compared to Kurama's ability, so I can only sense the presence in this area. Swish, swish, swish. The vines release a barrage of thorns at Izuna. Humph. Izuna waves his hand and releases a barrage of lightning senbons to deflect the attack. Secret technique, life concealment. Huff, huff, that was a close call. I almost lost my life there. A pair of eyes appears on the trunk of the furthest tree. There is a trace of fear in the eyes as they stare at Izuna in trepidation. What kind of monster is this guy? Such keen senses. Whoosh. Izuna jumps back and avoids all attacks. Still no trace. Huh. Guess. I will try my final resort to sniff him out. Izuna scrutinizes his surroundings as the feeling of being watched appears again. He continues to monitor his surroundings to search for the culprit. Let me see if Sage Mode's sensory abilities work or not. Izuna closes his eyes and absorbs nature energy. A cyan cloak appears around him as he senses his surroundings. Izuna inspects the surrounding trees and vines as thick nature energy permeates in the air. These trees are rich in nature energy. I can't sense any other chakra signature thanks to the dense nature energy. Sigh. He takes a deep breath and dispels the Sage Mode. Guess. I can only resort to brute force method. Swish, swish. Izuna slowly makes some hand signs as he raises his head. Still not revealing yourself. I see. Don't blame me for the consequences, you forced my hand. Izuna slams his palm on the ground. Lava release, molten catastrophe. Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembles violently as a small rift appears in it. Molten lava erupts from the ground as the surrounding temperature rises rapidly. Crackle, crackle. Smoke rises from the vines and trees as they catch fire. Gulp. The expression of the eyes turns ugly as the intense heat burns his body. How powerful. At this rate, if he completes his jutsu, then I would be severely injured. No. I can't allow him to complete his jutsu. Rumble. Rumble. The tree uproots itself from the ground as the nearby vines start to shudder. Rumble, rumble. The surroundings tree fuses with the tree as its height increases. The vines wrap around the giant tree and form a thorn armor. Purple fluid coats the pointed ends of the thorns as they shine with a deadly hue. Two giant eyes appear on top of the trunk as the tree morphs into a humanoid form. Secret technique, Heavenly Tree of Punishment. Whoosh. Bam. The giant tree monster jumps on top of Izuna in an attempt to crush him. Whoosh. Izuna avoids the attack and cancels his jutsu. The bait worked. Initially, I wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, but his weird abilities piqued my interest. His fighting skills may not be top-notch, but his hiding skills sure are. He can even fool the sensory abilities of Sage Mode and Sharingan. Izuna raises his head to inspect the giant tree monster attacking him. F*******. It is the Swamp Thing. Izuna curses loudly as the appearance of the tree reminds him of a character from comics in his past life. What the heck? First, a giant Torterra, now Swamp Thing, what would be next? A blue speedy hedgehog. Izuna unsheathes his katana and slashes it at the giant tree. Kenjutsu, Moonlight Slash. Slash, slash. He releases a flurry of slashes as the vines and branches of the tree fall apart. Roar. The giant tree releases an agony of pain as green liquid drips from its branches. Drip, drip. A patch of small grass grows in place of the green liquid. What strong vitality. Izuna squints his eyes as he notices the effect of the green liquid. I bet Mom would be happy to get this liquid. She won't have to worry about her orchids. Swoosh, swoosh. New branches sprout from the slashed spots as the giant tree raises them to form a giant fist. Bang. He slams the fists towards Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna dodges the fists as they collide with the ground. Rumble. Rumble. Dust and debris rise in the air. Izuna easily deflects the giant green tree monster as he ponders the possible origin of the tree. Is it some sort of mutated plant creature which absorbed large amounts of chakra? Or is it another abandoned lab experiment of that snake Orochimaru? He has been trying to replicate the wood release for a while. Thwack, thwack. The giant tree continues to flay its arms around and Izuna nimbly dodges all its attacks. Gulp. Sweat appears around the eyes of the tree as they have an ugly expression. I can't maintain this form for too long. At this rate, I will exhaust myself and I will be forced to enter in hibernation. The giant tree continues to attack wildly as its momentum dies slowly. Has it hit its limit? Izuna stops and stares at the tree. Guess. There is only one way to find out. Izuna slowly raises his palm as white flames appear in them. Inferno release, searing flames. He manipulates the flames and directs them towards the tree. Ah. The giant tree monster feels foreboding as the intense heat of white flames assault it. Rumble. The giant tree instantly falls on its knees as it bows before Izuna. I surrender. So. Please, don't kill me. Please spare my life. Ha. Izuna and the group are surprised to see this. Swoosh. Izuna makes some hand signs and disperses the flames as he scrutinizes the tree. Who are you? Izuna slowly walks in front of the tree as his guard is up. I. The giant tree hesitates to answer. Izuna confronts the giant tree as his eyes contact the eyes on the trunk. I presume this is not your actual form. Revert to your original form and you might talk your way out of it. Or else, I can only get rid of you. Izuna threatens the giant tree. Yes. The giant tree gulps its saliva as it shrinks rapidly. Whoosh. A man with green eyes appears in front of Izuna. The roots, branches, vines, and sprouts withdraw into the men and revert into small seeds. Whoa. He is tall. Izuna raises his head to look him in eyes. I look a dwarf in front of this man. He is at least 7.5 feet tall. The man has long green hairs and there are 2 green seed-like marks above his brows. He has pale skin, and his arms and legs are skinny. The man bows in front of Izuna as he introduces himself. My name is Koju and I am a member of the Shinrin clan. Chapter 236, 229. Lord Kishin. My name is Koju and I am a member of the Shinrin clan. The tall man introduces himself as he warily stares at Izuna. Men. This middle-aged guy is so scary. He can even see through my clan's hidden techniques. Gulp. Koju gulps his saliva. Shinrin clan. Never heard of it. Izuna shakes his head as he has no memory of the clan. I have read various records of various clans existing in Shinobi World in Konoha's library. There is no clan with such a name. Either this clan is quite well hidden, or it is extinct. Perhaps this guy is the only survivor of his clan. Izuna leans towards the second possibility. Poof. Izuna undoes his transformation and returns to his original appearance. Since it has come to this, there is no use of any disguise. Ah. Koju's eyes widen in surprise as he notices the Sharingan. Uchiha clan. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. So. Izuna raises an eyebrow. Nothing. Nothing. Koju shakes his head. Izuna turns around as he feels a tug on his sleeve. What's the matter, Kimimaro? He asks Kimimaro. AAA, Angel-san. The giant turtle is in pain. He is asking for help. Oh. Izuna turns towards Koju as his expression turns serious. He riles up his chakra as he pressures Koju. Gulp. Koju gulps his saliva as a hint of terror appears in his eyes. Are you the one behind this incident? No, it's not me. Swoosh, stab. Before Koju could finish his sentence, a long katana pierces through Izuna's body. Ah. Izuna's eyes widen in his surprise as the katana pierces through his heart. Sizzle. Sizzle. The katana releases an eerie purple chakra as it corrodes Izuna's skin. Curse technique, Death Demon Possession Seal. Blurg. A curse seal appears near Izuna's heart. The seal comprises an inverse triangle with a vertical eye in its center. Haha. Finally, I fulfilled my mission. A man cloaked in red clothes appears behind Izuna as he holds the katana. Whoosh. Kimimaro flickers beside the cloaked man as he attacks the man with a dark gray bone. Bang. The man lifts his leg and kicks Kimimaro in the nearby rock wall. The curse seals crawl over Izuna's chest as it tries to possess him. Blurg. Izuna spits out another mouthful of blood as he slowly turns towards the attacker. Who are you? Haha. The cloaked man removes his red garb to reveal his face. A bald man in his late 50s appears in their vision. The man has shriveled hands and there is a curse mark on his forehead. The mark has a similar appearance to the one on Izuna's chest. Vi. Village Chief. Fuseo's eyes widen in surprise as he notices the old man. Previously, the appearance of Izuna agitated him a little. But he was able to shrug off the feeling, since everyone in Shangri-La wore a disguise, he being no different. But the appearance of the village chief shocked him to his core. Drip, drip. Blood drips from Izuna's chest as the seal restricts his chakra. Swirl. The blood slowly flows on the ground as it forms a similar blood seal on the ground. I can't use my chakra. This seal is slowly sealing my chakra. Izuna has an ugly appearance on his face. The sword stabbing through his heart doesn't bother him much. He can regenerate from this injury as long as his heart is still in his body. What surprised him more is the sudden appearance of the village chief and the sneak attack while his guard was down. Sin. Help me break free from this seal. Izuna makes a mental remark to the Sin seal. Whoosh. The Sin seal slowly gathers chakra as it prepares to break the seal. It will take some time before the seal will break, till then I have to figure out the intention of this old man. Haha. Finally. I have found a suitable vessel for Kishin-sama. With this, Kishin-sama will be able to break free from his seal and rule over this world. The village chief has a fervent expression on his face as he bows in front of Izuna. Kishin. Izuna has a confused expression on his face. Drip. Drip. Blood continues to drain from his body as the katana continues to release an ominous chakra in his body. The seal around his chest expands as Izuna slowly loses control of his body. Who is this Kishin you speak of? Izuna weakly questions the bald village chief. Humph. The village chief snorts as he answers. Since you are going to be the new host of Kishin-sama, there is no harm in revealing the facts to you. Anyway, you heretic will die a miserable death. Host to Kishin. Various questions erupt in Izuna's mind as the gears in his mind churns. Is it some sort of possession? The Yamanaka clan can also possess someone else's body, but they can only do so for a short amount of time. I wonder what kind of possession this is. I have to dig out some information from this guy as I wait for Sin to dispel the seal. Haha. The bald village chief laughs hysterically as he has a fervent expression on his face. Kishin-sama is a god who once descended on this world a millennium ago. Kishin-sama led his army and single-handedly established his 1,000-year kingdom. He brought true peace to this world as he reigned supreme over the world. Reverence flickers in the village chief's eyes as he continues to bicker his story. However, a hated guy who called himself the Traveler appeared out of nowhere and fought against the Lord Kishin. Their battle was legendary as it shook the land and mountain. Traveler again. Just who is this guy? I have heard various tales of this person from the toads, slugs, and the snakes. Even the monkey and dogs know about him. Just who is he? Is he similar to Otsutsuki clan members, another cosmic parasite, or he is like that purple cloaked man? Wariness appears in Izuna's eyes. Also, this Kishin god and his symbol. It reminds me of the Jashin cultist. Are they somehow related? In the end, that hated guy sealed Kishin-sama in this sword with a very powerful seal. We are descendants of the clan which followed Kishin-sama during the war, and finally we will set him free as Kishin-sama will once again rise and re-establish his kingdom. The village chief finishes his story as he turns to Izuna. The seal on the sword weakened over time. Now once Kishin-sama takes possession of your body, he will once again rule the entire world. Ambition reflects in village chief's eyes as he tightly clutches his staff. Wham! A surge of purple chakra course through Izuna's body as he feels lightheaded. His vision turns blurry as he gets pulled into his mind space. Ha! Izuna slowly opens his eyes as a vast expanse of white space appears in front of him. He turns towards the center of his mind space as multiple floating orbs appear in his vision. Why am I pulled in my mindscape? Izuna warily inspects his surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the dark ominous chakra invades his mindscape as it slowly covers his mindscape. The dark shade of chakra slowly erodes the white area as it slowly crawls towards the center. Is this the so-called possession? Invading the mindscape of a person and gain control of their body? Humph. If so, then I won't go down without a fight. Whoosh, whoosh. Izuna urges the various orbs floating behind him towards the ominous chakra. In the outside world. Swish, whoosh. The possession seal covers the entire chest area of Izuna and it crawls near the sin seal. Swoosh. Various Fuinjutsu seals and marking crawls out of the sin seal as it resists the invasion of the curse seals. Whoosh. A quick, agile figure jumps out of the dust and debris. Kimimaro is in his white snake mode. Green nature energy flickers around his body. Dance of the Clematis, Vine. Kimimaro pulls his spine and infuses it with nature energy. Swirl. The bones of the spine turn gray and form a long whip. Smack. Without wasting any moment, Kimimaro smacks the bone whip towards the village chief. Whoosh. The village chief jumps and avoids the attack. He turns towards Kimimaro as his expression turns serious. After so much preparations, I was able to lure out the perfect host for Kishin-sama. Too bad, only one of them fell for the bait, the other person didn't show up. The village chief shakes his head as he laments. Kishin-sama would have a spare body if the leader of the Akatsuki also showed up. Anyway, the body of Izuna Uchiha is fine too. With that being the case, I won't allow anyone to interfere with the ritual of possession. The village chief turns towards Koju. Hold him back for me, or else you know the consequences. He threatens Koju. Gulp. Yes, yes. Village chief. Koju gulps his saliva and stretches his arms. Secret technique, Vine of Solitude. Swish. A dark green vine with spiky thorns sprouts from his palm. Smack. Koju smacks it on the ground and fights against Kimimaro. Chapter 237, 230. Curse of Possession. I will help too. Fuseo offers assistance to Kimimaro as he draws a pair of Tanto blades. Ha! Both of them confront Koju. Bam. Clang. Koju is able to hold evenly against both of their assault. Whoosh. Kimimaro straightens his bone whip as he relentlessly attacks Koju. I believe in Angel-san. He will pull through everything. Kimimaro has a resolute expression on his face as he smacks his bone whip towards Koju. Snap. The bone whip and the vine collide and release a sharp crackling noise. Whoosh. Fuseo uses this opportunity to land a sneak attack behind Koju. Stab. He stabs his Tanto through Koju's chest. Swoosh. Koju turns towards him and smiles. Your skills with assassination are quite good, too bad it won't work against me. Crack, crack. A giant hole appears near Koju's chest as the nearby skin turns into a tree. Clank. The sword slides through his chest and falls to the ground. Swirl. The hole in his chest closes up as green veins pop out from his skin. Swoosh. Koju's skin turns normal as he continues to beat up Kimimaro and Fuseo. I am sorry for such cruelty. I didn't intend to harm you, but this is the only way to preserve the heritage of my clan. Koju has an unwilling expression on his face as he smacks Kimimaro with his vines. Bam. Kimimaro slams into a nearby boulder and pukes out some blood. Arg. He slowly stands up and cautiously stares at Koju. I can't allow them to harm Angel-san. Ha. Kimimaro claps his hands as nature energy gathers around him. Whoosh. He rapidly absorbs an enormous amount of nature energy and his skin turns white. Various green snakes of nature energy streaks out of his body as they hiss towards Koju. Ah. Koju is surprised to see the new transformation of Kimimaro as he feels the increase in the fighting spirit of Kimimaro. 10-finger drilling bullets. Kimimaro launches a flurry of bone bullets from his fingers towards Koju. He infuses the bullets with nature energy to empower his attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Koju barely dodges the attack as he closes the distance. Kid. You are quite a powerful shinobi for your age, but too bad your technique doesn't work against me. Smack. He smacks Kimimaro with his vines. Bam. Kimimaro is sent flying by the attack as the nature energy around him disperses slightly. I am a member of the Shinrin clan. We are the descendants of the Shinju tree and as such, nature energy attacks don't work against us. My Kekkei Genkai will just absorb the nature energy around you. Koju continues to push back Kimimaro, who fails to deal a lethal blow to Koju. Even when Kimimaro is able to injure Koju, he just shrugs the attacks and heals the injuries with his tree-like body. The village chief nods his head and turns towards the unconscious villagers being held hostage in a giant vine prison. Lord Kishin will soon grace us with his presence. These villagers will be the perfect sacrifice for Kishin-sama. Inside the mindscape. Arg. Izuna feels a surge of pain in his head as the dark purple ominous chakra continues to invade it. He clutches his forehead and falls on his knees as he hallucinates. Is it another Jinjutsu? Izuna feels lightheaded as his vision turns blurry. Various incidents of his past and present flood his memories. In the outside world. The Fuinjutsu seals from the katana continue to spread throughout Izuna's body, as it occupied 2/3 of his body. Shum. Dark purple chakra rises from Izuna's body and his chakra signature changes drastically. Inside the Sin Grimoire. What's going on? Minato feels the ominous chakra flowing through Izuna's body. What a sinister chakra. It has been almost 1,000 years since I last came across this sinister chakra. Kurama's expression turns ugly as he warily stares at the various curse seals on Izuna's body. You know about this chakra? Minato has a grim expression on his face as he stares at the Fuinjutsu seals on Izuna's body. These seals have a resemblance to the seals utilized by the Yamanaka clan. Minato inspects the seal as he remarks. I believe they are some sort of mind-body possession seals. Minato concludes as he is unable to guess the true nature of the seals. These are curse seals, not the usual curse seals, but these seals are similar to ritualistic curse seals. Kushina remarks as she stares at those seals. Only a few people in the Uzumaki clan are aware of these seals. Back in the era of warring states, the Uzumaki clan would receive large numbers of sealing requests from other clans. There were various cases where many malevolent spirits, demons, or chakra entities would possess a person and take control of their body. The clan leader would use similar ritualistic seals to seal any evil creature or entity in a medium or talisman. I came across such a record in the confidential files of the Hokage office. It's about a powerful demon sealed somewhere in the land of demons. Minato remarks. Yes, the Uzumaki clan has a record of it. Kenshiro-sama sealed the powerful demon of Land of Demon. He was unable to kill the demon as it would resurrect again in few years. So, Kenshiro-sama summoned the Shinigami and sealed the soul of a demon in the Land of Demon. The body of the demon is sealed in the Land of Swamps. Later, he passed the sealing techniques to the aristocratic family of the Land of Demon. Kushina shed some light on the past of the shinobi world. Close enough. Kurama nods his head. This seal is called the Death Demon Possession Seal. Kurama closes his eyes as he reminisces some old memories. During the era of Rakuto Sanin, the sage fought against several powerful evil creatures. Some of those creatures were from our world, while some were from other worlds. The sage sealed and killed these evil creatures and lead the humans to an era of peace and prosperity. However, this era was short-lived. After the death of Sage of Six Paths, various evil entities began to re-emerge. Kurama slowly opens his eyes as he continues. One such evil being was called Jashin, a self-proclaimed god. He spread his evil teachings and his devout followers worshipped him and created a religion in his name. The followers of Jashin will commit mass murder and genocide in the name of offerings. Even the youngest son of Sage has to pay with his life to seal away this evil god. Kurama shakes his head as he lifts his drawn inverted triangle in a circle on the floor with his nail. This is the seal of the Jashinism. I see. Minato enters in deep thought as he warily stares at Izuna. There are various hidden threats spread throughout the shinobi world. The schemes and ploys of other villages appear to be of secondary concern compared to threats of such levels. Inside the mindscape of Izuna. The dark ominous chakra shrouds the entire mindscape as it slowly creeps towards the central region. At this rate, I will end up being possessed. I have no choice but to use the incomplete Inyan release technique. Clap. Izuna claps his hands together as a dual taijutsu symbol forms in his palms. Inyan release, elemental reversal. A taijutsu symbol forms around Izuna as he channels the Inyan release chakra. Wham! Before the ominous chakra could invade further, a thin blue barrier locks it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several Fuinjutsu seals appear on the barrier and the barrier shines brightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The various orbs floating beside Izuna shine brightly and resonate with the seal as various kanji seals of respective elements appear on them. Bzzz. The barrier releases dark red lightning and disperses the ominous chakra. Arg. A shrill scream echoes in the mindscape as the ominous chakra fades away. Crack, crack. The reverse pentagram curse seals below Izuna's feet cracks and shatter into countless bloody fragments. Bang. The backlash of the seal sends the village chief flying. Shum. Various Fuinjutsu seals crawl out of the Sin seal. The seals slowly overpower the curse seals. Ha! Izuna opens his eyes. Shurring. His eyes change in Mangekyo Sharingan. Limbo Hengoku, body substitution. Izuna summons his Limbo clone and switches place with the clone. Phew. That was a close call. He takes a deep breath and turns towards the village chief. I had enough of this shit for the day. Crack, crack. He cracks his knuckles and walks towards the baldy. Chapter 238, 231. A dramatic end. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuna makes a Shadow Clone Jutsu to help Kimimaro and Fuseo with their battle. This tree man has some amazing abilities. It seems like they are related to his Kekkei Genkai. Izuna inspects the member of the Shinrin clan as he pummels the village chief. Bam, bam, bam. Izuna violently pounds the village chief as his screams echo through the village. Whoosh. Bang. Izuna's shadow clone overpowers Koju and sends him flying. His Kekkei Genkai is similar to Kimimaro. It is based on his physical body and is not chakra-related. Izuna concludes about the abilities of Koju. His transformation is like Iburi clan members. The Iburi clan members can turn into smoke while he can turn into a tree. Izuna licks his lips as he stares at Koju. I am really interested in his Kekkei Genkai. If possible, I want to recruit him. I want to study the difference between his Kekkei Genkai and would release. Ugh. The village chief groans and moans as Izuna continues to bash him. Crack, crack. Izuna breaks the bones of the village chief and lifts him in the air. He brings him closer as their eyes meet. I have a few questions for you and I only want to hear the truth. Izuna stares him in the eyes as fear creeps in the village chief's heart. Oi brat. Beware of the suicidal techniques of these cult maniacs. Kurama warns him. I know. I know. You don't have to remind me. Izuna nods his head as he has overheard the previous conversation between the trio while he was in his mindscape. Ugh. The village chief struggles in Izuna's grasp. Bam. Izuna punches the village chief squarely in his face. Swoosh. Various seals crawl out from Izuna's hand and spread over the village chief's body. Fuinjutsu, Chakra Suppression Seal. He seals the village chief's chakra and questions him. Tell me, who is this Lord Kishin? What are your goals and why did you specifically target me? I won't open my mouth, even if you kill me or torture me. I won't betray Kishin-sama. The village chief has a stern expression as he refuses to budge. I see. Izuna nods his head in understanding. So, you won't open your mouth. Ha. Fine by me. I have plenty of other methods to retrieve the info. Bam. He punches the village's chief again. Ugh. The village chief pukes a mouthful of blood as the punch badly mangles his face. Ugh. Divine retribution of Lord Kishin will befall on heretics like you. Arg. The village chief curses him. I had enough of your shit. Shurring. Izuna activates his Mangekyo as it spins rapidly. Mind-body destruction jutsu. Izuna places his palm on the village chief's head to read his memories. So, this baldy has been manipulating this village since the Second Shinobi War. He is a member of the Akuma clan who worships the evil god, Kishin. Izuna continues to skim through the memories of the village chief. Oh. A piece of information shocks Izuna as he turns to Koju, who is suppressed by his clone. Koju. Right. TCH. Koju spits some blood and turns towards him. I have an interesting piece of information which you might like or dislike, depending on your preference. Humph. I don't want to hear anything from you. He snorts. So, you don't even want to know about the truth about the extinction of your clan. Izuna presses on. Humph, nice try. The members of my Shinrin clan were peace lovers. We never interfered with the secular world and we peacefully hid in the land of forest away from the blood and gore of the shinobi world. However, during the start of the Second Shinobi War, a bunch of mercenaries invaded our land. The war has depleted the resources of all villages. The land of forest was well known for its precious medicinal herbs, the other place being the land of medicine. However, the land of medicine had strong backing, and it was successfully able to resist the foreign invasion. So, these various villages set their sights on the land of forest. They ruthlessly massacred my clan members to harvest the vitality-restoring medicine produced from the bodies of the Shinrin clan members. Koju's eyes turn bloodshot as he reminisces about his cruel past. Those shinobis. They slaughtered my family members. I was the only surviving member of my clan. It was all thanks to the timely arrival of village chief who saved my life and helped me fled from the calamity. Koju tightly clutches his fists as he hatefully stares at Izuna. Damn. This dude is totally and utterly brainwashed. Izuna shakes his head. Can't blame him. The shinobi world is a cruel place, after all, and such cliché stories are far too many to count. Izuna remembers his time in Umbu. Even during Umbu training, many war orphans from other villages are thoroughly brainwashed. The Umbu feeds them with all kinds of lies and deceit to generate a sense of loyalty and longing in their heart. It's the same for this guy. Bang. Izuna kicks the village chief in front of Koju. Why don't you hear the details from the man himself? Shuring. Koto Amatsukami. Izuna casts the powerful Mangekyo ability and forces the village chief to reveal the truth. After a few minutes. NOOO. It can't be. How is this possible? NOOO. This is a lie. You are deceiving me. You are lying to me. Koju clutches his forehead as his eyes turn lifeless. He helplessly falls to the ground as his body curls in fear. NOO, it's not the truth. Everything is a lie. No. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath as he stares at the pathetic condition of Koju. This baldy orchestrated a sinister plan and killed all the members of the Shiren clan from the land of forest to steal the unfertilized seed of the Shinju tree. He spread the rumors about the healing capabilities of the blood of the Shinran clan members. When the shinobis from the other villages invaded, he found an opportunity to steal the chakra seed and fled from the village. On his way out, he came across you and saved you. It wasn't because of the benevolence of his heart but the need for the blood of Shinran clan member to activate this chakra seed. Izuna recalls the story as he stares at Koju. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I can't force the truth on you. He shakes his head. In a way, I am doing the same thing this village chief did. The only difference is, I am feeding him the truth to sway his opinion. He could prove to be an asset to the team. His reconnaissance abilities are on par with Zetsu. Izuna remembers the ability of Zetsu to travel through the grounds. Ugh. Arg. The guttural noise of village chief moaning in pain falls in Izuna's ears. I have yet to extract the memories of this Akuma clan and Kishin from you. Izuna approaches the village chief and places his hand on his head to extract the remaining memories. Ugh. Arg. The village chief resists in pain. Your fate is sealed, old man. Why do you resist? Swoosh. The curse seal on the village chief's forehead activates. Whoosh. Various strange seals and totems crawl over his entire body as a massive surge of chakra and vitality and rises in the air. Arg. The village chief roars in pain as his body dissipates. He is about to explode. Fuseo expressions turn ugly as fear creeps into his heart. Sigh, in the end, I am about to die no matter what. Death by being sucked dry or death by exploding to dust. There is not much of a difference. Fuseo sighs helplessly. Kimimaro and Izuna silently stare at Fuseo. Is it really necessary to be overly dramatic? Never mind. Izuna shakes his head and focuses his attention on the lump of chakra gathered around the curse seal. He briefly analyzes the pattern of the curse seal and memorizes it. I guess this is not the end of troubles. Since I can thwart the plan this time, I can do it again. Boom. The village chief explodes, releasing a powerful shock wave across the giant turtle's body. The expression of the turtle turns ugly as it senses the massive surge of energy on its back. I entrusted this human to relieve me from my pain, why is he hellbent on relieving me from life? Kamui. Swirl, whoosh. A swirling portal opens near the explosion and pulls the entire force of the explosion into another dimension. Whoosh. Peace and calmness return to surroundings as the portal closes. Well, it was a dramatic end. With that out of the way, let's check on the villagers. Izuna walks towards the unconscious villagers. Chapter 239, 232. The Seed of Chakra Fruit. Izuna glances at the villagers. All of them are under a genjutsu. He approaches the villagers and places his hand on their heads to disrupt their chakra. This is the same genjutsu as Fuseo. BZZ. He zaps the villager and disperses the pollen inside their body. Now I really want to recruit this guy. His genjutsu is ingenious, if you don't know the method to dispel it. MMM. Nagato. No-o. A pained grunt attracts his attention. He stands up and walks near the source of the sound. Conan. So, she is also under the effect of genjutsu. Izuna places his hand on her head to dispel the jutsu. Wait. Should I dispel the genjutsu? Technically, she is my enemy and I should capture her. Izuna ponders for a while. Let me ask Minato-san about it. Whoosh. His consciousness enters in the Sin Seal. He spots Minato and Kushina conversing something serious with Kurama. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat to get their attention. Minato and Kushina turn around and notices Izuna. Izuna-kun. Thank God you are fine. Kushina bear hugs him. Ah. Izuna struggles for a while but finally relents. He turns towards Minato and asks him. Minato-san. I have a question for you. Go on. Minato nods his head. So, it is like this. Izuna discloses the identity of Conan and the relevant information about Akatsuki. I see, that's a lot to take in. Minato enters in deep thought. Sigh. So, she is the orphan Jiraiya-sensei took under his tutelage. Minato rubs his head. Though, they harbor harmful thoughts for Konoha and as a former Hokage I should eliminate them, but I am a dead man. So, I will leave the choice for Jiraiya-sensei. Till then, why don't you try to influence their thoughts? You are quite good at convincing others. Haha. Kushina chuckles as she hears the last sentence. Well. Izuna rolls his eyes at Minato's remark. My free trial of talk no jutsu has expired. I can't influence others anymore. Izuna shakes his head and turns to Conan. I will influence her thoughts with Koto Emetsukami. Though it is not an ideal approach, but it will get the job done. Shuring. Koto Emetsukami. Izuna places his hand on her forehead and casts the powerful genjutsu to alter her thoughts and induces suggestion. Buzz. He continues to dispel the genjutsu of all other villagers. Ugh. Conan clasps her forehead in pain as various ideas cycle through her mind. In this journey, her thoughts were in disarray as the death of Yahiko continues to cycle through her mind. Is this the Akatsuki Yahiko dreamt of? Various memories of bloodshed and slaughter freshen in her memory. The members of Akatsuki members plundering other villages in the name of mercenary bounties and killing innocent people erupt in her mind. No. What Yahiko wanted was a peaceful world with no war and bloodshed. He didn't want anyone to become a war orphan and struggle for survival. More and more memories of Yahiko's dream and Akatsuki's brutal activity cycles through her mind as both sides start to clash. NOOO. Conan feels a splitting headache as he abruptly opens her eyes and sits up. Ha. Ha. Sweat trickles from her forehead as she clutches her forehead. Her vision turns blurry for a second before she retains clarity. Where am I? She looks around as the unfamiliar environment greets her. What's going on? Where am I? My son. Where is my son? Various unfamiliar voices echo in her head as she looks around. The memories of the incident return to her. The last thing I remember was. I left the village to meet up with Sasori Spy. Whoosh. Conan immediately raises her guard as various paper shurikens and chakrams float around her. She warily stares at Izuna. Izuna senses a hostile gaze on his back. He turns around and notices Conan. Swoosh. Izuna disappears from Conan's vision. So fast, he is so fast. Whoosh. He reappears behind her. There is a sharp blade placed near her neck. If I really wanted to kill you, then I could have done it ages ago. Whoosh. Izuna sheathes his katana and turns around. Looks like Jiraiya's teaching fell on deaf ears. The messiah of Jiraiya's prophecy turned out to be a paragon of destruction. An emotionless puppet used by others for their selfish cause. What? A frown appears on Conan's emotionless face as a tint of remorse and guilt appears in her heart as Izuna's words reverberate in her ears. An emotionless puppet. Used by others for their selfish cause. Conan is lost in a trance as she reflects on her life. Why can't I deny his words? The weak, frail, and emotionless image of Nagato bound to the ghetto statue appears in front of her. Conan slowly lifts her head and stares at the image of Nagato. Those eyes. The eyes of sage, the eyes of hope and light. But now, why they are devoid of any love and hope. A shiver runs down her spine as the cold, emotionless eyes gaze into her soul. Why they so much resentment and hatred for this world? Conan mumbles to herself as she struggles to look for an answer. Izuna ignores her and walks towards the giant tree. The genjutsu is showing its effect. Crunch, crunch. He steadily walks towards the center of the village and approaches the base of the giant tree. This tree is still sucking the vitality of this turtle. Should I try to uproot it? Swoosh. Two giant Susanoo arms appear behind him as the arms grab the trunk of the tree. The arms of Susanoo apply upward force, and the roots of the tree erupt from the ground. Roar. The giant turtle roars in pain. Ah. Izuna surveys the roots of the tree and notices some red veins tightly bound to the roots of the tree. These roots, or rather, these veins are directly connected to the heart of this giant turtle. If I pull the tree out, the heart of the turtle would stop functioning. The Susanoo arms gently place the tree and disperse. I have to think of another way to remove this tree. If I forcefully removed it, this turtle will die for sure. Izuna scrutinizes the top of the tree. Huh. He notices a small red fruit at the peak of the tree. Whoosh. Izuna flies towards the top and grabs the fruit. Swoosh. Instantly large amounts of nature energy and vitality cycle through his body and rejuvenate him. Wow. Just by touching this fruit, I recovered my chakra. What kind of fruit is this? He notices 2 more small unripe fruits near the only ripe fruit. These are vitality fruits. Koju slowly approaches Izuna and remarks. Oh. Izuna returns to the base of the tree and stands in front of Koju. Looks like you have some idea about this tree. Any clues on how to save this giant turtle? Yes. Koju nods his head as he wipes his tears. This giant chakra is grown from the chakra seed passed down through our Shinran clan. A millennium ago, the seed of the Senju tree reached out to Earth from another world. The seed slowly sprouted and grew into a Shinju tree. The ancestors of my clan were nomads who would wander the land from one place to another. The king of the land tasked members of my clan to take care of the Shinju tree in exchange for a stable life. So, the ancestors of my clan settled near the Shinju tree. Slowly, my ancestors grew dependent on the Shinju tree. They would drink the dew from the leaves of the Shinju tree. Cook food from the bark of the Shinju tree. Slowly, the physiology of my ancestors changed. This is the blessing of the Shinju tree to our clan, and we are the descendants of the Shinju tree. Koju narrates the origin of his clan. Izuna performs a full body scan of Koju as a frown appears on his face. His body is similar to Zetsu. Though in Zetsu's case, his memories and sense of individuality are wiped clean. Still, his body is almost the same as Zetsu, maybe except for some parts considered unnecessary by a certain someone. Izuna stares at the thing dangling between Koju's legs. BRR. A shiver runs down Koju's spine as a cold sensation crept between his legs. He hurriedly hugs his body and continues. After the rabbit goddess consumed the chakra fruit, the chakra fruit left an empty unfertilized seed. She passed that seed to the caretaker of the Shinju tree, the Shinran clan. So mean to say that, this giant tree is the sprout of that hollow chakra seed. Yes. Koju nods his head. Chapter 240, 233. End of problem. A seed of chakra fruit, huh? I thought only tentails act as the seed of the chakra tree and transform into a Shinju after feeding upon an Otsutsuki. Maybe there is more to it than meets the eye. Izuna turns to Koju and asks him. Will this tree turn into a Shinju in the future? If it can turn in a Shinju, then I can put most of my plans into action. No, Koju shakes his head. This tree can't turn into a Shinju tree. It contains only a fragment of the power of the Shinju tree. Still, this fruit can bring a person back from death. What? Izuna's eyes widen in surprise. If it can bring a person from the dead, then it is as good as the outer path of Rinnegan. This tree has absorbed an immense amount of nature energy and vitality from this giant turtle and grew these chakra fruits. These fruits were meant as an offering to the Lord Kishin. This turtle will die once all 3 fruits ripen. Izuna inspects the chakra of the turtle. Indeed, the vitality of this turtle is rapidly draining. So, do you have any way to remove this tree without killing the giant turtle in the process? Izuna asks him. I can give it a try. Koju nods his head and walks towards the giant tree. Shum. Koju infuses large amounts of chakra in his arm as they turns into a large green vine. Swoosh. He slowly inserts the vine into the tree and merges with the tree. So that's the Kekkei Genkai of the Shinran clan. Izuna examines the process. He has fused with the giant tree and is now almost non-recognizable from the natural energy of the tree. His intel gathering capabilities will be quite useful for the team. Whoosh. Swoosh. The roots of the giant tree retract slowly as the veins of the giant turtle turn normal. After an hour. Swoosh, whoosh. The roots of the tree disappear completely and the giant tree shrinks. Swish. Koju jumps out of the trunk of the tree. Huff, huff. He breathes heavily with a small chakra seed in his palm. I did it. He takes a deep breath and falls to the ground. Whoosh. Izuna flickers near him. Are you okay? He supports Koju. Swoosh. Izuna infuses a small amount of nature energy into Koju's body. Ha. Koju slowly sits up and takes support against a boulder. I am all right. I am just mentally and physically exhausted. Roar. A giant roar interrupts them. Kimimaro walks towards them and conveys the message of the giant turtle. The giant turtle is no longer in pain. Well, that's good to hear. Izuna nods his head. He turns towards the rest of the villagers, who are slowly recuperating from the incident. There won't be any Shangri-La village after this incident. Since most of you are rogue ninjas with huge bounties on their head, it would be difficult for the likes of you all to live peacefully in the outside world. The expression of Fuseo and the rest of the villagers turns ugly as Fuseo had earlier recounted the details to them. Gulp. One of the middle-aged men gulps his saliva and asks him. Then where should we go? What should we do? Izuna scrutinizes them as he ponders. Though I don't have any special connection with this group of people and I would even suffer a huge loss by not handing them over to Bounty Office. But what most of them have done has nothing to do with me, so I am a bit conflicted. Izuna-kun, why don't you send them to one of the smaller villages in the Land of Fire? These small villages are under the protection of Konoha since Konoha is paid by the daimyo to secure his land. Minato suggests him. This way, the village can monitor them and even employ them in the future. Well, that's not a bad idea. Izuna nods his head. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat to get their attention. Since you people have nowhere to stay and live. After half an hour. After dealing with the villagers, Izuna turns his attention to Koju and Kimimaro. So, what about you, Koju? What would you do after this? I. Koju holds his head as he is lost in thoughts. I will visit the remains of my village and after that, I will roam the world to search for a meaning in my life. He shakes his head as he reminisces about his village. I see. If you are fed up with your travels in the future, then you can always come and seek me for a job in the future. Swoosh. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket and passes it to Koju. Just visit Konoha and hand over this scroll to the guards. Somebody will lead you in. Thank you. Koju accepts the scroll and slowly walks out of the remains of the village. Konan has also left. I had no choice but to manipulate her thoughts. Let's see how things will play out with both of them. Kimimaro. Let's say goodbye to this giant turtle. Both of them flicker out of the cavern together with the villagers. Roar. You have my gratitude, human. The giant turtle thanks him. In the future, if you have any need for me, you can just summon me. The giant turtle spits out a summoning contract in front of Izuna. Air. I don't think I will need this turtle in any sort of fight. Kimimaro, since you can understand this turtle, why don't you sign a contract with the turtles? Also, their defensive abilities pair well with your taijutsu and Kekkei Genkai. Izuna nudges the summoning scroll to Kimimaro. Yes. Kimimaro nods his head and bit his thumb to sign the summoning contract. This trip wasn't the kind I was looking for, but still I got something useful out of it. Izuna stares at the chakra fruits in his hand. There are 2 small fruits and 1 large fruit in his hands. With this out of the way, let's return to the village. Izuna grabs Kimimaro's shoulder and teleports to the village. Whoosh. Inside Konohagakure. Sigh. Tsunade takes a deep breath as she rests against the Hokage chair. Finally, all the paperwork is over. Shizun, let's visit the hot spring tonight. We will bring Mizukage-me with us to ease her mood. Yes. Tsunade-sama. Shizun massages Tsunade's shoulders and nods. Swish. Tsunade takes out a scroll from the drawer. This seal by Izuna is quite handy. Tsunade opens the scroll. There is a summoning seal on the scroll with the sealing formula of Flying Thunder God technique engraved on it. This seal can allow a person to summon another person from far away, albeit the summon has to agree and infuse the chakra in his version of seal to teleport here. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun nods her head. The Flying Thunder God technique is quite hard to master. Besides, the 4th Hokage, his Raijin squad, and Izuna, nobody has managed to learn this technique. This seal can prove very vital during a war where the information exchange is quite crucial. Tsunade nods her head. Sigh. Tsunade takes another deep breath and gazes out of the window. Multiple Ninja Academy students appear in her vision as the kids practices their shuriken jutsu skills on targets. Konoha suffered a little loss during the attack from Suna and Orochimaru. The future of Konoha is safe for now and I hope Konoha will flourish in the future. Ha. Ha. A small girl with black hairs with a blue tint on end appears in her vision. Her hairs are tied in a ponytail with bangs framing her face. The girl has black eyes. She wears a long-sleeved, high-collared black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back. Her baggy blue pants flutter in the air as the girl has a serious expression on her face. There are 5 shurikens held between her fingers. Ha! The girl aims the shurikens at the target and launches them simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Clank, clank, clank. All the shurikens hit the target right in the dead center. Amazing. That's quite impressive, Ayaka-chan. The Chunin instructor praises her. It's nothing compared to Oni-san, Irika-sensei. Ayaka shakes her head and picks up another batch of shurikens. Sigh. Irika sighs helplessly and turns towards the rest of the group. Izuna-san is a genius. I was in the same class as him during the academy, yet he graduated just in 6 months. I am sure he didn't even remember my name. Irika takes another deep breath and instructs another student. Tsunade-sama, don't you think it is too early for Ayaka-chan to enter the academy? It is the era of peace, so the village isn't in a dire need of ninjas. Shizun questions Tsunade. No, it is all right. Tsunade closes her eyes as Izuna's warning echoes in her ears. Tsunade. The fourth shinobi war is on the horizon. It will require the collective strength of all nations to deal with the enemy. Ayaka is also a rare genius, like her brother. So, it is not that big of a deal to enroll her in the ninja academy. Sigh. Now I really miss Naruto. It has been a week since that brat left for his mission in the land of waves. Sigh. I just want to ditch all this work and drink some booze and gamble.